In Hangzhou in August, the heat wave still lingered even after night had fallen. On a construction site in the suburbs of Hangzhou in Xie province, snores rose and fell inside a row of makeshift dormitory shacks at the northeastern corner of the site. On the innermost bunk, a young man lay flat on a hard bedboard, his eyes half closed. His name was Xie Linyuan, 17 years old. He stood 1 meter 84 tall, yet weighed only a little over 70 kilograms, making his body seem somewhat thin. It was already 12:47 past midnight. Most of the workers had long sunk into deep sleep. But Xie Linyuan was not asleep. More precisely, he was doing something that not a single other person in this world knew about. Within his body, an invisible force was slowly moving along some profound and mysterious trajectory. This force could not be seen or touched. It rose from the depths of his dantian, traveled upward along his spine, passed through his chest cavity, crossed his throat, and reached the Baihui point at the crown of his head. Then, like a warm tide, it slowly flowed downward from the top of his head along the front of his body, all the way back to the dantian. One complete, great circulation. Xie Linyuan called this force primordial force, and named the method that guided its circulation the primordial force guidance art. He had coined this name when he was 12. Back then, he had just fumbled his way into the threshold of cultivation, and in his excitement, felt he ought to give this technique a name. He had leafed through many books and finally settled on the two characters, Yuan Li. Yuan meaning origin, the root of all things, guidance, was his most straightforward understanding of the technique, to guide some invisible energy between heaven and earth into the body and make it his own. The name was ordinary, even somewhat rustic. But Xie Linyuan had never cared about such superficial trappings. What he cared about was tangible, real effect. And tonight the effect had arrived. At the very instant the primordial force completed its third, great circulation, Xie Linyuan suddenly sensed an invisible barrier. The sensation was hard to describe with precision, like a river that had always flowed through a gentle channel suddenly encountering an unseen dam ahead. The water was blocked and began to accumulate, the water level climbing higher and higher, the pressure growing greater and greater. Then the dam burst. It shattered without a sound, as though the long-accumulated current had resolutely punched open an opening, which then widened and widened until the entire dam melted into the river and there was no obstacle left. The primordial force, like a river breaching its embankment, surged through Xie Linyuan's body, racing wildly along an entirely new path he had never before sensed. That power was more vast and more pure than it had ever been. It scoured every meridian, every muscle, every bone, even every single cell within him. Xie Linyuan's body tensed involuntarily. He could clearly feel that some fundamental metamorphosis was taking place within him. This was not a change ordinary training could bring. Regular exercise could only thicken muscle fibers and strengthen heart and lungs. Optimization within the existing framework. What was happening to him now was an upgrade of the framework itself, as though a computer's entire architecture were being rebuilt from the ground up. This sensation lasted for about 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the surging primordial force gradually subsided and returned to its calm, cyclical circulation. But Xie Linyuan knew that something had become utterly different. He slowly opened his eyes. The dormitory was pitch dark. On the neighboring bunk, a co-worker turned over and muttered something indistinct in his sleep. Everything looked exactly the same as it had a few minutes earlier. Yet the world in Xie Linyuan's eyes was no longer the same. He did not even need to turn on the light to clearly see every detail in the dormitory. The dust motes clinging to the spiderweb in the corner, the precise outline of a mole on his co-worker's arm on the opposite bed. He was not merely seeing them, but perceiving them with a precision close to that of a microscope. He slowly sat up, moving so lightly that the metal bunk frame did not make the slightest sound. Then he clenched his right fist. A surging sense of power rose from his palm. This was no illusion, but a solid, quantifiable strength. Xie Linyuan closed his eyes and felt carefully, and a rough assessment formed in his heart. His punching force had surpassed 10,000 gene. 10,000 gene, 5 tons. What did this number signify? A typical adult male's punching power was usually between dozens and a little over 100 kilograms. Even a professional heavyweight champion's full-strength blow rarely exceeded 200 kilograms. 5 tons of punching force was 25 times that of a professional champion. With such power, a single punch could shatter the skull of a grown bull as easily as an eggshell. Xie Linyuan slowly relaxed his fist, a fine sheen of sweat appearing in his palm. He had realized a possibility that made his heart tremble. Then he tested his mind. In the past, when doing math problems, his mental calculation speed was already faster than most people's. But now he felt as if his brain had been fitted with a processor on the level of a supercomputer. He tried to simulate in his mind an extremely difficult final math problem from the college entrance exam. One from this year's exam in a certain province, which he had only barely understood after reading the solution 3 times. Now, in less than 2 seconds, he completed in his mind the entire process from reading the problem to solving it, and even casually derived 3 different solutions. He had not thought the answers out so much as seen them The lines of reasoning lay before him like physical objects on a table, crystal clear at a glance. Xie Linyuan drew in a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He had sensed it. Vaguely yet with certainty, he had an intuition. His lifespan had already surpassed 1,000 years. The notion was absurd. In the scientifically advanced 21st century, how could a person possibly live for 1,000 years? Yet the intuition was so clear as real as the awareness of his own heartbeat. This was not delusion, but a perception beyond the five senses granted to him by primordial force. This should count as a new realm, he thought. Xie Linyuan mulled it over in silence for about 10 minutes, sorting through the night's changes, and then he gave this new realm a name. Yuan 2, primordial disciple. 2. Min apprentice 1 who had entered the gate. For Xie Linyuan, the name carried 2 layers of meaning. The first was self-reminder. Even after this breakthrough, he had only just stepped across the threshold of cultivation. There would surely be vaster worlds and far higher realms awaiting him. Above the realm of primordial disciple, there had to exist even more powerful stages. He could not yet see them clearly, but he could feel that the path was there. Like a mountain trail vanishing into the mist, the end was hidden, but the stone steps beneath his feet were real. The second layer of meaning was to warn himself against arrogance. At 17, to possess power, intellect, and an almost boundless lifespan surpassing ordinary people. Had it been anyone else, most would already have been intoxicated and lost. But Xie Linyuan would not. His experiences growing up had taught him one thing in this world: there is no such thing as a free lunch. Every gift comes with a price tag hidden in the dark. The primordial force guidance art had given him tremendous power, but once that power was exposed, the consequences were beyond what he dared to imagine. To hold a precious jade is to invite guilt. He had understood this truth when he was 13. Xie Linyuan lay back down on the bed, both hands pillowing his head as he stared at the wooden slats of the upper bunk, his thoughts slowly drifting far away. Origin force guiding technique. Where in the world did this cultivation art come from? If he were to tell the story, hardly anyone would believe it. In this 21st century of highly advanced technology, in this era of ubiquitous smartphones and the rise of artificial intelligence, a boy barely in his teens with no master, no secret manuals, no inherited legacy, relying solely on his own fumbling exploration, actually managed to grope in the dark and devise a complete cultivation method. Yet Xie Linyuan knew this was no plot torn from some fantasy novel. The origin of everything was in fact so simple and bitter that it made one's heart ache. Hunger. Purely because of hunger. Xie Linyuan could not truly be called an orphan. He still had his grandfather and grandmother. But his parents had left him forever when he was 11. It was the year 2020. That year, a pandemic that swept across the globe altered the fates of countless people. At the time, Xie Linyuan's parents were working in Xie province, doing rebar work on construction sites. Both of them had little formal education, yet they labored diligently, scraping together enough each year to support the family's expenses and even save a little besides. Then the pandemic came. Xie Linyuan did not know all the particulars. At that time, he was still studying back in his hometown. By the time he received the news, his parents were already in the hospital suffering complications induced by the infection. In the end, what came was not news of his parents' recovery, but 2 cold impersonal death certificates. That year, Xie Linyuan was 11. His grandmother wept until she nearly fainted while his grandfather stood silently to the side, one hand bracing against the wall, the other gripping Xie Linyuan's hand tightly. That hand was trembling, yet its grip was fiercely tight, as though if he loosened even a little, this last remaining grandson would also vanish. The family had never had much in the way of savings. Over the years, his parents had worked in Xie province. Most of their earnings had been sent back home. But his grandparents' poor health required long-term medication, and with Xie Linyuan's schooling expenses, they were constantly spending more than they earned. Their only source of income was the few mu of land his grandparents farmed, a handful of thin fields planted with rice and vegetables. How much money could they possibly bring in over an entire year? After deducting the cost of seed, fertilizer, and pesticides, if they were left with 10,000 yuan, it already counted as a bountiful harvest. This 10,000 yuan had to feed 3 mouths, pay the water and electricity bills, and cover his grandfather's medicine. His grandfather Xie Shouqian was 76 that year. A lifetime of toil had left him riddled with ailments: lumbar disc herniation, rheumatic arthritis, high blood pressure, requiring daily medication just to keep things in check. His grandmother Su Zhiyun at 75 was in slightly better health, but her age still left her unable to handle heavy labor. Under such circumstances, life for Xie Linyuan was stretched unbearably thin. What etched itself deepest into his bones was hunger. Not the casual, it's almost mealtime, I'm a little hungry kind, but a real gnawing emptiness in the stomach, the kind of hunger that left him tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His grandparents always left the best of whatever they had for him, but the so-called best was no more than an extra egg atop his rice or 2 additional slivers of meat in the vegetables. The old couple themselves ate very little. Xie Linyuan saw this and felt a wrenching ache in his chest. At every meal, he would deliberately claim he was full and quietly push some of his food into their bowls. But for a 13 or 14-year-old boy at the height of his growth, 3 daily meals of coarse sparse fare were nowhere near enough. He remembered one night when the hunger became utterly unbearable, his stomach felt as though a ball of fire were burning within it, and no matter how he tossed and turned, sleep would not come. He stared at the ceiling, his mind wandering in all directions. Then a foolish notion drifted into his thoughts. He recalled the television dramas he had watched as a child, immortal hero epics and mythic tales, where those celestial beings and Taoist adepts would abstain from grain, going dozens of days without food and never feeling hungry. Back then he had dismissed it all as fakery, but on that night, driven to desperation by hunger, he began seriously pondering a question. Why do people need to eat? People eat to replenish energy. Food enters the body, is digested and broken down, and is transformed into the energy needed to sustain the activities of life. If so, was it possible that there existed some method of replenishing energy that did not rely on food? For instance, directly absorbing some kind of energy permeating heaven and earth. From a scientific standpoint, this idea was utterly absurd. But a 13-year-old boy kept awake by gnawing hunger has no patience to care whether something is scientific or not. Xie Linyuan began turning the notion over and over in his mind. He even started experimenting, trying to sense whether there existed some kind of absorbable energy in his surroundings. At first he felt nothing at all, but he did not give up. Every night after his grandparents had fallen asleep, he would lie in bed, close his eyes, and pour all his attention into sensing. 1 day, 2 days, 1 week, 2 weeks. He himself did not quite know what he was doing. He was simply driven by an almost instinctive, dogged persistence. Roughly a month later, in the deep of one night, he suddenly felt something. It was an exceedingly faint sensation, like an impossibly thin trickle of warmth drifting through the darkness from some unknown direction, brushing against his skin, then vanishing. The sensation was so weak that he could not even be sure whether it was real or merely his imagination. But Xie Linyuan seized upon that fleeting feeling and refused to let it go. In the days that followed, he kept experimenting, adjusting, and groping his way forward. He was like a child fumbling in the dark with no guide, driven only by a stubborn refusal to admit defeat. He tried different breathing rhythms, different methods of guiding his thoughts, different bodily postures. Some attempts achieved nothing, some left him dizzy, lightheaded, and physically uncomfortable. Yet he never stopped. Perhaps it was because he was naturally gifted, or perhaps fate, after robbing him of his parents, finally offered him a sliver of compensation. Or perhaps it was nothing but sheer luck. After countless failures and adjustments, Xie Linyuan truly managed to piece together a workable method. He discovered a way to guide that formless energy into his body. He later named that energy Yuanli, origin force. The moment he first succeeded in channeling Yuanli within was something Xie Linyuan would never forget. It was an experience beyond words, like a man dying of thirst in the desert suddenly discovering an oasis, like someone who has groped through darkness for far too long suddenly seeing light. As that current of energy entered his body, he felt an unprecedented sense of fullness. The hunger gnawing at his stomach vanished, replaced by a warmth and satisfaction that flowed from the inside out. From that day on, Xie Linyuan was never hungry again. Cultivating Yuanli became a compulsory lesson he practiced every day. He discovered that as he delved deeper into cultivation, his physical condition improved at an unbelievable pace. The earliest changes were subtle. He could run faster, jump farther, and his strength began to grow. He dared not display too much. In physical education class, he deliberately reined himself in making himself appear only a little better than his ordinary classmates. But the changes within went far beyond that. His mind had never been so lucid, so razor-sharp and unclouded. Problems in mathematics that once baffled him now revealed their solutions at a single glance. English vocabulary words that once slipped from memory now imprinted themselves indelibly upon his consciousness. Concepts in physics once opaque and impenetrable now unfolded with the effortless grace of breath itself. His academic performance began to rise steadily, ascending from the lower middle ranks of his class all the way to its very summit. He knew full well what he possessed was both infinitely precious and perilously dangerous. To hold treasure without protection invites calamity. A 13-year-old boy, without lineage, without resources, without even the faintest means to shield himself. What fate awaited him if the secret of the Yuan force guidance art were ever exposed? Would he be seized as a lab specimen for ruthless experimentation, or hunted by shadowy factions with sinister intent, or something far worse? Xie Linyuan dared not gamble, so he chose silence, and that silence endured for 4 long years. In that time, he grew from a slender boy of 13 into a lean, poised youth of 17. Standing at 184 centimeters tall and weighing 70 kilograms, he carried himself with wiry strength. He had gained admission to a reputable county-level Key High School and consistently ranked among the top 10 students in his grade. That summer, he traveled to Hangzhou City in Zhejiang Province to work on a construction site. The labor was grueling, but the wages generous, 300 yuan per day. To others, that sum might seem modest, but to Xie Linyuan's family, it represented a substantial income. He planned to work the full 2 months, amassing over 10,000 yuan, keeping part for his tuition fees and entrusting the remainder to his grandparents. As for cultivation, he had never ceased. Each night after his fellow workers had fallen into deep slumber, he would lie quietly on his narrow bunk and silently circulate the Yuan force guidance art. For years of unwavering practice had thickened his Yuan force and steadily enhanced his physical constitution, yet he remained just shy of breaking through that elusive gossamer-thin barrier. Until tonight, that barrier finally shattered. Yuan disciple realm. Lying on his wooden bedboard, Xie Linyuan's heart surged with quiet tumult. His thoughts drifted to his grandparents. His grandfather's lumbar disc herniation had worsened markedly during their last phone call. His grandmother had confided that grandfather could barely walk. The pain bent him double, leaving him unable to straighten his spine. They had visited the hospital. The doctors, citing advanced age, deemed surgery inadvisable, opting instead for conservative treatment, painkillers, and medicated plasters whose efficacy remained frustratingly limited. Xie Linyuan's heart ached fiercely. He knew the root of his grandfather's affliction ran deep, forged in decades of relentless toil. Grandfather Xie Shouqian, now 76, had once stood over 180 centimeters tall, a broad-shouldered man who bore every hardship without complaint. A lifetime of frugality yielded savings poured entirely into his son's education, his son's marriage, and raising his grandson. Just as his son finally began earning enough to support the family, a pandemic swept them both away. An elder burying his own child, a grief too profound for words. He had to act. Could Yuan force heal? The idea was not born this night. 2 years earlier, he had begun pondering it earnestly. Yuan force fortified his own body, repaired microscopic injuries sustained during exertion, and sustained cellular vitality. Could it then also affect another's body? In theory, yes. But the crux lay in technique, how to channel Yuan force beyond his own meridians and direct it precisely into another being. He needed a conduit. And Xie Linyuan recalled an ancient art, therapeutic massage, and tuina. Tuina manipulates specific surface points of the human body to regulate physiological and pathological states. What if he infused his palms with Yuan force, and through the precise motions of tuina guided it deep into his grandfather's body? To warm and nourish damaged lumbar discs, unblock stagnant meridians, revitalize senescent cells. Medically, such a notion might defy orthodoxy. Yet Xie Linyuan trusted his intuition implicitly. He resolved upon returning home after this summer, he would begin administering tuina to his grandfather. Of course, he must proceed with discretion, never revealing too much too soon. He would let results unfold, gradually, tangible relief, yet never so extraordinary as to provoke disbelief or alarm. He could easily attribute his skill to studying traditional Chinese medicine and tuina at school, a plausible cover given his stellar academic record and reputation for voracious extracurricular reading. At that thought, a measure of calm settled over Xie Linyuan. Then his gaze turned further, toward horizons still more distant. The superhuman cognition granted by the Yuan disciple realm unveiled another path entirely. Before, his intellect had surpassed the norm, but not by any staggering margin. Now everything had changed. A mind operating at supercomputer velocity, near-perfect eidetic recall, formidable powers of logical deduction and pattern recognition. These faculties fused into one implied something profound. They implied mastery of knowledge that ordinarily demands years, even lifetimes, to acquire. They implied breakthroughs in science, mathematics, and engineering that would shatter the boundaries of human imagination. They implied genius, not hollow acclaim, but authentic, irrefutable, rigorously tested genius. In the darkness, Xie Linyuan's eyes gleamed with quiet fire. He needed that identity, not for vanity, but for a far greater purpose. The Yuan force guidance art was mighty, but the power of one individual remains inherently finite. Even should he live a millennium, even should he ascend to realms beyond mortal comprehension, the scope of what a single soul can accomplish will always possess a ceiling. But what if he could transmit that power, that knowledge, to countless others? What if one day he grew strong enough, not only to safeguard this art from corruption, but to bear the full weight of its consequences? Then he would impart the Yuan force guidance art to every descendant of the Yin Huang, empowering every citizen of Longhua to cultivate, to forge bodies of unyielding resilience, minds of incandescent clarity. Human civilization would thus undergo an unprecedented leap. Disease would recede as a scourge, aging would slow, or reverse, lifespans would stretch far beyond current limits. More profoundly still, when every individual possesses both transcendent intellect and robust physiology, progress across science, technology, and engineering would explode exponentially. Earth would no longer mark humanity's frontier. The stars and the boundless ocean of space would become our domain. Xie Linyuan envisioned that future fleets bearing the banners of the Yin Huang sailing beyond the solar system into the fathomless reaches of the Milky Way. Their other civilizations would await, unknown challenges, infinite possibilities. Humanity would stand upon the cosmic stage competing, collaborating, clashing with starfaring peoples. Perhaps even vying for the ultimate sovereignty of the universe. The vision was too vast, too overwhelming, for a 17-year-old boy to entertain openly. He dared imagine it only in the deepest hush of night, in the most secluded corner of his soul. Yet Xie Linyuan knew, however grand the destination, every epic journey begins with a single deliberate step. And his first step, he had already taken. The Yuan disciple realm was merely the threshold. His second step would be to claim the title of National College Entrance Examination top scorer, achieving a perfect score. Not because he required a diploma, but because he required a luminous identity, a commanding platform, and a voice resonant enough to command attention. The mantle of a perfect score national champion would admit him to Longwa's most elite university, granting access to cutting-edge research infrastructure and connecting him with the nation's brightest minds. Only from that vantage could he maximize his impact, laying the indispensable groundwork for that vast luminous dream. Of course, before any of that, he would first heal his grandfather's back. August 26, 430 M. The eastern horizon had just begun to blush with the faintest trace of dawn, pale as a fish's belly, while the city still slumbered in deep silence. In the row of prefabricated dormitory cabins on the construction site, Xie Linyuan had already packed his belongings with quiet precision. His possessions were few: an old canvas backpack stuffed with spare clothes, a towel, a pair of reserve Liberation brand work shoes, and a small sack of sundry daily essentials. He had arrived with this same bag, and would depart with it unchanged, neither heavier nor lighter. Life on the site was like that, swift comings and goings, like a passing wind, leaving no trace behind. Xie Linyuan cast a slow, lingering glance around the dormitory he had called home for nearly 2 months. Its metal-framed bunk bed, its unyielding wooden plank mattress, the thick ancient dust settled in the corner. The place was hardly comfortable. Indeed, it bordered on austere, but a quiet, bittersweet sentiment stirred within him. After all, it was here he had broken through to the nascent disciple realm. From this moment forward, his life would veer onto an entirely new path, and this unremarkable dormitory on the outskirts of Hangzhou would become the very genesis of it all. He hoisted the backpack onto his shoulders and gently pulled open the corrugated iron door. Outside, his cousin Wang Chao was already waiting. Wang Chao was 36, about 175 centimeters tall, broad-shouldered, and solidly built, his skin deeply bronzed by years of sun exposure, clad in a sleeveless vest and durable work trousers. A distant relative from his mother's side, Wang Chao was formally his elder cousin, though in truth nearly 20 years his senior. For over a decade, Wang Chao had labored in Hangzhou's construction industry, from the lowest rung as a day laborer to becoming a small-scale subcontractor who now oversaw dozens of workers and earned well over 1 million yuan annually. Though such earnings barely registered in a metropolis like Hangzhou for an ordinary man who had journeyed from the rural plains of Yu province, it was an extraordinary feat. Back home, Wang Chao enjoyed a sterling reputation. Whenever neighbors faced hardship and reached out, he never turned them away. It was precisely through his connection that Xie Linyuan had secured work on this site. Otherwise, which contractor would dare hire a teenager who would bear responsibility if an accident occurred, or face the scrutiny of labor inspectors? Only because Wang Chao held final authority, and because Xie Linyuan worked tirelessly, never shirking a task, did the other workers utter no complaints. All packed? Wang Chao asked, pulling a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips, and lighting it as he spoke. All set, brother, Xie Linyuan replied, slinging the pack onto his shoulder. Wang Chao nodded, and drew a long, deep breath of smoke. He glanced at his watch. I've arranged the bus, Hangzhou to Huai County, leaving at 5:30 am, passing the intersection up ahead. I've already spoken with the driver. Oh, we'll wait there. I'll drive you over. Good. They walked side by side toward the Havel H6 parked at the site entrance. The vehicle, purchased 2 years prior, was a domestically made model costing over 100,000 yuan, now bearing numerous scratches and splatters of dried mud. Xie Linyuan opened the front passenger door and slid inside, placing his backpack beside his feet. Wang Chao started the engine. Headlights flared to life, illuminating the pitted, uneven dirt road ahead as the car eased slowly out of the sight. At 4:30 am, on the outskirts of Hangzhou, the street lamps glowed with a dim amber hue. Occasionally a sanitation truck or vegetable delivery van passed, but otherwise the road lay deserted. Wang Chao drove in silence for a while, then broke it. Linyuan, how many days did you work this summer? Have you counted? 55. His answer came without hesitation. He had marked each day himself. 55. Wang Chao calculated swiftly in his mind. At 300 yuan per day, that's 16,500. I'll round it up, 17,000. With one hand on the wheel, he reached into his pocket, with the other withdrew a thick, bulging envelope and tossed it casually onto Xie Linyuan's lap. Count it. Xie Linyuan picked up the envelope, but did not open it. He knew his cousin too well, rough-spoken, rough-handed, but never coarse of heart. On most sites, wages were paid only at year's end. Workers received only modest living allowances in the interim, a tacit rule across the industry. But Wang Chao understood Xie Linyuan's circumstances: two elderly grandparents tending their fields, a teenage boy pursuing his studies. Every expense weighed heavily upon them. That extra 500 yuan, added solely to make the sum round, was in essence a quiet, thoughtful act of generosity. "Thank you, brother," Xie Linyuan said, tucking the envelope into his trouser pocket without protest. Refusal would have been meaningless. When Wang Chao gave, he gave wholeheartedly. Protesting would only widen the distance between them. Xie Linyuan knew full well he must remember this kindness. Not to repay it now, for he possessed no means to do so, but later when he could, tenfold, 100-fold. Wang Chao inhaled another drag, then cracked the window slightly to let the smoke drift out. After a pause, he asked more gravely, "Linyuan, you'll be entering your senior year of high school this fall, won't you?" "Yes, I start senior year in the fall." "How are your grades? What did you score on last semester's final exams?" "8th in my grade." His tone was calm, devoid of pride or boastfulness. Yet Wang Chao couldn't help but glance at him again. 8th in grade at Huai County No. 1 high school was no small achievement. As the county's top-tier high school, Huai County No. 1 sent several hundred students each year to first-tier universities, and those ranked within the top 50 stood a strong chance of admission to elite institutions. 8th place placed him squarely among those poised to enter China's prestigious Project 985 universities. "Good, very good," Wang Chao repeated, his expression softening noticeably. "Study hard. Next year aim for a top university. If your parents were still here seeing you like this, they'd be overjoyed." Xie Linyuan remained silent, offering only a quiet, solemn mm. A brief hush settled over the car. Then Wang Chao spoke again, his voice lower, more earnest. "Linyuan, I'm going to tell you something straight from the heart. These past 2 months on the site, I've watched you closely. You fear no hardship, never slack off, and work with more sincerity than even the veteran laborers under my command. But remember this, you were never meant for this kind of life." Xie Linyuan turned his head slightly, meeting Wang Chao's gaze. "I never finished junior high, no formal education at all. 20 years in construction, and I'm still just a subcontractor with perhaps a few million yuan saved. Even in Hangzhou, I can't afford a decent home." His voice remained low and steady. "You're different. You excel academically, you'll attend university. Your future lies in offices and technical fields among white-collar professionals. That is the path meant for you." He paused, drew another slow breath of smoke, and exhaled, its pale vapor dissolving instantly against the cool air seeping through the cracked window. "Don't spend your life selling your strength." The words were softly spoken, yet they struck Xie Linyuan with quiet, profound weight. He had seen Wang Chao argue fiercely on-site, defending his crew's rights, seen him crouch alone in a dusty corner, chain-smoking in weary silence, seen him shouting into his phone, bargaining with suppliers, pleading with project managers, swallowing his pride to keep contracts alive. A man of 36 overseeing dozens of workers earning over 1 million yuan yearly. Back home, he was already regarded as a person of stature and influence. Yet when he uttered the phrase, "selling your strength," there was no bitterness, no resentment, only a quiet, resigned acceptance, as though this life had been ordained and no other possibility had ever truly existed for him. Xie Linyuan opened his mouth to speak, to comfort, to promise, then closed it again. All he said was, "I understand, brother." And he truly did. This was no hollow reassurance, but genuine understanding. He understood what those extra 500 yuan signified, what this pre-dawn drive to the bus station signified, what those heartfelt words signified. None of it was mere courtesy. It was the purest, most unadorned hope a senior kinsman could hold for his younger generation. The car turned a corner and drove onto a wider road. Ahead at the intersection, a few silhouettes could be seen standing at the roadside, surrounded by large and small piles of luggage, presumably waiting for a bus. Wang Chao parked the car by the roadside, keeping the engine running. He extinguished his cigarette, turned around, and reached into the back seat for a bulging plastic bag, handing it to Xie Linyuan. "Take this, eat on the way." Xie Linyuan accepted the bag, opened it briefly, finding several cups of instant noodles, 2 bags of biscuits, a large pack of ham sausages, and 2 bottles of mineral water. It wasn't anything valuable, but on a long-distance bus these items were the most practical supplies. "Bro, you shouldn't have." Xie Linyuan was about to say something when he was interrupted by Wang Chao. "Don't be polite with me. It takes more than 10 hours to get to your destination by bus, and things can be ridiculously expensive at service areas along the way. It's better to bring your own supplies." Wang Chao waved his hand dismissively. Seeing Wang Chao's unyielding expression, Xie Linyuan ultimately accepted it, tying the plastic bag securely and placing it with his backpack. "Thanks, bro." "For what?" "It's not anything great." Wang Chao lit another cigarette and took a puff. The two sat in silence for a while. Around 5:22, large headlights lit up in the distance as a blue and white bus slowly approached from the end of the road, the electronic screen at the front scrolling with the words Hangzhou, Huai County. The driver opened the door and called out, "For Huai County." "Get on." Xie Linyuan pushed open the bus door, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and turned to glance at Wang Chao. Wang Chao shouted through the passenger window, "Send me a message when you arrive. Focus on your studies when you get back. Don't worry about anything else, and if you run into any trouble, just tell me." "Okay." Xie Linyuan nodded. He turned and walked towards the bus, pausing at the door to glance back at Wang Chao's dusty Havel H6. Wang Chao was leaning against the driver's seat, smoking with the window open and one arm resting outside. Xie Linyuan didn't say much, turned and boarded the bus. The bus was already half full, mostly with migrant workers and children on holiday. Xie Linyuan found a window seat, placed his backpack and snacks down, and sat down. He looked out the window, and Wang Chao's car was still parked in place. The bus started up and slowly pulled away from the intersection. Xie Linyuan saw Wang Chao wave in his direction. The vehicle accelerated, merging into the flow of traffic on the main road. Xie Linyuan leaned back in his seat, watching the rapidly receding cityscape outside the window, feeling an indescribable emotion. Goodbye, Hangzhou. He had stayed here for nearly 2 months, from early July to the end of August, transforming from an ordinary high school sophomore into a cultivator who had broken through to the realm of a nascent soul. This city wouldn't remember him, but he would remember it. The bus continued westward. The scenery outside changed from a bustling city to a monotonous highway, from the highway to rolling hills, and then to vast plains. Xie Linyuan leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, appearing to be asleep, but the circulation of his nascent power never ceased for a moment. Ever since breaking through to the nascent soul realm, he had noticed subtle changes in the operation of his nascent power guiding technique. What once required complete concentration to complete a full cycle now flowed almost effortlessly along his meridians, as if it were a natural instinct of the body, as natural as heartbeat and breathing. This was a deeper level of integration. His nascent power was no longer just a tool he used, but had become a part of his body, intertwined with his blood and bones. The bus sped down the highway, stopping at service areas every 3 or 4 hours to let passengers disembark, stretch their legs, use the restroom, and eat. Xie Linyuan would only get off to stretch and move around a bit before returning to his seat, boiling a cup of noodles and eating it with the ham sausages. The bag of snacks Wang Chao had given him became his most practical supply on the long journey of over 10 hours. Xie Linyuan sat by the window, watching the scenery outside transform from day to dusk. By 6 in the evening, the setting sun bathed the entire plain in a golden red hue. As he gazed at this familiar scenery, a sense of inexplicable warmth surged in Xie Linyuan's heart. Home at last. This was the plain of southern Hunan, completely different from the hilly terrain of Zhejiang province. The sky was broader here, the horizon farther away, and the entire landscape was dotted with vast fields and scattered villages. Xie Linyuan had grown up on this land. He could name every township and trace the direction of every river, even with his eyes closed. At 7:10 in the evening, the bus slowly pulled into the long-distance bus station in Huai County. Xie Linyuan picked up his luggage and followed the crowd off the bus. The air was thick with the smell of diesel and dust, and the ground was littered with cigarette butts and scraps of paper. This county's bus station was a world apart from the modern transportation hubs of Hangzhou, but to Xie Linyuan, this was his world. He stepped out of the bus station, stood in the square, and looked around. The county town was small, with a main street running east to west, flanked by low buildings and shops. From here to Xie there were about 10 kilometers of road. Normally, he could take a bus between townships to get back. There were several trips daily on the village bus, running back and forth from the county town to various villages, costing just a few yuan. But now it was already past 7 in the evening, and the village buses had stopped operating. As for taking a taxi, it would cost around 20 to 30 yuan. 20 or 30 yuan. Xie Linyuan felt the envelope in his pocket containing 17,000 yuan and ultimately decided he would walk home. 20 or 30 yuan didn't seem like much, but for him it was 2 days' worth of meals, the hard-earned money his grandmother made selling vegetables at the market all day. He would save every penny he could. Besides, it was only 10 kilometers. Xie Linyuan tightened the straps of his backpack, hung the bag of snacks over his wrist, and stepped out, walking east along the main road of the county town. He was very familiar with this road. From the county town to Xie, it was a straight cement road flanked by endless fields. There were no mountain paths or slopes. The entire southern Hunan plain was flat, making it effortless to walk. Since the first year of high school, he had walked this way home every weekend. From Huai County No. 1 high school to Xie, the 12 to 13 kilometers could be covered in about an hour and a half. If he walked a bit faster, he could do it in just over an hour. Why walk? He knew perfectly well he was short on money. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he had kept his living expenses extremely low. Every time his grandparents gave him money, he felt it was too much and insisted on returning a portion. But he had never told his grandparents about this. His grandparents had already suffered enough. With their son and daughter-in-law gone, they had only this one grandson left, and the old couple placed all their hopes on him. If they knew their grandson had to walk over 10 kilometers home every weekend just to save a few yuan on bus fare, how would they feel? They would surely be heartbroken and unable to sleep. They would definitely insist on giving him more money, and they would blame themselves for not taking good care of their grandson. Xie Linyuan didn't want to worry them, so he never spoke of it. Whenever he returned home on weekends and his grandmother asked how he got back, he would smile and say, "I took the bus." When she asked, "Were you tired?" he would say, "Not at all. What's tiring about taking a bus?" Then he would turn and go help his grandmother by the stove, never mentioning that long cement road he had walked countless times. He was in good health. What was a little walking? Moreover, he had already broken through to the nascent soul realm. For Xie Linyuan, now the 10 kilometers felt as easy as taking a stroll in his own yard. He didn't even need to intentionally speed up, just maintaining a normal walking pace. He could finish in under an hour. One by one, the stars in the sky began to shine with no light pollution from the city. The Milky Way was faintly visible like a delicate band of light stretching across the sky. Xie Linyuan walked along the empty road flanked by endless fields. In the distance, the village lights twinkled sporadically, and occasionally a bark from a dog would echo from afar. He had experienced this scene countless times, but tonight felt particularly different. He was no longer an ordinary high school student. He possessed nascent power, extraordinary strength, and intellect far beyond the average person, and a lifespan of 1,000 years. His future would no longer be confined to this small county, nor limited to the ordinary trajectory of high school, university, work, buying a house, getting married, and having children. His future lay among the stars and the sea, on the path of cultivation spanning thousands of years, on the grand journey of his entire race ascending together. But at this moment, he was simply Xie Linyuan, a third-year high school student returning from working in Hangzhou, carrying an old backpack and a bag of snacks, walking on the road home. After walking for about an hour, Xie Linyuan slowed his pace. In the night ahead, the outline of Xie family village had clearly emerged. The village isn't large. Around 70 to 80 households are lined up along a concrete road, each home a 2- or 3-story building with tiled walls and solar water heaters on the roofs, looking no different from any ordinary village in the southern plains of Hunan. Life in the countryside has indeed improved significantly over the years. Young people work outside to earn money, sending it back to build houses and buy cars, and the number of small cars parked in the village increases year by year. Although most people still spend years away, at least the houses have been built and life appears prosperous. Xie Linyuan's house is a 2-story building with 3 rooms, constructed while his parents were still alive. That year, Xie Linyuan was about 6 or 7 years old. He vaguely remembers his parents excitedly planning the construction of the house, with his father rushing back from Zhejiang province to oversee the project. After the house was built, the family moved into their new home. His father set off a long string of firecrackers at the door, red paper scraps covering the ground. That was probably the most glorious time for the family. Now, over 10 years later, the house remains the same, but has noticeably begun to show signs of wear. In some places, the cement surface of the outer wall has peeled off, revealing the red bricks underneath. The paint on the front door has chipped away significantly, exposing the gray-white wood beneath. Compared to the shiny tiled houses of the other families, this house looks like an elderly person wearing patched clothes out of place. Yet at this moment, when Xie Linyuan saw this house, a warm sense of belonging surged within him. Lights were still on in the main room downstairs. His grandparents were still awake, waiting for him. Xie Linyuan quickened his steps. The front door was open, as is common in rural homes. As Xie Linyuan reached the door, he immediately caught sight of the scene in the main room. His grandfather Xie Shouqian sat on an old wooden chair with a slight hunch, his hands resting on his knees, gazing towards the entrance. His grandmother Su Zhiyun sat beside him with a fan in hand, fanning herself intermittently. Both of them were over 70 years old. His grandfather was 76 and his grandmother 75, their hair completely white. His grandfather had been over 6 feet tall in his youth, but now he appeared significantly shorter due to his bent back. His grandmother, who had always been small, had become even thinner over the years, her face covered in wrinkles. As Xie Linyuan's footsteps approached, his grandmother was the first to react, standing up abruptly, not even noticing that her fan had fallen to the ground. She hurried to the doorway and, aided by the light from the main room, immediately recognized the tall, slender figure. Linyuan. His grandmother's voice trembled a bit. His grandfather also stood up, moving slower than his grandmother, but his expression was equally excited. Xie Linyuan stepped over the threshold, placing his bag and snack bag on the ground. Before he could say anything, his grandmother had already grasped his arm tightly. "Let me have a look, let me have a look." His grandmother held his arm, examining him from top to bottom, her gaze sweeping from his face down to his body and back up. Her eyesight was not very good anymore. She had to squint to see things, but at that moment her murky eyes reflected an almost stubborn seriousness, as if she were trying to confirm whether this tall young man before her was indeed her frail grandson. After scrutinizing him for a full 10 seconds, her lips began to tremble. "You've lost weight, Linyuan, you've lost weight." Her voice choked up. "You've suffered outside. Oh, look at your face, it's all sunken in." Xie Linyuan instinctively touched his own face. His face had always been well-defined, and after 2 months of working on the construction site exposed to wind and sun, his complexion had darkened considerably and his cheeks indeed appeared leaner than before. But to be honest, he felt no discomfort at all after breaking through to the Yuan 2 realm. His physical condition was better than ever, and the so-called thinness was merely a result of more defined muscle lines. But his grandmother saw it differently. In her eyes, her grandson had worked for 2 months outside, eating poorly and sleeping badly, now dark and thin, surely having suffered greatly. Thinking of this, her tears could not be suppressed, flowing down her wrinkled cheeks. Why did you have to go out to work when you could have stayed home? You're still so young, but pains your grandmother. As she wiped her tears, she muttered, her voice low and fragmented like a piece of crumpled cloth. Xie Linyuan felt a pang in his heart and quickly reached out to embrace his grandmother's shoulders, giving her a gentle squeeze. Grandma, look at what you're saying. Ooh, where have I lost weight? Imperfectly fine. He deliberately kept his tone light, patting his own arm. Look at this arm, it's all muscle, much sturdier than before. Touch it. His grandmother was amused and laughed through her tears, reaching out to pat his arm, reproaching, sturdy. You're as thin as a bamboo pole, with this height, only weighing 140 pounds. How can that be sturdy? 140 pounds is still considered thin. Grandma, that's a standard weight for me. Standard weight. Your cousin Jiqiang next door is shorter than you and weighs over 180 pounds. Now that's sturdy. While saying this, his grandmother wiped her tears with her sleeve, finally stopping her crying, but her hand was still tightly gripping Xie Linyuan's arm, as if afraid that he would run away if she loosened her hold. At this moment, his grandfather slowly walked over, standing aside and watching the two of them, his wrinkles relaxing a bit. He said little, just looking Xie Linyuan up and down a few times, nodding slightly before solemnly stating, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Xie Linyuan looked at his grandfather, his heart tightening again. His grandfather's back had bent a bit more than 2 months ago, and while standing there, his whole body leaned slightly forward, as if he might topple over at any moment. He walked with small, careful steps, clearly in serious pain in his back. Once settled, he must find a way to treat his grandfather's back. Xie Linyuan thought silently to himself, yet his face remained calm, smiling as he said to his grandparents, "Come on in, there are mosquitoes outside." The family then entered the main room. His grandmother walked last, turning around to close the door, securing the latch and locking it. People in the countryside sleep early. At this hour, just before 9, the entire village was already quiet, with only the occasional sound of a dog barking in the distance. The light in the main room was an old-fashioned incandescent bulb with low wattage, casting a dim yellow light. In the center stood a square table covered with a plastic tablecloth that had been used for many years, with the edges already curling up. On the table were several plates neatly arranged, all covered with stainless steel lids, clearly set out specifically for waiting for Xie Linyuan's return. "Haven't you eaten yet? You must be starving." His grandmother hurried to the table, lifting the lids one by one as she spoke. "Your grandfather said you wouldn't eat well on the way, so I made a few extra dishes. Sit down quickly and eat while it's hot." The lid lifted, releasing a rich, savory aroma of home-cooked food. Braised pork belly, overflowing in a bowl, layered with 3 distinct bands of fat and lean meat, its deep amber cubes glistening under the light, tender enough to melt upon contact with the tongue, clearly slow-simmered for hours. Stir-fried pork with green peppers, the peppers cut into generous chunks, the pork sliced paper-thin, their fragrant heat mingling seamlessly with the meat's umami, evoking an involuntary rumble from the stomach even before the first bite. Garlic braised water spinach, vibrantly emerald-flecked with finely minced garlic, fresh, as if just plucked from the garden. And a steaming tomato and egg soup, crimson and golden, crowned with delicate shreds of scallion rising with gentle wisps of vapor. For dishes, by the standards of this modest rural household, constituted a feast. Xie Linyuan knew his grandparents usually dined simply at home, a single dish of pickled vegetables and a bowl of thin congee. Tonight's lavish spread had been prepared solely for him. "Why go to such trouble, Grandma?" "I won't eat much," he said, but already sat obediently beside the table. "You must eat whether you're hungry or not. Just look how thin you've grown." With that, Grandma turned back to the kitchen, returned with a steaming rice basin, and filled Xie Linyuan's bowl to the brim, then served Grandpa a full bowl, and finally only half a bowl for herself. The three sat around the square table beneath the warm glow of the lamp, their silhouettes cast upon the weathered wall, 2 stooped, 1 upright and resolute. Xie Linyuan truly was ravenous. Though spiritual energy sustained him, rendering conventional meals unnecessary. He hadn't eaten since that instant noodle cup on the long-distance bus nearly 8 hours ago. Now the scent of braised pork stirred his stomach into honest, unmistakable protest. He picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in his mouth. Tender, succulent, luxuriously fatty, yet never greasy, steeped in Grandma's signature savory depth. "Delicious." He mumbled the word, already reaching for another piece. Across the table, Grandma rested her hands on the tabletop, smiling quietly as she watched him eat, her own bowl untouched. Grandpa did likewise, holding his bowl, chewing 2 slender stalks of water spinach slowly, his gaze never leaving Xie Linyuan. This quiet, unwavering attention was something he had known since childhood. His grandparents had only one grandson, him, and into him they poured every ounce of their attention, every hope, every boundless love. That love sometimes warmed him, at other times it weighed upon him, because he understood with piercing clarity that behind it lay the totality of his grandparents' sacrifice and devotion. Grandma, eat too. Xie Linyuan lifted a piece of braised pork and placed it gently in her bowl. No, I don't like fatty meat. She promptly returned the piece to his bowl. He knew she didn't dislike it. She simply refused to take what she believed he needed more. He offered no further protest, knowing instinctively that any insistence would end in her quiet victory. Instead, he quickened his pace, hoping to finish sooner, so Grandma might finally eat in peace. Midway through the meal, he set down his chopsticks and withdrew a thick, bulging envelope from his trouser pocket. Grandma, this is my wage, from the construction site. He placed the envelope on the table and slid it toward her. Grandma paused, set down her chopsticks, and opened the envelope. Inside, a neat stack of 100 yuan bills, crisp and tightly aligned. Her fingers trembled slightly as she counted them. Exactly 170 notes. 17,000, she asked, her voice unsteady. Yes, Xie Linyuan nodded. Cousin Wang Chao paid me 300 per day for 55 days, originally 16,500. He added another 500, rounding it to 17,000. 300 a day. Grandpa interjected, astonishment clear in his tone. Wang Chao pays you 300 a day. Yes. Grandpa fell silent for a moment, then gave a slow, thoughtful nod, saying nothing more. Having spent half his life on construction sites, he knew precisely what such wages implied. In Hangzhou, ordinary laborers earned only 2 to 250 yuan daily. Wang Chao's generosity was unmistakable, deliberate, and deeply personal. Was your wage fully settled? Grandma continued, counting her fingers, never still, as if one pass wasn't enough, as if certainty demanded repetition. Fully settled, not a single fin short. Xie Linyuan replied, wages are usually paid only at year-end on most sites, but cousin Wang Chao arranged an early settlement for me. When he saw me off at the station, he also bought me a bag of snacks, instant noodles, sausages, all packed in that plastic sack over there. He gestured toward the bulging plastic bag resting by the door. Grandma followed his gaze, then looked again at the thick wad of money in her hands, and tears spilled forth, sudden and unstoppable. Not soft sobs, but a muffled, guttural weeping, constricted as though choked by sorrow itself, suppressed for fear of upsetting her grandson. One hand pressed hard against her mouth, the other clenched the bundle of cash so tightly her knuckles whitened. Fat tears struck the plastic tablecloth with soft, hollow patters. Linyuan. Her voice fractured, shattered by tears and breathless sobs. I'm sorry Grandma failed you. Letting you leave home, so young, to work, letting you suffer. My heart aches beyond words. Xie Linyuan's nose stung instantly. He set down his chopsticks, rose, and knelt beside Grandma, slipping one arm gently around her shoulders, the other patting her back in slow, steady rhythm. Grandma, what are you saying? His voice was low, tender, but his eyes shimmered faintly with unshed tears. You raised me, sent me to school. What's wrong with earning my keep? Besides, cousin Wang Chao looks after me well. The work isn't grueling, the food is good. Can't you see I'm perfectly fine? You're only 17. She buried her face in her hands, weeping. Your parents left too soon, and we, old and powerless, have let you bear burdens no child should carry. Grandma. Xie Linyuan's voice lowered, imbued with a gravity far beyond his years. Don't say more. From now on I will give you and Grandpa a life of dignity. I swear it. He spoke calmly. No clenched fists, no furious vows, just quiet, unshakable certainty. And precisely because of that calm, his words carried the weight of unbreakable oaths. Gradually Grandma's sobs subsided. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand and lifted her face to meet his gaze. Beneath the lamplight, her grandson's face was youthful yet resolute, his eyes holding something ineffable, fire, yes, but also stars, distant and unyielding. Good, she sniffled, nodding vigorously. Grandma believes you wholeheartedly. At last Grandpa spoke. Wang Chao is a good man. His care for you is kindness. Remember it, honor it, never forget it. Xie Linyuan turned to Grandpa's deeply lined face and nodded solemnly. I know, Grandpa. I won't forget. Grandpa said no more, merely lifted his bowl and resumed eating his half portion of rice. The lamplight dimmed, the dishes cooled. In the main hall, 3 figures, 2 aged, 1 young, sat together around a square table, sharing a supper long delayed. The next morning as dawn broke, Xie Linyuan woke up. The rural morning was exceptionally quiet. There were no car horns from the city, no roaring machinery from construction sites, only the cheerful chirping of a few early rising sparrows outside the window, their voices crisp and clear. Xie Linyuan opened his eyes and saw the morning light streaming through the gap in the curtains. He turned his head and glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside, 5:30. He had no habit of sleeping in. Or rather, after mastering the Qi guidance technique to the level of a Qi apprentice, he only needed 3 to 4 hours of deep sleep each day to fully restore his energy. Last night, he slept soundly, feeling much more at ease on his hard bed at home than in the dormitory on the construction site. He got up, dressed, washed up briefly, and then opened the door to his room. The kitchen light was already on. The soft yellow light seeped through the small window, accompanied by the faint crackling sound of burning firewood and the aroma of smoke. Xie Linyuan walked over and saw his grandmother squatting behind the stove, adding firewood to the hearth. The flames in the stove were burning brightly, casting a warm glow on his grandmother's wrinkled face, highlighting the deep lines. "Grandma, why are you up so early?" Xie Linyuan approached and squatted beside her. His grandmother looked up at him and smiled, saying, "Why don't you sleep a little longer? After working at the construction site for so long, you finally came home. Take a good rest." "I'm not tired." Xie Linyuan reached over to the nearby pile of firewood, pulled out a few dry branches, snapped them, and stuffed them into the stove. The fire flared up instantly. "Grandma, you sit and rest. I'll tend to the fire." No need, go watch TV. The food will be ready soon." "What's so interesting on TV?" Xie Linyuan disregarded her protests and pulled his grandmother up from behind the stove, sitting down on a small stool and skillfully adding firewood to the hearth. His grandmother stood by, watching her grandson's tall figure crouched behind the stove, diligently tending to the fire, and a bittersweet smile appeared on her face, a mix of pride and heartache. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but finally just sighed and turned to the counter to prepare breakfast. The breakfast was quite simple. His grandmother scooped a few ladles of rice into the pot, added enough water, covered it, and asked Xie Linyuan to keep the fire strong. The porridge cooked quickly. After the water boiled, it would simmer on low heat for about half an hour. His grandmother also took out the leftover dishes from last night's dinner, heating them on the stove. By 7 o'clock, the porridge was ready. The rice grains had bloomed, the porridge thick and rich, with a thin layer of rice oil floating on the surface, exuding the unique fragrance of grains. His grandmother served each person a large bowl along with the reheated leftovers. There was still a small half bowl of braised pork left and some spicy stir-fried meat, while the water spinach was almost finished. The three of them sat around the square table in the living room, enjoying the leftover dishes with their porridge. Xie Linyuan drank 2 large bowls while his grandmother kept piling food into his bowl, eager to stuff the remaining half bowl of braised pork into his mouth. After finishing the meal, his grandmother cleaned up the bowls and went to wash them in the kitchen. His grandfather moved a chair and sat at the doorway of the living room, staring blankly at the vegetable garden. Xie Linyuan helped his grandmother finish washing the dishes, dried his hands, and also moved a chair to sit beside his grandfather. At the end of August, in the southern plains of Hunan, there was already a hint of coolness in the mornings and evenings. The sun had just risen, and the light was not yet intense, warming them gently. The loofah vines in the yard climbed all over the trellis, blooming with golden flowers, while a few bees buzzed busily among the blossoms. The chili peppers, eggplants, and tomatoes in the vegetable garden were nearing the end of their harvest, with some leaves yellowing, yet a few scattered fruits still hung from the branches. At this point, there really wasn't much farming to do. The wheat had long been harvested, while the corn was still growing in the field, a month or two away from being ready for harvest. The peanuts were nearing maturity, but there was no rush for the next day or two. Usually his grandparents just tended to the garden, fed the chickens, and watched TV. Their lives were leisurely yet plain. "Grandpa, there's something I want to tell you." Xie Linyuan spoke up. His grandfather turned his head to look at him, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "When I was working in Hangzhou, there was nothing to do at the construction site, so I read some books on my phone." Xie Linyuan chose his words carefully, trying to make his speech sound as natural as possible. "One of the books was about traditional Chinese medicine and massage. I found it quite interesting, so I studied it seriously." His grandfather's brows furrowed slightly, but he remained silent. "I want to give you a massage," Xie Linyuan revealed his intention. "Isn't your back always bothering you? Massage is helpful for lumbar disc herniation, as I read in the book." His grandfather was silent for 2 seconds, then waved his hand dismissively, with a tone filled with the stubbornness and skepticism characteristic of the elderly. "Massage? That's just a trick. When I was young, some of my co-workers at the construction site also went for massages. They felt good while being massaged, but didn't they still revert to their old condition a few days later? Why waste money on that?" "Grandpa, I won't charge you," Xie Linyuan chuckled. "I'm your grandson, and do I need to charge you for a massage?" His grandfather was momentarily taken aback by this remark, opening his mouth and then closing it again. Xie Linyuan seized the opportunity. "Grandpa, just let me give it a try. Even if there's no therapeutic effect, a massage can still relax the muscles and make you feel a bit better, right? It doesn't cost anything or take much effort. Oh, just consider it a way for your grandson to show filial piety." His grandfather fell silent for a few seconds, finally sighing and nodding slightly. He actually didn't doubt the efficacy of the massage, but rather whether there was any hope left for his old bones. The lumbar disc herniation had tormented him for several years. He had gone to the hospital, where the doctor said he was too old for surgery and could only receive conservative treatment. He had taken box after box of painkillers and used patch after patch, but the effects only lasted for a while, and soon he returned to his original state. He no longer held any hope, but he didn't want to reject his grandson's good intentions. "All right, give it a try," his grandfather said, his tone carrying a sense of resignation, as if to say, "Do as you wish." Xie Linyuan felt a burst of joy in his heart, but he did not show it on his face, calmly saying, "Then Grandpa, sit up straight, and keep your back straight." For patients with lumbar disc herniation, the most uncomfortable position is lying face down, as that causes the lumbar spine to curve backward, increasing pressure on the nerve roots. Xie Linyuan had previously researched this topic and knew that he could not use the conventional prone position for his grandfather's massage. The best positions were sitting or lying on the side. He had his grandfather sit on the chair facing away from him with both hands resting on his knees and his body slightly leaning forward. This position allows the lumbar spine to be in a relatively relaxed state, reducing the pressure on the intervertebral discs. Xie Linyuan stood behind his grandfather, took a deep breath. The next steps would no longer be ordinary massage. Xie Linyuan reached out with both hands, gently placing his palms against his grandfather's back. His left hand rested near the Shunshu acupoint at the waist, while his right hand settled over the Mingmen point on the spine. The choice of hand placement was deliberate, not to placate his grandfather, but to find the most suitable entry for the transmission of Yuan power. Then he began to circulate his Yuan power. He had practiced the Yuan power guiding technique for over 4 years, and his movements had become instinctive. Yet the ability to project Yuan power outside his body was something he only gained after breaking through the Yuan realm. Before that breakthrough, his Yuan power could only flow within himself and could not be emitted. After ascending past the Yuan threshold, he discovered he could with thought alone guide Yuan power down his arm's meridians to converge in his palm and then seep through the skin. The process was far from simple. Yuan power behaved like a viscous energy. Accustomed to running through Xie Linyuan's own meridians, it required extreme control and delicate guidance to coax it out of his body and into another's. Xie Linyuan closed his eyes, concentrating wholly as he marshaled the Yuan power within him. The Yuan power rose from the Dantian, traveled up the Renmai to the Danzhong, then split into the hands' 3 meridians down both arms, flowing past the elbow acupoints Chai's and Suza, past the wrist points Taiyuan and Daling, and finally pooling at the Laogong point in his palms. Then he let the Yuan power overflow, much like pouring water into a cup, until it spills over its rim. Xie Linyuan continuously channeled Yuan power into his palms. Once the concentration there reached a certain threshold, the surplus naturally permeated the skin and seeped into his grandfather's body. The instant the first thread of Yuan power entered his grandfather, Xie Linyuan's body trembled ever so slightly. He saw, not with eyes but with Yuan sense. As the Yuan power entered, it was like a drop of ink spilling into clear water. It spread swiftly and fed back every detail of where it flowed to Xie Linyuan. Those impressions were not images, but a more direct, essential perception. He could feel the course of his grandfather's meridians, discern which passages were clear and which were blocked, and sense every injury, every inflammation, every tissue that had degenerated with age. The sensation was uncanny. In his mind, Xie Linyuan sketched a map of his grandfather's meridians. Compared to a healthy person's channels, his grandfather's were riddled with holes and wounds. Several primary meridians near the lumbar vertebrae were almost completely clogged, preventing qi and blood from circulating normally, hence the pain and limited mobility in his waist. Beyond that, the kidney meridian and the bladder meridian also suffered varying degrees of stagnation, explaining why his grandfather's legs were stiff and why he often rose at night. There were even deeper lesions. The lumbar intervertebral discs themselves had seriously degenerated, the annulus fibrosus bore many fine cracks, and the nucleus pulposus protruded through them, pressing on the posterior nerve roots. This was the pathological essence of a herniated disc. If it were ordinary massage alone, such organic lesions would be almost beyond help. Massage at best relaxes surrounding muscles and temporarily eases pain, but cannot repair a damaged disc or clear clogged meridians. But what Xie Linyuan wielded was not ordinary technique, it was Yuan power. He began to steer that power through his grandfather's body. He dared neither rush nor be forceful. His grandfather's meridians were fragile. 76 years of age and the ravages of illness had rendered them like ancient neglected pipes, liable to burst with the slightest strain. Xie Linyuan could only guide the Yuan power with the gentlest of touches, letting it seep like a trickling brook, slowly and incrementally penetrating the blocked channels. What was the essence of Yuan power? Even Xie Linyuan could not fully explain. He only knew this energy possessed a profound capacity for restoration. Within his own body, Yuan power constantly strengthened his muscles, bones, meridians, and organs, repairing the smallest of injuries. It was like an automatic, intelligent system of self-repair. Now he was applying that restorative force to his grandfather. Wherever the Yuan power flowed, the stagnant meridians melted away bit by bit, like ice under warm water. Those deposits that had accumulated for years, if one must name them, could be called sickness, qi, or stagnant toxins. Under the influence of Yuan power, they were broken down, cleared away, and metabolized. More wondrously, when the Yuan power reached the damaged disc tissues near the lumbar vertebrae, Xie Linyuan perceived a kind of vitality within it. The Yuan power was not merely passive, it seemed to carry a vague intention, actively wrapping the fissures in the annulus fibrosus, nourishing the degenerated nucleus pulposus, and soothing the compressed nerve roots. The effect was immediate. His grandfather's body began to respond. His grandfather exhaled a low, startled sound. "What's the matter, Grandpa? Does it hurt?" Xie Linyuan asked quickly. "Not pain," his grandfather replied with puzzled surprise. "It's a coolness. Did you put something on your hands? I feel a chill going into my body." A thought flickered through Xie Linyuan's mind. He understood this was an external manifestation of the Yuan power moving within his grandfather. For someone experiencing Yuan power for the first time, the most immediate sensation is a refreshing coolness. Not an icy sting, nor an unpleasant cold, but a penetrating freshness, like sipping spring water on a hot summer day. "No, I haven't put anything on my hands," Xie Linyuan said, feigning uncertainty. "Perhaps it's the massage technique. I read that correct to a na can produce a warm or cool feeling. That's a sign the qi and blood are being activated." "Really?" Grandpa sounded half-skeptical. "It should be so," Xie Linyuan smiled. "Grandpa, how do you feel now? Any changes in your body?" His grandfather was silent for several seconds, concentrating on his sensations. Then tentatively, "It seems the waist really hurts less. I don't know if it's just psychological." "Then stop thinking about whether it's psychological. Relax your body and let me finish the treatment," Xie Linyuan said softly. His grandfather hummed in assent and fell silent. The main room grew quiet. Grandmother, having finished the dishes, came out of the kitchen and saw the two of them, one seated, one standing. Xie Linyuan's palms pressed to his grandfather's back, the posture strikingly earnest. She did not interrupt. She tiptoed a chair close and sat to watch in silence. Time ticked away as Xie Linyuan guided the Yuan power slow and resolute through his grandfather's body. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. With each circuit, the Yuan power carried away some of the accumulated stagnation and mended a few microscopic injuries. The changes were not dramatic, but subtle and pervasive, like a gentle spring rain quietly nourishing parched earth. Unknowingly, half an hour had passed. Xie Linyuan sensed a notable depletion of his primordial energy, the first time since he began cultivating the primordial energy guidance art that he had felt such genuine expenditure. Previously, circulating primordial energy within his body had caused virtually no loss. But channeling it outward, into his grandfather's body, was like drawing water from a finite source. The more he dispensed, the less remained within himself. Yet this expenditure was profoundly worthwhile. He gently withdrew his hands and exhaled softly. "All done, grandfather. Please rise and move about. How do you feel?" Slowly, his grandfather rose from the chair. His movement was markedly more agile than usual. Normally, he needed to brace both hands against the armrest, straining laboriously just to lift his frail frame. This time, however, he stood upright with only a subtle exertion, steady and assured. Then he tentatively stretched his waist. He turned left, turned right, bent forward, and straightened again. His eyes widened in astonishment. "This?" He pivoted towards Xie Linyuan, his face a tapestry of shock and disbelief. "Linyuan, my back, it truly doesn't ache much anymore. It's improved dramatically. How did you manage this?" Xie Linyuan's heart swelled with quiet joy, though his expression remained serene. "So long as it helps. Grandfather, this was only the first session. I'll treat you daily. With time, the effects should deepen. Look here." He turned to his grandmother, voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. "It really works. This boy truly has talent." His grandmother rose and approached, studying her husband closely, and indeed his bearing today was different. Usually he walked with a slight stoop, taking minuscule hesitant steps, his face etched with quiet suffering. Now he stood straighter, his features relaxed and unburdened. "Linyuan, what book were you reading on the construction site? So remarkably effective." "Just some classical Chinese medical texts on therapeutic massage. Read on my phone," Xie Linyuan replied casually. "I merely gave it a try, and unexpectedly it worked." His tone was light, almost dismissive, but inwardly he knew this was no ordinary massage. Could standard therapeutic massage truly alleviate severe lumbar disc herniation in a 76-year-old after a single session? If so, every clinic in the world would be besieged by queues. His grandparents, however, understood none of this. To them, their grandson had simply browsed a few traditional medicine texts on his phone, learned basic techniques, and administered a few gentle manipulations, after which his grandfather's condition visibly improved. It was a story tinged with wonder, yet entirely plausible, and Xie Linyuan saw no need to correct their perception. Over the next 4 or 5 days, he performed 2 treatments daily, each lasting half an hour. One in the morning, one at dusk. With each session, he perceived subtle transformations within his grandfather's meridians. After the first treatment, severely blocked meridians resembled narrow apertures chiseled open from without, barely passable, with sluggish primordial energy flow. After the second, those apertures widened slightly, allowing energy to course more freely. The third, fourth, and fifth sessions further broadened and purified the meridians, like a long silted river finally undergoing thorough dredging. By the eighth treatment, the changes in his grandfather's body were unmistakable, most evident in mobility. Before rising from a chair required support, walking involved tiny, slow steps, forcing rest after barely 100 or 200 meters. Now he rose effortlessly, stepped with greater stride and speed, and strolled several laps around the courtyard without fatigue. Equally striking was his mental vitality. Chronic pain had long sapped his grandfather's spirit, leaving him withdrawn, listless, often motionless for hours at the doorway, lost in silence. These past days, however, he had grown markedly livelier, talking more, smiling more, even teasing his grandmother playfully. His grandmother watched overjoyed, and each day prepared elaborate dishes to reward her little divine physician. Xie Linyuan could only smile wryly, insisting he was no divine physician, merely someone who'd read a few books. Yet she refused to listen, convinced her grandson possessed innate genius. He offered no further protest. His grandfather's recovery mattered more than any explanation. That evening, after completing the 6th day's final treatment, Xie Linyuan washed his hands and headed toward the kitchen to help his grandmother cook, when his grandfather suddenly called out to him. "Linyuan, I'd like to discuss something with you." Xie Linyuan turned and saw his grandfather seated in the chair, his expression thoughtful, as if weighing how best to begin. "What is it, grandfather? Please speak." His grandfather paused for 2 silent breaths, then said, "I've been feeling stronger these past days, full of vigor. Our eastern plot has lain fallow for years. I'd like to cultivate it next year, plant more corn and peanuts. It would bring in extra income." Xie Linyuan's brows nodded instantly. "Grandfather, please don't do this. Your body has just begun to heal. Overexertion could undo everything. This isn't something massage alone can mend." "But I feel perfectly well now," his grandfather protested, reluctant. "A few extra mu of crops could yield several thousand yuan annually. You'll enter university next year. Tuition, living expenses, all demand funds. Your grandmother and I won't let you shoulder debt to study." A pang struck Xie Linyuan's heart, but his voice held firm. "Grandfather, money is no concern. I earned enough this summer to cover tuition. At university, I'll work part-time and apply for student loans. Your sole priority now is full recovery. Nothing else matters." "But there is no but." For once, Xie Linyuan interrupted, his tone grave and unwavering. "Grandfather, please trust me. Maintain the current cultivation area. Do not expand it. If restlessness troubles you, plant vegetables in the courtyard, just enough for your table. The fieldwork, I'll handle it every weekend." His grandfather opened his mouth, then met his grandson's earnest gaze, sighed deeply, and nodded. "Very well. I'll follow your advice." Only then did Xie Linyuan smile. "That's right. Grandfather, your robust health is the greatest gift you could give me. If you compromise it again at home, how could I possibly focus on my studies, eh?" "Understood, understood." His grandfather waved a hand, his voice softened by quiet relief. "When did you grow so eloquent, my boy?" "Must be inherited from you," Xie Linyuan replied with a warm smile, and turned toward the kitchen. Inside, his grandmother was chopping vegetables. Hearing their exchange, she allowed herself a tender, peaceful smile. At last, this household carried a glimmer of hope. September 2nd, the 2nd day of the new semester at Huai County No. 1 High School. At precisely 5:30 m, Xie Linyuan awoke from his dormitory bed. The dormitory accommodations at Huai County No. 1 High School were far from luxurious. 8 students shared a single room with cramped bunk beds so tight that even turning around demanded effort. Yet Xie Linyuan had lived here for 2 years and long since grown accustomed to it. He rose silently, careful not to disturb his still sleeping roommates, and carried his wash basin to the water room at the end of the corridor. Early September in southern Hunan brought a distinct chill to the morning air. The tap water in the water room was icy, sharp enough to sting bare skin, but Xie Linyuan paid it no mind. He washed and brushed with swift efficiency, then adjusted his school uniform before the chipped, fragmented mirror on the wall before returning to the dormitory. His roommates stirred gradually awake. Li Hao, the portly boy in the upper bunk, rubbed his eyes and peered down groggily. "Linyuan, you wake up this early every day. Don't you ever feel tired?" "I'm used to it," Xie Linyuan replied with a faint smile, sitting on the edge of his bed to tie his shoes. Li Hao mumbled something unintelligible and retreated back beneath his quilt. The other roommates likewise wore dazed, half-awake expressions, some yawning widely, others clinging stubbornly to their beds. The rigors of senior year had only just begun, most had yet to shake off the languid rhythm of summer vacation. Once dressed, Xie Linyuan grabbed his meal card and headed to the cafeteria. Already bustling with activity, it was filled mostly with senior students, some bent over steaming bowls, others flipping through vocabulary notebooks as they ate. Xie Linyuan joined the line, selected 2 steamed buns, a bowl of millet porridge, and a small dish of pickled vegetables, then settled at a window-side table and ate with calm, unhurried composure. Beyond the window lay the school sports field, bathed in soft morning light. Verdant grass shimmered under the golden glow, while several athletic scholarship students already ran steady laps along the track. A massive crimson banner hung across the facade of the distant teaching building. Senior year battle. Victory awaits at the Gaokao. Push forward for 300 days. Your dream realized tomorrow. It was the second day of the semester, and also the day of the diagnostic exam, a long-standing tradition at Huai County No. 1 High School. At the start of each term, the school administered such an exam, officially described as a means to assess students' academic standing. In truth, its purpose was far more pointed. A stark reminder. Had summer revelry run its course? Time to rein in distractions. Senior year had arrived, and this diagnostic exam carried exceptional weight. As the first formal examination of the senior year, it had been deliberately designed to exceed standard difficulty, not merely to test knowledge, but to instill pressure, urgency, and sobering realism. The Academic Affairs Office had issued a blunt pre-exam warning. Average scores were projected to drop by over 20 points compared to last semester's final exams. Students should brace themselves accordingly. Xie Linyuan registered no particular reaction to the announcement. He finished his breakfast, methodically deposited his tray at the collection station, and walked toward the teaching building with his school bag slung over one shoulder. Morning breezes rustled through the campus's shaded avenues. Along the sidewalks, leaves had begun to yellow. A few drifted downward, spiraling gently across the gray concrete. As he walked, Xie Linyuan mentally reviewed last night's study material. In truth, high school curriculum held no intellectual challenge for him now, but the mask of the diligent prodigy remained essential to wear. He must neither draw excessive attention nor fade into mediocrity, only strike the precise balance, appearing not as a supernatural anomaly, but as a genius forged by relentless effort. Nuance mattered deeply. At precisely 8 o'clock, the first exam, Chinese language, began. Xie Linyuan sat in his assigned seat and surveyed the room. 30 desks stood in immaculate rows, each bearing a label inscribed with the candidate's name and examination number. The invigilator was a woman in her 50s, wearing reading glasses and an expression of stern solemnity as she opened the sealed examination packet at the front of the classroom. The papers were distributed. Xie Linyuan skimmed the entire paper: modern prose comprehension, classical poetry, and prose analysis, language usage and composition, each section mirroring the structure of the National Gaokao. He turned to the first page and began reading the opening modern prose passage, a discursive essay on the inheritance of traditional culture. Its language was dense, its arguments circuitous, requiring most students to reread multiple times before grasping its logic. Yet as Xie Linyuan's gaze swept across the text, the information registered like data captured by a high-speed scanner, instantly coalescing in his mind into a lucid, structured knowledge map. He grasped not only the literal meaning of every sentence, but swiftly deconstructed the essay's argumentative architecture, the central thesis, supporting evidence, and logical interconnections, even anticipating the precise nature of forthcoming questions. This sensation was extraordinary. Once even he had found certain reading comprehension questions frustratingly ambiguous, particularly those asking, what does the author intend to convey? They had always felt like scratching at a barrier, never quite reaching the core. But after breaking through the Yuan 2 realm, his cognitive faculties had undergone a quantum leap. What had once been nebulous, ineffable, now blazed with crystalline clarity. He could trace the author's thought trajectory. He could sense the emotional undercurrents woven through the text, not through guesswork, but via an instinct so acute, so innate, it surpassed any precision he'd ever achieved in prior examinations. He began answering. His pen moved steadily across the answer sheet, soft, rhythmic, unhurried. Each multiple-choice question yielded its answer within seconds. Each short answer prompt summoned perfectly calibrated phrasing from his mind. Each literary analysis invited layered, incisive responses, grounded in depth, enriched by breadth. When he reached the classical Chinese passage, he paused, barely, for a moment. It was excerpted from the history of the Song dynasty, recounting the life of a Song-era official. Several passages proved especially opaque, particularly those referencing ancient bureaucratic hierarchies and ritual protocols, formidable hurdles for ordinary students. Yet as Xie Linyuan read, his mind spontaneously conjured the full framework of Song dynasty officialdom, the rank, duties, and promotion pathways of each post, as though the data resided ready in a well-indexed archive, instantly retrievable. He translated each sentence with effortless accuracy, and even identified likely cases of phonetic loan characters and grammatical shifts in word usage. His classical translation flowed like water. Then came the composition. The essay prompt was a materials-based assignment, a passage on struggle and aspiration, requiring students to reflect personally and compose an essay of no fewer than 800 characters. The topic was unremarkable, indeed almost cliched. Yet the more familiar the theme, the harder it was to infuse it with originality. Xie Linyuan spent roughly 3 minutes outlining his approach. He resolved not to write hollow, slogan-laden prose, but rather to anchor his argument in a precise human insight. Struggle's essence lies not in suffering, but in discovering meaning within the striving itself. His structure unfolded in deliberate progression, first deconstructing prevalent societal misconceptions about struggle, next establishing the intrinsic link between struggle and self-actualization, then substantiating his claim with carefully chosen historical exemplars, finally elevating the discourse by connecting individual endeavor to broader epical responsibility. The essay's architecture was lucid, its logic ironclad, its language elegant without pretense. He wrote with meticulous care, each character formed with disciplined precision, each sentence honed through quiet deliberation. Though his present cognitive capacity rendered composing a Gyokuo perfect essay effortless, he deliberately restrained himself, eschewing ornate diction and syntactic complexity. After all, a student transitioning from grade 11 to grade 12 suddenly producing transcendent prose would invite unwelcome scrutiny. Excellence finely calibrated, just enough to impress, never enough to alarm. With 2.5 hours allocated for the exam, Xie Linyuan completed all the questions in just an hour and a half. He chose not to submit his paper early as it would have drawn too much attention, contradicting his persona of being low-key and diligent. He simply sat quietly in his seat, eyes closed, appearing to rest, while in reality his yuan li was slowly circulating within him. The yuan li circulated through his body in continuous cycles, warm and peaceful, as if recharging him. Although the exam did not require much mental effort, the nourishment from the yuan li kept his state at optimal levels. When the bell for submitting the papers rang, Xie Linyuan stood up, handed in his answer sheet, and walked out of the examination room. The afternoon was dedicated to mathematics, his favorite subject, not for any other reason, but because the answers in mathematics are unequivocally right or wrong. Right is right, wrong is wrong, leaving no room for ambiguity. After breaking through the Yuan 2 realm, his logical thinking and calculation abilities had reached a terrifying level. Previously, he had to work out some difficult math problems on paper, but now he could complete all calculations and derivations in his mind. When the math test paper was distributed, he quickly skimmed through it. Indeed, it had the characteristic style of giving students a reality check. The difficulty of the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions was noticeably higher than usual, and the last two major problems were on the level of competition questions. In particular, the final problem involving derivatives was complex, requiring intricate function construction and scaling techniques. On a typical day, no more than 10 students from the entire grade could solve it completely. But Xie Linyuan looked at these problems and found them as clear as glass. Behind each question lay the thought process of the question setter. He could see which knowledge point this question stemmed from, what mathematical concept it tested, where the traps were set, and what the optimal solution was. This information was not something he imagined, but rather something he saw. It was like a three-dimensional painting where an ordinary person would struggle to discern the depth. Yet once you grasped the method, the hidden three-dimensional images within the picture would leap out at you. He began to answer the questions. For multiple-choice questions, he took 10 seconds per question. For fill-in-the-blanks, it took him half a minute per question. For the initial basic problems in the problem-solving section, he spent only 3 or 4 minutes on each. By the second-to-last problem in analytical geometry, he spent about a minute, as this problem involved substantial calculations dealing with a complex ellipse and a dynamic line system of equations requiring extensive algebraic manipulation. However, Xie Linyuan constructed a geometric model in his mind, arriving at the answer smoothly and efficiently. Now the final problem involving derivatives. Xie Linyuan read through the problem, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. This problem indeed posed a challenge. Had it been during last semester's finals, it would have taken him over 20 minutes to solve, and even then he might not have gotten it right. But now he completed all the derivations in his mind in less than 2 minutes. The problem required proving that an inequality always holds, and the standard approach involved constructing a function, then deriving it, analyzing its monotonicity, and finding its extremum. However, the construction of this function was quite clever and not immediately obvious. In less than 30 seconds, Xie Linyuan identified the correct constructing function, took about a minute to complete the derivation and extremum analysis, and finally reached a conclusion. The whole process was clean and efficient without any unnecessary steps. He neatly wrote down the complete solution process on the answer sheet with clear handwriting, full steps, and rigorous logic. After finishing, he checked it once more to confirm there were no omissions, then put down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and quietly awaited the end of the exam. For him, the math exam posed no challenge anymore. The next day, he faced the comprehensive science and English exams. The comprehensive science included physics, chemistry, and biology with a total score of 300. This was a nightmare for many third-year high school students. The volume of questions was large, time was tight, and the topics were diverse. A slight misstep could lead to unfinished work or silly mistakes. Xie Linyuan received the test paper and quickly flipped through it. The final question in physics was a comprehensive problem involving electromagnetic fields requiring calculations of the motion trajectory of charged particles in a composite field utilizing multiple knowledge points such as circular motion, Lorentz force, and electric field force, making it quite extensive. The final question in chemistry was an organic deduction problem presenting a very complex synthesis pathway, asking students to deduce the structural formula of the intermediate products and write the reaction equations. The final question in biology was a genetics problem involving multiple pairs of genes linked exchange and probability calculations, which was also quite challenging. Had it been in the past, these problems would have given him a headache. But now he could complete all analysis and calculations in his mind in just a few seconds. He began answering questions, maintaining a steady and unhurried pace. For the physics multiple-choice questions, he hardly needed to write anything down. All calculations were completed in his mind. He was particularly cautious with multiple-answer questions, as selecting too few or too many options would yield no points. He had to ensure that every option had been rigorously validated. He analyzed each option, eliminated distractors, and locked in the correct answers, ensuring no mistakes were made. For the experimental questions, his writing was very standard. The physics experimental question assessed the principles and data processing, where he not only wrote the standard answer, but also demonstrated a rigorous logical reasoning process in the steps. For the calculation questions, his solution process was textbook level, with correct formulas, accurate substitutions, standard units, and precise results. In the chemistry section, he was precise to the atomic level in balancing every chemical equation and was well acquainted with the properties of each substance. For the organic deduction question, he quickly identified each step's product structure through analysis of the reaction conditions and changes in functional groups, completing the entire deduction process seamlessly. In the biology section, he used the simplest checkerboard method for the genetics problem, clearly showing the separation and combination of each gene pair, and the final probability calculation was accurate. He completed all questions in the comprehensive science exam in under 2 hours. With an hour remaining, he still did not submit his paper early, but quietly sat in his seat waiting for the bell to ring. The afternoon's English exam was the last one. English was relatively normal for Xie Linyuan. Not because his English was poor, but because the assessment methods were similar to those in Chinese, with many subjective questions, especially in writing, making it difficult to achieve perfection. Even so, with his current memory and language sense, the English exam posed virtually no difficulty for him. In the listening section, his ears seemed equipped with filters, allowing him to clearly catch every word, even accurately perceiving the speaker's tone and emotion. For every listening question, he could predict the correct answer before the options were announced. In reading comprehension, his reading speed was several times faster than that of an average person. For a 300-word short article, he could finish reading it in just a few seconds and accurately grasp the main idea, details, and the author's attitude. The distractor options appeared transparent to him, and he could easily identify which option was inconsistent with the text, which option shifted concepts, and which option was overly general. In the closed test, he determined the answers to each question in a matter of seconds, relying on his strong language sense and understanding of contextual logic. He was well-versed in the usage of function words, fixed collocations, and contextual hints. He handled grammar close and short text error correction with effortless ease. To him, English grammar was like a lucid table, which tense to use in which situation, which voice, which non-finite form. Everything laid out with crystalline clarity. Finally came the composition. The prompt required an argumentative essay on protecting the environment, around 120 words. Xie Linyuan spent 2 minutes planning, then put pen to paper. His handwriting was neat, his vocabulary judicious, and his sentence patterns varied, simple sentences alongside complex ones, sharp, succinct expressions interwoven with long, flowing, graceful phrases. The piece was logically coherent, structurally complete, and idiomatic enough to serve as a model. When he finished, he reviewed spelling and grammar, found no mistakes, and then waited quietly for the exam to end. 2 days of tense examinations at last drew to a close. After handing in the final English answer sheet, the examination hall erupted in a chorus of relieved sighs. Some lay their heads on the desk and wailed, "Too difficult." Others debated answers among themselves, and some pale-faced muttered that they had surely blown it. Xie Linyuan packed his stationery and left the exam room at a leisurely pace. In the corridor, a few classmates were passionately arguing over the last most challenging math problem. The stout boy Li Hao wore a pained expression. "Did you manage the last derivative problem? I couldn't even write the first step. It's impossible." "Me neither. The construction of that function was perversely difficult. I couldn't think of a single approach," another classmate agreed. "I don't think anyone in our class solved it." Someone turned to look at Xie Linyuan. "Xie Linyuan, did you do it?" Xie smiled and did not answer directly. "I should have been able to solve it," he said. "Should have it?" Li Hao widened his eyes. "What do you mean by should? Did you get everything right again?" "Not that dramatic," Xie replied. Xie shook his head. He did not wish to appear overly confident before the results were published. "There might be 1 or 2 small items I'm not entirely certain about," he admitted. That was not exactly a lie. His uncertainty was not about having solved the problems correctly, but whether his own notion of the standard would align precisely with the examiner's standards. Especially in the subjective sections of Chinese and English, an examiner's personal judgment could influence the score. He had confidence in the quality of his answers, but how many points he would receive depended ultimately on the graders. That night, teachers stayed up through the night to mark papers. Senior year operated like this. Time was precious, and every hour counted. The mock exam served two purposes: to apply pressure to the students and to gauge their learning so the subsequent teaching plan could be tailored accordingly. Thus, every subject teacher raced to keep pace, striving to compile results in the shortest possible time. The Chinese department office was brightly lit. Several teachers sat around a long table piled high with exam papers, each with a thick stack of answer sheets before them. Wu Feng was the head of the Chinese department and the homeroom teacher of the school's key senior class. He not only graded his own students' papers, but coordinated the grading for the entire grade. Wu Feng was 44 years old, of average build with a slight paunch, wearing black-rimmed glasses and his hair neatly combed. Unlike many Chinese teachers, he was neither rigid nor dogmatic. His lectures were witty and entertaining, and he could render dry classical texts vividly engaging. He had led the key class for nearly a decade, sending off several graduating cohorts. His teaching experience was abundant and his reputation among students excellent. At that moment, he sat at his desk with a red pen marking students' compositions one by one. His brow relaxed and furrowed in turns, and the red pen would occasionally make a few strokes on an answer sheet. His pen suddenly stopped. He was reading an essay. The essay, titled "The Meaning of Struggle," was written with considerable depth, not the hollow slogans of youth, but a work suffused with thought, logic, and sincere feeling. It began from the author's own experiences of striving, though never spelled out. The lines hinted at hardships endured. The piece developed the idea that struggle is fundamentally self-realization, then elevated the notion to explore the relationship between individual striving and the era's mission, each layer unfolding naturally and cohesively. What surprised Wu Feng most was not the eloquence, but the profundity of the thought. Such depth did not seem the product of a 17-year-old. It required life experience, a contemplative engagement with existence, a maturity and clarity beyond years. Wu Feng turned the paper past the sealed edge and glanced at the candidate information. Xie Linyuan. Wu Feng's eyes brightened. He remembered the student well. In the first year, Xie Linyuan's grades had been merely upper middle. In the second year, he began to improve, steadily climbing a few ranks with each exam, and by the end of the second year, he had reached 8th in the grade. This steady ascent suggested a student who studied earnestly and possessed latent strength, the sort who grows better the more he learns. But this composition afforded Wu Feng a wholly new appreciation of Xie. It was not merely that he was academically capable. This student had depth of thought. Wu Feng inscribed a score in the composition box: 54. Out of 60, 54 was already an impressive mark, one that would place the essay among the top 3 in the entire grade. He had considered awarding an even higher score, but after reflection restrained himself, since this was a diagnostic exam, standing out too conspicuously might not be desirable. Grading in the other subjects proceeded in tandem. In the mathematics office, several math teachers were also working overtime. Zhao Zhangwo, the senior year's head of the math teaching group, was a man in his 50s who had taught mathematics for 30 years and had seen every type of student. He was marking the final, most demanding derivative problem, holding an answer sheet with a faint frown. The solution process recorded on it was almost faultless. Not faultless in the manner of a standard answer, for standard solutions sometimes omit intermediate steps in the name of brevity. This answer, however, was different. It combined the concision of a standard solution with a complete logical chain, every step clearly derived and free of leaps. What astonished Zhao Zhangwo more was that the student's reasoning was even more ingenious than the standard method. Where the standard answer employed a conventional function construction technique, this student used a more advanced inequality bounding trick, circumventing the convoluted differentiation and reaching the conclusion in less than a third of the usual steps. Zhao Zhangwo turned the answer sheet over to read the name Xie Linyuan. The name rang a bell. In the second year, this student had always performed well in math, yet had never achieved a perfect score. He had routinely lost a few points for various reasons: calculation errors, misreading the question, or non-standard notation. Small issues that cost him. But this time Zhao checked the paper 3 times and found no mistakes. The calculations were precise, the steps properly formatted, the logic rigorous. Full marks. Zhao Zhangwo solemnly wrote the 3 digits, 150, on the answer sheet, then set down his red pen, leaned back in his chair, and nodded, as if in quiet contemplation. The next day, September 4th, a Friday. The first class of the morning was Chinese. Wu Feng entered the classroom, holding a stack of report cards and exam papers. His pace was slightly quicker than usual, and his expression was inscrutable, but his familiar students knew he was in a good mood today. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became tense. The results of the mock exam were the most concerning matter for all the senior students. This was not only a test of the results of their summer studies, but also a starting point for the senior year. The height of this starting point would greatly influence their mindset for the coming year. The classroom was so quiet that one could hear the sound of the sycamore leaves falling outside. Dozens of eyes were fixed on the stack of papers in Wu Feng's hands. Wu Feng walked up to the podium, placed the items on the desk, turned around, and scanned the entire class. His gaze lingered for a moment in a certain direction where Xie Linyuan sat in the third row by the window calmly looking at the podium with an expression devoid of any ripples. Wu Feng cleared his throat and began to speak. The results of the mock exam are out. His voice was not loud, but it sounded particularly clear in the quiet classroom. Before discussing the results, let me say a few words off topic. He placed both hands on the podium, leaned slightly forward, and scanned the class again. The summer break lasted almost 2 months. During these 2 months, I have a rough idea of how some students spent their time. His tone was leisurely, as if chatting about everyday matters. Some students studied diligently at home, some went out to work for money, some achieved the rank of king in games, while others binge-watched numerous TV dramas. A wave of suppressed low laughter erupted in the classroom. What are you laughing at? I'm not joking. You are in senior year now, classmates. This is not middle school or lower high school. This is senior year. Senior year is an extremely important stage in life, important enough that it can determine a person's fate. His tone became more serious. The university you get into determines the environment you will study in for the next 4 years, whom you will be classmates with, and what resources you will have access to. And these factors will further affect the kind of job you can find and the life you will lead after graduation. A quick step leads to swift progress. A slow step leads to slow advancement. This principle doesn't need much explanation, you all understand. The class fell silent. Therefore, for this mock exam, the school's questions were set to be more challenging, to let you feel the pressure and to make you realize senior year is not the time to slack off. Wu Feng paused, suddenly changing his tone. Of course, while pressure is important, those who deserve praise should still be acknowledged. He picked up the report card, glanced at it, then raised his head, his gaze landing on Xie Linyuan. In this exam, one student in our class performed exceptionally well. Wu Feng smiled with satisfaction. Xie Linyuan first in the grade with a total score of 719. The classroom fell silent for a moment before erupting into a buzz. 719. Is that for real? Oh my, that's way too high. First in the grade. How much higher than second place? 30 points higher. Wu Feng's voice drowned out the discussions below. The second place scored 689, and Xie Linyuan surpassed him by a full 30 points. The chatter grew louder. 30 points is a huge gap in the college entrance examination, especially given the difficulty of the questions. Scoring 719 is beyond what can be described as simply excellent. Quiet. Wu Feng raised his hand. Once the classroom quieted down, he continued, let me report Xie Linyuan's scores in each subject. He glanced down at the report card. Chinese 132 points. This score made many gasp in surprise. A score of 132 in Chinese, especially under difficult conditions, is exceptionally high. Chinese is not like math or comprehensive science. It doesn't have standard answers, making it very difficult to achieve high scores. Scores above 130 are usually at the top level in the entire grade. Math 150 points, full marks. A wave of gasps filled the classroom. Full marks. Achieving full marks under such difficult final questions. Comprehensive science 295 points. Again, there was a murmur of disbelief. With a total of 300 points for comprehensive science, 295 means only 5 points were deducted from the entire paper. Considering the difficulty of this comprehensive exam, this is almost an unbelievable score. English 142 points. Wu Feng finished reporting the last item, placed the report card on the desk, and looked at the entire class. Total scores 719, Chinese 132, Math 150, Comprehensive Science 295, English 142. Classmates, what do you see from this score? His gaze swept across each youthful face. I see 2 words, effort. During the summer vacation, Xie Linyuan worked at a construction site, and amidst his work, he persisted in studying. This level of self-discipline and perseverance is the fundamental reason he could achieve this score. Talent is certainly important, but without effort, talent means nothing. All the eyes in the class turned to Xie Linyuan. Xie Linyuan sat quietly in his seat, his expression calm, neither proud nor embarrassed, just slightly lowering his head, as if attentively listening to the homeroom teacher. Li Hao leaned over from beside him, whispering, Xie Linyuan, you're too amazing, right? 719 points. Are you even human? Wu Feng continued at the podium. Of course, other students also performed well, like Li Hao with a total score of 621, ranking 15th in the class, improving 5 places from the end of last semester, which deserves praise. Wang Yiting with a total score of 658, ranked 5th in the class, also quite good. But some students have shown noticeable declines. Oh, I won't name names. Oh, just know it in your hearts. He picked up the Chinese exam paper and began distributing it. All right, that's enough about the scores. Now let's distribute the Chinese exam papers and well review them in this class. The exam papers were handed out one by one. Some were happy, and some were sorrowful. Some families rejoiced while others worried. Xie Linyuan received his Chinese exam paper, turned to the page with the composition, and saw the score of 54 written in red ink by Wu Feng along with a line of small text beside it. Profound theme, clear logic, fluent language, and depth of thought. After reading it, he put the exam paper away, took out his notebook, and prepared to listen to the class. Wu Feng began reviewing the exam papers, starting with modern reading. His teaching style remained as humorous and lively as ever. When encountering typical wrong answers, he would imitate the students' thought processes with exaggerated tones, causing the entire class to burst into laughter. Yet behind the laughter, his analysis of each knowledge point was extremely thorough, and he explained the solving techniques for each type of question clearly. A class lasts 45 minutes and passed very quickly. When the bell rang, Wu Feng had just finished discussing classical reading. He tossed the chalk into the chalk box, brushed off the chalk dust from his hands, and then glanced at Xie Linyuan, saying something that made all the students perk up. Xie Linyuan, come to my office for a moment. Again, the classroom fell silent for a moment before the low whispers began. When Wu Feng called a student to the office, there are generally two possibilities. Either they made a mistake and are being reprimanded, or they performed outstandingly and need to discuss it privately. Considering Wu Feng's attitude towards Xie Linyuan in class, it was clearly not the former. Xie Linyuan stood up, picked up his notebook from the desk, and followed Wu Feng out of the classroom. Xie Linyuan walked steadily behind Wu Feng, his expression normal. He could probably guess what Wu Feng wanted to say to him. The two walked one after the other through the corridor towards the teacher's office. The teacher's office is located on the east side of the first floor of the teaching building, consisting of a row of interconnected large rooms divided into several preparation groups for Chinese mathematics and English with half-height partitions. As I pushed open the office door, a mixture of chalk dust, old paper, and tea leaves greeted me, as scent common to all primary and secondary school offices that inexplicably brought a sense of comfort and familiarity. Wu Feng's desk is located at the innermost part of the Chinese group by the window. On the desk, there are thick stacks of homework books and test papers, and a porcelain teacup sits on the right side, with excellent teacher printed on its wall, the paint already chipped. The computer screen still displayed the interface of the grade statistics sheet beside, which lay a pair of reading glasses. Wu Feng's eyesight is actually quite good, but after long hours of grading essays, his eyes can get strained, so he occasionally needs to wear them. Sit down. Wu Feng pulled out a folding chair next to his desk, indicating for Xie Linyuan to take a seat. Xie Linyuan did not decline and sat down. He placed his hands on his knees, sitting upright, gazing steadily at Wu Feng, neither evasive nor aggressive, embodying the calmness and politeness typical of a good student. Wu Feng also sat down, reaching for the porcelain teacup, unscrewing the lid to take a sip of water before placing the cup down and leaning back in his chair, appraising Xie Linyuan with a glance. You did well this time. Wu Feng began, his tone casual, as if engaging in small talk. Thank you, teacher. Xie Linyuan replied succinctly and appropriately. Wu Feng nodded, not pursuing the topic further. He was not a teacher who liked to praise students too openly, especially not high achievers, as excessive praise could lead to arrogance. He cared more about the students' overall state and mindset rather than their scores from one or two tests. Did you work in Hangzhou during the summer? Wu Feng asked. Yes, I did. Xie Linyuan did not deny it. Which construction site? What kind of work did you do? It was a site contracted by my cousin located in the suburbs of Hangzhou. Mainly just moving things and doing odd jobs. It wasn't too exhausting. Xie Linyuan understated his experience, omitting the details of carrying cement and moving steel bars. Wu Feng looked at him, his gaze filled with a complex emotion, a mix of sympathy and reflection. He knew about Xie Linyuan's family situation. His parents had passed away in 2020 due to the pandemic, and his grandparents were elderly, leaving the family with little income. Students from such family backgrounds also existed at Huai County No. 1 high school, but most of them struggled to excel academically, as the pressures of life diverted too much energy that should have been dedicated to studying. However, Xie Linyuan was different. In his first year of high school, Xie Linyuan's grades were still outside the top 50 or 60, not particularly poor, but not outstanding either. By his second year, he began to steadily rise, advancing a few places with each exam, like a machine gradually being powered on. Once it started moving, it only got faster. By the end of his second year's final exams, he had firmly secured a spot in the top 10 of his grade. Such a trajectory of rising against the odds is extremely rare among students from low-income families. Having taught for over 20 years, Wu Feng had seen too many intelligent children give up due to family reasons or struggle despite their efforts, always held back by life. Students like Xie Linyuan, who come from difficult backgrounds yet continue to excel, are few and far between. The work at the construction site isn't easy, is it? Wu Feng asked again, his tone containing a gentle probing. Xie Linyuan paused for a second before smiling. It's okay, my cousin takes care of me and assigns me lighter work. And the pay is good. 300 a day. 300 a day. Wu Feng's eyes widened slightly. He was aware of the wage levels there. Ordinary laborers made just over 200 a day, so 300 was indeed generous. Yes, my cousin is very nice. He knows about my family's situation and takes special care of me. That's great. Wu Feng nodded. Meeting good people who help you is a blessing, remember that. I will. Xie Linyuan replied earnestly. Wu Feng took another sip of water and changed the subject. How are your grandparents' health? When you were working outside during the summer, there was no one at home to take care of them, right? Xie Linyuan felt a warmth in his heart. Wu Feng was like that. He cared not only about your grades, but also about you as a person. He would remember each student's family situation and would ask, "How's your family?" at the right moment. This concern was not a mere formality, but showed that he genuinely cared. "Grandfather's health isn't too good. He has a herniated disc, an old ailment," Xie Linyuan answered honestly, but without going into detail. However, his spirit is relatively good. "Grandmother is okay, but she's elderly and can't do heavy work. During the few days I was home, I gave grandfather some massages, and he felt a bit better." "You know how to massage?" Wu Feng was somewhat surprised. "I read some traditional Chinese medicine books on my phone and learned a little bit, but it may not be effective. It could just be psychological," Xie Linyuan humbly stated. Wu Feng smiled, not pressing further on that topic. He thought for a moment, carefully choosing his words, then said, "Xie Linyuan, I want to be honest with you." Xie Linyuan slightly straightened his posture, adopting a serious listening stance. "I know about your family situation. Your parents are gone, your grandparents are old, and your economic conditions are not good." Wu Feng's tone was calm, but every word was clear. "In situations like yours, to put it bluntly, you have nothing to rely on, and the only thing you can depend on is yourself. Learning is your only chance to change your destiny. You may have heard this many times, from elementary school to middle school, from middle school to high school, until your ears are calloused." Wu Feng smiled to himself at this point, "But I'm not saying this just to provide empty encouragement. I genuinely believe you can make it." Looking into Xie Linyuan's eyes, there was a serious and determined quality in his gaze. "Your score this time was 719, the top in your grade, 30 points higher than the second place. What does this score mean in the context of the college entrance examination? Last year, the top scorer in our province scored 712. You are 7 points higher than that. Of course, one mock exam cannot be compared to the college entrance exam. The questions are different, the grading standards are different, and the performance varies, but at the very least, this score indicates one thing: you have the potential to contend for the provincial top scorer." When Wu Feng said this, his tone was restrained, devoid of any impassioned or stirring cadence. It was simply a straightforward declaration of a fact. Xie Linyuan listened quietly, his expression not showing much change. He did not light up at the mention of provincial top scorer, nor did he lower his head shyly at the praise. He calmly and composedly accepted this evaluation. Wu Feng silently nodded in his heart. This child truly has a steady mindset. However, Wu Feng changed his tone, becoming a bit more relaxed, saying, "I won't set any specific goals for you. I won't say things like you must come in first, or you must get into Tsinghua or Peking University, because saying such things too much can actually create pressure. Just maintain your current state, study step by step, do your exercises when you should, review when you should, and perform normally during the college entrance examination. The results won't be bad." "I understand, teacher Wu," Xie Linyuan said. "There's one more thing." Wu Feng slightly lowered his voice. "I've already applied for the financial aid for underprivileged students for you, so you can rest assured about that. Additionally, the school has some scholarship policies for particularly outstanding students. Since you ranked first in your grade this time, you should be able to receive a scholarship, although it may not be much, but it's still some income. I will keep an eye on it for you." Throughout the 2 years of high school, whenever there was financial aid for underprivileged students, the homeroom teacher would apply for it for him. Xie Linyuan's heart warmed slightly, not because of the money, but because of Wu Feng's thoughtfulness. As a homeroom teacher managing dozens of students, to be so attentive to one student's matters is not a duty, but a kindness. "Thank you, teacher Wu." This time he spoke more seriously than before. "No need to thank me, this is my job." Wu Feng waved his hand. "All right, there's nothing else, you can return to class now." "What class is next?" "Math." "Math is great. You scored full marks in math, teacher. Zhao must be thinking about you. Go on." Xie Linyuan stood up, slightly bowed to Wu Feng, and then turned to walk towards the office door. Just as he reached the door, Wu Feng suddenly called him back. "Xie Linyuan." Xie Linyuan turned back. Wu Feng was sitting in his chair, sunlight streaming through the window, falling on his shoulders, illuminating his side face with brightness and warmth. He looked at Xie Linyuan, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just smiled and said, "It's nothing, just study well." Xie Linyuan nodded and pushed the door open to leave. The office door closed behind him with a soft clicking sound. Wu Feng leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed over his abdomen, gazing out the window, remaining silent for a while. In his heart, there were many things he hadn't said. For instance, he wanted to tell Xie Linyuan that you are a student I am very proud of, not because of your grades, but because you did not give up on yourself in such difficult circumstances. For instance, he wanted to tell Xie Linyuan that you don't need to put too much pressure on yourself, you have already done well. For instance, he wanted to tell Xie Linyuan that if you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me, and I will help in any way I can. But in the end, he did not say these words. It was not that he didn't want to say them, but he felt that it was not the right time for such things. The senior year has just begun, and there is still nearly a year ahead. If he said everything now, it might diminish their momentum later. Moreover, he did not want to put too much pressure on Xie Linyuan. Scoring 719 points is indeed a dazzling score. But Wu Feng knew that one exam cannot represent everything. Although Xie Linyuan's previous scores were also within the top 10 of the grade, he had never ranked first, let alone taken first with such a significant advantage. This sudden surge could be attributed to his summer job realizing that life is not easy, thus working extra hard. It might also be that the exam questions just happened to align with his strengths, or perhaps he simply performed exceptionally well. Regardless of the reason, this score is a good omen, but it cannot be concluded that Xie Linyuan will stabilize at the top position from now on. The competition in high school is very fierce. Every child in the key classes is studying with all their might. Leading by 30 points in one exam does not guarantee that one will lead in the next. As for being the top student in the province, Wu Feng gently shook his head in his heart. That goal is too distant and too heavy. A 17-year-old child carrying the expectations of family, school, and teachers. If he were to bear the burden of being the top student in the province, how much pressure would that be? He does not want Xie Linyuan to be crushed by this goal. Therefore, he chose to downplay it. He chose to mention the top student in the province in the most casual and easygoing manner, then quickly retracted it. Like a stone casually thrown, it created a few ripples, but soon the surface of the water returned to calm. He noticed Xie Linyuan's reaction very calm and composed, neither frightened nor ignited. That reaction was even better than Wu Feng had expected. This child is truly steady. Wu Feng repeated this thought in his heart. He picked up the enamel cup on the table, finding the water had already cooled, and got up to fetch some hot water from the water dispenser, then sat back down. He opened the score statistics on his computer, staring at the row for Xie Linyuan for a few seconds, then closed the window, picked up the stack of ungraded homework on the table, opened the first book, and took out a red pen. The work must continue. But the tall, slender figure of the youth sitting in the third row by the window lingered in his mind for a long time. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining on the desk, on the enamel cup, and on the stack of homework. Other teachers in the office were either grading homework, quietly discussing the teaching progress, or making phone calls to contact parents. Everything was normal. Everything was as it should be in the senior year. After grading 5 or 6 books, Wu Feng suddenly remembered something. Xie Linyuan mentioned that he read a book on traditional Chinese medicine on his phone, learned some acupressure, and after massaging his grandfather felt better. This surprised Wu Feng a bit, yet somehow it also felt expected. Xie Linyuan is a child who possesses a maturity and composure beyond his age. He finds ways to solve problems rather than passively endure. Such a person, no matter where they go, will not fare poorly. Thinking of this, Wu Feng smiled slightly, and then lowered his head to continue grading homework. Outside the office, laughter and noise from students in the corridor, along with the sound of the class bell ringing, announced the start of a new lesson. At this moment, Xie Linyuan should already be seated in the math classroom. Wu Feng did not think further. He focused all his attention on the homework in front of him. The red pen traced across the paper, leaving behind red checks and crosses along with neat lines of comments. This was an ordinary day for an ordinary high school teacher. There were no grand events, no earth-shattering moments. It was amidst the daily routine of lesson preparation, teaching, grading, and conversations that one batch of students after another was sent off, watching them walk out into a broader world. And today he had a conversation with a student named Xie Linyuan. This conversation might one day become the beginning of some grand story. But at this moment, in Wu Feng's eyes, it was just an ordinary teacher-student exchange, a commonplace encouragement and admonition. He poured Xie Linyuan a glass of water, but Xie Linyuan did not drink. He originally wanted to pat Xie Linyuan on the shoulder, but in the end he refrained. Most of the things he wanted to say remained in his heart. But he felt that this was enough. September 5th, a Saturday, 5 p.m. The entrance of Huai County No. 1 high school gradually became crowded. The senior class has only one day off each week, from Saturday afternoon to Sunday evening, a total of 25 hours. It is neither too long nor too short, but for those rural children living on campus, this time is just enough to go home. Xie Linyuan walked out of the school gate leisurely, carrying a worn-out backpack. The bag contained only a few books he needed to read and a change of clothes, making it very light. Unlike other students who waited for the bus at the school gate, he walked east along the road. On the roadside opposite Huai County No. 1 high school, several students waiting for the bus were chatting idly. Someone saw Xie Linyuan walking east and muttered, "Isn't Xie Linyuan going back again? His home seems quite far right. He has a good physique and walks fast," another student casually replied. No one said anything more. At Huai County No. 1 high school, Xie Linyuan was not the only student walking home. Although few, it was not an unusual sight. Xie Linyuan walked along the road with a brisk and steady pace. He controlled his speed naturally at about 6 to 7 kilometers per hour, which is the pace of a normal person walking quickly. With his physique at the Yuan 2 realm, if he ran at full speed, he could cover a distance of several kilometers in just a few minutes, but he could not do that. In front of ordinary people, he had to act like an ordinary person, at most just a bit stronger than the average. The cornfields on both sides of the road were nearing maturity, the corn stalks towering over a person, and the leaves rustled in the evening breeze. In early September, the evening on the plains of southern Hunan was the most comfortable time. The heat receded, a coolness arose, and the air was filled with the scent of crops and soil. Xie Linyuan took a deep breath, feeling completely relaxed. At school, he had to constantly control himself, his words and actions, his exam results, and ensure he did not stand out in any way. This control was not a burden, but it could not be said to be easy. Only when he walked on this road home with no one around could he slightly lower his guard and let the yuan force within him circulate freely for several cycles. After more than an hour, Xie Linyuan saw the outline of Xie village in the distance. The setting sun bathed the entire village in a warm orange hue, and smoke curled up from the rooftops of each household, slowly drifting in the evening breeze. The sounds of barking dogs, crowing roosters, and children chasing each other blended together, forming the most ordinary symphony of a countryside evening. Xie Linyuan quickened his pace and entered the village. At the entrance, he paused for a moment. The yard gate was wide open, and a group of little creatures had appeared in the yard, a dozen fluffy chicks, like rolling yellow balls of fluff, chirping and running around. Some were pecking at food by the vegetable patch, some huddled together for warmth, and two bolder ones had even made their way to the door of the hall, peeking inside curiously. "Grandma, where did these chicks come from?" Xie Linyuan walked into the yard, his voice filled with laughter. Grandma poked her head out from the kitchen floor, dusting her apron, her face blooming with a smile. "You're back. Wash your hands quickly, dinner will be ready soon. Those chicks were bought by your grandfather at the market a few days ago, especially for you to raise." Xie Linyuan crouched down, reaching out to touch one of the chicks. The little creatures scattered in a flurry, running away quickly except for one that was the slowest, standing still and gently cradled in his hand. The chick was warm and soft, trembling slightly in his palm, its glossy black eyes darting around. "Especially for me to raise." Xie Linyuan looked up at his grandmother. "Of course," she replied while pouring oil into the pot. "Now that you're in senior year, studying is tiring, and your brain consumes a lot of energy. You need to eat well. Your grandfather and I discussed it and decided to raise some chickens. When they grow up, they can lay eggs, and every time you come back, you can have fresh eggs. When they grow a bit more, we'll slaughter them and make soup for you to nourish your body." Xie Linyuan gently placed the chick back on the ground, stood up, and felt warm inside. He walked to the kitchen door and saw his grandfather sitting behind the stove, tending to the fire. His grandfather looked much better than a month ago. His face was flushed, and his posture was much straighter. He moved smoothly as he added firewood, looking nothing like a 76-year-old man. "Grandpa, how are you feeling?" Xie Linyuan asked. His grandfather looked up and smiled, revealing a few missing teeth. "Much better, much better. That massage technique of yours really works. I can walk without pain now, and I can bend over too. In the morning, I can even practice Tai Chi in the yard." "That's great." Xie Linyuan felt happy inside, though he didn't show it on his face. "But Grandpa, don't overdo it. Take your time. Recovery takes time." I know you, child. You're more nagging than your grandma." His grandfather waved his hand, but his tone was full of affection. Dinner was more sumptuous than usual. Grandma stir-fried a dish of spicy pork stewed and egg custard and prepared a plate of cucumber salad. Xie Linyuan knew that the eggs for the custard must have been bought from the neighbors. Because the old hens at home had long stopped laying eggs, these newly bought chicks would not lay eggs until next spring. The three of them sat around the square table in the hall, having a quiet dinner under the dim light. After dinner, Xie Linyuan helped Grandma clear the dishes, washed his hands, and then said to Grandpa, "Grandpa, it's time for the massage." Grandpa obediently sat down in the chair, turning his back to Xie Linyuan. Xie Linyuan placed his palm on him, channeling yuan force to begin the treatment. After the previous treatments, Grandpa's meridians were much clearer than at the beginning. The most severely blocked areas had been cleared by the yuan force, and the damaged disc tissues were slowly healing under the nourishment of the yuan force. The effects of the yuan force were real and lasting, not merely providing temporary relief. Xie Linyuan could feel that Grandpa's body was truly getting better day by day, not just remaining at the level of feeling comfortable. Half an hour later, he withdrew his hands. Grandpa stood up and moved his waist, letting out a long sigh. "Comfortable, really comfortable. Linyuan, if you open a massage shop with this skill, you definitely have a thriving business. Then I'll focus on getting into university first." Xie Linyuan laughed, wiping the sweat off his forehead. The output of yuan force consumed quite a bit from him, but seeing Grandpa getting better day by day made that consumption seem insignificant. Outside, the night deepened, and the chicks in the yard had already huddled together in a box, sleeping occasionally, letting out faint chirps. The light in the hall was warm and peaceful. The television was on with the volume low. Grandma leaned against the sofa, dozing off. Grandpa sat in the chair, watching the news, and Xie Linyuan sat at the table, flipping through an English reading comprehension book. In the following months, the teachers at Huai County No. 1 middle school witnessed what true genius looks like. During the September diagnostic exam, Xie Linyuan scored 719 points, ranking first in his grade, 30 points ahead of the second place. The teachers speculated privately that the boy might have gained insight from working hard over the summer, resulting in his extraordinary performance. Such occurrences were not without precedent. A student might suddenly deliver an astonishing score only to revert to a normal level in the next exam. In the October monthly exam, the results were out. Xie Linyuan scored a total of 728 points. Mathematics 150, Science 298, English 146, Chinese 134. This was 9 points higher than the diagnostic exam. He achieved full marks in mathematics, lost only 2 points in science, 4 points in English, and 16 points in Chinese. The teachers began to feel uneasy. One instance of exceptional performance could be understood, but two. Moreover, the second score was 9 points higher than the first. This was no longer mere exceptional performance, it was dominant ability. When Wu Feng received the report card, he stared at Xie Linyuan's name for a full half-minute. Having taught for over 20 years, he had seen all kinds of excellent students, but he had never encountered anyone like Xie Linyuan who could climb nearly 10 points higher each month in his senior year. How much talent does this boy hide? Wu Feng mused silently. In the November monthly exam, Xie Linyuan scored a total of 737 points. Mathematics 150, Science 299, English 147, Chinese 141. He lost only 1 point in science, and according to the physics teacher, he actually answered the multiple-choice question correctly. However, his answer sheet was filled out slightly incorrectly, causing the machine to fail to recognize it. During the manual review, it was not corrected either. According to the grading rules for college entrance examinations, if the answer sheet is not filled out properly, resulting in machine misreading, it is treated as incorrect. Even so, a score of 299 in science was already breathtaking. In English, he scored 147, losing only 3 points all on the essay. All multiple-choice questions, fill-in-the-blank questions, and error correction questions were correct. The English teacher stated that Xie Linyuan's English proficiency had surpassed the high school level. His essays featured precise wording and rich sentence structures that would earn high marks even in a college-level English exam. In Chinese, he scored 141, losing 9 points with 6 points deducted from the essay and 3 points from the earlier objective questions and reading comprehension. The Chinese teacher remarked that Xie Linyuan's approach to reading comprehension questions had become increasingly mature, no longer reflecting the standard of a high school student, but rather resembling that of a professionally trained literary critic. The December monthly exam was the last simulation before the final exams. Everyone held their breath. On the day the results were announced, the entire senior grade erupted. Xie Linyuan scored a total of 746 points. Mathematics 150, Science 300, English 148, Chinese 148. He achieved full marks in science. In English, he scored 148, losing 2 points entirely on the essay. In Chinese, he also scored 148, with 2 points lost on the essay. Mathematics teacher Zhao Zhengwo flipped through Xie Linyuan's answer sheet 5 times, observing that every step was as standardized as a textbook, with no skipped steps, no corrections, and the handwriting neat, as if printed. At a research meeting in the mathematics department, he said, "I have spent my life solving math problems and teaching math. I have never seen such a student." The full score in science was even more terrifying. In physics, chemistry, and biology, across one paper with dozens of small questions, not a single punctuation mark was wrong. The physics, chemistry, and biology teachers sat together studying Xie Linyuan's answer sheet for a long time, ultimately reaching a unanimous conclusion: this student had nothing left to learn in high school. The English teacher was a young woman named Lin Xiaoxi, who had just graduated 2 years prior. When she saw Xie Linyuan's English exam paper, she remained silent for a long time, and then said to her colleagues, "I can't grade his English essay. Some of the sentence structures and vocabulary he used made me uncertain if they were correct and required me to look up references for confirmation. But my intuition tells me he is right." The Chinese teacher Wu Feng remained relatively calm. He reviewed Xie Linyuan's Chinese answer sheet, especially the essay that lost only 2 points, reading it 3 times before setting it down, taking off his glasses, and rubbing the bridge of his nose. He assigned a score of 58 to that essay. Missing 2 points from a perfect score was not due to poor writing, but because he was hesitant to grant full marks. Granting full marks would imply that the essay was perfect and beyond reproach, but the term perfect is a taboo in Chinese grading. No one dares to claim the authority to declare an article perfect. Thus, he deducted 2 points, leaving some leeway. However, he knew in his heart that this essay, if presented in the college entrance exam, would absolutely warrant full marks. 746 points. This score in any province's college entrance examination is undoubtedly and indisputably the top scorer. Wu Feng printed out the report card and personally delivered it to the principal's office. Principal Zhang Jianjun, 56 years old, had been the principal of Huai County No. 1 middle school for over a decade. His hair had turned somewhat gray and the wrinkles on his face were chiseled like a knife. He was a typical old educator, meticulous, conservative, and serious, rarely appearing on campus, and spending most of his time in the office reviewing documents, attending meetings, and receiving superior leaders. The students privately nicknamed him the dragon that shows its head, but not its tail, meaning that meeting the principal was harder than seeing a dragon. But in recent months, this dragon had been appearing noticeably more often. When Wu Feng knocked on the principal's office door, Zhang Jianjun was sitting behind his desk reviewing documents. He looked up and saw Wu Feng holding a piece of paper, his expression more serious than usual, and he had already guessed about 70 to 80% of the situation. "Teacher Wu, please sit down." Zhang Jianjun set down the document and gestured to the chair across from him. Wu Feng sat down, placed the report card on the desk, and pushed it toward Zhang Jianjun. Principal, this is the report card for this month's exam. Oh, please take a look at Xie Linyuan's score. Zhang Jianjun picked up the report card and immediately scanned the top line. He stared at those few numbers for several seconds, then slowly set down the report card, took off his glasses, and began to wipe the lenses with a cloth. The office fell silent for about 10 seconds. 746 points. Zhang Jianjun's voice was low, almost as if he were speaking to himself. Full marks in science, full marks in mathematics, 148, in English 148 in Chinese. Yes, Wu Feng nodded. Teacher Wu, how many years have you been teaching at Huai County? No. 1 middle school. Zhang Jianjun suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. 23 years, Principal. 23 years. Zhang Jianjun repeated the number. I have been at this school for 19 years and have served as principal for 14 years. In these 19 years, I have seen the best student score 701 points in the college entrance exam and go to Tsinghua University. That was the highest record in our school's history. Now tell me, is this Xie Linyuan truly capable? Wu Feng hardly hesitated. Yes. Principal, I have taught for 23 years and have encountered all kinds of students. Those who are clever, and those who are not, those who strive, and those who do not, those who are stable, and those who are not. Xie Linyuan is not the type of fleeting talent. From September to December in 4 exams, his scores rose steadily from 719 to 746, with each improvement nearing 10 points. This is not coincidence, this is strength. He paused and added, moreover, I have observed his state. He learns with ease. While others study until 11 or 12 at night, he goes to bed punctually at 10:30 every evening. In class, he listens attentively, but not with a tense seriousness. Rather, it is a relaxed and effortless focus. I believe that a score of 746 is not his limit. Zhang Jianjun gently tapped his fingers on the desk twice with a slow rhythm, as if contemplating a significant decision. Are you implying that he has a chance to compete for the provincial top student? Not just a chance, Wu Feng said with utmost certainty. As long as he performs normally in the college entrance examination, the provincial top student is his. Last year, the science top student in our province scored 712, and he scored 746 in this month's exam, surpassing that score by 34 points. Even if there are variations in exam difficulty, even if he slightly underperforms in the college entrance examination, a score above 710 is a foregone conclusion. A score of 710 is a formidable competitor for the provincial top student in any year. Zhang Jianjun fell silent again. The provincial top student. Huaixin no. One high school has been established for over 40 years, and its best achievement is having produced a city top student, and that was only once. The provincial top student is an unattainable luxury. But if Wu Feng's judgment is accurate, and if Xie Linyuan can indeed become the provincial top student, what would that mean? It would mean that Huaixin no. One high school would gain fame overnight. It would mean that all parents in the province would know that this county school has produced a top student. It would mean that the County Education Bureau, the City Education Bureau, and even the Provincial Department of Education would take notice of this school. It would mean that during enrollment, those outstanding students who would normally flow to the city's key high schools would have more options to stay at Huaixin no. One high school. It would mean that, perhaps he could even move up in his position as principal. Zhang Jianjun, at 56 years old, has limited opportunities to advance further in the educational system at this age. However, if he were to produce a provincial college entrance examination top student during his tenure, it would be a substantial achievement, enough to allow him to rise another step before retirement. This thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly suppressed. He is an old-fashioned educator, not overly driven by materialistic desires. In comparison, he is more concerned about whether this child can go further. Teacher Wu, I have a few requests. Zhang Jianjun's voice returned to its usual steadiness. Go ahead. First, you must closely monitor Xie Linyuan's learning and psychological state, and promptly report any abnormalities to me. Second, the subsidies and scholarships that the school should provide must be issued in a timely and sufficient manner, ensuring that the student is not distracted by financial issues. Third, do not put too much pressure on Xie Linyuan. Do not specifically seek him out for talks, do not hold any award ceremonies, and do not let him feel that he is the school's key protected student. Everything should remain normal with a calm mindset towards it. I understand, Wu Feng nodded. Additionally, Zhang Jianjun thought for a moment, privately inform his subject teachers to avoid giving Xie Linyuan any special treatment. Classes should be taught as usual and questions should be answered as they arise, but do not frequently call him into the office for unknown tutoring, as that would make him uncomfortable. Understood, Principal. Zhang Jianjun glanced at the glaring number on the report card. A faint smile crept upon his lips. All right, you may go about your tasks. Wu Feng stood up and walked out. After the office door closed, Zhang Jianjun picked up the report card again and stared at it for a long time. In the days that followed, everything remained the same. Zhang Jianjun did not specifically seek out Xie Linyuan for a conversation, nor did he deliberately approach him. It was just one day when Xie Linyuan came out of the teaching building on his way to the cafeteria and unexpectedly ran into Zhang Jianjun, who was coming out of the office building. The two exchanged a glance as Zhang Jianjun nodded at him and said study hard before walking past. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds, naturally resembling a genuine chance encounter. At that moment, Xie Linyuan was unaware that this chance encounter was deliberately arranged by Zhang Jianjun. The principal's office window faced the essential route from the teaching building to the cafeteria. Zhang Jianjun stood by the window for 10 minutes waiting for Xie Linyuan to exit the teaching building. Only then did he time his descent down the stairs, coincidentally, coming out of the office building just as he met Xie Linyuan. As for the other teachers, they also received Wu Feng's friendly reminder not to overly focus on Xie Linyuan and not to let him feel that he was being treated differently. Thus, the attitudes of the subject teachers towards Xie Linyuan remained unchanged. They asked questions when needed, graded assignments, and praised him when appropriate, but they would not elaborate with words like, "You must keep striving to become the top student." However, the discussions among teachers privately never ceased. Mathematics teacher Zhao Jiangwo said to his colleagues in the office, "I can no longer teach Xie Linyuan mathematics. The problems he is currently solving, some of them take me a long time to think through, yet he can provide 3 solutions with just a glance. I feel that he is no longer studying mathematics, he is playing with it." English teacher Lin Xiaoxi said, "I suggest that Xie Linyuan directly take the IELTS or TOEFL exams. With his current level of English, he is qualified to apply to renowned overseas universities." Physics teacher remarked, "Achieving a full score in comprehensive science I have taught for 15 years, and this is the first time I have seen it. It's not that he scored full marks, he produced full marks. These two concepts are entirely different." Chemistry teacher said, "Have you noticed that Xie Linyuan has a characteristic in his chemistry answers? When he writes reaction equations, he meticulously includes reaction conditions, reversible symbols, and gas precipitation symbols. This is not something that can be achieved by just performing on the spot. It is a rigor ingrained in his bones." Biology teacher said he never uses the chessboard method for genetics questions. Instead, he uses a probability formula he derived himself. "I studied that formula for half a day and found it to be more than 3 times faster than the standard method. This child is a genius." Wu Feng listened to his colleagues' animated discussions, but did not participate much. He is a Chinese teacher and also the class teacher, seeing things from a different perspective than the other teachers. What he sees is not just the scores but the state of the young man behind those scores. Xie Linyuan is remarkably stable, too stable for a 17-year-old. Other students celebrated their high scores with excitement, some dancing with joy, while others were anxious about their future performance. Xie Linyuan, however, was different. He scored 746 points, yet his expression remained calm and indifferent, as if everything was within his expectations, as if this score meant little to him. Wu Feng questioned whether he could have maintained such a mindset at 17. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the final exams arrived. For the final exam, Xie Linyuan once again scored 746 points. Mathematics 150, A comprehensive science 300, English 148, Chinese 148. Exactly the same as his last monthly test. A stability that was astonishing. In the Chinese essay, Wu Feng still deducted 2 points. It wasn't because Xie Linyuan's writing was lacking, but rather due to Wu Feng's deliberate choice. Too much fullness leads to loss, just as a full cup overflows. He did not wish for Xie Linyuan to receive perfect scores in his usual exams, as it might give students a false sense of "I have already achieved perfection," which could be detrimental in the college entrance examination. Leaving a little space for students to recognize the potential for improvement is the wisdom of education. On the day of winter break, the entire campus was enveloped in a light-hearted atmosphere typical of the festive season. In the corridor of the teaching building, students chatted in small groups, packing their belongings to head home. The first and second-year students had already begun their vacation, while the third-year students had an extra 2 weeks of classes, and now they could finally catch their breath. Wu Feng sat in his office, a bulging brown paper envelope placed before him. He hadn't opened it, but he knew it contained 5,000 yuan awarded to Xie Linyuan in the form of a scholarship. At Huai County No. 1 high school, there was an unwritten rule that for particularly outstanding students from financially disadvantaged families, the school would provide a form of invisible assistance before winter and summer breaks, without public acknowledgement photographs or press releases, just quietly offering economic support. Zhang Jianjun had specifically instructed that this matter should not be publicized to prevent students from feeling it was charity. It should be presented as a scholarship, allowing students to accept it with peace of mind. Wu Feng felt that the principal's arrangement was quite appropriate. The class bell rang. Wu Feng picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Xie Linyuan's number. After 2 rings, the call connected. "Xie Linyuan, come to my office." A few minutes later, Xie Linyuan appeared at the office door. He wore his school uniform, carried an old backpack, and his hair had grown a bit longer since the start of the school year, making him look spirited and tidy. The months of third-year life left no signs of exhaustion on his face. Instead, he appeared even more composed. "Teacher, you were looking for me. Come in and close the door." Wu Feng gestured to the chair opposite him. Xie Linyuan stepped inside, gently closed the door, and sat down across from Wu Feng. Without beating around the bush, Wu Feng directly picked up the brown paper envelope on the desk and pushed it towards Xie Linyuan. Take this. Xie Linyuan glanced at the envelope, but did not immediately reach for it. Instead, he raised his head to look at Wu Feng, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. It's the school's scholarship, Wu Feng explained. You ranked first in the grade for this final exam, and it's the highest score since the school's establishment. The school has decided to award you a scholarship. 5,000 yuan. It's not much, but it's a token of appreciation. Xie Linyuan was silent for 2 seconds before reaching for the envelope. The envelope was unsealed, and he could see a thick stack of brand new 100 yuan bills inside. 5,000 yuan might just be an ordinary white-collar worker's half-month salary for many families, but for him, it was hard-earned money that his grandparents made from several acres of land. Teacher Wu, please thank the school for me. Xie Linyuan's voice was soft, but sincere. What are you thanking for? This is what you deserve. It's only right that the school rewards you for your excellent performance. Go home and enjoy the new year, buy some good food for your grandparents, and perhaps a new outfit. This year has not been easy for you either, working during the summer break, studying after school started. Make sure to relax when you can. Xie Linyuan carefully placed the envelope into the inner compartment of his backpack, zipped it up, and then looked up at Wu Feng. Teacher Wu, thank you for these 2 years. The words thank you felt serious coming from Xie Linyuan's mouth. He was not being polite, he was genuinely grateful. He knew that Wu Feng had done a lot for him, applying for financial aid, helping him secure scholarships, coordinating among various subject teachers, and advocating for him in front of the school leaders. Wu Feng had never mentioned these matters directly to him, but Xie Linyuan was not naive, he understood everything in his heart. Wu Feng felt a little embarrassed by Xie Linyuan's gratitude, rubbed his nose and smiled. All right, let's not make this a farewell. We'll see each other next semester, right? Be careful on your way home. Don't just play during the winter break. Make sure to read a bit and maintain your state, but also don't push yourself too hard. Rest when you need to. I understand. Xie Linyuan stood up, nodded slightly to Wu Feng, and then turned to leave the office. Wu Feng watched his figure disappear at the end of the corridor, then leaned back against his chair, exhaling deeply. Outside the window, the winter sunlight illuminated the campus, desolate and empty. In the distance, the national flag fluttered on the flagpole in the playground, rustling in the winter wind. Wu Feng looked at the flag and suddenly remembered something. Xie Linyuan's home address was Xie Family Village, about 10 kilometers from the school. This child walked home every time, taking over an hour. Walking 10 kilometers in the cold winter was quite a challenge. Wu Feng thought for a moment, picked up his phone, and sent a text to Xie Linyuan, message me when you get home. A few minutes later, his phone vibrated. Okay, Teacher Wu. Wu Feng glanced at the reply, smiled, set the phone aside, and began tidying up his desk in preparation for the holiday. Little did he know at that moment Xie Linyuan was walking along the road home. The winter plains were vast and desolate, and the wheat fields on both sides of the road resembled a huge green carpet extending to the horizon. The sunset hung on the western horizon, painting the entire world in a warm golden hue. Xie Linyuan's steps were light and steady. The 5,000 yuan in his backpack felt heavy against his back, yet it made him feel particularly grounded. He recalled the words his grandmother said over the phone. Linyuan, your grandfather is feeling much better now. He keeps talking about you. When will you be on break? Your grandma is going to make chicken for you. Those little fluffy chicks must have grown into half-grown chickens by now. In a few months, they will start laying eggs. Xie Linyuan quickened his pace, heading towards Xie Family Village. Behind him, the teaching building of Huai County No. 1 High School gradually faded into the dusk. Ahead, the lights of home were beginning to flicker on one by one. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, every household in Xie Village bustled with preparations for the Lunar New Year. The air hung thick with the savory aroma of fried meatballs, the sweet fragrance of steamed glutinous rice cakes, and the faint metallic tang of poultry being slaughtered. Children chased one another through the narrow alleyways, pockets stuffed with freshly bought firecrackers, occasionally tossing one onto the ground with a sharp percussive crack that sent an old hen flapping wildly down the lane. Adults hurried in and out. Some rode electric scooters to town for New Year provisions, others set up giant cauldrons in their courtyards to boil water for braising meats, still others climbed ladders to paste red spring festival couplets, inked with auspicious verses, squarely onto doorframes. The festive spirit at Xie Linyuan's home was richer this year than ever before. Grandma Su Zhiyun had been rushing non-stop, yet her smile never wavered. In previous years, Grandpa and her grandson sat silently around the table. Cooking too much left leftovers rotting, cooking too little made the feast feel hollow and joyless. The house felt cold and desolate, even the firecrackers seeming unworthy of lighting. This year was different. Her grandson's academic performance had soared beyond expectation. Grandpa's health had grown robust, and at last their home truly felt like a home. At dawn, Grandma went to the town market and returned laden 5 jean of marbled pork belly, 2 carp, 1 plump rooster, bundles of celery and garlic sprouts, tofu, vermicelli, 2 jean of peanuts and sunflower seeds, and half a jean of premium tea. Her electric scooter groaned under the weight, swaying precariously as she rode home, yet her heart soared like the morning sun. Grandpa Xie Linyuan was no less industrious. He swept the courtyard thrice, front, back, and side, then polished every chair and table in the main hall until they gleamed. While wiping the dining table, he noticed one leg wobbling. He wedged small wooden shims beneath it, tapped them firmly with a hammer, and crouched to inspect his handiwork, nodding in quiet satisfaction once the leg stood perfectly steady. Then he wandered over to the chicken coop. The downy chicks had matured into sturdy half-grown hens, their feathers glossy, their spirits bright. He scattered a handful of corn kernels, and the flock surged forward in a flurry of pecking beaks. They'll start laying eggs in another 2 months, he murmured to himself, voice warm with humble contentment. Xie Linyuan too kept busy, tending the kitchen fire as flames danced across his flushed cheeks. Grandma sliced meat while chatting. Your cousin Wang Chao called 2 days ago. He'll arrive this afternoon and join us for dinner. He looked after you so well when you worked in Hangzhou. Now that he's coming, you must thank him properly. Yes, Grandma, Xie Linyuan replied, feeding another log into the hearth, the firelight flickering deep within his eyes. Grandpa says Wang Chao is sincere and dependable. When you rise in life, never forget his kindness. I want, Xie Linyuan said simply, calm yet unshakably certain. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the low rumble of an automobile engine echoed beyond the courtyard gate. Xie Linyuan glanced out the kitchen window to see a familiar grayish-white Haval H6 parked neatly at the entrance. The driver's door opened and Wang Chao stepped out. Wearing a dark jacket, his hair neatly trimmed, his bearing noticeably more vigorous than during his time in Hangzhou. He circled to the rear trunk and lifted out several bulging bags. Brother, you didn't need to bring anything. Grandma hurried out, still wearing her apron. Auntie, please don't stand on ceremony. It's all modest stuff. Wang Chao smiled as he entered the courtyard and placed the parcels upon the main hall's table. He brought 2 cartons of milk, 1 crate of fruit, a box of pastries, and a crimson gift box containing 2 bottles of baijiu. Nothing extravagant, yet each item substantial and heartfelt, free of gaudy pretense. Xie Linyuan emerged from the kitchen and greeted him. Brother. Wang Chao turned, appraised him carefully, then clapped his shoulder with a grin. You've lost a bit of weight, but your spirit is strong. How's school going this semester? Fine, Xie Linyuan replied with a gentle smile. Grandpa appeared from the inner room, and Wang Chao immediately stepped forward, clasping his hand warmly. Grandpa, you look far better than you did this summer. Your complexion is radiant. Grandpa chuckled. It's all thanks to Linyuan. Somehow he learned to na massage. He's been treating me daily for months. My lower back no longer aches, and my legs feel powerful again. I walk with ease now. I even strolled through the fields yesterday. Wang Chao glanced at Xie Linyuan, startled. He knew Grandpa's chronic back ailment well. He'd heard about it many times while Xie Linyuan worked in Hangzhou. Yet in just a few months, the old man had transformed so remarkably. Still, Wang Chao voiced no further speculation, only nodded and said quietly, Linyuan truly has a caring heart. They settled into the main hall. Grandma served hot tea and bowls of peanuts and sunflower seeds. Wang Chao sipped his tea, leaned back in his chair, and asked casually, Linyuan, have your final exam results come out yet? How did you do? Xie Linyuan sat opposite him, cradling his teacup with both hands, expression serene as he answered in 3 quiet words, 746. Wang Chao froze, teacup suspended midair. Slowly he lowered the cup and stared, lips parting as if to verify he hadn't misheard. What was that? 746, Xie Linyuan repeated. Wang Chao turned first to Grandpa, then to Grandma. Both beaming, Grandma nodding eagerly, Grandpa swelling with unmistakable pride. Only then did Wang Chao accept the number as real. He sank back into his chair and exhaled deeply, a long, slow release of breath. 746, he murmured, shaking his head. Linyuan, do you realize what this score signifies? Xie Linyuan remained silent, waiting. Though not a university graduate, Wang Chao had navigated the complexities of adult life for years and understood the National College Entrance Examination, the Gaokao, as intimately as anyone. Among his construction workers, children's scores were the most frequent topic of conversation, over tea, at lunch breaks, during evening rests, always revolving around who scored how high, which university they'd entered. Last year's provincial top scorer achieved around 710. Your 746 exceeds that by 30 or 40 points. Even accounting for yearly variations in exam difficulty, 746 stands unambiguously at the pinnacle, no matter the year. He paused, his gaze shifting, no longer seeing a younger cousin, but something rarer, a treasure beyond measure. Linyuan, listen carefully. If you maintain this level next year, you won't just be a provincial top scorer. You'll be the undisputed #1 among hundreds of thousands of candidates. You'll ignite our entire county, our whole city. His voice tightened as if caught in a sudden constriction. Do you know, has our counties one high school ever produced a provincial top scorer? Never, Grandpa interjected gently. The best we've ever had was a municipal top scorer, and only once. Exactly. Wang Chao slapped his thigh. If Linyuan achieves the provincial top scorer, it would be an unprecedented event. The school will reward you, the county will reward you, and perhaps even the city will reward you. You not only won't spend money on your education, but you can also earn money. Grandma's eyes lit up, but she still had some doubts. Is that true? Can you really earn money from taking a test? Auntie, you don't understand. Wang Chao patiently explained, what does being the provincial top scorer mean? It's a big deal that brings prestige to the school and the county magistrate. There will be various scholarships, grants, and corporate sponsorships adding up to tens of thousands, or even over 100,000. Peking University and Tsinghua University will be eager to recruit you, offering excellent conditions. Grandma opened her mouth slightly, then closed it. As a rural old lady, Grandma's understanding of Peking University and Tsinghua University was limited to those are good universities. As for top scores and scholarships, she didn't dare to think about it. But now hearing Wang Chao say this, it seemed like these good things were really going to happen to her family, and her eyes turned red. If Linyuan's father were still here, seeing Linyuan achieve this. Grandma started to say, but couldn't continue, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. The living room was quiet for a moment. Wang Chao did not continue the conversation, but turned to Xie Linyuan, adopting a more relaxed tone. Linyuan, don't feel pressured. I'm not assigning you any tasks. Just perform normally on the day of the college entrance exam, and whatever score you get is enough. Scoring 746 means you have that capability, which will give you confidence during the exam. I understand, brother. Xie Linyuan nodded. Wang Chao sat for a while chatting with Grandpa about the changes in the village and discussing Grandma's health. He noticed that Grandpa's spirit was indeed much better than in the summer. He walked steadily, spoke with vigor, and the wrinkles on his face had smoothed out quite a bit. He was secretly amazed, but did not think too deeply, attributing it to the old man's naturally better mood leading to improved health. Before leaving, Wang Chao took out a red envelope from his jacket pocket and walked over to Grandma, handing it to her with both hands. Auntie, this is for you and Grandpa, a small token. It's New Year, you can buy something good to eat. Grandma glanced at the thickness of the red envelope and quickly waved her hands to decline. No, you gave Linyuan such a high salary last time and bought him food on the way. That's already enough. We can't accept this money. Take it back and buy something for your parents. Wang Chao insisted, shoving the red envelope into Grandma's hands, his tone firm. Auntie, why are you being polite with me? You even carried me when I was little. If you refuse this money, I might not dare to visit again. Grandpa interjected, take it, Wang Chao means well. Grandma looked at Grandpa, then at Wang Chao, her eyes reddening again, but this time she did not cry. She just firmly grasped Wang Chao's hand, repeatedly calling him a good child. Wang Chao smiled, patted Xie Linyuan on the shoulder, and said, study hard, I'll wait for good news from you next year, then turned and walked out of the courtyard, starting his car and leaving. The tail lights of the Havel H6 turned a corner at the end of the village road, disappearing into the twilight. Grandma stood at the gate for a long time, holding the red envelope, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Xie Linyuan walked over and softly said, Grandma, it's cold outside, let's go inside. Grandma came back to her senses, nodded, and went back inside with her grandson. She placed the red envelope on the table, opened it, and saw 5 brand new 100-yuan bills. Grandma sighed, this child, it's not easy for him, yet he still thinks of us. Just keep it in your heart, Grandpa added. Xie Linyuan did not speak, but took out the 500 yuan from the red envelope and handed it to Grandma. Grandma took the money and locked it in the drawer of the old wardrobe in the living room, tucking the key into her pocket. Soon it was New Year's Eve. Before dawn, the sound of sporadic firecrackers echoed in the village. Xie Linyuan was awakened by the noise, and when he opened his eyes to look outside, the sky was just beginning to brighten, with a faint fish-belly white on the eastern horizon. He did not linger in bed, but got up, dressed, and opened the door to his room. In the living room, Grandma was already busy. A large pot on the stove was simmering chicken soup, bubbling and releasing a rich aroma that filled the entire house. Grandpa sat behind the stove, tending the fire, the flames illuminating his wrinkled face, and the old man's expression was peaceful and content. Grandma, are we stewing chicken today? Xie Linyuan walked over, lifted the pot lid to take a look, and saw a layer of oil floating on the golden chicken soup, with the chicken tender and aromatic. This chicken has been raised for nearly 5 months, just right to be slaughtered for the new year. Grandma picked up a pair of long chopsticks from the stove and turned the chicken over in the pot, saying, this rooster is very fat. The soup will be rich. You should drink a few more bowls later. Xie Linyuan swallowed hard and smiled okay. Around 8 in the morning, Grandpa called Xie Linyuan to the living room. Grandpa sat in a chair, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and pulled one out to light. He had quit smoking when his back hurt badly before. Now that he was feeling better, he occasionally smoked one, but much less than when he was younger. Linyuan, today is New Year's Eve, and there's something you need to do. Grandpa took a puff of smoke, and the mist dispersed slowly in the morning light. Xie Linyuan knew what Grandpa was going to say. Go pay respects to your parents' graves. Every word from Grandpa's voice seemed to be drawn from a very deep place. It's an old tradition to visit the graves before the new year. The weather is good today, so you should go by yourself. Although I'm feeling better, my legs and feet aren't very nimble, so I won't go with you. You should talk to them and let them know how you've been this past year, so they can feel at ease. Xie Linyuan nodded, his voice soft but firm. Okay. Grandpa took out a stack of yellow paper and a bundle of firecrackers from the drawer and also found an old iron bucket for burning the paper money to prevent sparks from igniting the surrounding dry grass. He handed the things to Xie Linyuan, also pulling out a lighter from his pocket and placing it in his grandson's hands. Go ahead, take your time on the way. Xie Linyuan took the items, changed into an old pair of shoes, put on a thick coat, and stepped outside. The cemetery of the Xie family village was located 3 miles to the east of the village on a slope. Though it was called a slope, it was merely a slight rise on the plain about 1 or 2 meters higher than the surrounding land. The villagers had been buried here for generations. The graves were lined up next to each other, some marked with stone tablets, others just small mounds covered in dry grass. The winter fields were vast and desolate, with the wheat seedlings close to the ground dark green in color. The bare poplar trees in the distance had branches that resembled old men's outstretched fingers pointing straight at the gray-white sky. The wind blew in from the north, carrying a biting chill that made the dry grass on the ridges tremble. Xie Linyuan carried his belongings, walking step by step along the ridge of the field. His pace was neither fast nor slow, his face devoid of expression, but his eyes held a deep and heavy weight akin to an unseen bottomless pool. The grave of his parents lay in the middle of the slope, slightly to the west, neither large nor conspicuous. The tombstone was a plain slab of bluestone inscribed with his parents' names and their dates of birth and death. The open space in front of the tomb was overgrown with dry grass, some of which had already fallen onto the surface of the tombstone. Xie Linyuan stood before the grave for a while, his hair tousled by the wind, which he did not attempt to fix. He stood there gazing at the 2 names on the tombstone, looking at the dates that were both familiar and distant to him. Born in the 1970s, died in 2020. 6 or 7 years had passed, yet every time he stood before this grave the feeling remained the same, as if someone had gripped his heart in their hand. Not painful, but suffocating. He placed the iron bucket in front of the tombstone, neatly stacked the yellow paper, and set it ablaze. The flames leaped up, casting an orange light upon the bluestone tombstone, making the characters flicker between brightness and darkness. Xie Linyuan crouched down, adding sheets of paper to the fire one by one. The light illuminated his face, a young, sharply contoured visage devoid of any expression, yet also free of any pretense. He did not cry. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. Or rather, he felt that crying was meaningless. His parents would not return to life because of his tears, and life would not become easier because of his sorrow. What he could do was not to cry, but to move forward. "Dad, Mom," he spoke up, his voice soft, as if he were chatting with the two. "I'm here to see you." The wind swept over the grave, lifting the burnt paper ashes into the air, drifting gracefully like a flock of gray butterflies. "This summer vacation, I worked in Hangzhou. My cousin Wang Chao took care of me, earning 300 a day for 55 days, making a total of 17,000. I ranked first in the grade on the entrance exam and continued to score first in the subsequent monthly tests, achieving 746 points in the final exam. The teacher said this score could qualify for the provincial top scholar. If you were still here, you would surely be thrilled." He paused, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. The fire continued to burn, the yellow paper curling and turning black, transforming into ashes that rose in a wave of heat. "Grandpa and Grandma are much better now. I've cured Grandpa's back pain, and I can now do things I couldn't do before. I won't tell you the specifics, as you wouldn't believe it. Rest assured, I will take good care of Grandpa and Grandma." He added a few more sheets of paper to the fire, which flared up a bit more, heating his face. "Next year is the college entrance examination. I plan to be the top scholar and then go to the best university to study the most advanced knowledge. The road ahead is long, and I can't predict how it will turn out, but I am certain it won't be an ordinary life. Watch over me from above. I won't bring shame upon you." The paper finished burning, and the fire gradually diminished, leaving behind a pile of dark red embers flickering in the wind. Xie Linyuan picked up the firecrackers, unwrapped the packaging, hung one end on the dry grass beside the tombstone, and then ignited the fuse with a lighter. Crackle! The sound of firecrackers burst forth across the open fields, startling the sparrows perched on nearby branches into flight. Red paper scraps flew everywhere, landing on the open space in front of the grave and the withered grass, and on Xie Linyuan's shoulders. As the smoke cleared, everything returned to silence. Xie Linyuan stood before the grave for a while longer, then emptied the ashes from the iron bucket, tidied up his things, and turned to walk back. After taking a dozen steps, he suddenly stopped and turned back for a glance. His parents' grave lay quietly on the slope, the tombstone gleaming with a bluish-gray light under the winter sun. The wind lifted the few unburned paper ashes, swirling them upwards into the sky, drifting higher and farther until they merged into the gray-white canopy above, disappearing from sight. Xie Linyuan turned around, striding purposefully toward the village. He did not look back. On the evening of New Year's Eve, the entire Xie family village was illuminated. Every household hung red lanterns at their doors, with window decorations and couplets adorning the door frames. The sound of firecrackers began in the evening, continuing until late at night, as if the whole earth were in a state of fervor. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, the aroma of dishes, the scent of wine, and that warm, nostalgic fragrance that blended all the smells, which could only be sensed on New Year's Eve, making one's nose tingle. In Xie Linyuan's family hall, the lights were bright. A new plastic tablecloth covered the square table bought by Grandma a few days ago in town, bright red, with golden foo characters printed on it. The table was filled with dishes: braised pork, chicken soup, braised carp, spicy stir-fried bacon, garlic, stir-fried vegetables, fried peanuts, cold century, egg salad, tofu balls, a table brimming with vibrant colors and steaming heat. Grandma brought out the last dish, took off her apron, wiped her hands, and looked at the table full of food, smiling in satisfaction. This year has been the most decent for our family. When Grandma said this, her voice trembled a bit, but the smile on her face was genuine and the light in her eyes was bright. Grandpa sat in the seat of honor wearing a somewhat new dark blue cotton jacket, his hair neatly combed, and the wrinkles on his face resembled a daisy blown by the wind. He picked up the white liquor bottle from the table, poured himself a small cup as the doctor had advised, allowing for a little wine to soothe the muscles and invigorate the blood, and poured half a cup for Xie Linyuan. Linyuan is grown up too, he can have some wine, it's fine. When Grandpa said this, his tone carried a sense of solemnity, as if announcing an important decision, declaring that from today onward his grandson was no longer a child. Xie Linyuan raised his cup, first toasting Grandpa, then Grandma. Grandma, you've worked hard this year. Next year, I will work even harder to provide you with a good life. His words were not overly sentimental, even somewhat plain, but it was precisely this simplicity that made them particularly sincere. Grandpa raised his glass, clinking it against his grandson's, producing a clear sound. The old man took a sip of wine, squinting at the spiciness, but the smile on his face deepened. Grandma didn't drink, holding a cup of plain water. She also came over to clink her glass. Grandma doesn't expect you to provide me with a good life. Oh, as long as you are safe and healthy, that is enough for me. The three clinked their cups and began to eat the New Year's Eve dinner. The television was on, broadcasting the Spring Festival Gala on the central television, with lively music and laughter pouring out from the screen, filling the entire room. Outside, the sound of firecrackers rang out in succession. Fireworks occasionally shot up into the night sky, bursting into colorful blooms in the darkness. Xie Linyuan picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. It was the most skillful dish of his grandmother. Rich yet not greasy, melting in the mouth, perfectly balanced in sweetness and saltiness. He took another sip of chicken soup, so fresh that his eyebrows nearly raised in surprise. The chicken had simmered for an entire morning, the meat and bones tender, falling off effortlessly at the touch of his lips, with the essence of the broth fully present. Delicious, he exclaimed sincerely. His grandmother beamed with joy, continuously serving him more dishes. Eat more, oh, look how thin you've become. Grandfather leisurely sipped his wine, his gaze shifting from his grandson to his old partner. This 76-year-old man had endured the pain of losing his hair, while his son was still young, faced years of suffering from illness, and now sat at this dining table, which had hosted New Year's Eve dinners for over a decade, feeling a long-lost sensation rising within him. It was not happiness. The word happiness felt too light. It was a sense of stability, a firm grounding beneath his feet. It was a feeling of this family having roots, hope, and a future ahead. Linyuan, grandfather suddenly spoke. Xie Linyuan looked up at him. Grandfather held up his wine glass, a flicker of light dancing in his murky eyes, yet his expression and voice remained calm. If your father were still here, seeing you like this today, he would be so happy that he'd drink half a gin of wine. The room fell silent for a moment. The laughter from the television continued, and the firecrackers outside were still ringing, but in that small space around the dining table, time seemed to slow down suddenly. Grandmother's eyes turned red, but she did not cry. She simply lowered her head, picked up a piece of chicken with her chopsticks, and chewed slowly for a long time. Xie Linyuan raised his wine glass and gently said, Grandma, things will get better every year from now on. Grandfather nodded, down the remaining wine in his glass in one gulp, and then set the glass down on the table, exhaling a long breath. Yes, it will get better and better. A firework burst in the night sky outside, golden lights streaming through the window, illuminating the three warm faces of different ages in the hall. The New Year's Eve dinner lasted nearly 2 hours. More than half of the dishes on the table had been devoured. Only oil soup remained from the braised pork. The chicken soup had reached the bottom, and only the complete skeleton of the braised carp was left. Grandfather had 2 small cups of white wine, his face slightly flushed and his voice louder than usual as he began recounting stories from his youth on the construction site. Grandmother found him chatty, but she did not interrupt, simply listening with a smile. Xie Linyuan felt comfortably full, leaning back in his chair as a comedy skit on the Spring Festival Gala on TV brought waves of laughter from the audience. He looked at his grandparents at this hall, which though shabby was filled with light and laughter, and a complex feeling surged within him. A year ago, he was just an ordinary second-year high school student with decent grades, but not outstanding. His physical fitness was better than average, but not extraordinary, worrying daily about money and uncertain about the future. 1 year later, he was a practitioner of the Yuan 2 realm, possessing a lifespan of 1,000 years and capabilities far exceeding that of ordinary people. His academic performance was at the top of the entire school, even the province. He used his yuan power to heal his grandfather's illness, and his grandmother smiled far more than before. This family was gradually emerging from the shadow of a disaster that occurred a few years ago, and he had only just begun. "Grandma, I'll wash the dishes." Xie Linyuan stood up and began to clear the table. No, you go watch TV, Grandma will wash." Grandmother hurriedly snatched the dishes. Grandmother stood at the kitchen door, watching her tall grandson busy at the sink, her face displaying an immeasurable smile of satisfaction. Grandfather walked out of the hall, standing beside grandmother, both watching the busy young man in the kitchen. "Our grandson is remarkable," grandfather said softly. Grandmother did not respond, simply nodding vigorously. After tidying up the kitchen, Xie Linyuan returned to the hall, where his grandparents were already seated in front of the television. Grandmother was peeling peanuts and grandfather was drinking tea. The two leaned against each other like two old trees, their trunks bent, but their roots still deeply embedded in the soil. Xie Linyuan moved a chair to sit beside them, also grabbing a handful of peanuts and slowly peeling them. The Spring Festival Gala on TV continued, now reaching the countdown to midnight, the host excitedly calling out, 10987. Outside, the sound of firecrackers suddenly intensified, as if the entire world was in a frenzy. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. The bells for the new year rang out. Grandfather pulled 2 red envelopes from his pocket, handing one to Xie Linyuan and the other to grandmother. The envelopes were not thick, but grandfather prepared them with great seriousness. The red covers bore the words "Peace," inscribed with a brush, the writing somewhat crooked, yet each stroke was earnest. "This is your New Year's money. Linyuan, I wish you smooth sailing in the college entrance examination next year and achieve great results." Grandfather's voice was not loud, but amidst the deafening sound of firecrackers, each word clearly reached Xie Linyuan's ears. Xie Linyuan took the red envelope, squeezing it. It was thin, likely containing only 1 or 2 bills. Yet he understood that for grandfather the significance of these 2 bills far exceeded their face value. This was money that grandfather had saved up by living frugally, the simplest blessing that a 76-year-old man could give to his grandson. "Thank you, Grandpa." Xie Linyuan carefully placed the red envelope in his inner coat pocket, close to his heart. Grandmother also accepted the envelope, opened it to take a look, and smiled. "Old man, when did you learn to give red envelopes?" Grandfather grunted. "I didn't give them before because I had no money. Now that my grandson has made the family look presentable, I also need to act like a proper grandfather." The 3 of them laughed. Outside, the fireworks lit up the night sky, red, green, gold, and purple, one after another, as if the sky were blooming. The sound of firecrackers continued without end, like the heartbeat of the earth. The lights of Xie family village twinkled one by one. Under each light, there was a family reuniting, a table of steaming New Year's Eve dinner, and stories being told. After midnight, the sound of firecrackers gradually thinned out. Grandmother went to bed first, and grandfather, yawning, returned to his room. Xie Linyuan sat alone in the hall. The television turned off, and the house fell silent. He took out the red envelope from his pocket, opened it to see 2 brand new 100 yuan bills. He put the bills back into the envelope, and then back into his inner pocket. Then he closed his eyes, and the yuan power within him began to circulate slowly. The operation of the yuan power guiding technique had become instinctual. Even if he did nothing, the yuan power would circulate within him spontaneously. But tonight he deliberately increased the intensity of the circulation, allowing the yuan power to surge through his meridians faster and more fiercely. The yuan power washed through every meridian, nourishing every cell, the sensation akin to spring rain seeping into parched earth, silent yet brimming with life. A new year, a new beginning. His goal was clear: to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination, to enter a top university, and then to use his extraordinary thinking ability and the achievements from cultivating the yuan power guiding technique to contribute something to this country and this nation. It was still too early to speak of these things, but the path was walked step by step. He had already taken the first step, and the second and third steps would only become more stable. In the night outside, the last firework faded away at the horizon, leaving only a sky full of stars densely packed, as if someone had scattered shattered diamonds across the heavens. Xie Linyuan opened his eyes, gazing through the window at the starry sky, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In 1,000 years, these stars would belong to the descendants of Yin and Huang. He stood up, turned off the lights, and returned to his room. The night of New Year's Eve was quiet and warm. Xie family village was immersed in its first dream of the new year, the lights of each household extinguished one by one, with only a few flickering like the earth responding to the starlight in the sky. Xie Linyuan lay in bed, listening to the distant sounds of firecrackers, the wind rustling through the treetops outside, and the rhythmic breathing of his grandparents in the next room, gradually closing his eyes. This was the most grounded new year he had experienced in 17 years. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, the school bell heralded the start of the new semester at Huai County No. 1 High School senior campus. Though winter break had lasted barely 10 days, the calendar for grade 12 had already turned to the second half of the academic year. The crimson couplets still adorned the school gate, and lanterns remained suspended along the corridors of the teaching building. Yet the air now carried a tension distinctly different from that before the new year. A countdown board stood anew in the center of the teaching building's lobby, its bold numerals declaring only 118 days until the National College entrance examination. The numbers glowed in vivid red, a blazing flame. Xie Linyuan stepped onto campus, slinging his faded, well-worn school bag over one shoulder. He had not idled away the holiday, not out of extraordinary diligence, but because his current cognitive capacity enabled him to consolidate knowledge at a rate exponentially surpassing that of ordinary students, even with just 2 or 3 hours of study per day. Moreover, each completed cycle of the Yuanli guiding art subtly enhanced his memory comprehension and focus. Such incremental cumulative progress far eclipsed what mere problem-solving drills could achieve. Yet he revealed none of this. To teachers and classmates alike, Xie Linyuan remained the same unassuming, composed top student, punctual in attendance, quiet in demeanor, unwavering in consistency. He neither flaunted nor concealed his brilliance. He never boasted, nor did he feign humility with hollow remarks like "I only scored well by luck." He simply existed, serene, unobtrusive, like a deep, still pool, placid on the surface, yet churning with powerful undercurrents beneath. The first monthly exam of the second semester arrived as scheduled. The difficulty level across all subjects had been tacitly calibrated by the faculty to strike a precise balance, not so easy as to induce complacency, nor so arduous as to erode confidence. For Xie Linyuan, however, the question of difficulty had long ceased to hold practical significance. The moment he laid eyes on the test paper, he knew, with absolute certainty, that he could solve every question flawlessly, even with his eyes closed. When the 2-day examination concluded, results were released the following Wednesday morning. Wu Feng entered the classroom holding the score sheet, his expression calm and unreadable. He had already discussed the results with colleagues in the faculty office, an exchange no longer colored by initial shock or elation, but by quiet, matter-of-fact acceptance. It was as if Xie Linyuan's extraordinary performance were self-evident, requiring neither astonishment nor commentary. "The scores are in. I'll announce the grade-wide rankings." Wu Feng stood at the podium, voice measured, yet resonant. Grade-wide first place, Xie Linyuan. Total score, 748. Predictable applause filled the room, not as thunderous as before, yet warmer, more sincere. His peers had grown accustomed to seeing Xie Linyuan occupy the summit as naturally as they accepted the sun rising in the east. Mathematics, 150. Science comprehensive, 300. English, 150. Chinese language, 148. Wu Feng placed the score sheet upon his desk. 2 points deducted in Chinese, specifically from the essay. As I've told you before, perfect essays are rare treasures, less about quality than about the capriciousness of grading standards. As he spoke, he glanced briefly at Xie Linyuan, a subtle, almost unconscious note of explanation in his tone, as though to say it wasn't personal. It was simply how the system works. Xie Linyuan nodded silently. Yet everyone present, teachers and students alike, knew full well a score of 748, just 2 points shy of perfection, was nothing short of dominantly supreme in any national examination context. What struck the faculty even more profoundly was that this feat was no fluke, no fleeting surge of brilliance, but rather Xie Linyuan's steadfast norm. Over the next 2 months, monthly exams came and went, and Xie Linyuan's score held immovable. February, 748. 2 points lost in Chinese, all else perfect. March, 748. 2 points lost in Chinese, all else perfect. April, 748. 2 points lost in Chinese, all else perfect. 3 distinct examinations, identical scores down to the very subject and point deduction. Had the questions not varied entirely each time, faculty might have suspected he was reciting memorized answers. Such unwavering consistency transcended mere excellence. It bordered on the uncanny. Annual provincial top scorer marks fluctuate routinely by 20 or 30 points, shaped by variations in question difficulty, grading criteria, and candidate condition. Xie Linyuan, however, resembled a precision-calibrated instrument regardless of input. However diverse the questions, he produced the same output, 748. Privately, Wu Feng once remarked to math teacher Zhao Zhengwo, "This boy is too steady. I find myself unnerved by it." Zhao adjusted his reading glasses slowly and replied, "Afraid of what?" "That he'll falter during the national exam." "Unlikely. Students like him grow steadier under pressure. In my 30 years of teaching, even the finest pupils exhibit some fluctuation before the final exam, however slight. But Xie Linyuan shows no such tremor whatsoever. He exists in a state of perfect equilibrium, untouched by external turbulence, impervious to circumstance." Wu Feng pondered this and found Zhao's insight compelling. Later, he reported Xie Linyuan's case directly to Principal Zhang Jianjun. Zhang fell silent for a long while before uttering words that would linger with Wu Feng. Teacher Wu, encountering a student like this, once in a lifetime, is the highest blessing a teacher can receive. Cherish him, and above all, do not fail him. Wu Feng, of course, would not fail him. At a full faculty meeting for grade 12 teachers late, in April, Principal Zhang made a rare full appearance. Such attendance was uncommon. He typically appeared only at opening and closing ceremonies, delegating daily operations to the vice principal. This time, however, he not only attended, he took the central seat and listened attentively from beginning to end. The meeting focused on final month preparations for the national examination. Review schedules, mock exam timetables, psychological counseling for students, parent-teacher coordination. All were addressed in meticulous detail, with department heads presenting sequentially. Zhang remained silent throughout, listening intently, occasionally jotting notes in his ledger. Near the meeting's close, Vice Principal Lu Ziyuan raised a name. Student Xie Linyuan has been under our sustained observation since last September. His performance has been remarkably stable, so consistently exceptional as to defy belief. If he performs to form on exam day, he stands an excellent chance of becoming provincial top scorer, the strongest opportunity Huai County No. 1 high school has ever had in its history. We urge every faculty member to unite in safeguarding his path. Lu's phrasing was restrained, yet every educator in the room grasped the gravity behind those 4 words, safeguarding his path. They were not uttered lightly. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun spoke up. His voice was not loud, but the conference room fell silent instantly. I completely agree with Principal Liu's statement. However, I would like to add one point. He paused, his gaze sweeping over each teacher present. Xie Linyuan is our student, not our tool. His achievements belong to him, not to us. As teachers, our role is not to treat him as a pawn to fulfill our personal ambitions, but to do our utmost to help and support him, allowing him to focus solely on entering the examination hall. Therefore, I have 3 requests. Zhang Jianjun extended 3 fingers. First, all subject teachers should maintain the previous strategy, avoiding any special treatment and not placing additional pressure on Xie Linyuan. Conduct normal classes, normal QA sessions, and assign regular homework. Do not call him to the office for private discussions and refrain from saying things like "you are the hope of our school." Such words carry too much weight. A 17-year-old cannot bear that. Second, the logistical support must be ensured. The cafeteria, dormitories, and campus environment must not have any issues. Xie Linyuan's family situation is not good, and the school should promptly provide the subsidies and scholarships he is entitled to, ensuring he has no financial worries. Third, and most importantly, Zhang Jianjun's voice grew somber, protect him. Do not let the media know of his existence. Do not allow people from society to disturb him, and do not push him into the spotlight. What he needs now is a quiet learning environment, not a title of young genius. Whoever leaks information, I will hold responsible. The teachers in the conference room exchanged glances, no one speaking. Zhang Jianjun's 3 requests struck the mark, each reflecting the calmness and thoroughness characteristic of an experienced principal. After the meeting, Wu Feng walked back to his office, feeling an increased respect for Zhang Jianjun. This old principal usually kept a low profile, even being jokingly referred to by students as the dragon that is seen but not heard, yet at critical moments his judgment and decisiveness were top-notch. He knew what to do, what not to do, what to say, what not to say, or what to fight for, what not to fight for. The 2 mock exams in May were the last large-scale drills before the college entrance examination. Before the first mock exam, Wu Feng called Xie Linyuan to the office. It was not for a discussion, but to hand him an envelope containing his admission ticket, examination arrangements, and some notes. These items could have been sent home with the students, but Wu Feng wanted to take this opportunity to say a word to Xie Linyuan. Xie Linyuan, I have a suggestion for you regarding this mock exam. Xie Linyuan stood quietly in front of the desk waiting. In previous exams, I deducted 2 points from your Chinese composition. Not because you wrote poorly, but because I believe that too much perfection can lead to a loss. Scoring full marks regularly may not be a good thing. Wu Feng looked into Xie Linyuan's eyes. But for this mock exam, I won't deduct any points. Just write freely whatever you can produce. I want to see where your limits lie. Xie Linyuan was silent for a second, then nodded, okay. On May 7th, the first mock exam took place. On the day of the Chinese exam, Xie Linyuan received the essay prompt and carefully read the materials. The prompt provided a discussion on inheritance and innovation, asking candidates to write an article of no less than 800 words based on the materials and relating it to reality. This topic was not particularly novel. It could even be considered an old face in college entrance exam essays. However, the more familiar it was, the more it tested one's skills, because everyone could write, but very few could produce something new. Xie Linyuan spent about 5 minutes brainstorming. He did not start from the dualistic structure of inheritance is important and innovation is also important like most students. Instead, he chose a more ingenious angle, stating that the essence of inheritance is not to cling to the past, but to continue in an innovative way. The essence of innovation is not to overturn, but to break through on the basis of inheritance. The 2 are not opposing forces, but 2 aspects of the same entity. The brilliance of this angle lies in its departure from the formulaic both and approach, establishing a higher dimensional framework of unity. He used a vivid metaphor, a river flowing from upstream to downstream, constantly changing, yet the river has never ceased to flow. What changes is the water, what remains unchanged is the riverbed. Inheritance is the riverbed, innovation is the flowing water. Without the riverbed, the water would disperse. Without the water, the riverbed would dry up. Neither can be absent, and the truly great civilizations thrive in the dialectical movement between the riverbed and the water flow. The structure of the essay progressed in layers. The logic was tightly interconnected, and the language was both elegant and powerful. In the conclusion, he wrote, "Our generation is neither the guardians of tradition nor the grave diggers of the past. We are new navigators on this river, holding the torches of our predecessors, illuminating the unknown path ahead. The torch will burn out, but the spark will never die. The river may change course, but it will continue to surge." After finishing, he read it over and felt it was decent. Not perfect, but decent. Because he was clear that with his current level of thinking, he could write a far better article, but that would not match the level of a high school student. At this level, it was precisely balanced between stunning and reasonable, making it both eye-catching and not unbelievable. After the Chinese exam, Wu Feng personally graded Xie Linyuan's paper. He first graded all the objective questions and reading comprehension, confirming there were no deductions, then turned to the essay page. He read it once, then read it again. Afterward, he set the paper down, removed his glasses, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the ceiling for a while. This child, he muttered to himself, his voice low enough only for him to hear. He wrote a number in the essay scoring column, 60. Full marks. Not because he had suddenly become generous, but because he genuinely found no reason to deduct points for this essay. The intention, structure, logic, language, depth of thought, and emotional tension were all impeccable. If he had to nitpick, he might say that a certain word was not precise enough, but that was not a reason for deduction, it was merely being overly critical. Moreover, he had already deducted points from Xie Linyuan's essay scores for a whole semester. He did not want Xie Linyuan to enter the college entrance exam with the psychological suggestion of "I can never get a full score on my essay." A full score on a mock exam essay is more effective than any psychological counseling. The total score for the first mock exam came out. Xie Linyuan scored 750. Mathematics 150, A comprehensive science 300, English 150, A Chinese 150. Full marks. When the news spread, the entire senior class erupted in excitement. Several young teachers even rushed to the office door to check the score sheet, as if to confirm that their eyes were not deceiving them. When English teacher Lin Xiaoxi saw that Xie Linyuan had scored full marks in English, her first reaction was not joy. She took out her own exam paper and meticulously checked each question, confirming there were no grading errors, then let out a long breath and smiled. "This student of mine is better at English than I am," she said to her colleagues, her tone devoid of jealousy, filled only with a pure teacherly pride. The three teachers of physics, chemistry, and biology sat together studying Xie Linyuan's comprehensive science answer sheet for a long time. The physics teacher remarked, "This child's problem-solving approach is already beyond the scope of high school physics. Some of the methods he used are part of university-level physics." The chemistry teacher added, "Look at the chemical equations he wrote. He meticulously included reaction conditions, reversible symbols, and gas precipitation symbols. This isn't something that can be achieved by mere improvisation, it's fundamental skill." The biology teacher said, "For genetic problems, he never uses the checkerboard method. Instead, he uses his own derived formula, which I studied for a long time and found to be 3 times faster than the standard solution." Teacher Zhao Zhengwo held Xie Linyuan's math answer sheet, flipping it over and over again, and finally said only one sentence, "Perfect." 750 points. In the history of college entrance examinations, a raw full score has never been achieved. Let alone the college entrance examination, even in regular mock exams, there has never been a case of full marks. Under the original scoring system, achieving full marks with considerable difficulty in questions cannot simply be explained as excellent. When Zhang Jianjun saw this score in the office, he remained silent for a long time. He did not smile, did not show excitement, nor any external emotional expression. He just sat there on the chair he had occupied for over a decade, his gaze fixed on the sycamore tree outside the window for a very long time. Then he picked up the phone and dialed Wu Feng's number. "Teacher Wu, do not publicize Xie Linyuan's score from this mock exam. It's enough for the teachers within the school to know. Do not let it spread. And do not contact any media." "Understood, principal." Zhang Jianjun hung up the phone and remained silent for a while longer. It was not that he didn't want others to know. On the contrary, he wanted the whole world to know that Huai County one high school had produced a student capable of scoring full marks. But he knew better that now was not the time. The college entrance examination has yet to take place. Everything is still uncertain. If the news were to be released now, the media reports, public attention and pressures from all sides would surge like a tide, overwhelming a 17-year-old child. Protecting him is safeguarding the best opportunity for Huai County one high school in over 40 years. At the end of May, during the second mock exam, Xie Linyuan once again submitted a paper with full marks. 750 points. 2 mock exams, 2 full scores. This is not coincidence, not luck, nor due to overly simple questions. This is strength, pure, overwhelming, and indisputable strength. The news spread among the teachers, but was strictly contained within the faculty group. The students only knew that Xie Linyuan had performed very well, but they did not know he had achieved full marks. The teachers tacitly kept this secret, like guarding a significant secret concerning the school's fate. On the first day of June, Huai County No. 1 high school held a pre-college entrance examination rally on the school playground. In the southern plains of Hunan in June, the morning breeze already carried warmth. The sun had just risen over the eastern horizon, painting the entire playground in a warm golden hue. On the playground, the 18 classes of the senior year, nearly 1,000 students were neatly arranged on the lawn, wearing unified school uniforms like a well-ordered phalanx. A red banner was stretched above the podium reading Huai County No. 1 High School 2027 College Entrance Examination Rally. On either side of the podium stood 2 massive display boards, one stating, "Fight for the college entrance examination, achieve gold list fame," and the other saying, "Strive to the end, no regrets in youth." An inspiring march played through the loudspeakers, resonating throughout the campus. On the podium sat Principal Zhang Jianjun, Vice Principal Lu Ziyuan, the Director of Education, grade leaders, and several teacher representatives. Wu Feng, as the homeroom teacher of the key class in the senior year, also sat on the stage. Xie Linyuan stood at the front of the student line. Today he had a task, to speak on stage as a representative of outstanding students. This was not his first time speaking in front of the entire faculty and student body, but today's atmosphere was different from any previous occasion. The college entrance examination was imminent, and the countdown clock now read 6 days until the college entrance examination. In the 1,000 young faces below, there was tension, anticipation, unease, and excitement, a myriad of emotions intertwining like the oppressive heat just before a storm. The host announced the commencement of the rally, and everyone stood up to sing the national anthem. At that moment when the anthem began, Xie Linyuan, like everyone else, stood straight, his gaze fixed on the fluttering national flag above the podium. He sang earnestly, each word clear and precise. After the anthem, Principal Zhang Jianjun took the stage to give a speech. His address was short, lasting less than 10 minutes, but every word resonated powerfully. He did not recite hollow slogans, but shared a few simple stories recounting the states and mindsets of past graduates before the college entrance examination, as well as his own experience of taking the college entrance exam when he was young. In the end, he said, "Students, the college entrance examination is the first real battle of your lives, but it is not the end, it is the beginning. No matter the outcome, as long as you give it your all, there will be no regrets. I wish you all success in your exams and a bright future." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Then it was the teachers' representatives' turn to speak. Wu Feng was elected as the teacher's representative, and when he stepped onto the stage, the students cheered enthusiastically. Wu Feng's humor and charm were well regarded among the students, and everyone liked him. Wu Feng's speech continued his usual style, both serious and humorous. He said, "Students, in the days leading up to the college entrance examination, what you need to do the most is not to cram for questions or stay up late, but to adjust your mindset, ensure adequate sleep, and pay attention to your diet. Your knowledge reservoir is already sufficient. What matters now is not who is smarter, but who is steadier. If you remain steady, you will win." He paused, smiling as he added, "Of course, if you are as steady as Xie Linyuan, then I have nothing more to say." The crowd erupted in laughter, all eyes turning to the front of the line where Xie Linyuan stood. Xie Linyuan remained expressionless, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, which was his only response. After Wu Feng finished speaking, he walked off the stage with a smile. The host picked up the microphone. "Next, let us invite the outstanding student representative Xie Linyuan from class 1 of the senior year to come to the stage and speak." Applause surged like a tidal wave. Xie Linyuan stepped out from the line, walking steadily and unhurriedly along the pathway in the middle of the lawn towards the podium. The sunlight bathed him, elongating his shadow. 1,000 pairs of eyes followed his figure, some whispering, some cheering loudly, while others simply watched in silence. He ascended the podium and stood before the microphone. The crowd gradually quieted down. Xie Linyuan gazed at the 1,000 youthful faces below, each pair of eyes reflecting tension, anticipation, or confusion. He recalled what it was like when he first entered high school. He remembered the sleepless nights spent hungry. He thought of the blisters on his hands from carrying cement on the construction site. He remembered the streets of Hangzhou at 4:30 in the morning. He remembered the jostling of the bus during the long hours of travel. He thought of the long deserted road he walked home. He recalled many things, but he did not voice them. He simply spoke calmly and with dignity. "Teachers, fellow students, hello everyone." His voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly throughout the playground through the sound system. "To stand here and speak, to be honest, I have no earth-shattering experiences to share. Everyone has their own learning methods. Oh, what suits you is the best. I will not tell you what time to wake up, what time to sleep, or how many problems to solve each day, as these things vary from person to person and my methods may not work for you." The audience was very quiet. Everyone listened attentively. "What I want to say is just one thing." Xie Linyuan's voice became slightly heavier. "The college entrance examination is important, but it is not everything in life. It is merely a door, By pushing open this door, you will see a broader world. But regardless of which door you open, as long as you keep moving forward, you will always find your own path. His gaze swept across the audience, not intentionally lingering on anyone, yet every person his gaze touched felt as though they were being watched. I have seen cities at 4:30 in the morning and walked along empty roads at 11 at night. I know that life can be difficult at times, but I know even better that the difficulty lies not in life itself, but in how you choose to face it. If you choose to retreat, the challenges will grow. If you choose to confront them, the challenges will diminish. In this year of senior high, we have spent over 300 days and nights together. We have solved problems in the classroom, run on the playground, and chatted in the dorms. We have complained about the heavy workload and lamented the difficulty of exams, yet we have never given up. This alone is worth being proud of more than any score. A round of applause erupted from the audience, starting as scattered claps, quickly merging into a wave. Xie Linyuan waited for the applause to subside slightly before continuing. In 6 days we will enter the examination hall. Those 4 test papers will determine which city we go to, which university we attend, and what kinds of people we will meet. But I want everyone to remember, no matter the outcome, you are all the best. Because you have persevered until the end, you have not pressed the pause button at any moment when you want to give up. This in itself is a victory. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear, as if carried by some force steadily reaching everyone's ears. Lastly, I would like to conclude my speech with a single phrase. He paused slightly. The universe is still uncertain, we are all dark horses. I wish everyone good luck in the college entrance examination, and may you achieve high scores. After speaking, he bowed slightly to the audience. The applause thundered. Not the kind of polite perfunctory applause, but genuine heartfelt applause filled with warmth and strength. Some shouted cheers, some whistled, and others clapped vigorously until their hands turned red. Xie Linyuan straightened up and turned to walk down the podium. Wu Feng sat on the stage watching Xie Linyuan's back, his eyes slightly moist. He was not the kind of person who was easily moved, but at that moment he suddenly felt that after 20 years of teaching it was all worth it. Not because Xie Linyuan could become the top scorer, but because this child, after enduring so much hardship, had not become cold, extreme, or cynical. He remained warm, composed, and dignified. He knew where he wanted to go and how to get there. Such a student is more precious than 100 top scorers. Zhang Jianjun sat in the center of the podium, his expression as steady as ever, but his hands resting on his knees unconsciously tightened. The rally concluded amidst stirring music. The homeroom teachers led their students back to the classrooms to finalize the review arrangements for the last few days. The students on the playground dispersed like a tide, the noise gradually fading away, leaving only a few staff members to tidy up the equipment and displays on the podium. Xie Linyuan walked back with his classmates. On the way, students from other classes occasionally came over to greet him, some saying, "Xie Linyuan, you did great," others encouraging, "Good luck in the exams," and some simply gave him a thumbs up. Xie Linyuan responded to each one, not impatient, nor overly proud, just a perfect touch of warmth. Li Hao caught up from behind and threw an arm around Xie Linyuan's shoulder. "Linyuan, with your eloquence, it's a pity not to become a speaker." Xie Linyuan smiled. "I just spoke casually. If you can say it like this casually, then what if you were serious?" Li Hao exaggeratedly widened his eyes. The two chatted and laughed as they entered the teaching building. The countdown clock showed one less day. Back in the classroom, Xie Linyuan sat down at his desk, took out a physics competition problem set from his bag, flipped to the last page he hadn't finished, and continued reading. Not because he needed to practice problems. He no longer needed to reinforce his knowledge through practice, but because he wanted to keep himself in a state of having something to do. Being too idle can lead to overthinking. Moderate busyness is the best psychological regulator. The sunlight outside was beautiful, shining on the desk, on his long fingers, and on the open problem set. The classroom was very quiet, with only the sound of pen tips scratching against paper and the occasional rustle of turning pages. This was the tranquility of the final days before the college entrance examination. Before a storm arrives, it is always the quietest, and Xie Linyuan was already prepared. On June 7, 2027, early at 6 in the morning, the lights in the dormitory building of Huai County No. 1 high school gradually lit up. On this day, the entire Long Kingdom held its breath in anticipation. From north to south, from east to west, over 10 million high school seniors would begin to face the first true major examination of their lives starting today. On the city streets, traffic police took their posts 2 hours in advance, cordoning off the examination venues. Vehicles transporting students were allowed priority passage, construction sites halted, work square dancing paused, and everything that could make way for the college entrance examination quietly retreated. Xie Linyuan woke up earlier than usual. He quietly completed his morning routine, dressed, and checked his examination supplies. Inside the transparent document pouch were his admission ticket, identification card, 2 black pens, 2 2B pencils, an eraser, a ruler, and a compass. He had checked these items 3 times the night before, but this morning he looked them over again, confirming that nothing was missing before sealing the document pouch and tucking it under his arm. His roommates were also awake and no one spoke. The air was filled with a taciturn quietude. Everyone packed their things, occasionally exchanging glances that held no laughter or teasing only a solemn understanding. Li Hao poked his head out from the top bunk, looked at Xie Linyuan, opened his mouth as if to say something, but finally just gave him a thumbs up. Xie Linyuan smiled back at him and nodded gently. At 6:40, he exited the dormitory. The morning sun had just crested over the rooftops of the teaching buildings, casting a warm golden hue over the entire campus. The air was fresh and cool, infused with the unique fragrance of grass and trees of early summer. The campus roses were in full bloom, red, pink, and yellow, each flower adorned with glistening dewdrops. At the school gate, several buses for exam candidates had already started their engines, with a red banner draped along the side reading Huai County No. 1 High School wishes students great success in the exam. The homeroom teacher Wu Feng stood beside the bus holding a list and checking off the students' boarding. Today he wore a red polo shirt, looking noticeably more spirited than usual. Red is the traditional color of Huai County No. 1 High School for the college entrance examination, symbolizing a good start. Xie Linyuan, over here. Wu Feng waved at him as he saw Xie Linyuan approach. As Xie Linyuan walked over, Wu Feng appraised him with a complex mix of emotions: pride, anticipation, worry, and trust, all swirling together, but ultimately condensing into a simple question: have you brought everything? I have. The admission ticket and ID should be in the outermost layer of the document pouch. They'll check at the entrance. It's all in place. Wu Feng nodded and said nothing more. He patted Xie Linyuan on the shoulder. The gesture was light, but lingered a moment longer than usual. He then turned around to continue ushering other students onto the bus. Xie Linyuan boarded the bus and found a seat by the window. He placed the document pouch on his lap, resting his hands on it, closing his eyes, and waiting quietly. The bus slowly drove out of the school gate, heading onto the road leading to the examination center in the county. The street scenery outside gradually receded in the morning light. Those streets he had walked countless times, the familiar shops and the sycamore trees he had passed during countless mornings and dusks. Today they were exceptionally quiet, as if they too were making way for this examination. The students on the bus were either reviewing their notes, meditating quietly, or chatting softly. Xie Linyuan neither read nor spoke. He simply sat there quietly, his inner power circulating at the slowest, most tranquil pace, like a bottomless river, calm on the surface, but with currents swirling beneath. At 7:40, the bus arrived at the examination center. A large number of candidates and parents had already gathered at the entrance. Red banners fluttering, colored flags, teachers holding placards, and mothers in kipeos formed a lively yet tense scene. Police maintained order at the entrance, while ambulances and emergency power supply vehicles stood by at the roadside, everything proceeding in an orderly manner. Xie Linyuan got off the bus, standing at the entrance of the examination center, taking a deep breath. He looked around and saw many young faces, some tense with pale lips, some pretending to be relaxed as they joked with companions, and others hurriedly flipping through their materials for one last review. He noticed parents handing water to their children, teachers hugging students, and police directing a student who had gone to the wrong examination venue. This was the college entrance examination, a place where thousands contend on a narrow bridge, the culmination of 12 years of hard study, a turning point for countless destinies. And he was one of those thousands. Xie Linyuan walked through the gate of the examination center, following the signs to locate his examination room, the one on the far east side of the 3rd floor. A line had already formed at the entrance of the examination room, where proctors were verifying each candidate's admission ticket and ID using metal detectors to check everyone entering the room. Xie Linyuan stood quietly in line. When it was his turn, he handed his admission ticket and ID to the proctor, who checked the photo, then looked at his face and nodded. The metal detector scanned him, revealing no anomalies, and he was allowed to proceed. He entered the examination room and found his seat, the 3rd row by the window, where the sunlight slanted in just right, casting a bright spot on the desk. He sat down, placed the document pouch on the desk, set his admission ticket and ID at the corner of the desk, then straightened his posture, resting his hands on his knees, waiting quietly. The examination room gradually filled with people. 30 desks and chairs, 30 candidates, 30 families' hopes. Some were taking deep breaths, some were meditating with their eyes closed, some were quietly reciting something, and others were staring blankly at the desk. There was a taut feeling in the air, like a bowstring stretched to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. Xie Linyuan made no unnecessary movements. He simply sat quietly, like a deep pool of water. At 8:35, the broadcast announced the examination instructions. The proctors began distributing scrap paper and answer sheets. After receiving the answer sheet, Xie Linyuan carefully checked it, confirming that the printing was clear and undamaged, then neatly wrote his name and admission ticket number in the designated spot with a black pen. His handwriting was slow and meticulous, each stroke resembling the completion of a work of art. The line of text appeared on the answer sheet, evenly aligned and spaced, almost as if it were printed. P.S. The college entrance examination. Over a decade has flown by in the blink of an eye, and sometimes I still dream that I am at the examination site unable to answer a single question, which is terrifying. At 8:45 the proctor began distributing the exam papers. The papers were sealed, and the proctor opened the sealed bag in front of all the candidates, handing out the papers one by one. The moment Xie Linyuan received the exam paper, his fingers brushed against the slightly coarse paper, and a strange feeling surged within him. This thin sheet of paper carried his 12 years of effort, the expectations of his grandparents, the dedication of Wu Feng, and all his teachers, the honor of Huai County No. 1 High School, as well as his own ambitions for this world. He took a deep breath and then opened the exam paper. The first page was modern reading. He quickly skimmed through it. The article discussed the relationship between artificial intelligence and the future of humanity, with a clear stance from the author and solid arguments. As Xie Linyuan's gaze swept over the text, the information seemed to be processed instantly by a supercomputer, with the article's structure, points, arguments, and logic clearly presenting themselves in his mind. He did not rush to answer the questions, but instead read through the entire exam paper from start to finish. The sections on modern reading, ancient poetry, reading language application, and writing were identical to the practice questions he had encountered before, but the quality of the questions was clearly higher, more rigorous, and more discerning. Xie Linyuan closed his eyes and quickly assessed the entire exam paper in his mind. The difficulty was moderate and the distinction was reasonable. It was a high-quality college entrance examination paper. Then he opened his eyes and picked up his pen. He decided that today he would give it his all. At 9 o'clock sharp, the bell for the exam rang. Xie Linyuan turned to the first page and began to answer the questions. The tip of his pen touched the answer sheet, making a faint scratching sound, steady and rhythmic, like a precise machine in operation. For the multiple-choice questions, he answered in one go, determining the answer to each question in just a few seconds, not by guessing, but through clear reasoning and judgment. The distractor options appeared transparent to him. He could easily see which option did not align with the original text, which option misrepresented concepts, and which option generalized inaccurately. For the subjective questions in modern reading, he answered concisely and accurately. Each answer was kept within the specified word limit, neither more nor less, each sentence packed with information devoid of fluff or cliches. His answers not only met the grading criteria, but also displayed a depth of thought that surpassed the standard answers. He could accurately capture the intentions and emotions hidden behind the text, which the author had not explicitly stated, and express them in the most succinct language. In the ancient poetry reading section, he encountered 2 Song Dynasty poems, one by Su Shi and the other by Xie Linyuan. He had read both before, but reading them again at this moment felt entirely different. The elevation brought by the Yuan Tu realm not only enhanced his cognitive abilities, but also deepened his understanding of language, emotions, and artistic conception. He could feel Su Shi's state of mind when writing that poem, the openness and self-mockery after being exiled to Hangzhou, and the nonchalance and helplessness of letting life be as it may in the rain and mist. He could also sense Xie Linyuan's fury while writing that poem, the boldness of drunkenly lighting a lantern to look at my sword, and the desolation of pity, the white hair that has come too soon. He transformed these feelings into precise language and wrote them on the answer sheet. Not the kind of hollow expresses the author's thoughts and feelings, but specific, well-founded, and layered analyses. For the classical Chinese translation questions, his translations flowed effortlessly. Those archaic sentence structures, obscure vocabulary, and complex official titles were all crystal clear to him. He not only accurately translated the meaning of every word, but also preserved the tone and style of the original text, ensuring that the translation was faithful to the original while conforming to modern Chinese expression. In the language application questions, he was even more at ease. Idiom identification, error correction, sentence connection, and paragraph compression. He could complete each question in just a few seconds with 100% accuracy. Finally, it was time for the composition. Xie Linyuan turned to the page for the essay and carefully read the material. The material presented a discussion on perseverance and change, conveying the idea that some things in life need to be upheld while others need to be changed, and how to choose between perseverance and change tests a person's wisdom and courage. Candidates were required to connect the material to reality and write an article of no less than 800 words. Upon seeing this topic, Xie Linyuan immediately recognized it as a profound and well-crafted question. It was not a black and white dichotomy, but rather required candidates to showcase their values and depth of thought through dialectical reasoning. Xie Linyuan did not rush to start writing, but spent about 5 minutes organizing his thoughts. He contemplated many things. He thought of that deep night on the construction site in Hangzhou, recalling the feeling of breaking through the Yuan Tu realm. At that moment, he upheld his belief in cultivation and his daily perseverance, while the change was the starting point of everything, transforming from an ordinary high school student into a cultivator with a millennium lifespan and extraordinary abilities. He thought of his grandfather's back pain. His grandfather had persevered for decades, enduring the pain without ever giving up hope for life. He in his own way changed all of that, using his yuan power to heal his grandfather's illness, allowing a 76-year-old man to stand tall once again. He thought of Wu Feng. Wu Feng had dedicated 23 years to education, sending off one batch of students after another with his unwavering care for students and love for the educational cause. Meanwhile, he constantly innovated and adjusted his teaching methods, helping each student grow in the most suitable way. He thought of himself. From the winter when he lost his parents at 11 to this summer, when he stepped into the college entrance examination hall, at 18, he upheld his love for his grandparents, his faith in the future, and his determination to not fall down. And he was constantly changing, transforming from a frail boy into a cultivator of the Yuan 2 realm, from someone at the bottom of his class to the top in the province, from a child in need of care to the pillar that could support his family. Perseverance and change have never been opposites. True wisdom lies in persevering in what is right and changing what is necessary. The ability to discern between the two is one of the most crucial abilities in life. He decided to use upholding integrity and innovating as the core framework of his essay. Those who uphold integrity stick to the right path and do not change their original intentions. Those who innovate break the old and establish the new, keeping pace with the times. The two are like the wings of a bird or the wheels of a cart, both indispensable. His thoughts became increasingly clear, and the framework of the essay gradually took shape in his mind. Opening with the proposition that perseverance and change are not opposites, but rather unified, the middle 3 paragraphs would discuss the personal, social, and national levels, each with specific examples and in-depth analysis. The conclusion would elevate perseverance and change to the heights of civilization, inheritance, and development. With his thoughts organized, he began to write. His pen moved across the answer sheet like flowing water, each character meticulously crafted, uniformly sized with consistent spacing, and the strokes executed with clean precision, showing almost no hesitation or pause. The characters fell neatly onto the paper, upright and graceful, resembling a carefully printed work of calligraphy. He employed a simple yet powerful metaphor. Life is like a boat. Steadfastness is the anchor and change is the sail. Anchored, the boat does not capsize. With the sail unfurled, the boat moves forward. Without an anchor, the boat drifts with the waves. Oh, without a sail, the boat makes no progress. He illustrated the significance of steadfastness with the example of Su Wu herding sheep, whose 19 years of perseverance did not alter his situation, but redefined the spirit of integrity for future generations. Steadfastness is not stubbornness, but the ability to hold on to what should not be changed in a world of constant flux. Conscience, beliefs, and bottom lines. In the 3rd segment, he discussed the value of change. He cited the example of the reform and opening up, where over 40 years of change altered the trajectory of the Dragon Nation's development and transformed the destinies of over 1 billion people. Change is not betrayal, but a response to a changing world, using the most flexible means under the premise of maintaining fundamental principles. In the 4th segment, he elevated the discussion to the dialectical relationship between the individual and the era. He wrote, "Our generation finds itself in an unprecedented era of transformation. The advancement of technology, the transformation of society, and the reshaping of the global landscape all demand that we continuously learn, adapt, and change. However, change does not mean discarding everything. Those elements that have stood the test of time and carry the spirit and cultural heritage of our nation must be preserved. Only by doing so can we avoid losing our way amidst the waves of change." In the 5th and final segment, he returned to the theme of upholding principles and innovating using a parallel structure. To conclude the article, upholding principles ensures we do not lose our way. Innovating ensures we do not become rigid. Upholding principles means having a foundation. Innovating means having a future. Upholding principles means not forgetting our original intentions. Innovating means living up to the times. The entire piece flowed seamlessly with no corrections or pauses. After finishing, Xie Linyuan read through the entire text, confirming there were no typos, no grammatical errors, and no logical flaws, before gently setting down his pen. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 10 o'clock. An hour had just passed since the start of the exam. According to the examination time for the college entrance examination, there was still over an hour left until the submission time. He had completed all the questions, and he had done so in the most fulfilled state and with the utmost seriousness. Every character on this answer sheet represented the highest manifestation of his current abilities, with no reservations and no concealments. He did not submit his paper early. An hour had already passed, and theoretically, he could leave after submitting. But he did not do so. He raised his head and looked at the other candidates in the exam hall. There were 30 people. Some were writing furiously, some were biting their pens in deep thought, some were sketching mind maps on draft paper, and others were rereading a particular passage of classical Chinese literature. Each face was filled with concentration and effort, and every pen was writing for its own future. Xie Linyuan wondered what would happen if he stood up, now took his paper to the front of the room, and submitted it. The door would sound. The proctor would stand up, take his paper, check it over, and then sign the roster. The sounds of footsteps, conversations, and paper rustling would be amplified in the quiet exam hall, interrupting the thoughts of every candidate who was deep in contemplation. Perhaps someone would look up at him thinking, "Why is this person so fast?" and then get distracted. Maybe someone would become anxious, feeling they were too slow, which would affect their performance later. The college entrance examination is one of the most crucial tests in every candidate's life. Many have prepared for 3, 6, 12 years, or even longer for this moment. What right did Xie Linyuan have to disturb others' exams for a momentary sense of satisfaction from submitting early? That was not strength, it was a lack of common sense. True strength does not prove itself through the superiority that crushes the weak. A true strong person, when sufficiently powerful, still understands how to respect others, empathize with others, and think of others. Xie Linyuan placed his pen down, organized his answer sheet and exam paper neatly, and sat quietly. He did not close his eyes, nor did he look around. There were no unnecessary movements. His gaze fell on the desk in front of him, his expression calm and focused, looking just like an ordinary candidate, still earnestly reviewing his exam paper. In reality, his consciousness had already sunk into his body, and his vital energy was slowly circulating through his meridians. 1 complete cycle, 2 complete cycles, 3 complete cycles. The vital energy was warm and peaceful, like a spring stream, neither hurried nor slow, endlessly flowing. His heartbeat was steady, his breathing even, and his overall state was better than ever. Time passed second by second. The exam hall was so quiet that only the sound of pens scraping across paper and the occasional rustle of pages remained. The proctor moved quietly around the classroom, his footsteps deliberately suppressed to a minimum. Outside the window, the sunlight slowly shifted, creeping from the edge of the desk onto the surface and then sliding down to the floor. At 10:30, 11 o'clock. There are 15 minutes left until the end of the exam. Please be mindful of your time, the broadcast announced. A slight commotion arose in the exam hall. Some accelerated their writing speed, some sighed in relief, and began checking, while others anxiously flipped to the essay page to count their words. Xie Linyuan remained quietly seated, his expression unchanged. At 11:45, the bell rang. "The exam is over. Please stop writing immediately." The voice on the broadcast was serious and clear. All candidates set down their pens and sat quietly in their seats. The proctor began collecting the papers, starting from the first row, gathering answer sheets, exam papers, and draft paper one by one. Xie Linyuan organized his things, placed them at the corner of the desk, and waited for the teacher to collect them. At the moment his answer sheet was taken away, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. This thin piece of paper was about to be scanned, uploaded, and distributed to the graders before receiving a score. This score would become part of his college entrance examination results, recorded alongside his name in files to be seen by countless others. Yet he felt no anxiety, because he knew he had done his utmost best. No matter the outcome, he had a clear conscience. "Candidates may leave the examination room," the proctor said after counting the papers and confirming everything was correct, opening the front and back doors of the exam room. The candidates stood up one after another, gathered their things, and exited the hall. The corridor gradually became lively. Some excitedly discussed the essay topic, some lamented over a question they had answered poorly, while others walked silently, saying nothing. Xie Linyuan picked up the transparent file bag and was the last to leave the examination room. He stood by the railing in the corridor and took a deep breath. The sunlight outside was bright, the sky was blue, and the distant sycamore trees rustled gently in the breeze. Everything seemed ordinary, yet everything was extraordinary. The first exam of the college entrance examination was over. During the afternoon math exam, the moment Xie Linyuan received the exam paper, he knew this year's math test was no ordinary challenge. It wasn't just a bit difficult, but rather the kind of difficulty that could eliminate a large number of candidates. The last 2 multiple-choice questions, the final fill-in-the-blank question, and the penultimate and last problems in the solving section were all significantly more challenging than in previous years. Especially the last question on derivatives, which involved complex function construction and multiple scaling techniques. Even students who typically performed well in math could easily find themselves stuck for over 20 minutes. However, Xie Linyuan merely raised an eyebrow. For him, the line between difficulty and ease had become blurred. It wasn't that the problems were truly simple, it was that his cognitive abilities had far surpassed the boundaries of high school mathematics. Those challenging problems that left ordinary students scratching their heads appeared to him as clear logical chains where conditions led to conclusions, and conclusions were backtracked to their conditions, all steps laid out plainly. He began answering the questions. For the multiple-choice section, he finished all of them in under 8 minutes. Each question underwent rigorous verification. He wasn't guessing based on intuition, but knew the correct answers without a doubt. For the last 2 multiple-choice questions, he even constructed 2 different methods in his mind and confirmed them with each other before writing down his answers. For the fill-in-the-blank section, 1 question involved spatial geometry and required extensive calculations. An average student might need to sketch diagrams, establish systems, set up equations, and compute step by step, taking at least 7 to 8 minutes. Xie Linyuan completed the three-dimensional modeling directly in his mind, using vector methods to arrive at the answer within 30 seconds. He wrote the first 3 solving questions with fluidity. Trigonometric functions, probability statistics, and spatial geometry. These problems were as simple to him as 1 + 1 = 2. His problem-solving process was concise and standardized, with every step grounded in reason and every formula used appropriately. The penultimate question in analytic geometry posed some difficulty. The problem presented an ellipse and a moving line passing through a fixed point, requiring the proof of a certain segment's length being constant. The conventional solution involved simultaneous equations, Vieta's theorem, and the chord length formula, which required extensive calculations and was prone to errors. Xie Linyuan employed a clever polar coordinate transformation, converting the ellipse equation into polar form, then derived the conclusion directly through geometric significance, completing the entire problem-solving process in fewer than 5 lines. Clean and efficient. The final question on derivatives. Xie Linyuan read the problem once, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The question's creator was quite skilled. It wasn't merely about finding derivatives or extreme values, but intertwined derivatives with inequalities, sequences, and function constructions to form a comprehensive problem covering multiple knowledge points. The first question was relatively basic, assessing fundamental applications of derivatives. The second question introduced difficulty, requiring the construction of an auxiliary function and 2 differentiations to reach a conclusion. The third question necessitated the use of the second question's conclusion combined with mathematical induction to complete the proof. It would be commendable for an average student to tackle the first question. Those who could solve the second question were already considered skilled, and it was likely that no more than a few dozen students in the entire province could completely solve the third question. Xie Linyuan completed all 3 questions in under 4 minutes. His solution wasn't the kind of standard answer with rigid formatting, but rather a comprehensive method that integrated various mathematical ideas. For the first question, he directly found the monotonic intervals using derivatives. For the second question, he constructed an auxiliary function that was more concise than the standard answer, finding the key points through a single differentiation. For the third question, he combined the conclusion of the second question with reverse mathematical induction to complete the proof in one fell swoop. Throughout his answering process, there wasn't a single extraneous word or any corrections. His handwriting was as neat as printed text, with uniformly sized numbers and symbols. Even the equal signs were drawn to the same length. After finishing the last stroke, he set down his pen, leaned back against the chair, and reviewed everything from beginning to end. There were no mistakes. He looked up at the clock. It had only been 50 minutes since the exam started. There was still 1 hour and 40 minutes left until the exam ended. He organized the exam paper and answer sheet, sitting quietly in his seat, just like during the Chinese exam, without submitting early. The afternoon sun slanted in through the west window, casting a patch of orangered light on the desk. Xie Linyuan gazed at that light, reminiscing about many things. He recalled the sweltering night last summer on the construction site in Hangzhou, the overwhelming force he felt when breaking through the Yuan 2 realm, his grandfather's smiling face as his health improved day by day, his grandmother's busy figure at the stove, and the look Wu Feng gave him every time he placed the report card on the desk. Everything pointed to today. He closed his eyes, and the Yuan energy slowly circulated within him like a silent river. At 5 o'clock sharp, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. When Xie Linyuan walked out of the exam room, he saw a scene completely different from the morning. After the Chinese exam in the morning, when the candidates exited the room, most of their expressions were calm, even somewhat relaxed. In the Chinese subject, regardless of how well one performed, everyone could fill the paper and obtain roughly similar scores. The disparity wouldn't be too great. But math was different. Math was the subject that could cause the most significant score differences. Right was right, wrong was wrong, leaving no room for ambiguity. At the school gate, many students wore grim expressions. Some walked with their heads down, silent. Others had red eyes, clearly having cried. Some were comparing answers, and their expressions worsened after doing so. Some simply squatted by the roadside, burying their faces in their knees, shoulders shaking as they sobbed. Did you solve the last major question? I couldn't even get the first question right. Me too, it was too difficult. Oh, I couldn't even understand it. It's over, I'm definitely going to fail math. Don't compare answers, the more you do, the worse you feel. Xie Linyuan walked past the crowd, not discussing the problems with anyone. His expression was as calm as water, and his steps were steady as usual, in stark contrast to the surrounding candidates who were either dejected or anxious. A few classmates who recognized him opened their mouths to ask how he did, but swallowed their words when they saw the calm expression on his face. The bus was waiting at the school gate. Xie Linyuan boarded the bus and found a window seat to sit down. The atmosphere on the bus was much heavier than in the morning. No one spoke or joked, most were lost in thought, and a few girls were quietly sobbing. Xie Linyuan didn't comfort anyone. It wasn't that he was cold, but rather that he knew that in such moments any consolation would be pale. Once the math exam was over, it was over. The score wouldn't change based on your emotions. Instead of dwelling in regret and anxiety, it was better to reserve energy for tomorrow's exam. Tomorrow's comprehensive science and English exams still had a total of 450 points. The next day, the comprehensive science and English exams. During the comprehensive science test, Xie Linyuan once again demonstrated his overwhelming prowess. In the physics electromagnetism problem, he employed a remarkably clever symmetry analysis, breaking down the complex two-dimensional motion into two independent one-dimensional movements, greatly simplifying the calculations. In the chemistry organic deduction question, he approached it by analyzing the reaction conditions and changes in functional groups step by step, deducing the entire synthesis route with all the intermediate product structures correct. In the biology genetics question, he quickly arrived at the result using his derived probability formula more than twice as fast as the standard method. Throughout the entire comprehensive science exam, he encountered no obstacles. In the English exam, every segment, listening, reading, closed test, grammar, and composition, he executed flawlessly. His English essay was written in a fluent and authentic manner with precise word choices and a rich variety of sentence structures consisting of both concise and powerful short sentences, as well as complex long sentences, making the entire piece read seamlessly as if written by a native English speaker. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the bell signaling the end of the final English exam rang. "The exam is over, please stop writing," immediately echoed through every examination room. Xie Linyuan set down his pen, organized his answer sheet and test paper, and quietly waited for the invigilator to collect them. His expression remained calm, but inside a stone had gently settled. Not tension, but a sense of relief that came with finally finished. 12 years of hard studying from first grade to senior year, from learning to read and count to solving derivatives, writing essays, understanding English, and analyzing complex physical processes. This long journey reached a conclusion today at this moment. He packed his things, picked up the transparent file bag, and walked out of the examination room. The sunlight outside was bright, the sky was blue, and the breeze was gentle. At the school gate, a large number of examinees and parents gathered, some embracing, some taking photos, some cheering, and some crying. Various emotions intertwined, collided, and fermented in the air, forming a complex and vivid picture of life's myriad experiences. Xie Linyuan stood at the school gate, taking a deep breath. The exams are over. They are all over. He boarded the bus back to Huai County No. 1 High School. The school gate was already crowded with students and parents, and the atmosphere was much more relaxed than in the previous days. Some were taking commemorative photos, some were embracing to say goodbye, and some were moving luggage out of the school gate. This moment marked the end of 3 years of high school life. The problems they had solved together, the nights they had burned the midnight oil together, the teachers and exams they had complained about together, would all become part of their memories, slowly fading and becoming blurred, but never disappearing. Xie Linyuan walked into the campus along that main road he had walked countless times, heading towards the teaching building. When he reached the front of the teaching building, he was stunned by the sight before him. The ground was covered with scraps of paper, not just a few, but a thick layer, as if a heavy snow had fallen. The scraps of paper glimmered white under the sunlight, soft and squeaky when stepped on. People were tearing books. No, not just some people, but many people. In the corridors, on the stairs, and by the windows of the teaching building, there were high school seniors everywhere. They held textbooks, notebooks, test papers, and exercise books, tearing them apart and throwing them into the air. The torn papers fluttered down like snowflakes, landing on hair, shoulders, and the ground, covering everything. Someone shouted, "It's over." Someone sang, "Today is a good day." Some laughed, some cried, some held on to their classmates without letting go, and some stood on the railing in the corridor, shouting at the sky. Xie Linyuan stood amidst the paper snow, watching everything with a slight curve at the corners of his mouth. He did not intend to tear his books. His textbooks and notebooks were well preserved, filled with notes and insights, even if he no longer needed them. Moreover, these books carried 3 years of his memories, and he couldn't bear to tear them. He walked through the carpet of paper scraps and entered the teaching building. The classroom was even more of a mess. The desks and chairs were pushed askew, paper balls and empty drink bottles littered the floor, and the blackboard was filled with large characters written in chalk. Graduated. Goodbye, No. 1 High School. Wishing for success in the college entrance exam. Someone drew a big smiley face on the blackboard, and someone wrote a humorous poem on it. Xie Linyuan walked to his seat, placed the file bag on the desk, and then sat in the chair, surveying this classroom where he had spent a whole year. Class 1 of senior year. This classroom held too many of his memories. Morning readings at 6 o'clock, evening self-study at 10. The countdown on the blackboard had changed from over 300 days to 0. The inspirational slogans posted on the wall. Strive until you can't push any further, work hard until you move yourself, future you will definitely thank the present you for your hard work. Some had curled edges, and some had faded. Everything has ended. No, not an end, but a new beginning. A familiar sound of footsteps came from the door. Xie Linyuan looked up and saw Wu Feng walking into the classroom. He held a stack of printed papers in his hand, and his expression was neither relaxed nor heavy, but rather a complex and indescribable state. "Students, please quiet down. Wu Feng clapped his hands, his voice cutting through the noise of the classroom. The students gradually quieted down and returned to their seats. Some were still immersed in the excitement of finishing the exams with smiles they could hardly suppress. Others wore heavy expressions, clearly still worried about which question they had answered incorrectly. Wu Feng stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping over each face. His eyes lingered on Xie Linyuan for a few seconds before moving away. The college entrance exam is over. First of all, congratulations to everyone for enduring the toughest 3 years of your lives. Wu Feng's tone was softer than usual, lacking the briskness of class time, infused with some sentimentality and reluctance. Regardless of how you performed, those who persisted until the end are all warriors. Some applauded, some whistled, and some shouted, "I love you, Teacher Wu." Wu Feng smiled and waved his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. What I have in my hand are the reference answers for the college entrance exam subjects. He raised the stack of printed papers. The school just received them. I made a few copies, and you can pass them around to compare the answers and get a sense of where you stand. But let me clarify first. Comparing answers is fine, but don't take it too seriously. The exams are over. The scores are already set. Don't get carried away if you score high, and don't panic if you score low. Everything is subject to the final results. He distributed the reference answers to several group leaders for them to circulate. The classroom immediately buzzed with excitement. The students gathered around to check the answers, and someone excitedly exclaimed, "I got this question right." Someone else banged the table in frustration, "Oh no, I got this multiple-choice question wrong." Some looked pale, silently returning to their seats, as if all vitality had been drained from them. Xie Linyuan did not lean over to check the reference answers. It wasn't that he didn't want to know how he did, rather he didn't need to. He had absolute confidence in his answers, needing no reference answers to verify. He knew he had answered every question correctly without any doubt. Wu Feng stood at the podium, looking through the crowd, casting a glance at Xie Linyuan. He saw Xie Linyuan quietly sitting in his seat, not mingling with the crowd to check answers, his face showing no particular expression. Wu Feng felt a slight tightening in his heart. He didn't know if Xie Linyuan was not checking the answers because he had done well, or if he was afraid to check because he had not. He hesitated for a moment, then made a decision. "Xie Linyuan, please come out for a moment." Xie Linyuan lifted his head and saw Wu Feng looking at him. He nodded, stood up, and followed Wu Feng out of the classroom. The corridor was empty, as most students from other classes were still in their classrooms, discussing answers or celebrating. On a June evening, the sky was still bright, and the sunset's afterglow illuminated the corridor in a warm golden hue. In the distance on the playground, some people were jogging, others were walking, while some lay on the lawn gazing at the sky. Wu Feng stopped by the railing in the corridor, turned around, and faced Xie Linyuan. Leaning against the railing with his hands in his pockets, he looked at Xie Linyuan. Xie Linyuan stood opposite him, about a meter away, still holding the transparent file bag containing his examination permit and ID. The two remained silent for a few seconds. Wu Feng was not someone who liked to beat around the bush, especially in times like this. He looked into Xie Linyuan's eyes, his voice low but tinged with an undeniable tension. "Xie Linyuan, how did you perform in this college entrance examination?" Xie Linyuan looked at Wu Feng. He saw something in Wu Feng's eyes that was not the ordinary curiosity of a teacher asking about a student's grades, but a deeper concern filled with a certain apprehension and expectation. Xie Linyuan did not hesitate or feign humility. "I performed normally," he answered with 4 words. Wu Feng's throat moved slightly. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask more specifically, but feared that being too probing would seem overly eager and put pressure on Xie Linyuan. He held back for a moment, but could not resist mathematics. "I heard this year's math was quite difficult. Many students came out crying. How did you feel?" Xie Linyuan's expression showed no signs of wavering, his tone calm. "Math was fine. If nothing unexpected occurs, it should be a perfect score." The corridor fell silent. The distant noise from the playground, the arguments over answers in classrooms, and the rustling of leaves in the wind all blurred into the background at that moment, leaving only Xie Linyuan's words echoing repeatedly in Wu Feng's ears. "Math was fine. If nothing unexpected occurs, it should be a perfect score." Wu Feng looked at Xie Linyuan, who also gazed back at him. The youth's eyes were calm and open without any flicker or evasion. That calmness was not a facade, but an expression of genuine, absolute confidence in his own abilities. Wu Feng suddenly felt a pang in his nose. It was not the kind of feeling that made one want to cry, but an indescribable bittersweet sensation. He recalled last September when Xie Linyuan first ranked first in the grade. At that time, he only felt that the boy had potential, but did not dare to hope for too much. Later, as Xie Linyuan repeatedly achieved astonishing scores, he began to believe that this child was truly exceptional. Eventually, when he scored a perfect 750 in the mock exam, he was no longer merely believing, but anticipating. Anticipating this day. Anticipating Xie Linyuan walking out of the examination hall and calmly telling him, "I performed normally." Because the phrase normally meant for Xie Linyuan a score above 740, is signifying the top student in the province, representing a glory never before achieved in over 40 years of Huai County. No. One high school. Good. Wu Feng's voice tightened a bit, and he cleared his throat to restore his tone to normal. Good, good, that's good. He repeated good 3 times with each carrying a different meaning. The first good was confirmation. I heard you, I understand. The second good was relief. You did not disappoint me, you did not squander a year of hard work. The third good was release. The anxious heart could finally be at ease. He reached out and patted Xie Linyuan's shoulder twice with more force than usual, making Xie Linyuan's shoulder slightly shake. What about the other subjects? Wu Feng asked again. Science should also be a perfect score, Xie Linyuan replied, as well as English. Chinese is hard to say as it has subjective factors, but I don't think it will be bad. Wu Feng took a deep breath. Perfect scores in science, English, and math. Even if a few points were deducted in Chinese, the total score would still be above 740. Above 740 in any year in any province is undoubtedly the top student. He did not ask any further. He was afraid that if he continued to ask, he would not be able to help, but do something inappropriate. All right. Wu Feng withdrew his hand from Xie Linyuan's shoulder, tucked it back into his pocket, and tried to make his expression look more normal. After the exam, make sure to relax, don't think too much. Be careful on your way home, and send me a message when you arrive. Understood, Teacher Wu, Xie Linyuan replied. Wu Feng nodded and turned to walk toward the other end of the corridor. His steps were much quicker than usual, almost at a jogging pace. Xie Linyuan watched his figure, noticing that he nearly collided with a student rushing out of a classroom at the corner of the corridor. He sidestepped to avoid it, not turning back, continuing to quicken his pace. He went to the office. Inside, several teachers were still working overtime. Math teacher Zhao Zhangwo was wearing reading glasses and looking at something, while English teacher Lin Xiaoxi was typing at the computer. Physics, chemistry, and biology teachers were gathered discussing this year's science exam paper. Upon seeing Wu Feng push the door open, everyone looked up. Wu Feng stood at the office door, his chest heaving, his expression a complex mixture of excitement, relief, and tension, causing his face to flush slightly. Old Wu, what's wrong? Zhao Zhangwo took off his reading glasses and looked at Wu Feng. You don't look too well. Wu Feng walked to the desk, pulled out a chair, sat down, and then looked up at the teachers present. His lips moved as if organizing his thoughts, as if suppressing his emotions. I asked Xie Linyuan, he said. The air in the office instantly froze. Everyone put down what they were holding, all gazes focused on Wu Feng. Zhao Zhangwo placed his reading glasses on the table, leaning slightly forward. Lin Xiaoxi peeked out from behind the computer, fingers hovering above the keyboard, not moving. The physics teacher's red pen stopped midair, forgotten. What did he say? Zhao Zhangwo asked, his voice lower than usual, carrying a tone of deliberate calm. Wu Feng looked at Zhao Zhangwo, then glanced at the other teachers, the corners of his mouth slowly curving up into an uncontainable, heartfelt smile. He said he performed normally. Wu Feng said, enunciating each word. Math, if nothing unexpected occurs, is a perfect score. Science is also a perfect score. English is also a perfect score. Chinese is hard to say, but it shouldn't be bad. The office fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then Zhao Zhangwo slammed the table with a loud bang, startling Lin Xiaoxi beside him. Good. Zhao Zhangwo's exclamation was almost a roar, echoing loudly in the corridor. He took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand, then put his glasses back on, muttering, good, very good. I knew this child would excel. Lin Xiaoxi stood up from her chair, covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide open and already red around the edges. She was the English teacher, and Xie Linyuan's English grades had always been her pride. Upon hearing the words full marks in English, she suddenly felt that all the overtime, all the lesson preparations, and all the hard work of the year had been worth it. I told you he could score full marks in English. Lin Xiaoxi's voice trembled slightly, but she tried hard to appear calm. His usual English level has already surpassed high school standards. The college entrance exam English is indeed not difficult for him. The physics teacher put down his red pen, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long sigh. He was a middle-aged man, not very good at expressing emotions, usually speaking with a stern face, but at this moment the corners of his mouth clearly curved upward, and there was a noticeable brightness in his eyes. Full marks in comprehensive science is no easy feat, he said calmly, but those who knew him understood this was the highest praise he could offer. The chemistry teacher and the biology teacher exchanged glances and smiled simultaneously. It was not a polite smile, but a heartfelt one filled with relief and immense satisfaction. All our efforts this year were not in vain, the chemistry teacher remarked. Not just not in vain, the biology teacher added, this will go down in school history. Wu Feng listened to his colleagues speaking back and forth, and the stone that had been hanging in his heart since before the college entrance exam finally settled. He was not alone in bearing this expectation. Zhao Zhangwo bore it, Lin Xiaoxi bore it, and every teacher who had taught Xie Linyuan shared the burden. This expectation was too heavy enough that no one dared to voice it, yet everyone silently prayed in their hearts. Now Xie Linyuan had said it himself, he performed normally. For Xie Linyuan, performing normally meant scoring above 740. Above 740 meant being the top student in the province. Being the top student in the province was a glory Huai County know. one high school had never experienced in over 40 years. "I'll call the principal," Wu Feng said, picking up the desk phone and dialing the principal's number. The phone rang twice before it was answered. "Principal Zhang, this is Wu Feng." "Teacher Wu, what's the matter?" Zhang Jianjun's voice came through the receiver, steady as always. "I just spoke with Xie Linyuan," Wu Feng said. He said he performed normally, scoring full marks in mathematics, comprehensive science, and English. His Chinese should not be bad either. There was silence on the other end of the line. Wu Feng could hear Zhang Jianjun's breathing, steady and deep, just like usual. However, this silence lasted longer than usual, perhaps 4 or 5 seconds, which was a noticeable pause in a phone call. "Good." Zhang Jianjun's voice finally broke the silence. Just one word, but it contained so much. There was relief, appreciation, expectation, and the complex emotions of a 56-year-old principal seeing his greatest achievement before retirement. "I understand," Zhang Jianjun added. "Teacher Wu, thank you for your hard work. Please thank all the subject teachers for me, and also thanks Xie Linyuan." "I will, principal." Wu Feng hung up the phone and placed the receiver back on the desk. He leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed over his stomach, and let out a long breath. The office returned to its lively atmosphere. Zhao Zhangwo had already started discussing Xie Linyuan's mathematical problem-solving approach with the physics teacher. Lin Xiaoxi was sending a WeChat message to a colleague in the next office to share the good news. The chemistry teacher and the biology teacher were reviewing this year's college entrance exam papers, analyzing the significance of Xie Linyuan's full marks in comprehensive science. Wu Feng watched all this and suddenly remembered something. Last September, when Xie Linyuan first ranked first in the grade, he was excited for the entire day. At that time, he thought that being first in the grade was already an impressive achievement. Later, when Xie Linyuan scored 728, then 746, his threshold for excitement grew higher, shifting from incredible to expected and from expected to natural. Eventually, when he scored a perfect 750 in the mock exam, he found himself no longer excited. Not that he wasn't excited, but that he didn't dare to be. Because that was just a mock exam, not the college entrance exam. Before the college entrance exam results came out, anything could happen. Now the college entrance exam was over and Xie Linyuan had said himself, "I performed normally." He could finally feel excited. Yet he realized he wasn't as excited as he had imagined. Instead, there was a sense of calm, a solid feeling of being grounded. It was not the ecstasy of finally waiting for this day, but the certainty of this day has finally come. He stood up, walked to the window of the office, and looked out at the campus. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire campus in a golden red hue. On the playground, some were jogging, on the lawn, some were taking photos, and in the corridors of the teaching building, students were chatting in small groups. Everything seemed ordinary, yet everything was extraordinary. His phone vibrated. He took it out to check. It was a text message from Zhang Jianjun consisting of just a short line: "Tonight, I'll treat all the senior teachers to dinner. Please make arrangements." Wu Feng looked at this message and couldn't help but smile. Zhang Jianjun was usually very stingy, always trying to save every penny for school events, never spending a cent more. For him to actively offer to treat to dinner was an unprecedented occurrence. Wu Feng put away his phone, turned to his colleagues in the office, and said, "Everyone, Principal Zhang has said that he'll treat tonight to reward everyone. Don't leave yet." A cheer erupted in the office. Outside, the setting sun slowly sank below the horizon, painting the clouds in the sky a brilliant red. The evening breeze blew in from the fields, carrying the fragrance of ripened crops and the scent of the earth. In the distance, wisps of smoke rose from the village, and lights flickered on one by one as if the earth was responding to the starlight in the sky. This day is June 8th, 2027, the day the college entrance examination ended. Wu Feng, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 Senior 3 at Huai County No. 1 High School, stood in the office looking out at the dusk, thinking of that tall and thin boy who always sat in the third row by the window. That boy had said to him this afternoon, "I performed normally," for simple words casually tossed like a stone. But Wu Feng knew that the ripples caused by that stone would spread out in circles, reaching throughout Huai County, spreading through the entire Xian city, extending across the entire province of Hunan, and even further. He recalled Zhang Jianjun's words, "Such a student to encounter one in a lifetime is a teacher's blessing." Wu Feng felt that he had accumulated enough blessings in his life today. After the college entrance examination, Xie family village truly entered summer. In June, on the plains of southern Hunan, heat waves rose from the ground, distorting the distant scenery. Cicadas tirelessly called out from the poplar trees, their sounds echoing one after another, as if engaged in an endless singing competition. The corn in the fields had grown taller than a person, with dark green leaves rustling in the wind, resembling a vast green ocean. Xie Linyuan's daily life became simple and regular. He woke up at 5:30 in the morning to help his grandmother start a fire for breakfast. After eating, he would sit cross-legged in the yard beneath the loofah trellis, practicing his qi guiding technique. His grandfather's health had improved significantly, no longer requiring daily massages, but Xie Linyuan would still perform them every couple of days to consolidate the effects. His grandmother had no major health issues to begin with, and under the nurturing of Xie Linyuan's qi, her spirit improved as well, Even the wrinkles on her face seemed to have smoothed out a bit. In the mornings, he would occasionally help his grandfather with the farming work. The corn required little maintenance, and the peanuts were also growing well. At most, he would pull a few weeds and water the crops. These tasks were hardly even a warm-up for Xie Linyuan now, yet he approached them earnestly, no different from any other farm boy. Afternoons were the hottest time, and he generally stayed inside to cultivate. There were no ceilings to the practice of Qi guiding technique, and after breaking through the basic stage, he could feel himself improving every day. Although not as evident as during breakthroughs, the gradual accumulation of progress was tangible. As his Qi surged through his meridians, each completed cycle of his cultivation would strengthen his body a little more and enhance his mental faculties slightly. This progress was subtle and silent, much like a tree growing. When you stared at it, you could hardly perceive any change. But after a while, looking back, it would have grown quite tall. After the evening cooled down, he would help his grandmother pick vegetables in the garden. Peppers, eggplants, tomatoes, and beans were harvested one by one and placed in a bamboo basket ready to be served at dinner. While his grandmother cooked, he would tend the fire behind the stove, and the two of them would chat casually. They spoke of trivial matters like whose chicken had gone missing, who had gotten married, and what promotions the supermarket in town was offering. These ordinary, trivial, and seemingly insignificant daily occurrences were to Xie Linyuan incredibly precious. He had spent too long in school, too long on construction sites, and too long under various pressures and expectations. Now he could finally put everything down for a brief moment, return to this small village, and enjoy a few days of peaceful life by his grandparents' side. He knew such days were limited. After the college entrance exam results were released, his life would undergo a dramatic transformation. Media reports, social attention, various invitations, and interviews would surge in like a tide. He would no longer be Xie Linyuan from Xie family village, but rather the top scorer Xie Linyuan. This identity would bring him many opportunities, but it would also take away some things such as peace and the simple joy of sitting behind the stove helping his grandmother. Thus he cherished these few days even more. On June 20th, just a few days before the exam results were due, Xie Linyuan received a call from his cousin Wang Chao. "Linyuan, how did you do on the exam?" Wang Chao's voice came through the receiver, laced with a deliberately casual tone, as if trying not to put too much pressure on Xie Linyuan, yet unable to suppress his curiosity. "Not bad," Xie Linyuan replied with his usual indifference. "Not bad? How not bad?" Wang Chao pressed his tone playful. "Are you keeping secrets from me?" "I thought it shouldn't be too bad," Xie Linyuan considered before saying. Wang Chao fell silent for a moment before laughing. "All right, with your words I feel relieved. Let me know when the results come out, and I'll treat you to a meal." "Okay, thanks, brother." After hanging up, Xie Linyuan placed his phone on the table and continued to help his grandmother peel garlic. His grandmother sat beside him picking chives, glancing at him with something unsaid. "Grandma, feel free to ask me anything," Xie Linyuan said with a smile. His grandmother hesitated for a moment, but couldn't hold back. "Linyuan, how did you really do? Just tell me the truth." Looking into his grandmother's eyes filled with expectation and worry, Xie Linyuan's heart softened. He no longer said the vague words "not bad," but sincerely replied, "Grandma, I did very well. Don't worry." His grandmother stared at him for a couple of seconds before nodding, lowering her head to continue picking chives, a smile emerging from the creases of her lips that she couldn't suppress. That's good," she murmured softly, her voice filled with a sense of satisfaction. His grandfather walked in from outside, holding a bunch of green onions freshly picked from the garden. Hearing the conversation between the two, he said nothing, simply placing the onions on the stove. Then he walked into the living room, turned on the television, switched to the news channel, and sat down slowly, sipping tea. Yet his ears were perked up, and he listened intently to every word from the kitchen. On June 22nd, at 8 o'clock in the morning, in the principal's office of Huai County No. 1 High School, Zhang Jianjun arrived an hour earlier than usual. When he walked into the office, the cleaning lady had just finished mopping the floor, and the surface still glistened with moisture. He nodded at the cleaning lady, walked to his desk, set down his briefcase, and sat in the leather chair that he had occupied for over a decade. Unlike usual, he did not open the computer to check files, nor did he go through the stack of pending approval reports on the desk. He sat there, hands crossed on the tabletop, his gaze fixed on the red telephone. It was a dedicated line directly connected to the provincial education department. This phone rarely rang. Throughout the year, apart from occasional urgent notices from the provincial education department, hardly anyone would call this number. But today was different. Today was the day before the college entrance exam results were released, and according to convention, if a school had a provincial top scorer, the provincial education department would notify the school a day in advance, allowing them to prepare. This meant that if Xie Linyuan had scored the provincial top, this red phone would ring today. If not, Zhang Jianjun did not entertain that if. It wasn't that he was afraid to think about it, but that it was unnecessary. He believed in Xie Linyuan and Wu Feng and all the teachers who had taught Xie Linyuan, and in his own judgment. At 8, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." Wu Feng pushed the door open and walked in. Today he wore a white short-sleeve shirt, black trousers, and polished shoes that shone brightly, looking much more formal than his usual classroom attire. His hair was neatly combed, and he appeared several times more energetic than usual. "Good morning, Principal Zhang," Wu Feng said as he sat down in the chair opposite the desk. "Morning." Zhang Jianjun nodded, his gaze shifting from the red telephone back to Wu Feng's face. "Why are you here so early?" "I couldn't sleep," Wu Feng admitted honestly. "I tossed and turned until I finally fell asleep at 2 in the morning, and I woke up at 6. I just couldn't lie in bed anymore, so I came to school." Zhang Jianjun's lips curved slightly. "Me too," he said. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the same thing in each other's eyes, anticipation and the tension that accompanied it. The office fell silent for a moment. The sunlight outside grew brighter, streaming through the slats of the blinds and casting parallel beams of light across the desk. In the distance on the playground, sports students were exercising, and the sounds of whistles and cheers faintly drifted over. "Teacher Wu, how many points do you think Xie Linyuan will score this time?" "I wouldn't dare to guess," Zhang Jianjun suddenly asked. Wu Feng thought for a moment and cautiously replied, "If he performs normally, it should be over 740. But I can't be sure about the exact score." "I wouldn't dare to guess either," Zhang Jianjun said. "But I always feel that this child has an indescribable quality. It's not just intelligence or hard work, it's a kind of, how should I put it, a sense of stability. It's not the kind of stability that is put on, it's a deep-rooted stability. I've worked in the education system for nearly 40 years and have seen countless good students, but none like him." Wu Feng nodded in agreement. "That kind of stability sometimes makes me feel scared," he said. "Not that I'm afraid he'll do poorly, but that he's too stable to the point of not seeming like a 17-year-old. A 17-year-old should have emotional fluctuations, should feel nervous, excited, and apprehensive. But he doesn't. It's as if he is always in a constant state, unaffected by any external factors." Zhang Jianjun fell silent for a while, and then said something profound. "Perhaps that is why he can achieve such results." The two fell silent again, their gazes inadvertently falling on the red telephone on the desk. 8:39 o'clock, 9:30. Time crawled like a snail. Every minute felt extraordinarily long, with each tick of the second hand pounding like a heartbeat. The office was so quiet that the ticking of the clock on the wall could be heard, a sound that usually went unnoticed. But today it was exceptionally clear, each tick reminding them that time was passing second by second. The phone could ring at any moment, or it might never ring. Zhang Jianjun picked up the teacup on the desk and found it empty. He stood up to fill a cup with hot water from the dispenser, returned to his seat, took a sip, and grimaced at the heat, placing the cup back on the desk to cool. Wu Feng took out his phone and glanced at the WeChat group. The teachers' group was quiet, with no one speaking. He knew everyone was waiting for that news. Before the news came out, saying anything felt superfluous. 10 o'clock. 10:30. Zhang Jianjun's gaze was almost glued to the telephone. His fingers lightly and rhythmically tapped on the desk, the rhythm not relaxed but tense, as if keeping time for a melodyless song. Wu Feng changed his sitting position several times, from leaning back in the chair to leaning forward, from crossing his legs to sitting with his legs together. Nothing felt comfortable. He decided to stand up, walk to the window to look at the campus outside, then walk back to sit down. "Teacher Wu, could you stop pacing?" Zhang Jianjun said, his tone lacking reproach, just a sensitivity amplified by tension. "Sorry, Principal," Wu Feng said, sitting down obediently. Zhang Jianjun glanced at him and suddenly smiled. "Me too, my heart is racing. Let's not pretend, who doesn't know each other?" Wu Feng also smiled, and after laughing he let out a long breath, as if trying to expel all the tension he had accumulated in his chest. At 10:40, the red telephone on the desk suddenly rang. The sound erupted in the quiet office, sharp and urgent, like a lightning bolt splitting the oppressive sky. Both Zhang Jianjun and Wu Feng jumped, their bodies instinctively tensing. Zhang Jianjun did not immediately answer. He sat in the chair staring at the incessantly ringing phone, taking a deep breath before slowly exhaling. That action took less than 2 seconds, but in those 2 seconds he thought of many things. He thought of every day he had spent in this position for over a decade, the 40-plus years of Huai County No. 1 High School's history, and Xie Linyuan's calm, serene gaze. Then he reached out and picked up the receiver. "Hello, this is Zhang Jianjun, principal of Huai County No. 1 High School." His voice was steady and clear, just like when he answered any other call, without a hint of emotional fluctuation. But sitting across from him, Wu Feng noticed that the hand holding the receiver was slightly trembling. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end, filled with obvious, uncontainable excitement. "Principal Zhang, hello. I am Li Jiangguo from the Provincial Education Department's Examination Institute. Congratulations. Congratulations to Huai County No. 1 High School." Zhang Jianjun's pupils dilated slightly. "Hello, Director Li. Principal Zhang, I am officially notifying you on behalf of the Provincial Education Department." The voice on the other end paused, as if deliberately creating suspense or trying to calm its own emotions. "Your student Xie Linyuan has achieved a total score of 750 in the 2027 National Unified Examination for Higher Education. Mathematics 150, Chinese 150, English 150, Science Comprehensive 300. Full marks. All full marks. The voice on the other end continued speaking, but Zhang Jianjun's ears could no longer hear. He heard 750, heard full marks, heard all full marks. But those words exploded in his mind like fireworks, dazzling yet brief. He had no time to capture every fragment, only realizing that his hands were shaking, his heart was pounding like a drum in his chest, and his eyes were burning. He was the principal of Huai County No. 1 high school. He had sat in this position for 14 years. He had seen one cohort after another walk through the school gates, had seen countless college entrance exam score reports, and had sent off numerous students to prestigious universities. But he had never seen anything like this. Full marks. 750 points. In the history of the Longhua College entrance examination, no one had ever scored a raw score of 750 under the original scoring system. Never before. And this person came from Huai County No. 1 high school. Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang. Are you still there? The voice on the other end pulled him back to reality. Yes, I am here. Zhang Jianjun's voice was somewhat strained. He cleared his throat, making an effort to regain his normal tone. Thank you, Director Li. Thank you for the concern from the Provincial Department of Education. Principal Zhang, this student from your school is remarkable. Director Li's voice was filled with awe. Among the hundreds of thousands of candidates in the province, he is the only one to achieve a perfect score, and not just a standardized score, but a true raw score of full marks. This is unprecedented in the history of college entrance examinations in Longhua. The leaders of the Provincial Department of Education have asked me to convey their congratulations to you and Huai County No. 1 high school, and to ensure you are prepared for the subsequent publicity and reception work, as the media will undoubtedly flock to you. All right, thank you, Director Li, and thank you, leaders. Zhang Jianjun repeatedly expressed his gratitude, his voice now steady, but his other hand clenched tightly into a fist. The specific score report and official documents will be sent out through the system tomorrow. This call is just to give you a heads up so you can be prepared. Once again, congratulations. Thank you. The call ended. The receiver emitted a busy tone, but Zhang Jianjun did not immediately put it down. He held it up, frozen in that position, lost in thought. Wu Feng sat across from him, watching Zhang Jianjun's expression shift from tension to shock, from shock to disbelief, and from disbelief to an almost euphoric suppressed excitement. His lips trembled slightly, tears gleaming in his eyes, but he held them back, not allowing them to fall. Principal. Wu Feng tentatively called out, his voice trembling in a way he was not even aware of. What happened? Zhang Jianjun slowly lowered the receiver, placing it back on the phone. That motion he had performed countless times, but this time his hand trembled, and the receiver tapped against the phone with a faint sound. He looked up, meeting Wu Feng's gaze. 750. Zhang Jianjun's voice seemed to drift from a distant place, soft and ethereal, as if afraid that speaking too loudly would scare away some precious thing. Full marks. All full marks. Mathematics 150, A Chinese 150, English 150, O Comprehensive Science 300. Wu Feng was stunned. He gaped, his eyes wide, his expression frozen in a moment, caught between shock and ecstasy. His brain seemed to stop functioning at that moment, unable to process any information, only those 3 numbers reverberating in his mind. 750, 750, 750. Wu teacher. Zhang Jianjun called out to him again. Wu Feng suddenly snapped back to reality, and then he did something he had not anticipated. He stood up from his chair, turned around, faced the wall, and raised his hand to cover his face. His shoulders trembled. It was not the kind of trembling associated with crying, but rather a physiological response to a surge of overwhelming emotion rising from deep within. He wanted to laugh and he wanted to cry, the two emotions intertwined, twisting his face into a strange expression, tears and smiles appearing simultaneously. Zhang Jianjun watched Wu Feng's back, saying nothing. He understood this feeling all too well. This was the result they had been waiting for all year. No, not just a year. Wu Feng had waited 23 years, he had waited 14 years, and Huai County No. 1 high school had waited over 40 years. From the day the school was founded, generations of educators had awaited this day, hoping for a student who could make the name of this county high school known throughout the province and the nation. Now this student has arrived. His name is Xie Linyuan. He scored 750 points, a perfect score. The first raw full score in the history of college entrance examinations in Longhua. Zhang Jianjun leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply. That breath was long, as if expelling all the pressure, anxiety, and uncertainty accumulated over the past year from his body. The office remained quiet for about a minute. Wu Feng finally calmed his emotions, turned around, and sat back down. His eyes were still red, his nose was also flushed, but the expression on his face had transformed from excitement to a genuine smile. "Principal, I'm not dreaming, am I?" he said. Zhang Jianjun looked at him and replied earnestly, "If you are dreaming, then I am too. If we are both dreaming, that seems unlikely." The two laughed together. After laughing, Zhang Jianjun picked up the phone on the desk and began to take action. He first dialed the phone number of the head of the school's General Affairs office. The phone rang twice before it was answered. The voice of Director Zhou from the General Affairs office came through the receiver. "Principal Zhang, what instructions do you have?" Old Zhou, you need to do something immediately. Zhang Jianjun's voice was crisp and decisive, carrying an undeniable sense of command. Find someone to make a banner with a red background and white letters. It must be big and eye-catching. The content is, warm congratulations to our student Xie Linyuan for achieving the top score in the 2027 college entrance examination for science. Make several copies and hang them at major intersections in the county, at the school entrance, and along the main roads of the county where they can be displayed. It must be done today. Director Zhou was momentarily stunned, then his voice suddenly rose an octave. Full marks. Principal, you mean full marks? 750 points. 750 points raw full score, Zhang Jianjun said, pride uncontainable in his voice. The Provincial Department of Education just called. Hurry and take care of it. We'll discuss the money later. All right. Principal, don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. Old Zhou's voice was filled with a near exhilarated enthusiasm. Before the call ended, Zhang Jianjun heard him shouting for others. Old Li. Old Wang. Stop working. Quickly come with me to make the banner. Our school has produced a top scorer. 750 points. Hurry. Zhang Jianjun hung up the phone, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. Then he opened the WeChat group for the school leaders. There were a total of 9 people in the group: the principal, vice principal, director of education, director of general affairs, and heads of each grade. This group rarely spoke, occasionally sending out notices and documents, as quiet as a still pond. Zhang Jianjun typed a few words in the chat box, deleted them, typed a few more, and deleted those as well. He found himself at a loss for words. After being a principal for 14 years and sending countless notifications, he had never felt so uncertain about how to begin as he did today. Finally, he typed the simplest line. Xie Linyuan scored 750 points, full marks, provincial science top scorer. After sending it, he placed the phone on the desk, staring at the screen. The group was silent for about 3 seconds. Then the phone began to vibrate wildly. Vice Principal Lu Ziyuan. Director of Education Lao Chun, 750 points. Principal Zhang, is this for real? Director of General Affairs Lao Zhou, who already knew from the phone call, but still sent a message. Ha ha, I knew it. I knew it. The head of the second-year class, oh my. Raw full score. That has never happened in the history of college entrance examinations in Longwo, right? The head of the first-year class, Xie Linyuan. Isn't he the one who got a perfect score in the mock exam? As expected. This is incredible. Messages popped up one after another with question marks, exclamation points, emojis, and voice messages. The group chat had never been so lively. Zhang Jianjun looked at the messages, a broader smile spreading across his face, but he did not reply in the group. He merely observed for a few seconds before exiting the group chat. He picked up his phone and dialed the number of the County Education Bureau Chief. Director Lu, hello, this is Zhang Jianjun from Huai County No. 1 High School. Old Zhang, what's the matter? Director Liu's voice was calm and unhurried. Director Lu, I have good news to share with you. Just now, Director Li from the Provincial Education Department called personally to inform me that our student Xie Linyuan achieved a total score of 750 in the 2027 college entrance examination, a perfect score, ranking first in the province for science. 750 points, perfect score, provincial science top scorer. Zhang Jianjun repeated each word deliberately. Mathematics 150, a Chinese 150, English 150, a comprehensive science 300. All perfect scores. On the other end of the line, there was silence for a full 5 seconds. Old Zhang, what did you say? Director Liu's tone changed, no longer calm, but filled with disbelief and near shouting shock. 750 points, perfect score, provincial science top scorer. Zhang Jianjun repeated slowly. Mathematics 150, a Chinese 150, English 150, a comprehensive science 300. All perfect scores. A sound of something dropping echoed from the other end, followed by Director Liu's hurried breathing. Old Zhang, wait for me, you'll come to the school right away. Director Liu's voice was filled with almost frenzied excitement. Right away. In 10 minutes. The phone hung up. Zhang Jianjun put down his phone and exchanged a smile with Wu Feng. Next, Wu Feng took out his phone and opened the senior teacher group. There were over 30 people in this group, including all the teachers for the senior year. Since the day the college entrance examination ended, this group had fallen silent, with no one speaking or sending messages, as if everyone was holding their breath, awaiting a pivotal moment. Wu Feng sent a message in the group. Dear teachers, the Provincial Education Department just informed us Xie Linyuan scored 750 points in the college entrance examination, a perfect score, ranking first in the province for science. Mathematics 150, a Chinese 150, English 150, a comprehensive science 300. All perfect scores. The moment the message was sent, Wu Feng's hand trembled slightly. Then the group exploded with activity. Mathematics teacher Zhao Zhengwo, perfect score. English teacher Lin Xiaoxi, Physics teacher, I've been teaching for 15 years, it's worth it. Chemistry teacher, perfect score. Comprehensive science, perfect score. I've gone through the exam paper from start to finish, can't think of where points could be deducted, but someone really got a perfect score. Biology teacher, top scorer. Provincial top scorer. Perfect score, top scorer. Our school has produced a perfect score top scorer. History teacher. Old Wu, you're not kidding, right? It's only the 22nd, not April Fool's Day. Geography teacher. The first perfect score in the history of the long country's college entrance examination. My goodness, Arno. One high school's name will be written into history. Political teacher. Tears are coming out, really not kidding you. Then came a flood of emojis, exclamation points, voice messages, and video call requests. The phone vibrated as if it were about to fall apart with messages scrolling by too quickly to even read. Wu Feng looked at those messages, his nose tinged with sourness and his eyes reddened. He did not reply to any messages in the group, but exited the chat, opened his contacts, and found Xie Linyuan's name. His finger hovered over that name for a moment. Then he pressed the call button. The phone rang 3 times before it connected. Teacher Wu, Xie Linyuan's voice came through the receiver, calm and unchanged from usual. Wu Feng's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. He opened his mouth, finding his voice somewhat hoarse, cleared his throat, and tried to make his voice sound normal. Xie Linyuan, your results have come out, he said. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Teacher Wu, how many points did I score? Xie Linyuan asked calmly. Wu Feng took a deep breath, then said in a voice that even he found unbelievable, word by word, 750. Perfect score. You are the provincial top scorer, the perfect score top scorer for science. There was silence on the other end. After about 2 seconds, Xie Linyuan's voice sounded again. I understand, thank you, Teacher Wu. His tone remained respectful yet composed. Wu Feng was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but smile. This is Xie Linyuan, scoring 750 points, yet still so composed. Not excited, not ostentatious, not boastful, not pretending to be humble. He accepted everything with such calmness and ease, as if it were all a matter of course, as if he had known this result all along. Aren't you excited? Wu Feng couldn't help but ask. A light laugh came from the other end, followed by Xie Linyuan's voice. I am excited. Thank you, Teacher Wu, for your hard work over the past 3 years. Wu Feng finally could not hold back his tears, silently streaming down his cheeks. He quickly wiped with his free hand, his voice slightly choked. Not hard, not hard. You should celebrate well, your grandparents must be thrilled. I have to hang up first, there are many things to deal with. Okay, Teacher Wu, goodbye. Goodbye. The call ended. Wu Feng placed his phone on the table, tilted his head back against the chair, and closed his eyes. Tears silently fell from the corners of his eyes, slowly flowing along the contours of his cheeks, dropping on the collar of his shirt. He did not wipe them away. Zhang Jianjun sat opposite him, watching him, without saying anything, merely pushing the tissue box closer to Wu Feng. The office was quiet for a long time. Old Wu, Zhang Jianjun finally spoke, his voice carrying a rare softness. Wu Feng opened his eyes and looked at him. Our school is going to be famous. When Zhang Jianjun said this, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, yet his eyes held something profound like nostalgia, yet also a sense of relief. Your student is going to be famous. Yes, going to be famous. Wu Feng nodded, wiping the tears from his face with a tissue, sitting up straight. Yes, going to be famous. He repeated Zhang Jianjun's words, then smiled. But that kid won't change. Zhang Jianjun glanced at him. How can you be so sure? Wu Feng thought for a moment, then nodded with great certainty. Sure. I've taught him for 3 years and watched him for 3 years. He is not the kind of person who would change because of grades or fame. No matter how many points he scored or what accolades he received, he remains himself. Zhang Jianjun said nothing, merely nodding gently. Outside the window, the sun was shining just right. At the entrance of Huai County No. 1 high school, the staff from the General Affairs Office had already begun to arrange the hanging banners. Ladders were set up, red banners unfurled, and the golden characters were especially striking in the sunlight. Warm congratulations to our student Xie Linyuan for being awarded the Provincial Science Perfect Score top scorer in the 2027 college entrance examination. Passers-by stopped looking up at the banner, murmuring something, then took out their phones to take pictures. The news spread like the wind, originating from Huai County No. 1 high school, blowing throughout the entire county and beyond. The news spread faster than anyone could have imagined. While the banner for Huai County No. 1 high school was still being printed, the Provincial Department of Education had already hung up its call, less than half an hour earlier. A brief post had already appeared on Huai County's local online forum. Xie Linyuan of Huai County No. 1 high school scored a perfect 750 on the National College Entrance Examination. Provincial Science Champion. The poster claimed to be a student at Huai County No. 1 high school, their tone so agitated it bordered on incoherence, punctuated by over a dozen exclamation marks. Within the first 10 minutes of its posting, the thread garnered only dozens of views and barely 3 or 4 replies. Someone asked, is this real? Another replied, impossible. The raw score has never reached 750 in history. Yet another responded with outright hostility, spreading lies. May your whole family perish. The poster offered no rebuttal, only a terse, icy reply, wait for tomorrow's official results. But events would not wait until tomorrow. Within half an hour, the aftershock of that explosive message, first detonated in the school's faculty WeChat group, had rippled outward through teachers' personal social networks, reaching ever wider circles. Some teachers posted congratulatory messages on their moments feeds, others relatives and friends saw them, and began sharing as students who'd heard the news from their teachers rushed to relay it into class groups, peer groups, and hometown chat groups. In the age of information, news spreads exponentially. By 1100 M, it had surfaced across Xian City's social media platforms. A local information blogger posted, breaking, Xie Linyuan of Huai County No. 1 high school in Xian City has achieved a perfect 750 on the National College Entrance Examination. Provincial Science Champion. This is the first ever perfect raw score result in the history of Longgua's Gaokao, a source of pride for all citizens of Xian City. Accompanying the post was a photograph of the school's main gate. Likely taken years earlier, its characters faded with time. Within 30 minutes, the post surpassed 5,000 shares. Its comment section descended into chaos. 750 points. Is this true? Isn't the total possible score exactly 750? Did he truly achieve perfection? A perfect raw score. Good heavens, I felt proud scoring over 500 back in my day. Is this young man divine? I don't believe it. Absolutely not. This must be false. A perfect raw score means he also earned full marks in Chinese. How could that possibly happen? To the commenter above, wait until tomorrow's official results and prepare for your face to be slapped. Who would dare fabricate such a claim? Verification would take mere moments. I'm a second-year student at Huai County No. 1 high school. Senior brother Xie Linyuan is legendary among us, scoring 748 or 750 on every monthly exam. We've grown accustomed to it. Are you real? Every single monthly exam. Is he even human? Huai County No. 1 high school. Isn't that just a county-level high school? Can a county-level high school really produce a provincial champion? What's wrong with a county-level school? Does that disqualify it from producing champions? That's prejudice. Debate raged on truth indistinguishable from rumor. Yet many adopted a more cautious stance, neither rushing to believe nor hastening to dismiss, choosing instead to await tomorrow's official scores. However, as more voices emerged, especially those claiming to be Xie Linyuan's classmates, fellow townspeople, or neighbors, the contours of the story grew steadily clearer. At 100 p.m., an account verified as graduate of Huai County No. 1 high school class of 2027 published a long-form essay titled, My Classmate Xie Linyuan. This article would later be shared hundreds of thousands of times, becoming the first widely circulated folk archive introducing Xie Linyuan to the entire internet. I am Xie Linyuan's classmate from Class 1 Grade 3. Seeing so many people discussing him online, I wanted to share what I know. His academic excellence has long been common knowledge among our classmates. From the start of Grade 3, he is ranked first in every examination, without exception. And he is no rote memorizer. He rests when he should rest, eats when he should eat, and never stays up late. Sometimes we'd approach him with questions. He'd explain things with exceptional clarity, often better than our teachers. But what I wish to emphasize isn't his grades. It's his character. Xie Linyuan is profoundly unassuming, deeply, quietly humble. Even after securing first place in the grade, he never boasted nor assumed airs. When we discussed problems together, he never treated us as slow-witted, even repeating explanations 3 or 4 times without impatience. His family circumstances are difficult. This much we all know, but he never speaks of it voluntarily. Nor does he protest when teachers apply for financial aid on his behalf. Our entire class admires him, not because of his stellar grades, but because of his integrity. In the comments beneath this lengthy post, students and alumni of Huai County No. 1 high school rapidly gathered, corroborating each detail. Classmate, everything the original poster said is true. Xie Linyuan is truly our class's hidden treasure, quiet in speech, yet profoundly kind. I'm from the adjacent class. We weren't in the same class, but I often saw him in the corridors. He walks silently, never roughhousing, and always greets teachers respectfully. I shared a dormitory with Xie Linyuan during Grade 1. His schedule was rigorously disciplined. Bedtime at 1030 p.m. Wake up at 5:30 m. Never a late night. Back then we teased him for keeping a senior cadre's schedule. Now looking back, we realize that was pure, unwavering self-discipline. These testimonials from peers were plain sincere, free of embellishment, and precisely for that reason, deeply credible. Together, they painted a portrait of youth of extraordinary academic achievement, yet devoid of arrogance, a profoundly modest, yet never cold, a living in austerity, yet never diminished by shame. Yet these accounts revealed only the tip of the iceberg. What truly moved the entire nation were the revelations about Xie Linyuan's family background, surfacing gradually in the afternoon. The first to draw widespread attention was a short, anonymous post. No rhetoric, no elaboration. I'm from the same village as Xie Linyuan, Xie family village. His parents passed away in 2020 due to the pandemic when he was only 11. He lived with his grandparents whose household was impoverished, his grandfather chronically ill, dependent on medication for years. He consistently excelled academically, yet never compared himself to others in clothing or possessions. Everyone in our village knew how hard life had been for him, and yet everyone also knew he would one day rise far beyond circumstance. Within an hour of its posting, the thread exceeded 100,000 shares. Its comment section shifted dramatically, from initial skepticism and dispute to shock, sorrow, and profound admiration. 11 years old when he lost both parents. What did this child endure? The pandemic of 2020 shattered so many families. Reading this, I cannot hold back tears. Parents gone, grandparents ailing, impoverished home, and yet, he achieves a perfect score. What superhuman fortitude does that require? At 11, I was still crying over breaking a vase, and he had already lost his parents. Just thinking of it makes my nose sting. He is no prodigy. He is one who swallowed every bitterness, then forged his worth in academic triumph. Soon after, more informed individuals began to emerge. One person claiming to be a middle school classmate of Xie Linyuan posted, "Seeing the news about Xie Linyuan online, I must say a few words. I was a classmate of Xie Linyuan in middle school. Throughout the 3 years, he always performed well academically, but he was not the top student, perhaps ranking around the top 10 in the grade. At that time, we had no idea how difficult his home life was because he never showed it. His clothes were always clean, although it was clear they were old. He always ate the cheapest dishes alone, but none of us thought much of it back then. Looking back now, he truly had it tough." Another account registered as an employee of a construction company in Hangzhou posted a more detailed revelation. "Seeing everyone talking about Xie Linyuan, I must say a couple of things. Last summer, Xie Linyuan worked on our construction site for 2 months. I was a worker under his cousin, so I guess we were co-workers. This kid worked hard. While others carried 2 bags of cement, he carried 3, never slacking off. His cousin paid him 300 a day, which was considered high on the construction site, but he was doing the most labor-intensive work. We had no idea he was a top student. He never studied on the site or talked to us about school. He just worked, ate, and slept just like an ordinary laborer. At night, while the other workers played cards and drank, he would lie in bed, and we thought he was sleeping. Looking back now, he might have been reviewing in his mind. This kid is truly impressive." This revelation caused the comments section to explode. Wait, the top scorer of last year's college entrance exam was carrying cement on a construction site. What in the world? This is a magical realism plot. A perfect scorer moving bricks on a construction site. He wasn't just experiencing life, he genuinely needed that money. 300 a day, his 2-month salary, had to pay for tuition and buy medicine for his grandparents. While we sat in air-conditioned rooms scrolling on our phones, the future provincial top student was carrying cement on a construction site. This contrast is heart-wrenching. I cried, truly cried. His hands that carried cement wrote a perfect essay in the exam. What kind of life is this? Isn't this just a modern version of carrying firewood to read? He is not a genius, he is fighting for his life. But even with such effort, achieving full marks is terrifying. There were even more detailed revelations. A person claiming to be a student from Huai County No. 1 middle school posted, "I am from the same township as Xie Linyuan. Every time I return home for the holidays, I take a bus, and he walks. The distance from school to Xie's village is about 12 or 13 kilometers, and he always walks back. Once the bus I was on passed him by, and I saw him walking alone on the road, carrying a backpack, taking large, quick strides. At that time, I even told my mom that this classmate could really walk. My mom said that kid wasn't just a good walker, he couldn't bear to spend those few yuan on bus fare. I didn't believe it at the time, but later I found out he was indeed in a tough situation." The comments section below this message was almost entirely filled with crying emojis. 12 or 13 kilometers walking home just to save a few yuan on bus fare. I spend more than that on delivery fees. A few yuan for us is a bottle of water or a snack, but for him, it means a breakfast or half a kilo of pork. Seeing this really broke me. He isn't used to being poor, he scrapes together every penny to provide for his grandparents. I can't imagine what he thinks while walking on the road. Maybe he is thinking about his exam questions, or the work at the construction site, or what tomorrow holds. A teenager measuring the distance from Huai County No. 1 middle school to being a provincial top student with his own feet and efforts. This is the most inspiring story I've seen this year, no exceptions. The details of Xie Linyuan going to give his grandfather a massage have not been revealed. That is one of his deepest secrets. But even with just this revealed information, carrying cement on a construction site, walking home, losing his parents at 11, depending solely on his grandparents, it's enough to piece together a moving image of a scholar from a humble background. Online emotions were fermenting. Meanwhile, the response from self-media was even faster. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the first education blogger with 1 million followers released a long video about Xie Linyuan. The video title used a striking expression, 750 points. The first perfect score in the history of the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance exam. He comes from a rural area in Huai County, lost both parents, and once worked on a construction site. The video surpassed 5 million views within an hour. In the video, the blogger detailed all the information collected online about Xie Linyuan, from his family background to academic performance, from working on the construction site to walking home, from teachers' evaluations to classmates' descriptions. His speaking pace was fast, and his voice carried an uncontrollable excitement. At the end of the video, he took off his glasses and said to the camera, "I've made educational videos for 5 years, interviewed countless top students and scholars, but Xie Linyuan is the first student to make me cry 3 times during the recording process. Not because of his score, but because of his life. This child deserves this perfect score." The top comment in the video's comment section was, "He didn't just score full marks, his life is a perfect score." More and more self-media outlets joined the discussion on this topic. Some approached it from the angle of educational equity, stating Xie Linyuan's story tells us that humble backgrounds can still produce outstanding individuals. Good educational resources are certainly important, but a child's inner resilience and self-discipline are more crucial than any external conditions. Some analyzed it from the perspective of mental qualities. What is a true strong person? It's not someone born with a silver spoon, but someone who emerges from the murkiest paths and never gives up in the harshest environments. Xie Linyuan is the most typical example. Some elevated it from the social significance angle. Why are we so moved by a perfect score scholar? Not just because of the number itself, but because of the story behind that number. It proves that effort still has value, that struggle is still meaningful, and that there are still people in this world who write the most hardcore inspirational stories with their own hands and minds. Of course, many self-media outlets chose more emotional and dramatic expressions. The titles became increasingly exaggerated. The incredible life of a perfect scorer, both parents deceased, working on a construction site, walking home. His story brings the whole internet to tears. He scored 750 points because that's the only perfect score available. The desperate counterattack of a humble scholar. From the construction site to the exam room, the perfect life of an 18-year-old. Though these titles may be somewhat over-dramatized, the emotions they convey are genuine. The entire internet is indeed moved by this young man's story. At 4 in the afternoon, a significant attention emerged. One of the largest official media outlets in Longwa, the Longwa Youth Daily, published a lengthy article on its official social media account titled, "After Scoring 750, a Perfect Answer Sheet from a Cold Door Youth." The article begins with, "Today the entire internet is abuzz with a name, Xie Linyuan. This 18-year-old boy from the Pingyuan County Middle School achieved a remarkable score of 750 in the college entrance examination, setting a record in the history of Longwa's Gaokao." Yet behind that dazzling number, what we wish to narrate is another answer sheet from him, one that speaks of resilience, self-discipline, and responsibility. The article, written with calm and restrained prose, outlines Xie Linyuan's basic situation. His parents tragically passed away during the 2020 pandemic, and he lives with his grandparents in their 70s. His family faces economic hardships, and during the summer of his second year, he worked at a construction site, walking over 10 kilometers home each holiday, all while maintaining excellent academic performance, ultimately achieving an unprecedented perfect score in the Gaokao. The conclusion of the article states the significance of a perfect score in the Gaokao lies not merely in the score itself, but in a youth who, under the least favorable conditions, submitted the most perfect answer sheet. His story is not a template for selling anxiety, nor is it a legend to be mythologized. It is a reminder that in our era there are still those who interpret what struggle means in the simplest of ways. Xie Linyuan has stepped out of his Xie family village, walked past the shaded path of Huai County No. 1 High School, and is about to venture further. Meanwhile, we wish him every step of the way. After the article was published, within less than an hour, the view count surpassed 20 million and the shares exceeded 100,000. In the comments section, the most liked message was a simple 4-character comment: "Blessings keep going." The report by Longwa Youth Daily marked the official media's recognition of Xie Linyuan. This is a significant acknowledgement, a positive affirmation from official mainstream media towards a young student. Subsequently, other official media began to follow suit. The local official media in Yu Province was the first to respond. The Yu Province Daily published a short notice on its new media platform with the title, "Our Province's Student Xie Linyuan scores 750 in Gaokao, setting a record for Longwa." The content was concise and straightforward, devoid of emotional embellishment, merely stating the facts objectively. Concluding with, "It is reported that student Xie Linyuan comes from Huai County No. 1 High School and is an outstanding student from a modest background." The official account of Longwa Education Daily commented, "From an educational perspective, the emergence of a perfect score in the Gaokao is the highest recognition of a student's learning ability. However, what deserves more attention is the cultivation logic behind this ability: self-discipline, focus, resilience, and optimism." Xie Linyuan's experience provides a reference model for many students. Longwa News Network also recommended related reports on its app homepage titled "From Construction Site to Examination Room, The Rise of a Perfect Scorer." The report quoted descriptions from Xie Linyuan and his teachers, sketching the image of a diligent, modest, and resilient young man. At 5 in the afternoon, another heavyweight official media outlet, Xinhua News Agency, released a related short notice. Although brief, the mere mention of Xinhua signifies a certain level of authoritative recognition. The short notice stated, "On the eve of the 2027 Gaokao score announcement, Xie Linyuan, a student from Huai County No. One high school in Xinjiang, Henan has drawn widespread attention with a total score of 750. It was learned that Xie Linyuan comes from a difficult family background, having lost his parents at an early age and living with his grandparents. His inspiring journey has sparked fervent discussions online, with netizens referring to him as a noble child from a cold door. The report by Xinhua pushed the heat of this topic to a new peak. Not only domestic media, but also some international media and Chinese have begun to take note of this news. While there have not yet been formal interviews and foreign reports, several foreign media's Chinese websites have already reprinted related news on their homepages, often with neutral statements like Longhua Gaokao student achieves perfect score of 750, referred to as a noble child from a cold door. In this era of information explosion, the dissemination of a news event is often multi-voiced and multi-layered. There are emotional expressions from self-media, rational reports from official media, empathetic resonances from netizens, professional interpretations from education experts, and the simple emotions of ordinary people. These diverse voices intertwine to form a complex and three-dimensional landscape of public opinion. Yet all these voices point to one person, an 18-year-old boy, currently sitting in a small village on the Pingyuan Plain. He may not know that his name has climbed to the top of the trending searches on the entire internet, accompanied by a purple explosion character. He may not know that tens of millions of netizens are discussing him, feeling sympathy for him, admiring him, and blessing him. He may or may not know that countless self-media bloggers have gained millions of views for posting videos about him, and countless articles have become viral hits by telling his story. He may be aware, or he may not be. Online, the heat continues to rise. At 6 in the evening, the Gaokao score query system has not yet opened, but discussions about Xie Linyuan have already occupied almost all mainstream social media platforms' trending charts. On Longwo's largest social media platform, the topic Xie Linyuan 750 points surpassed 1 billion views, while the topic noble child from a cold door, Xie Linyuan, closely followed, with 500 million views. The combined discussion volume for these two topics exceeds 10 million posts. Among these discussions, a frequently occurring term is contrast. Indeed, the contrast is the most touching aspect of this story. A boy from the countryside attending a middle school in a county town. A child who has lost his parents living with elderly grandparents. A laborer carrying cement on a construction site, and a top scholar writing a perfect essay in the examination room. A poor student who is reluctant to spend a few bucks on transportation, walking over 10 kilometers home, and a super scholar who created a historic record in the Gaokao. These contrasts are too stark enough to be impossible to ignore, strong enough to move even the most indifferent. A famous social commentator wrote on their personal social media, "The reason Xie Linyuan's story can elicit such a massive social resonance is that it touches upon the simplest and most precious emotions of our era." In an era where connections, resources, and starting lines seem to have become the norm, a rural youth has proven himself in the most primitive way. This is not a condemnation of the educational system, but a belief in the value of struggle. Xie Linyuan's existence allows us to believe again that this world still rewards those indomitable souls. Another influential figure online expressed similar sentiments from a different perspective. Many people ask me why I pay so much attention to Xie Linyuan. I thought about it and realized it is probably because he reminds me of the characters in our childhood textbooks, such as Kuang Heng stealing light through the wall, Che Ying gathering fireflies to illuminate the snow, and Fan Zhongyan cooking porridge with a broken millstone. These stories we memorized since childhood, but always felt distant, like events from another world. Now Xie Linyuan vividly appears before us, using his perfect score and his experiences to tell us that those stories are not legends, they happen right around us, just in a different era. A scholar in the field of education stated in an interview with an online media outlet, Xie Linyuan's score alone is already astonishing, but I believe what is more valuable is the educational significance conveyed by his story. Our society needs such role models, not those packaged and lofty perfect idols, but real individuals who are tangible flesh and blood, who have endured hardships, yet remain resilient. Xie Linyuan embodies all these qualities. However, there are also differing voices online. Some question the authenticity of the news, believing that since official scores have not been released, all current discussions are premature. Some worry that excessive attention and praise may bring unnecessary pressure to Xie Linyuan, impacting his future development. Others express caution regarding this frenzy of glorification, believing that elevating an 18-year-old youth too high may not be a good thing. Yet these doubts and concerns were quickly drowned out by overwhelming praise and emotion. In such a moment of national attention, rationality and calm are often the first casualties. By 8 in the evening, a topic propelled by both official media and self-media climbed to the trending searches, Xie Linyuan, noble child from a cold door. The total reading volume of this topic surpassed 1 billion within 2 hours, becoming one of the most heated topics of the day. From 1 in the afternoon, my grandparents' phones began ringing like mad. At that moment, Xie Linyuan had just finished lunch and was helping Grandma wash the dishes in the kitchen. Grandpa sat in the main room watching television. The news channel was broadcasting the weather across the region. The first call landed on Grandpa's phone. Grandpa's phone was an old model for the elderly, absurdly loud. Its ringtone was that vintage electronic tune that filled the whole house the moment it sounded. Grandpa slowly fished the phone from his pocket, squinting at the caller ID. It was a distant relative from the old home. Grandpa answered in an even, unhurried voice, "Hello." The voice on the other end was so loud that even Xie Linyuan in the kitchen could faintly hear it. "Bro, is the Gaokao top scorer the Linyuan from your family?" Grandpa paused, instinctively glancing toward the kitchen. Xie Linyuan was emerging with a stack of bowls, meeting his grandfather's eyes and giving a slight nod. There was an unfamiliar pride in Grandpa's voice. "Yes. The homeroom teacher called. He said he was the top scorer, 750 of full score." An exaggerated exclamation came from the other end, followed by a chorus of congratulations and admiration. Grandpa grinned, and the lines on his face seemed to smooth. He was not one for flowery speeches. He kept saying, thank you, the child made us proud." He had not yet tucked the phone back into his pocket when it rang again. It was another relative, this time from Grandma's side, a distant niece whom by kinship Xie Linyuan would traditionally call Biaogu. The woman on the line spoke even louder than the last, full of that particular rural enthusiasm and clamor. "Andy, I heard Linyuan was the top scorer. Is it true? When my coworker told me, I thought she was joking." Grandma hurried out of the kitchen, wiped her hands on her apron, and took the phone. Her voice was much softer than Grandpa's, but the same pride showed through. "It's true, it's true. The homeroom teacher called herself. She said full marks, 750 points, first in the entire province." There was another burst of astonishment from the other end, then a rapid volley of questions. They wanted to know how Linyuan had studied, what supplements he had taken for his brain, whether he had hired a tutor, and whether a banquet should be held for his achievement. Grandma couldn't answer a single one of those questions. She only smiled and said, "The child made us proud on his own. We didn't hire a tutor. We don't really know." After hanging up, Grandma stood in the main room, clutching the phone, her expression a complicated mix of pride and bewilderment. She had lived 75 years and had never been contacted by so many relatives at once. Her phone scarcely rang twice in a typical week, yet today it seemed bewitched, ringing one after another until it made her anxious. "Grandma, if you don't want to answer, just turn it off," Xie Linyuan said as he put the bowls away and walked out, wiping his hands. No, Grandma waved her hand. "Their relatives. Not answering would be rude." Grandpa sat in his chair, watching the phone in his hand still vibrating, and shook his head. "I've lived 76 years and never knew I had so many relatives." Xie Linyuan said nothing, only curved his lips into a faint smile. This was how social life worked. Where were those relatives when his family had been poor for so many years, when Grandpa and Grandma were ill, when his parents passed away? He did not want to dwell on such questions, not out of magnanimity, but because they were pointless. Relatives were relatives, a blood ties remained, and could neither be erased nor severed. If they called to offer congratulations, sincere or perfunctory, he should accept it. Besides, his grandparents were happy. Seeing Grandpa's smile when he answered the phone, and hearing the proud tone in Grandma's voice, Xie Linyuan thought that though the calls were bothersome, they were worth it. Grandpa's phone rang again. This time it was an even more distant relative, a cousin who lived in the neighboring county and had not been in touch for more than a decade. The voice on the line was unfamiliar, yet warm, calling Grandpa old bro with effusive affection, saying had seen news about his grandson on his phone and had called to offer congratulations, promising to come visit someday. When Grandpa hung up, he looked at Xie Linyuan as if to speak, but then hesitated. Xie Linyuan understood what he wanted to say and smiled. "Grandpa, it's a good thing they called. Your happiness is all that matters." He sighed and said no more. A little after 2 in the afternoon, Wang Chaos call came through to Xie Linyuan's phone. Wang Chaos' voice exploded from the receiver, nearly frantic with excitement. "Linyuan, I'm blown away by you. 750 points. A perfect score." He continued, incredulous. "You told me it was just all right. This is called just all right. You call that just all right?" Xie Linyuan held the phone a little away until Wang Chao calmed, then held it to his ear again. "Bro, I was just being modest." "Modest?" Wang Chaos' voice rose again. "You call that modesty? You're a restrained show-off. When you were lugging cement on the construction site, I already felt you were something special, but I never expected this kind of special. 750. Do you know the internet has gone crazy? I scrolled videos just now. 8 out of 10 mentioned you. My co-workers at the site keep asking if you're my cousin. I said yes, that's my cousin. Do you know how much face that gives me?" Hearing Wang Chaos' excited and proud tone warmed something inside Xie Linyuan. "Thanks, bro," he said. There was a beat of silence on the other end before Wang Chaos' voice softened. "Thank me for what? You did it yourself, Linyuan. This time you've truly come into your own. Enjoy it. You deserve it. Once things calm down here, he'll come back, and we'll have a proper drink." "Okay," Xie Linyuan replied. After hanging up, he put his phone in his pocket. From the afternoon on, his phone kept vibrating. Text, WeChat messages, calls, an onslaught of notifications. Classmates sent congratulations, teachers offered encouragement, strangers sent friend requests, and a number of unknown numbers had somehow found his mobile. He answered none of the messages and did not take calls from unfamiliar numbers. It was not indifference, so what he wanted most at that moment was to sit quietly at home, share a meal with his grandparents, watch television, and talk. The world outside could be noisy tomorrow. Today, he was still Xie Linyuan of Xie village. But Xie village was already making sure he could not remain quiet. The first to arrive was the neighbor Mr. Zhang from next door. Mr. Zhang, over 70 years old, had been an old neighbor of my grandfather for decades, with just a low wall separating their homes. He was wearing a white tank top and holding a palm fan, peering into the courtyard from the entrance, his expression one of confirmation. Old Xie, he called out loudly. My grandfather emerged from the main room, seeing Mr. Zhang, and greeted him with a smile. Old Zhang, you've come. Come in and take a seat. Mr. Zhang stepped into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping around before resting on the young man in the main room who was wiping the table. His eyes brightened and his voice boomed loud enough for half the village to hear. Did your family Linyuan really top the exams? My son just called and said it's all over the internet that our village has a top scholar. My grandfather nodded with a smile. Yes, indeed. The homeroom teacher called to inform us, saying he scored full marks and is the top student in the province. Mr. Zhang slapped his thigh and turned to leave. Hey, where are you going? My grandfather shouted after him. I'm going back to get something. I'll be right back. Mr. Zhang's voice drifted in from outside. In less than 5 minutes, he returned carrying a bundle of firecrackers, the kind used for celebrations in the countryside, rolled up and looking festive. Old Zhang, what are you doing? My grandfather quickly stopped him. Setting off firecrackers. Mr. Zhang said proudly. Our village has a top scholar. It's a celebration bigger than a wedding. What are we waiting for? My grandfather hesitated for a moment, glancing at Linyuan. Linyuan stepped out from the main room and smiled, saying, Grandpa Zhang, setting off firecrackers now would be too noisy. Let's wait until the official results come out tomorrow. I'll treat you to drinks then. Mr. Zhang looked at Linyuan and then at the firecrackers in his hand, reluctantly clicking his tongue, but he still placed the firecrackers on the stone steps at the entrance. All right, fine. We'll wait until tomorrow. I'll leave the firecrackers here and we'll set them off first thing. He pulled over a chair and sat down in the courtyard, fanning himself with the palm fan, showing no intention of leaving. My grandmother came out from the kitchen with a bowl of mung bean soup, handing it to Mr. Zhang while smiling. Old Zhang, have a bowl of mung bean soup to cool off. Mr. Zhang took the bowl and gulped down a large mouthful of the soup, dribbling down his chin. He wiped it with his sleeve and remarked, Your boy has always been different since he was little. When he was a child playing in the village, other kids were all muddy, but he was always clean. He performed well in school, and I told you he would definitely succeed in the future. My grandfather, sitting nearby, couldn't hide his smile as he listened to the praises of his grandson from the old neighbor. Mr. Zhang hadn't even left when another visitor arrived. This time it was Mrs. Li from the east end of the village, over 60 years old, known for her loud voice. Before she even entered the courtyard, her voice rang out. Aunt Xie, I heard your Linyuan has become the top scholar. Is it true? My grandmother hurried out to welcome her. Mrs. Li marched into the courtyard carrying a basket of eggs from her home-raised hens, packed in a bamboo basket and covered with a blue cloth. Li, what are you doing with those? My grandmother looked at the basket of eggs, feeling both happy and guilty. Take them back, you take them back. You don't have many hens, save the eggs for your own family. Why are you being polite, Aunt Xie? Mrs. Li insisted, pushing the basket into my grandmother's hands. These are for the top scholar. Your Linyuan has worked hard in his studies and deserves to replenish himself. If my son had even half his success, I could wake up smiling from my dreams. Linyuan emerged from the main room, greeting her respectfully. Grandma Li. Mrs. Li looked Linyuan up and down, her eyes full of affection and admiration, patting his arm. This child has grown so tall and spirited. I said long ago that this child has a good appearance, a noble forehead, and a square jaw. He looks like someone destined for success. You see, I wasn't wrong, was I? Did she ever say that before? Who knows? But at this moment, no one would dare to challenge her. More people gradually gathered in the courtyard. Uncle Wang from the east end of the village arrived, holding 2 live crucian carp he had just caught from the river, still flopping, packed in a plastic bag, dripping with water. He said he wanted to make fish soup for the top scholar to help with his brain function. Aunt Lu from the west came over carrying a basin of freshly made sweet cakes, golden brown, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sprinkled with sesame seeds, the aroma wafting for miles. She said this was her specialty and the top scholar would surely love it. Uncle Chun from the north arrived with a box of drinks. He was the owner of the village's small grocery store, usually quite stingy, counting every penny. Today, however, he was generous, bringing an entire box of herbal tea, claiming it was to soothe the top scholar's throat. The chairs in the courtyard were not enough for everyone, so my grandmother brought out all the chairs, stools, and benches from inside, but it still wasn't enough. Some simply sat on the steps of the courtyard, others leaned against the wall, some squatted under the loofah rack, chatting and laughing in groups of 2 or 3, making it as lively as a New Year celebration. The village's elderly sat together, naturally discussing the top scholar. I've lived for 72 years, and this is the first time I've seen a living top scholar. Who says it's not? We've only seen them on TV before, and now one has emerged from our village sitting right here. Do you think top scholars are really descended from the god of literature? Absolutely. Ancient top scholars were all descended from the god of literature. How else could they achieve such success? Lin Yuan has been smart since he was little. I remember when he was 3 or 4 years old, he could recite Tang poems. His grandfather brought him to my house, and he started reciting The Bright Moonlight Before My Bed with great fluency. Yes, I remember too. When he was 5, he could do addition and subtraction within 100. Our grandson is in 2nd grade and still can't do it properly. Some of these memories are true while others might have been embellished over time, but it no longer mattered. What mattered was that on this afternoon in this small courtyard a group of elderly people sat together recounting a legend they had witnessed with reverence in their voices. Lin Yuan sat in the main room watching the lively scene in the courtyard through the open door. His expression was calm, and even when he heard his grandparents recounting his glorious deeds from childhood, he would smile slightly. But inside he was not completely at peace. He recalled many things. He remembered the time when his family was poor and they rarely had meat during the new year. He remembered the moment after his parents passed away, finding his grandmother hiding in the kitchen weeping, and when she saw him, she hurriedly wiped her tears, saying, "The sand blew into my eyes." He remembered his grandfather unable to straighten his back due to pain, still insisting on working in the field, saying, "Farmers aren't that delicate." He remembered the stinging pain when he carried cement at the construction site, sweat mixing with cement dust on his face. He recalled walking along that long road, the setting sun stretching his shadow far behind him. All the hardships today gathered in this courtyard transformed into an indescribable sweetness amidst the praises of these simple villagers. Around 4 in the afternoon, the village secretary arrived. The village secretary's surname is Zhao, his full name, Zhao Dihao. In his 50s, he has served as the secretary in Xie family village for over a decade. He is a stout, middle-aged man with dark skin, a loud voice, and a decisive manner, earning a good reputation in the village. He rode a nearly new motorcycle, sputtering to a stop at the gate, turned off the engine, hung his helmet on the handlebar, and strode into the courtyard. "Grandpa Xie, Grandma Xie, congratulations." Zhao Dihao's voice boomed like thunder, drawing the attention of everyone in the yard. Grandpa stood up to greet him. "Secretary Zhao, what brings you here?" "Why can't I come?" Zhao Dihao laughed, shaking Grandpa's hand vigorously. "Our village has produced a top scholar. This is a monumental event. As the village secretary, how could I not be here? Not only am I here today, but I will also come tomorrow and the day after. I will also come to celebrate during Lin Yuan's graduation banquet." Laughter filled the yard. Zhao Dihao turned around and spotted Xie Linyuan standing at the door of the hall. He walked over, gave Lin Yuan a thorough look, and then reached out to pat his shoulder, applying enough force to make Lin Yuan's shoulder sway slightly. "Good lad." There was a spark of light in Zhao Dihao's eyes, and his voice softened slightly, but became more sincere. "Having served as the secretary in Xie family village for many years, I have watched one batch of children grow up, study, and venture out into the world. You are the first to achieve the top scholar status. No, you are the first to achieve this honor in any village across the entire province. You are the pride of Xie family village as well as the pride of our entire township." "Thank you, Secretary Zhao." Xie Linyuan nodded slightly, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Zhao Dihao patted his shoulder again, then turned to the people in the yard and said, "Dear villagers, I want to tell you that Xie Linyuan, this top scholar, is not only a blessing for Grandpa Xie and Grandma Xie, but also a blessing for our entire Xie family village. In the future, if someone asks where you are from, and you say Xie family village, they will respond, 'Oh, that's the village that produced a top scholar.' How prestigious does that sound?" Everyone in the yard nodded in agreement, with some laughing and saying that makes sense, while others chimed in, "Secretary Zhao is right." Zhao Dihao sat in the yard for a while, asking in detail about Xie Linyuan's college entrance examination results, his plans for filling out applications, and the family situation. Grandpa answered each question, his tone filled with pride. Zhao Dihao nodded as he listened, then stood up and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa, the village will do everything it can to help Linyuan with his schooling. This includes student loan scholarships and various policies. The village will assist with the paperwork, so you don't have to worry." "Oh, Secretary Zhao, thank you so much." Grandma brought out a bowl of mung bean soup from the kitchen, insisting that Zhao Dihao drink it. He could not refuse, took it, drank it in one gulp, returned the bowl to Grandma, and said, "Thank you, Grandma, for your hard work," before hopping back on his motorcycle and leaving. Less than half an hour after Zhao Dihao left, more people arrived from the town. It was the director and a deputy director of the town's education committee driving a black Santana, which stopped at the gate. Both were in their 40s, wearing white shirts and dark pants, their shoes polished to a shine, clearly government officials. Grandpa did not recognize them, but knew from their attire that they were important figures, and he quickly stood up to greet them. "Hello, you must be Grandpa Xie Shouqian." The education committee director, surnamed Zhou, was tall and thin, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, speaking slowly and politely. "I am Zhou Mingyuan from the town's education committee, and this is our deputy director, Old Li. We came specifically to congratulate you." "Oh, Director Zhou, Director Li, please come in, please come in." Grandpa was a bit flustered as he welcomed them. Having lived for 76 years, the highest official to visit their home was the village secretary. This was the first time a leader from the town had come to their door. Grandma hurriedly brought out the best chairs from the main hall, meticulously wiped them down with a cloth, and brewed 2 cups of tea, using twice the usual amount of tea leaves. Xie Linyuan sat down and began with some pleasantries, stating that Xie family village producing a top scholar was a source of pride for the entire town, and that Linyuan had set an example for all students in the town. He added that the town's party committee and government were highly concerned and had specially commissioned them to extend their congratulations. Then he took an envelope from his briefcase and handed it to Grandpa with both hands. Grandpa, Xie, this is a token of appreciation from the town's party committee. It's not much, but please accept it. Grandpa took the envelope, felt its thickness, and his expression changed. Director Zhou, this is too much. We cannot accept it. You must accept it. Xie Linyuan pressed Grandpa's hand down firmly, his tone resolute. It's not for you, it's for the child's education. Since Linyuan achieved the top scholar status, he is the pride of the entire town. The party committee believes it's only reasonable to offer a small token. If you don't accept it, I won't have anything to report back. Grandpa glanced at Xie Linyuan, who was standing nearby, slightly nodding his head. Only then did Grandpa accept the envelope, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Xie Linyuan then asked Linyuan some questions about his studies, life, and future plans, his demeanor warm and friendly, akin to a kind elder chatting with a junior. Xie Linyuan answered succinctly and clearly, neither nervous nor arrogant, exuding a calmness that was just right. Xie Linyuan and the deputy director stayed at Xie Linyuan's home for about half an hour, drank 2 cups of tea, exchanged numerous compliments, and then stood up to take their leave. He shook Xie Linyuan's hand earnestly and said, Xie Linyuan, study hard and contribute to the country in the future. The elders of the town are all watching you. I will. Director Xie Linyuan said seriously. The black Santana drove away, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the gate returned to calm, if one could call the bustling atmosphere, filled with people, calm. After seeing off the town leaders, Xie Linyuan returned to the courtyard and found the ambience had become even livelier. The old men and women of the village had quieted down considerably while watching the town leaders arrive, but as soon as they left, chatter resumed. Look, the town leaders have come. What an honor. Indeed, at my age, this is the first time I've seen a town vehicle come to our village. The leaders said that the top scholar is a pride for the whole town. Our village produced a top scholar, and the whole town benefits from it. This child Linyuan will surely achieve great things in the future. That's for sure. A top scholar historically was meant to marry into royalty. Now they don't marry into royalty anymore, they become scientists, professors, and high-ranking officials. Regardless of what they become, they are all significant figures. Xie Linyuan listened to these discussions, not correcting anyone or explaining anything. In the eyes of these simple villagers, the term top scholar represented much more than just a college entrance examination score. It symbolized bringing honor to one's family, standing out, and the highest glory for scholars. This understanding is rooted in the blood and bones of the descendants of Yin and Huang and has never changed over the millennia. He did not want to break this perception, nor did he feel it necessary to. As the sun set and dusk approached, the people in the courtyard began to disperse one by one. Aunt Li carried away an empty basket, Uncle Wang took away a plastic bag filled with fish, Aunt Lu carried away an empty basin, and Uncle Chun from a small shop moved away an empty box. As each person left, they would say, congratulations, best wishes, Linyuan has truly succeeded, leaving with satisfied smiles. When Uncle Zhang was leaving, he picked up the firecrackers again, reluctant to part with them, saying, I'll come back tomorrow to set them off. Sure, set them off tomorrow. Xie Linyuan smiled. The courtyard finally quieted down. Grandma began to clean up the scattered sunflower and peanut shells, while Grandpa moved the chairs back into the house one by one, and Xie Linyuan swept the ground with a broom. After Grandma finished sweeping, she straightened up, glanced at the peanut shells on the ground, and suddenly sighed. What's wrong, Grandma? Xie Linyuan asked. Grandma shook her head, her eyes slightly reddening. It's nothing, Grandma. It's just happy. If your dad could see today's scene, I don't know how delighted he would be. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Grandpa paused his movements of moving chairs, then continued without looking back. Xie Linyuan walked over and gently hugged Grandma's shoulders, saying nothing. Xie Linyuan stood in the courtyard watching the last streaks of sunset gradually fade and the stars begin to twinkle one by one in the sky. Today he met many relatives he had never visited before, heard praises he had never heard before, and felt warmth he had never felt before. All of this came suddenly and intensely, making him somewhat unaccustomed. He knew that from today on many things would be different. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that no matter how things changed outside, everything in this courtyard would remain the same. Grandpa and Grandma's nagging would not change, the evening breeze under the loofah trellis would not change, the shadow of the old locust tree would not change, and the dim light behind the stove would not change. As long as these remained unchanged, he would always have a place to return to. On the morning of June 23rd, before dawn had fully broken, Xie family village was already awake. Just after 5 o'clock, figures began moving about the village. Footsteps, murmured conversations, and the sputtering roar of motorcycles mingling to shatter the serene stillness that usually cloaked this rural plain at daybreak. The news had spread the previous evening. Eminent dignitaries were scheduled to visit Xie Linyuan's home today. To call them eminent was in truth an understatement. Village Party Secretary Zhao Dihao had announced it 3 times over the village loudspeaker the night before, his voice so thunderous it could be heard in the neighboring village. Attention, all villagers. Attention, all villagers. Tomorrow morning, county and municipal leaders, as well as the presidents of Tsinghua University and Peking University, will visit our village. They will come to Xie Linyuan's home. Please observe proper etiquette. Do not block roads or raise your voices. Once the broadcast ended, the entire Xie family village erupted into feverish excitement. Tsinghua University, Peking University. These names resonated with legendary authority across every corner of China. To the villagers of Xie family village, however, they belonged less to reality than to myth. For a local child to gain admission to a provincial university was already considered a source of ancestral pride. Gaining entry to Tsinghua or Peking, that was a dream too audacious even to entertain. And yet tomorrow the presidents of both institutions would arrive, not merely in the village, but at Xie Linyuan's very doorstep. This was no illusion. It was imminent, undeniable reality. Xie Linyuan received the message from Principal Zhang Jianjun late last night while gathering laundry in the courtyard. His phone vibrated softly. He pulled it from his pocket and read Zhang Jianjun's WeChat message. Xie Linyuan, tomorrow morning the presidents of Tsinghua University and Peking University will personally visit your home for a face-to-face discussion. The meeting is tentatively scheduled between 9 and 10 a.m. County and municipal officials will accompany them. Please prepare accordingly and dress formally. After reading the message, Xie Linyuan slipped his phone back into his pocket and resumed collecting clothes, calm, unruffled, not out of indifference, but because he had long anticipated this moment. With his academic record, the first perfect raw score in the history of Longhua's National College entrance examination, it was only natural that the presidents of 2 elite universities would make a personal pilgrimage to his home. Had they not come, that would have been the true anomaly. He returned indoors and informed his grandparents. What? The president of Tsinghua University and the president of Peking University coming to our home. His grandmother, wiping dishes at the stove, nearly dropped her cloth into the pot. Linyuan, are you certain you heard correctly? I heard clearly, Grandma. Principal Zhang scented himself. His grandfather, seated in the main hall holding a teacup, paused mid-sip, the lid clinking faintly against the rim. He spoke no word, yet his expression said everything. His weathered face lit up, eyes gleaming like polished copper buttons. Then we must prepare thoroughly tomorrow, his grandmother said, setting down her cloth and glancing around anxiously, her gaze alight with exhilaration and nervous flutter. This house is far too cluttered. I'll scrub it spotless. Old man, dig out your new coat, the deep indigo one you've saved since New Year's. Linyuan, find your cleanest clothes. We mustn't embarrass ourselves before the university presidents. Xie Linyuan smiled gently. Yes, Grandma. That night his grandmother worked well past midnight. She swept the main hall floor 3 times and wiped it twice. She cleaned every table and chair meticulously with a damp cloth, even removed the photo frames from the walls to polish their glass. His grandfather gathered scattered yard debris into a corner and boarded up the chicken coop lest the birds wander loose and soil the grounds tomorrow. He even fetched a ladder to replace the porch light bulb with a brighter one. Xie Linyuan helped where he could, but mostly he stood quietly by observing. Watching his grandmother stooped back as she wiped the table, watching his grandfather climb the ladder to change the bulb, he felt a sudden sharp sting behind his nose. These 2 elders had never known grand occasions. The people arriving tomorrow existed for them only on television screens. They did not grasp the political stature of a Tsinghua president, or how much greater a mayor's authority was than a county chief's. But they understood one truth unequivocally: these dignitaries were coming for their grandson, and they would offer him the finest reception possible, ensuring he never lost face. That was his grandparents, simple, awkward, and wholly devoted in their love. Xie Linyuan stepped forward and gently guided his grandfather down from the ladder. Grandpa, let me handle this. In moments he replaced the bulb, then helped his grandmother wipe the main hall table once more. She stood beside him, gazing at her tall grandson, moving steadily beneath the lamplight. Her eyes glistened, yet she said nothing, only discreetly dabbing her hands on her apron. Later that night the village fell silent. Xie Linyuan lay in bed listening to the chorus of crickets outside, while primordial energy flowed smoothly within him. He did not deliberately cultivate. It had become as innate as his heartbeat. Tomorrow would mark another pivotal day. Not more consequential than the national exam itself, but certainly the first critical threshold thereafter. 2 elite universities, 2 presidents, 2 premier admissions teams. What terms would they offer? How would he respond? These questions unfolded in his mind like a masterfully arranged game of Go. Each move weighed, each possibility calculated with precision. Yet he felt no anxiety. Not because victory was assured, but because he knew with absolute certainty that no choice he made could ever be wrong. He closed his eyes and slept deeply. At 6 a.m., Xie Linyuan awoke precisely on schedule. Movement already stirred in the courtyard. Peering out the window, he saw several vehicles parked along the village road just beyond the gate, and figures unloading equipment from their trunks. He recognized village party secretary Zhao Dihao alongside several others clad in township government uniforms. They bustled across the open ground before his gate, hoisting banners, arranging firecrackers, calibrating speakers. Xie Linyuan dressed and stepped out of his room. His grandparents had risen even earlier. His grandmother wore her crimson silk cotton jacket, the one reserved for Lunar New Year, with her hair combed flawlessly and pinned neatly behind her ears. Ordinarily, her hair was unkempt. Today, she seemed transformed. His grandfather donned his deep indigo coat, its collar buttoned crisply, his spine held straight and proud. Since Xie Linyuan had healed his lumbar vertebrae with primordial energy, his upright posture now added several centimeters to his height. Xie Linyuan himself wore a white short-sleeve shirt and dark trousers. Purchased last year, the garments were neither new nor flashy, yet impeccably clean and tidy. He was not a man who relied on attire to command presence. At 184 centimeters tall, with a ramrod straight frame and quiet, unwavering composure, his mere standing there drew attention instinctively. His cultivation realm, primordial disciple, required no ornamentation to project an aura unlike any other. A crowd has gathered in the open space at the entrance of the courtyard, mostly villagers, along with some unfamiliar faces, likely visitors from other villages come to witness the event. Zhao Dihao is directing a few people to hang banners on the courtyard wall with red backgrounds and white text reading, "Warmly welcome the leaders of Xie University and Yinjing University to visit and guide us." "Secretary Zhao, you're here so early," Xie Linyuan greeted him. Zhao Dihao turned his head, his eyes brightening as he sized up Xie Linyuan, giving a thumbs up. "Good lad, spirited. You must make our Xie family village proud today." "I will." Xie Linyuan smiled slightly. "Secretary Zhao, what do the firecrackers at the entrance mean?" "Aren't firecrackers prohibited now?" Zhao Dihao waved his hand, laughing heartily. "Not today. The county leaders have tacitly approved it, and the city leaders haven't objected either. It's only natural for the top scholar's family to set off firecrackers. Besides, it's not you who is setting them off, it's our village committee, so it's no problem." He pointed to several boxes of fireworks and a number of large red firecrackers piled by the roadside. "These are all sponsored by the town, more than enough." Xie Linyuan didn't say anything further and turned back to the courtyard. Grandpa and Grandma were already seated in the main room, sitting side by side on chairs, their backs straight, hands neatly placed on their knees, resembling two statues. Grandma, relax a bit." Xie Linyuan couldn't help but chuckle. "They haven't arrived yet." "I'm not nervous," Grandma insisted. Xie Linyuan walked over, squatting beside Grandma, gently holding her hand. "Grandma, don't be afraid. They are people, not tigers. Just act like you usually do." Grandma looked into her grandson's calm eyes, and her inner unease inexplicably dissipated somewhat. She took a deep breath and nodded. "All right, Grandma isn't nervous." By around 7 more people gathered at the courtyard entrance. Almost everyone from the village who could come was there, young and old, some holding children, others leaning on canes, crowding the narrow village path at the entrance until it was packed tightly. Some people brought small stools to sit by the roadside, while others climbed onto their rooftops to get a better view. This scene was even livelier than a big market during the New Year. Among the crowd were several young people wielding cameras and selfie sticks, who were social media influencers and internet celebrities come from elsewhere. "Folks, behind me is the home of this year's top scholar, Xie Linyuan. The principals of Xie University and Yinjing University are coming today. They'll be live streaming for everyone." Zhao Dihao arranged for a few villagers to maintain order at the entrance, preventing idle onlookers from entering the courtyard. The courtyard was reserved for the important figures, while the village path and open space outside allowed the villagers to watch. This arrangement was reasonable, and no one had any objections. Xie Linyuan stood under the gourd trellis in the courtyard, watching the bustling crowd outside the entrance, feeling somewhat emotional. Just yesterday, it was a quiet little village. Today, it was lively like a market. All these changes stemmed from the answers he wrote on that exam paper. Around 8:30, a black sedan stopped outside the courtyard. The car door opened, and out stepped Zhang Jianjun, the principal of Huai County No. 1 High School, and Wu Feng, the homeroom teacher. Both were dressed formally today, Zhang Jianjun in a deep blue suit with a tie, his hair meticulously styled. Wu Feng in a light gray shirt with the cuffs buttoned tightly. "Principal Zhang, teacher Wu," Xie Linyuan greeted them. Zhang Jianjun hurried a few steps, grasping Xie Linyuan's hand and shaking it vigorously. His eyes sparkled, his lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to express something poetic, but in the end only managed to say, "Good, good, good." Each "good" was said with increasing intensity. Wu Feng, standing beside them, couldn't contain his smile as he looked at Xie Linyuan. Unlike Zhang Jianjun, who spoke a multitude of goods, he merely patted Xie Linyuan on the shoulder and asked, "Are you ready?" I'm ready, Xie Linyuan nodded. Wu Feng patted his shoulder again, this time with a bit more force, as if conveying a message only the two of them understood. I believe in you. I've always known you could do it. Just as the three exchanged a few words, the crowd outside the entrance suddenly stirred. They're coming. The convoy is here. Such a long convoy. Police cars. And police cars leading the way. Xie Linyuan looked up towards the end of the village path. A convoy was slowly approaching. Leading the way were two police cars with flashing lights, but the sirens were silent, merely blinking blue and red lights to clear the path for the cars behind. Following the police cars were a row of shiny black sedans. At the end of the convoy, two broadcast vans from a television station trailed along, their satellite antennas buzzing and turning. The entire village fell silent. When had the people of Xie Family Village ever seen such a spectacle? Police cars leading the way, a convoy like a dragon, and television broadcast vans. This was the scale of a leadership inspection, the courtesy extended to distinguished guests. And all of this was to come to Xie Linyuan's home. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Xie Linyuan watched the convoy slowly approach, his expression calm as water. His gaze scanned the line of black sedans, quickly calculating in his mind two police cars, one lead vehicle. The brands and models of the large buses varied, coming from different units. There should be more than one vehicle from Xuemu University and Yinjing University, as well as from the city's education bureau, the county government, and the media. In total, there were about 15 or 16 vehicles in the convoy. This lineup was even larger than he had anticipated. The convoy sequentially stopped in the open space at the entrance of the courtyard. The doors opened, and a group of people began to emerge from the cars. The first to step out was a sprightly, elderly man dressed in a dark gray jacket, wearing frameless glasses, exuding an air of elegance and composure. After getting out of the car, he stood still, surveying the surrounding countryside with a look of keen interest. Zhang Jianjun quickly approached, bending slightly, and respectfully said, "Principal Zhou, welcome to Huai County." This was Zhou Yuanqing, the president of Xuemu University, the helm of one of the top institutions in the Dragon Nation, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, and a renowned mechanic in the international academic community. He was 61 years old this year, nearing retirement age, but he appeared more vigorous than someone in their 50s. Today he wasn't wearing a suit, but a jacket, which made him seem more approachable. Such attire gave him even more weight in formal settings. Following closely, another person emerged from a different vehicle. This individual was younger than Zhou Yuanqing, appearing to be in his 50s, tall, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, dressed in a deep blue suit, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. He was Chun Mingyuan, the president of Yinjing University, also an academician and holding a significant position in the academic world. After Chun Mingyuan got out of the car, he didn't rush forward, but stood still, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it landed directly on the tall, slender young man standing at the entrance. He whispered something to his assistant beside him, then stepped forward. The two principals arrived at the gate almost simultaneously. The other accompanying personnel followed dutifully behind, including the director and deputy director of the Municipal Education Bureau, the mayor of Huai County, the deputy mayor in charge of education, the director of the Education Bureau, along with the admissions office director, deputy director, staff from both schools, as well as accompanying reporters and photographers, totaling 30 to 40 people. The space at the gate suddenly became crowded. Zhang Jianjun, as the host, took the initiative to play the role of introducer. He walked to Xie Linyuan's side slightly, turned his body, extended his right hand towards Zhou Yuanqing, and spoke solemnly, "Student Xie Linyuan, this is academician Zhou Yuanqing, the president of Xuemu University." Xie Linyuan stepped forward half a pace, slightly bowed, and extended his right hand. "Hello, President Zhou, welcome to Xie Family Village." Zhou Yuanqing shook hands with Xie Linyuan, his gaze carefully examining the young man before him through his glasses. Standing at over 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a white shirt and dark pants, he appeared clean and tidy. The young man's face showed no signs of timidity, tension, or the humility often seen when meeting prominent figures. He stood there, neither servile nor arrogant, with a level gaze and a calm expression. Zhou Yuanqing nodded inwardly. He had seen countless outstanding students, but rarely had he encountered a youth like this who could remain so composed at such a young age amidst such a formidable presence. "Student Xie Linyuan, congratulations." Zhou Yuanqing's voice was not loud. "A score of 750 is remarkable. On behalf of Xuemu University, I extend my sincerest congratulations and welcome you to visit Xuemu University." "Thank you, President Zhou." Xie Linyuan's response was concise and appropriate. Zhang Jianjun turned to Chun Mingyuan. "This is academician Chun Mingyuan, the president of Yinjing University." Xie Linyuan also stepped forward and shook hands with Chun Mingyuan. "Hello, President Chun, welcome." Chun Mingyuan's gaze lingered on Xie Linyuan for 2 seconds. The youth stood there, exuding an indescribable sense of steadiness, like a deeply rooted tree unmoved by the wind. "Student Xie Linyuan, your achievements have made history." Chun Mingyuan's voice was slightly deeper than Zhou Yuanqing's. "Yinjing University eagerly anticipates your enrollment." "Thank you for your recognition, President Chen." Xie Linyuan maintained his calm demeanor. A series of introductions and handshakes followed. The director of the Municipal Education Bureau, surnamed Sun, in his 50s with thinning hair, shook Xie Linyuan's hand and said, "You are the pride of our city, and the entire city is watching you." The mayor of Huai County, surnamed Li, in his 40s and having served as mayor for only 2 years, shook Xie Linyuan's hand, trembling with excitement. "Student Xie Linyuan, you are a child of Huai County, and Huai County is proud of you." Xie Linyuan responded to each one with a polite smile. He did not seek to curry favor with anyone, nor did he show excessive enthusiasm or indifference towards anyone. Everyone in front of him was treated equally. Respectful, yet not obsequious, friendly, yet not overstepping boundaries. This sense of balance surprised everyone present. An 18-year-old rural boy facing so many high-ranking leaders and academic authorities displayed not an ounce of tension or awkwardness. Zhou Yuanqing and Chun Mingyuan both mentally awarded points to this young man. "Esteemed leaders and teachers, please enter." Xie Linyuan stepped aside to open the gate, making a gesture of invitation. People streamed in. The courtyard, not large, quickly became crowded as 30 to 40 people poured in. In this farmhouse courtyard paved with red bricks, under the loofah trellis beside the chicken coop and beneath the old locust tree, stood figures that could usually only be seen on television and in the news. After entering the courtyard, Zhou Yuanqing's gaze was drawn to the golden flowers on the loofah trellis. He paused, observing them with interest for a moment, then said to his assistant, "It's very lively here." The assistant quickly nodded, took out his phone, and snapped a photo. Chun Mingyuan, on the other hand, noticed several old photographs hanging on the wall of the main room. He did not go inside to examine them closely, but merely glanced from the doorway. The photographs included images of his grandparents when they were young, pictures of Xie Linyuan as a child, and a family portrait featuring a middle-aged couple and a boy, presumably Xie Linyuan's parents. Chun Mingyuan's gaze lingered on that portrait for a second before shifting away, saying nothing. The courtyard quickly divided into 2 areas. In the center of the courtyard, beneath the loofah trellis, a few chairs and a square table were set up. That was the core area where the most important figures sat: Zhou Yuanqing, president of Shuimu University; Chun Mingyuan, president of Yenjing University; Director Sun of the Municipal Education Bureau; Mayor Li of Huai County, along with several leaders at the deputy department level or higher. A total of 9 people perfectly filling the chairs. The grandparents were invited to sit at the head of the square table. The 2 elderly people sat straight, hands resting on their knees, their expressions a mix of solemnity and slight confusion. Grandma continuously twisted her handkerchief, while Grandpa's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Yet they endured, not losing their composure, unwilling to embarrass their grandson. Xie Linyuan stood beside the square table right next to his grandparents. He chose not to sit, but instead stood, making him stand out among the seated dignitaries. Around the perimeter of the courtyard, near the courtyard wall and entrance, stood the rest of the accompanying personnel, staff, and reporters. Some stood, some leaned, as phones, cameras, and camcorders aimed at the center of the courtyard, with flashes going off and shutter sounds creating a chorus. Outside the courtyard, watching villagers and internet celebrities stretched their necks, peering through gaps in the crowd. Zhao Dihao, accompanied by several village officials, maintained order at the gate, but couldn't help frequently looking back into the courtyard. Zhang Jianjun and Wu Feng also stood in the courtyard, with Zhang Jianjun clasping his hands behind his back, slightly tilting his head as he observed everything in the courtyard, a barely noticeable smile playing on his lips. As the principal of Huai County one high school, the protagonist of this courtyard was a student from his school. At that moment, he felt that his more than 20 years of educational career had been worthwhile. Wu Feng stood beside Zhang Jianjun, holding a phone but not taking pictures. He quietly watched, observing Xie Linyuan standing among the dignitaries, calm and poised with an exceptional demeanor. He recalled that September a year ago, when Xie Linyuan first ranked first in his grade, he was filled with excitement in his office. At that time, he never imagined that this youth would reach this stage today. In the courtyard, Zhou Yuanqing was the first to speak. "Student Xie Linyuan, I have heard about your family situation." Zhou Yuanqing's tone was devoid of any officialese, resembling that of an elder speaking to a younger generation. "Achieving such excellent results in such circumstances is truly remarkable. Shuimu University has a comprehensive scholarship system. We will ensure that no student's academic pursuits are hindered by financial difficulties. You can rest assured about this." Xie Linyuan nodded slightly. "Thank you for your concern, President Zhou." Chun Mingyuan then took over the conversation. "Yenjing University is the same. In addition to the scholarship system, we also have special scholarship policies for outstanding freshmen. With your results, you can fully qualify for the maximum new student scholarship." Xie Linyuan expressed his gratitude once more. Mayor Li of the county interjected. "Linyuan is a child of Huai County. No matter which school he attends, he is a source of pride for Huai County. The county will fully support him, ensuring he has no worries." Director Sun also expressed support. "The Municipal Education Bureau will provide corresponding assistance as well." In a moment, the courtyard was filled with various voices of affirmation and promises. Grandpa and Grandma listened to these words, their expressions shifting from tension to excitement. They had lived their whole lives without witnessing such a scene, never imagining that anyone would treat their grandson with such respect. Xie Linyuan stood nearby, listening to everyone, maintaining a calm expression like water on his face. The atmosphere in the courtyard gradually settled down after the initial pleasantries and introductions. The police car had turned off its lights and was quietly parked by the village road. The accompanying staff consciously retreated to the entrance of the courtyard, leaving the core area for those who truly needed to engage in conversation. Cameras belonging to reporters were set up at the edge of the courtyard, directed towards the area under the gourd trellis, with a red indicator light illuminated, indicating that the discussion was being recorded. Zhou Yuanxing sat on the left side of the square table, while Xie Linyuan occupied the right side, their positions skillfully creating a subtle balance. Xie Linyuan stood beside the square table, neither sitting on the empty chair nor deliberately standing next to any of the principals. He simply stood there at a distance, neither too far nor too close, just right. Grandfather and grandmother sat at the head of the table, their hands still placed neatly on their laps, though they appeared somewhat more relaxed than before. Grandfather's gaze shifted between Xie Linyuan and the two principals, his lips moving slightly, as if he were silently muttering something. Zhou Yuanxing took the lead in steering the conversation back on track. He adjusted his sitting posture, focused his gaze on Xie Linyuan's face, and said gently, "Student Xie Linyuan, what are your plans for the future? Have you thought about what major you want to study in university?" This question caused a brief silence in the courtyard. Xie Linyuan lifted his teacup for a sip of water, setting it down lightly, but his gaze had already shifted to Xie Linyuan. Director Sun and Mayor Li also paused their low conversation, turning their attention to the young man standing by the table. This was a crucial question. For any top scorer in the college entrance examination, choosing a major is a serious decision. And for Xie Linyuan, a perfect scorer who set a historical record, the answer to this question would in some ways be interpreted as his judgment on his future positioning. Xie Linyuan did not answer immediately. He remained silent for about 2 seconds. "I want to study material science." Zhou Yuanqing's eyes lit up. Xie Linyuan's action of setting down his teacup paused for a moment, and a layer of scrutiny appeared in his gaze. Material science. This is not a popular major. On the selection lists of most top scorers, the most common choices are usually computer science, finance, artificial intelligence, and clinical medicine. These majors have good employment prospects, high social recognition, and rich alumni resources. What about material science? In the impression of many, material science is one of the dead-end majors with narrow employment opportunities, long research cycles, and low input-output ratios. Yet Xie Linyuan chose material science. Zhou Yuanxing, as an academician of the engineering academy and a mechanic, understood the importance of materials science better than anyone else. He knew that the foundation of a country's industry lies in materials, and the bottleneck of cutting-edge technology also lies in materials. From aircraft engines to semiconductor chips, from new energy batteries to biomedical devices, all the bottleneck technological challenges ultimately come down to materials. A top student choosing materials science signifies a willingness to endure hardship, tackle tough challenges, and invest time and energy in foundational fields that may not yield immediate rewards, but are crucial for the country's long-term development. This choice alone made Zhou Yuanxing regard the young man before him with a higher esteem. Material science, Zhou Yuanxing repeated, nodding, is a very good choice. The School of Materials Science and Engineering at Xie Linyuan University is among the top in the country, with deep expertise in areas such as metallic materials, ceramic materials, polymer materials, and composite materials. We have national key laboratories and a group of internationally influential scholars. If you come to Xie Linyuan University, the best mentors and resources in the materials school will be made available to you. His words carried significant weight. The best mentors, the best resources. This was no longer mere enrollment propaganda. It was a clear commitment to a preferential allocation of resources. Xie Linyuan also spoke up. The materials discipline at Yenjing University equally possesses strong capabilities. Our research direction leans more towards materials physics and chemistry, nanomaterials and devices, and cutting-edge interdisciplinary fields. Furthermore, Yenjing University has a unique advantage, a well-established platform for interdisciplinary collaboration across science, engineering, medicine, humanities, and business. If you wish to broaden your horizons while studying materials science, Yenjing University would be a very suitable environment. Both principals presented their arguments with reason and evidence without attacking each other or belittling one another, simply revealing their respective strengths. This gentlemanly contest made everyone present feel comfortable. Xie Linyuan listened attentively to the words of the two principals and then began to speak. Choosing materials science was a decision I made after careful consideration, he said, making eye contact with Zhou Yuanxing and Xie Linyuan in turn, but I hope to explore other disciplines while studying materials science. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, energy, information. I believe these subjects are not isolated, they have profound internal connections with one another. The development of material science cannot be separated from the theoretical foundations of physics, the synthesis methods of chemistry, the modeling tools of mathematics, nor the drives from application fields such as information and energy. He paused as if organizing his words or confirming whether what he was about to say was appropriate. I do not wish to confine myself to a narrow direction. I want to build a solid foundation in material science while learning as much knowledge from different fields as possible. This approach is aimed at seeking new possibilities in the intersection of disciplines. Many significant scientific breakthroughs and engineering innovations occur at the boundaries of disciplines. The courtyard fell into an intense silence. Zhou Yuanqing's gaze emerged from behind his glasses, revealing a serious, scrutinizing focus. In Xie Linyuan's words, he heard something unusual, a genuine thirst for knowledge and a transcendent thought about the barriers between disciplines. This way of thinking did not resemble that of a high school student, but rather that of a scholar with independent insights into academia. Xie Linyuan looked at Xie Linyuan, recalling his own youthful days at Yenjing University. At that time, he too did not want to be constrained by a major wishing to seek his direction in a broader world. But back then, he did not possess the confidence or expressiveness that this young man had. Your thoughts are commendable, Xie Linyuan said, his tone filled with appreciation. The purpose of university education is not to cultivate a specific type of technician, but to nurture talents with broad perspectives and profound qualities. Yenjing University's general education system is one of the most comprehensive in the country. You can take courses across departments, pursue double degrees, and participate in various interdisciplinary research projects. If you hope to delve into other fields while studying material science, Yenjing University would be an ideal platform. Zhou Yuanqing was also unwilling to show weakness. Xuemu University has been vigorously promoting interdisciplinary construction in recent years. We have established multiple interdisciplinary research centers with dedicated research platforms and curriculum systems for materials and physics, materials and energy, and materials and information. If you come to Xuemu University, you will be able to fully utilize these resources. The two presidents exchanged words with a sense of balance, ensuring the atmosphere did not become tense. Xie Linyuan listened, already leaning towards a decision, though he did not show it. His expression remained calm as he slightly nodded, indicating satisfaction with the introductions from the two presidents. Next, both sides began to engage in more substantive exchanges. Zhou Yuanqing first revealed Xuemu University's sincerity. He took a folder from his briefcase, opened it, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Xie Linyuan. Inside the folder was a printed document with the Xuemu University emblem and name at the top. Student Xie Linyuan, Xuemu University is willing to offer you the following conditions. Zhou Yuanqing's tone became formal, as if he were reading an important document. First, a one-time new student scholarship of 1 million yuan to support your study and living expenses. Second, tuition and accommodation fees will be fully waived during your time at school. Third, you will be assigned an academic advisor who is an academician to guide your studies and research from the undergraduate stage. Fourth, you will have priority selection for various elite talent cultivation programs, including overseas exchanges, research training, and academic conferences. Fifth, you will have the qualification for guaranteed admission to graduate school if you wish to continue your studies. A wave of suppressed murmurs erupted in the courtyard. Among the crowd at the gate, some gasped, some widened their eyes, and some had their mouths agape in an O shape. 1 million. For the villagers of Xie Family Village, this is an astronomical figure. A lifetime of farming would not accumulate to 1 million. Yet Xuemu University easily offered it to an 18-year-old boy. Xie Linyuan listened to Zhou Yuanqing's conditions, his expression not changing much, but he understood the weight of this bargaining chip. He did not rush to speak, but took a sip of water from his teacup. By the time he set the cup down, he had organized his words. The conditions from Yenjing University are basically equivalent to what President Zhou mentioned. Xie Linyuan's voice was steady. 1 million yuan scholarship, full waiver of tuition and accommodation fees, top-notch mentor team priority, inclusion in various cultivation programs. These are all within our capabilities. Yenjing University's support for outstanding new students will not be inferior to any other school. He did not use the term better, but instead said will not be inferior to any other school. This wording was clever, indicating a stance without falling into the trap of comparison. The conditions from both presidents laid on the table were almost identical. 1 million in prizes, full tuition, waiver, the best mentors, the best resources. In this battle for talent, both top universities were sparing no expense, aiming to recruit the first student in the history of Longwo's college entrance examination to achieve a perfect score. But Xie Linyuan knew that the real deciding factor was not these external conditions. 1 million or 2 million to him were just numbers. What the Yuanli guidance art endowed him with was far beyond what money could measure. The university he attended was not for that 1 million nor for the tuition waiver, and certainly not solely for those top mentors and resources. What mattered to him were other factors: the environment, the atmosphere, the degree of freedom, and the soil for realizing his grand plans. His ambitions were too great, to the point that no one would believe them if he spoke of them. Materials science was just the starting point. He aimed to start with materials science and gradually expand to physics, chemistry, mathematics, energy science, information science, life science. He intended to integrate the knowledge of these disciplines, find their inherent connections, and then construct a new theoretical and practical system that transcended the existing scientific framework under the guidance of Yuan Li. He wanted to witness the footprints of the descendants of Yin and Huang stepping onto the stars and the sea in his lifetime. This plan was something he could not express today. If he did, no one would believe him, and he would even be regarded as delusional. Thus, he simply listened calmly to the introductions from the two presidents, his face revealing no signs of emotion. With the conditions laid out by Zhou Yuanqing and Xie Linyuan, they now awaited Xie Linyuan's response. The courtyard fell silent, all eyes converging on the young man. Xie Linyuan remained silent for a few seconds. Then he turned to Zhou Yuanqing, slightly bowing. President Zhou, I would like to attend Xuemu University. He spoke decisively without any hesitation. Zhou Yuanqing's eyes brightened. The expression on his face shifted from anticipation to joy after confirmation. He did not speak immediately, but took a deep breath, then slowly nodded, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Chen Minjuan's expression changed subtly. His brows twitched slightly, his lips pressed together, but he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. He looked at Xie Linyuan, knowing that the young man's choice was not based on the quality of conditions, but rather because he had a clear understanding of what he wanted. Student Xie Linyuan, I respect your choice. Chen Mingyuan spoke with grace. The doors of Yenjing University will always be open for you. If there is an opportunity in the future, you are welcome to visit, exchange ideas, or collaborate with Yenjing University. There are many academic exchange programs between Xuemu University and Yenjing University, and we welcome your participation. Thank you for your understanding, President Chen. Xie Linyuan turned to Chen Mingyuan and slightly bowed. Both Xuemu University and Yenjing University are the top institutions in Longhua, and choosing either is an honor. I hope to have the opportunity to learn from the teachers at Yenjing University in the future, and also to participate in academic exchanges between the two universities. Chen Mingyuan nodded, the smile on his face becoming more sincere. Only then did Zhou Yuanqing truly relax. He stood up from his seat, walked around the table to stand in front of Xie Linyuan, and took out a beautifully crafted admission letter from his briefcase, handing it over with both hands. Student Xie Linyuan, this is the admission letter from Xuemu University. Zhou Yuanqing's voice held an uncontainable excitement. Welcome, Xuemu University welcomes your arrival. It was a meticulously crafted admission letter with the Xuemu University emblem and the words admission letter embossed in gold on the cover. Xie Linyuan received it with both hands, feeling the texture and weight of the paper. It was not heavy, but it carried significant meaning. Thank you, President Zhou, he said, bowing slightly. In that moment, the flashes of cameras in the courtyard lit up like a sea of stars. The rapid clicking of shutters sounded like raindrops in a summer night, capturing this moment in countless photographs. The young man held the red admission letter with both hands, standing under the loofah trellis in the farmhouse courtyard with a mottled old wall behind him. Grandfather and grandmother sat nearby, watching the scene with similar expressions, their eyes slightly red and lips trembling. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd at the entrance of the yard. It was not just the villagers applauding, the accompanying staff reporters and even the village officials maintaining order were also clapping. The applause spread from the yard entrance to the village road, and from the village road to even farther places. Chen Mingyuan stood up, walked up to Xie Linyuan, and extended his hand. Congratulations, classmate. Xie Linyuan, Chen Mingyuan said. I hope there will be more bridges like you between Xuemu University and Yenjing University in the future. Academia knows no boundaries. Good scholars should draw nourishment from different academic environments. I will, Xie Linyuan replied earnestly. The mission of the two principals was essentially complete at this moment. They exchanged a few more words with Xie Linyuan regarding enrollment accommodation arrangements, and then prepared to leave. Before leaving, Zhou Yuanqing intentionally walked over to grandfather and grandmother, bent down to shake their hands, and said a few words like, you have raised a wonderful grandson. Grandmother was so excited that she couldn't speak, only nodding vigorously. Grandfather, however, managed to say, thank you, Principal Zhou. Chen Mingyuan also came over to bid farewell to grandfather and grandmother. He held grandfather's hand and said something that moved many present. Elder, you have worked hard. You have nurtured a good seed for the country. After the departure of the two principals' convoy, the air in the yard suddenly felt much lighter. The staff began to tidy up the tables and chairs, reporters were organizing their equipment, and the crowd gradually dispersed, but the heat of the topic did not diminish at all. County head Li had not left yet. He stood in the yard, whispered a few words with the head of the County Education Bureau, then walked up to Xie Linyuan and cleared his throat. Classmate Xie Linyuan, on behalf of the Huai County Committee and the county government, I extend my warmest congratulations to you. The county has decided to reward you with 300 yuan as recognition of your outstanding achievements and as support for your future studies. 300,000. This amount is less than the 1 million from Xuemu University, but for a county-level budget, it is already a significant expenditure. Xie Linyuan slightly bowed. Thank you, County Headley. Thank you to the county committee and county government. I will remember Huai County's nurturing and support for me. Zhang Jianjun and Wu Feng had been standing in the corner of the yard and walked over at this moment. Zhang Jianjun took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Xie Linyuan, the envelope bearing the emblem of Huai County No. 1 High School. Xie Linyuan, a small token of appreciation from the school. 20,000. Although it is not comparable to the university and the counties, it is also a token of appreciation from all the teachers and students in the school. Xie Linyuan took the envelope, cradled it in his hands, looked at Zhang Jianjun, and said solemnly, Principal Zhang, thank you. Thank you to all the teachers at Huai County No. 1 High School. Without you, there would be no me today. Zhang Jianjun waved his hand, wanting to say something polite, but his throat tightened, and he couldn't utter a word. He merely patted Xie Linyuan's shoulder firmly. Wu Feng stood behind Zhang Jianjun, silent. He looked at Xie Linyuan, his gaze filled with complex emotions, pride, contentment, reluctance, and some indescribable feelings. He did not pat Xie Linyuan's shoulder like Zhang Jianjun, nor did he say a word of congratulations, but simply stood quietly like a shadow. But Xie Linyuan did not forget him. Teacher Wu, Xie Linyuan called out. Wu Feng's eyes immediately turned red. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something playful to lighten the bittersweet atmosphere, but all that came out was a choked sob. He swallowed hard and finally managed to say, study well. Xie Linyuan nodded. The crowd gradually dispersed. The county leaders left, the education bureau personnel left, and most of the reporters left as well. The yard became spacious again, but the warmth filled with ceremony and attention had not yet dissipated. Grandmother began to tidy up the teacups and fruit plates on the table, while grandfather sat in a chair looking up at the branches and leaves of the old locust tree, lost in thought. At this moment, a reporter carrying a camera walked over. He was from the provincial television station, having been shooting at the entrance of the yard, and finally waiting for an opportunity for an unknown interview. Classmate Xie Linyuan, hello, I am Zhang Yiting, a reporter from the provincial television station. May I trouble you for a few minutes for a brief interview? Xie Linyuan looked at grandfather and grandmother, then at the crowd outside the yard that had not completely dispersed, and nodded sure. The reporter signaled the camera to focus on Xie Linyuan, then raised the microphone. Classmate Xie Linyuan, first of all, congratulations on achieving such excellent results. 750 points full score. This has never happened in the history of the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance examination. I would like to ask on behalf of the audience a question that everyone is concerned about. What are your plans for the future? Xie Linyuan looked at the camera, his expression serious. My plan consists of several steps, he said, his speech neither fast nor slow. The first step is to solidify my foundation in university. I have chosen materials science because I believe materials are the foundation of all technologies. Throughout history, every leap in human civilization has been accompanied by breakthroughs in materials. The Bronze Age, the Iron Age, the Silicon Age, the advancement of materials determines the ceiling of technology. The reporter's eyes brightened. This was not the standard answer of study hard and strive for progress she had expected. It was a thoughtful and profound response. The second step is, while mastering materials science, I hope to dabble in other disciplines, mathematics, physics, chemistry, energy, information. I believe that truly valuable innovations often occur at the intersection of disciplines. In-depth study of a single discipline is necessary, but without support from breadth, depth will ultimately hit a ceiling. The third step, Xie Linyuan paused slightly. I hope to achieve breakthroughs in the field of materials science that can truly promote technological progress and solve practical problems. The Dragon Kingdom still faces bottleneck issues in many areas, and many of these problems stem from materials. He looked at the camera, his gaze resolute. I chose materials science, hoping to contribute a small part to the process of national rejuvenation. This statement came without a draft, without rehearsal, but when spoken, every word felt weighty. The reporter's professional demeanor kept her calm smile. She nodded and asked a few more questions about study methods and mindset adjustments, and Xie Linyuan answered one by one clearly and concisely. After the interview, the reporter turned off the camera, looked at Xie Linyuan, and sincerely said, Classmate Xie Linyuan, your answers are the most profound I have encountered in interviews with college entrance examination candidates. I wish you a bright future. Thank you. The reporter and the cameraman packed up their equipment and left the yard. The last wave of onlookers at the entrance gradually dispersed. The village road returned to its usual tranquility, leaving only the red remnants of firecrackers and the tracks of wheels on the ground. The news spread at noon. The announcement of Xie Linyuan's choice to attend Hangzhou University, along with a photo of the acceptance letter handed over by the university president Zhou Yuanqing, was quickly shared online by the reporters present. In the photo, the young man stands under the loofah trellis in a farmer's courtyard, cradling the red acceptance letter in his hands. Within the first hour of being posted, the picture garnered over 2 million likes on Douyin. The speed of this news spreading was even faster than when the college entrance examination results were released. This time, with the official confirmation and the presence of the presidents of Hangzhou University and Yenjing University, it served as the most authoritative testimony. Those who had been debating since yesterday whether the 750 points was real could finally keep quiet. On the Douyin platform, the topic Xie Linyuan Shuimu University acceptance letter quickly surged to the top of the trending list accompanied by a red explosive character. In less than 2 hours, the topic's view count exceeded 300 million. Videos edited from various angles began to spread wildly. There was the moment Zhou Yuanqing handed over the acceptance letter, the scene of Xie Linyuan slightly bowing as he accepted the letter, the image of important figures standing in a row in the courtyard, and the complete version of Xie Linyuan's interview, where he expressed his hope to contribute to the nation. The comments section of each video was filled with a variety of netizens from all walks of life discussing the same person and event. So it really is a perfect score of 750. I thought it was fake news yesterday, wondering how could anyone score full marks. Seeing the president of Shuimu University personally deliver the acceptance letter today, I am convinced. This is real, this is truly awesome. This comment received over 100,000 likes. Below it someone replied, I also thought it was fake news and even bet with my colleagues that it must be hype. But today at noon my colleague showed me the video of the president delivering the letter and I was like, wow, I lost. I will treat the whole office to milk tea. You're not alone. Oh, I was debunking rumors in several groups yesterday, saying it was impossible to get a perfect score in the college entrance exam. I got slapped in the face today, my face is swollen. But I'm happy, I willingly got slapped in the face. One comment's likes surged rapidly, reaching the top in less than half an hour. To be honest, I saw news before saying Xie Linyuan's family was in poor condition and I was quite worried. I thought he couldn't afford to go to university and I was even prepared to support him. My monthly salary is just over 6,000, but I feel such a child shouldn't be held back by money. I even discussed it with my wife and she agreed. But today I saw, wow, Shuimu University is giving 1 million, the county is giving 300,000, and the school is giving 200,000, totaling 1,500,000. I suddenly felt like an idiot. The replies under this comment evolved from initial gentle teasing to humorous self-deprecation and collective joy. Haha, I appreciate your good intentions, but do you want to reconsider what you're saying? A perfect score student who can't afford university. This is in Xia country where education is held in the highest regard. If Xie Linyuan had said this himself, how many people would be in trouble? The Provincial Department of Education, the City Education Bureau, the Huai County Education System, the Poverty Alleviation Department, and the Civil Affairs Department would all be in a bind. Thank goodness it was you who said that. If Xie Linyuan had said, I can't afford university, do you believe that the secretary of the city committee would be able to sit still this afternoon feeling a chill down his spine? Forget the city secretary, the governor wouldn't be able to sit still either. The first student in Dragon Country's history to achieve a perfect score, unable to afford university. If this news gets out, how would the entire province of Yusave face? They would have to repair the road overnight and deliver money to his doorstep. In my hometown in the 1990s, someone who got into Shuimu University had the asphalt road built directly to his house. That was in the 1990s, asphalt roads. Other families in the village had dirt roads, and only his house had an asphalt road. Later, after that student graduated and stayed in Yinjing, the county would send a car to pick him up during holidays. This is not an exaggeration, it's a true story. This comment about building asphalt roads resonated with countless netizens, sparking additional contributions. We experienced something similar. In the 1990s, a student from a neighboring village got into Yinjing University, and the town government directly installed a phone at his house. Do you know how much it cost to install a phone back then? The installation fee was over 3,000, equivalent to more than half a year's salary for an ordinary worker. The town said it was to facilitate his communication with the school. It was really an attitude: if your family has a good seedling, the government won't let you worry about money. In Subei in the early 2000s, someone in our town ranked first in the county and went to Shuimu University. The town celebrated with drums and banners, and the mayor personally led the team. The muddy road in front of his house was transformed into a cement road within a week. My grandfather once told me that in ancient times, when someone became a top scholar, the court would send someone to their home to deliver the good news, accompanied by drums and festivities, and people would come from miles around to see the spectacle. A top scholar's home had to have a ceremonial archway, a road built, and a top scholar's residence constructed. The emperor would bestow silver silk and a house. Xie Linyuan, in simple terms, is enjoying a modern version of the top scholar's treatment. 1 million is nothing compared to ancient rewards, it's a minor sum. This comment referencing ancient top scholars acted like a key, unlocking countless netizens' discussions. Speaking of ancient top scholars back then, even bandits wouldn't dare to rob them. Some clever bandit leaders would not only refrain from robbing, but would actively send silver to establish a good relationship. In case the top scholar became an official later, they might even help out. I believe this is true. Historically, there was indeed such a case where a top scholar from a poor background didn't even have money for transportation to the capital. A local bandit leader learned of this and personally went down the mountain to deliver 50 taels of silver and even sent someone to escort him to the capital. Later, that scholar became a high official and the bandit leader was granted amnesty, eventually becoming a minor official. That was a worthwhile business deal. So do you understand now? A top scholar of Xie Linyuan's level simply cannot be in a situation where he can't afford university. Let alone that the government and schools provide funds. Even if none of this existed, do you believe there are countless companies lined up to support him? Business owners are not foolish. Sponsoring a perfect score top scholar means that when he graduates, even if he just has his name at their company, that's free advertising. Moreover, such a talented individual after graduation would excel in any field. Establishing a good relationship is never a loss. Not to mention ordinary people. If Xie Linyuan truly had no money for university and you encountered him on the street and he said, "Brother, I lack 3,000 yuan for tuition, can you help me?" I estimate you would hand it over without a second thought. Not for anything else, but for the title of top scholar. This title carries weight in the hearts of the people in Xia country that cannot be measured in money. Indeed, I've already thought about it. If Xie Linyuan really needed crowdfunding for school, I would contribute 500. I would even feel honored. Establishing a good connection with a top scholar is something to be proud of. There would be a line from Huai County to the provincial capital. You contribute 500. I will contribute 1,000, and no cutting in line for those behind. Everyone stop competing. Such a good deed, you won't even be in line for it. The tone in the comments section shifted from being moved to playful teasing, and then from teasing to a lighthearted proud joy. People expressed with an almost boastful tone the pride in their country's emphasis on educational traditions. However, in part of the comments section, the emotions run much deeper. A rapidly upvoted comment states, "To be honest, when I see Xie Linyuan walking home every week for over 10 kilometers just to save a few yuan on bus fare. Seeing this genuinely made my eyes moist. A child in his teens, unwilling to spend a few yuan preferring to walk home. How heart-wrenching it must be for his grandparents to know. His parents watching from above must feel heartbroken as well." Below this comment, someone replied, "I felt the same. Oh, I cried when I read that part. My son is about the same age. Every time he comes home during holidays, he doesn't blink at spending 50 yuan on a taxi fare, and even complains that I'm giving him too little. Sometimes I scold him, but now I wonder what was I scolding for. It's because I didn't educate him well, and he hasn't faced hardships. A child like Xie Linyuan is naturally understanding and heart-wrenching." One reply stood out, particularly receiving many likes and getting pushed to the top. Let's think from a different perspective. Xie Linyuan walks home a journey of over 10 kilometers alone on the road with the two brightest stars in the sky, their faint light illuminating his path. Those two stars might just be the eyes of his parents. They have always been watching over him, never leaving his side. This reply was followed by a long string of tears. "Why do you make me cry in the middle of the night?" I was already deeply moved, but reading this made me break down. Those two stars, one is dad and the other is mom. They can't be there to watch him grow up, but they watch him grow from above. Watching him walk home, watching him carry cement on the construction site, watching him enter the examination hall, watching him achieve perfect scores. They must be so proud. Here I am, a grown man, reading this reply in the bathroom, tears streaming down my face. My wife asked me if my mistress had died. Don't make me laugh, upstairs, been crying here. Do you think Xie Linyuan looked up at the stars during those nights walking home? Did he ever feel that those two brightest stars were following him? Stop talking, I'm running out of paper. Amid these emotional words, there were also some comments that made people chuckle. For instance, someone posted a picture of their son with the caption, "Look at this ungrateful child." While others achieved perfect scores, mine lay at home for a week after playing over 500 games. When I scolded him today, he even retorted, "Dad, why don't you just get a different son? I want to switch too. How can you tell me where to do that?" The highest upvoted reply to this comment was, "If you change your perspective, perhaps your son isn't a lazy child, but rather a child who is either motivated or not. His talents lie elsewhere, like making your blood pressure rise." Someone else said, "Stop scolding, mine is the same. While Xie Linyuan walks home to save on bus fare, mine spent 800 yuan on a game skin." When I asked him why he spent so much money, he said, "Dad, you don't understand. This is a limited skin. Oh, once this opportunity is gone, it's gone forever." If only he had that kind of awareness for college, I wouldn't have to worry. These self-deprecating comments, while tinged with sarcasm and helplessness, actually conceal a shared parental sentiment. Not every child can become Xie Linyuan, but that doesn't diminish parents' admiration and affection for him. One comment had a very unique perspective and received many likes. Have you noticed that Xie Linyuan's way of speaking is different from other top scorers? Other top scorers, when interviewed, are either very excited, very nervous, or very humble. But Xie Linyuan is different. When he speaks, his demeanor and tone suggest that he knew all along that this would happen. I've watched his interviews several times, and the more I see, the more I feel he doesn't seem like an 18-year-old child. When he speaks, there's a light in his eyes. How to put it, he has a kind of aura, charisma. It's hard to describe. In any case, he is distinctly different from ordinary people. What you said upstairs is correct, it's aura. Look at him standing there in that courtyard surrounded by the presidents of Xuemu University and Yinjing University, as well as local leaders. He stands there unfazed, speaking clearly and confidently. This is not something that can be faked, it's innate. My grandfather once told me a truly promising person can be recognized when they are young. Observe how he interacts with prominent figures. If he is timid and incoherent, no matter how good his grades are, his vision is limited. But if he is poised and articulate, then this person's future is boundless. Xie Linyuan is the latter type. Others also express their thoughts from a different angle. I noticed a detail. When Xie Linyuan was interviewed, he said he chose materials science for national rejuvenation and to address critical issues. Hearing this from an 18-year-old, I watched it several times. His gaze expression and tone when speaking made me feel he was serious. He wasn't just reciting lines or appeasing reporters, he genuinely meant it. I also think he is sincere. Because when he speaks those words, the look in his eyes is not for show, it's about a goal he holds dear. This child is different, truly different. I'm not just saying he has good grades, I'm saying he has vision. Choosing a major not in finance or computer science, but in material science. What is material science? It's a discipline that sits on the back burner, a field where results might not be seen for 10 or 20 years. Choosing this shows he isn't just seeking wealth, he genuinely wants to accomplish something. Yes, what moved me the most is this. Many top scorers choose majors like finance management or computer science, not that there's anything wrong with those. Xie Linyuan's choice of material science gives the impression that I want to do something. The difference in mindset is clear. Let's not forget that Xie University awarded him a scholarship of 1 million yuan and the county school gave him another 500,000. 1,500,000 yuan. If he were after money, why not choose finance? Studying finance for 4 years and entering an investment bank would earn back that amount in a year. His choice of materials science shows he genuinely cares about materials or believes they are important for the nation. I think it's a bit of both. He clearly stated in the interview that materials are the foundation of all technologies. This is true, how anyone in the field knows it. Many of the technologies that are critical to our nation stem from materials. For an 18-year-old to have this awareness shows he isn't simply a rote learner, he is truly thinking. The discussion continued throughout the afternoon and evening. Topics related to him surged on the Douyin platform, from Xie Linyuan's Xie University admission notice to Xie Linyuan receives 1 million scholarship, from Xie Linyuan interview to Xie Linyuan walking home, and from Xie Linyuan's parents to Xie Linyuan the child of the poor. Under every topic, there were tens of thousands of comments. Some even brought up the memes of Dong Gu and Director Xie. The value of Dong Gu and Director Xie is still on the rise. I was pondering a question: does Xie Linyuan's case in some sense prove that our country's tradition of all paths are inferior to studying still exists today? Although people often say degrees are devalued and college students aren't worth much, when a top scholar emerges, the entire society holds him in high regard. This respect for knowledge is ingrained in our bones. I think you are right. While people may not feel it day to day, this value system has always been present. Look at how poor Xie Linyuan's family is, yet he has never given up on education because he knows that studying is his only way out. Society has also given him the due rewards. This is Xia country where the status of scholars will never change. The news of Xie Linyuan being admitted to Xie University dominated Douyin and other social media platforms for several consecutive days. The score of 750 became a banner planted at the pinnacle of all discussions regarding the college entrance examination. Although top scorers from other provinces also achieved enviable results, the gap of 20 or 30 points was magnified infinitely in the face of Xie Linyuan's perfect score, transforming it into an insurmountable chasm. An educational blogger remarked in a video a phrase that was widely shared: the difference between 740 and 750 is not 10 points, but the ceiling. A score of 740 means you worked hard, you are smart, and you performed well, reaching heights that others cannot. A score of 750 means the paper only has 750 points. This is not the same concept. The most liked comment under this video was Xie Linyuan didn't just score 750, he could only score 750. The day after Xie Linyuan was accepted to Xie University, officials from the Huai County government came to visit. The visitor was a deputy director from the county government office, surnamed Chun, in his 40s, who spoke and acted decisively. Accompanied by 2 staff members, he stood in Xie Linyuan's courtyard surveying the old building around him. Then he straightforwardly addressed Xie Linyuan's grandfather, Mr. Xie, the county leadership has asked me to discuss something with you. Your house, the county will fund its reconstruction. Grandfather was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Rebuild the house. The county will pay. Yes, the county will pay. Deputy Director Chen reiterated, his tone firm. Not only the house, but the road in front also needs to be widened and renovated. Xie Linyuan is the pride of our county. We want to ensure he has a good study environment and that you, the elderly, live comfortably. Grandma peeked out from the kitchen, her mouth opening and closing, wanting to say something, yet unsure what to say. Having lived for most of her life, she had only heard of saving money to build a house, never of the government funding houses for common people. This. How can we accept this? Grandfather's expression was somewhat uneasy. Sir, please don't decline. Deputy Director Chen smiled and said Xie Linyuan scored a perfect score as the top student. This is a historic event that has never happened in Huai County before. The county leadership has stated that we must improve your living conditions so that Xie Linyuan can attend university without any worries. Standing to one side, Xie Linyuan listened to these words without offering any polite refusals. He understood that such occurrences were inevitable. It was not because he was Xie Linyuan, but because of the identity of the perfect top scorer that carried weight. In Xia country, it was only natural for a student who set a historical record to receive such treatment. Thank you for the county's concern, he said, slightly bowing. Less than 2 days after Deputy Director Chun left, a construction team arrived in the village. A bulldozer rumbled into Xie family village, stopping at the entrance of Xie Linyuan's home. The village children gathered around to watch the commotion while adults stood at a distance pointing and discussing. The process of demolishing the old house was swift, almost unreal in its speed. Xie Linyuan stood at a distance watching the building he had lived in for over a decade collapse thunderously under the bulldozer's arm, the dust rising to form a gray-yellow mist in the sunlight. Grandfather and grandmother stood beside him with grandmother's eyes reddened. Grandfather silently gazed at the ruins, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of reluctance, sentimentality, and more importantly, anticipation for a new life. The old house carried too many memories. The joy of building this house when his parents were alive, the companionship during the dark days after their passing, and the sense of reassurance he felt each weekend when he saw the light shining from afar upon returning home. All of these turned to dust along with the falling walls. Yet memories do not collapse. They accompany a person moving to the new house and continuing to take root and sprout there. The construction team's progress was rapid. Building in the countryside is not as complicated as in the city. Once the foundation was laid, the brick walls went up and the floorboards were installed. The framework for the first floor was completed in just a few days. The team sent by the county was not an ordinary construction crew, but a qualified construction company from the county seat, with the project manager personally supervising, ensuring both quality and speed. In less than a month, a brand new 2-story building stood in the original location. The new house was quite beautiful. The exterior walls were adorned with light gray tiles, the roof covered with dark gray tiles, and the doors and windows made of broken bridge aluminum. The courtyard was paved with cement smooth as a mirror. The courtyard wall was rebuilt slightly higher than before with solar lights installed on top. The road in front was also repaired. The original village path was only 3 or 4 meters wide, making it difficult for 2 small cars to pass each other. Now it has been widened to a 4-lane road with an asphalt surface, white lines painted, and trees planted along both sides. This road stretches from the village entrance all the way to Xie Linyuan's doorstep, straight and spacious, extending across the fields of southern Hunan, appearing from a distance like a red carpet laid out for someone special. The village elders stood by the roadside gazing at the newly built road, marveling. I have never seen such a wide road built into the village in my lifetime. This road is built for the top scorer. How can it be the same? The county really values this. They built roads and houses without charging a dime. Indeed, our county has produced a perfect top scorer. What a great honor. The county leadership has gained prestige as well. The road has widened, and so have the opportunities. On August 20th, the new house had been ventilated for nearly a month and was finally ready for occupancy. On the moving day, the weather was splendid with not a cloud in the sky. Xie Linyuan's family moved back to Xie Family Village from the temporary residence arranged by the county. The new house was fully furnished with a sofa, coffee table, dining table, bed, wardrobe, and desk, all procured uniformly by the county. While not excessively luxurious, they were all practical and good items, far superior to the old furniture in the previous house. When grandmother stepped into the new house and stood in the center of the living room, she spun around for quite a while, then murmured, "It feels like a dream." Grandfather said nothing, but he stood at the entrance of the new house for a long time, hands behind his back, looking up at the brand new 2-story building, the wrinkles on his face seeming to have been smoothed by something. Xie Linyuan walked into his new room. The room was not large, facing south, and filled with sunlight. A desk was placed by the window, its surface wide and smooth, topped with a new desk lamp. On the wall next to the desk, a few layers of bookshelves were reserved, currently empty, waiting for him to fill them. He walked to the window and opened it. The fields outside stretched endlessly, with the cornfields already turning yellow, indicating that the harvest season was approaching. Occasionally vehicles passed on the distant highway. The wind blew across the fields, carrying the scent of soil and crops wafting through the screen, brushing against his face, warm and comfortable. He took a deep breath. This was his new home, funded by the county, and he was basking in the glory of being the perfect top scorer. He did not feel guilty about receiving it. It was not because he coveted these material things, but because he had the confidence and assurance that the value of these things paled in comparison to what he would contribute in the future. The county provided him with a house, but what he would give back to this county, this province, and this country would be something 1,000, 1,000,000 times greater than just a house. He was never someone who only took without giving back. The day after moving into the new house, villagers began to visit in droves. Unlike last time, when mostly elderly villagers came, this time, it was a younger crowd. Among them were middle-aged workers returning from afar, young people who took leave from the county town, childhood friends of Xie Linyuan, and distant relatives whom he hadn't contacted in a long time. They all came for Xie Linyuan. To be precise, they came for the news that Xie Linyuan is throwing a graduation banquet. Originally, Xie Linyuan did not want to hold a banquet. He found it troublesome and unnecessary. A simple meal with family would suffice. Oh, why go to such lengths? However, this idea was met with opposition from nearly everyone. The village secretary Zhao Dihao was the first to speak up, not holding a banquet. That won't do. Our village has produced a top student. Not having a graduation banquet would not be a celebration. Zhang Jianjun also called specifically Xie Linyuan. The graduation banquet must be held. This is not just your own matter. Many people are waiting to share in the joy. Many teachers from the school said they would come. You can't let them down. Even his grandfather, who usually didn't concern himself with such matters, surprisingly stated, "Go ahead, the villagers are watching. If we don't hold it, people will say we lack social graces and humanity." Xie Linyuan looked at his grandmother, who nodded in agreement. He fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "All right, let's do it." The banquet was set for August 22nd, right in front of the new house on the vacant lot. The cement area was newly paved, originally intended for parking, now perfectly suited for hosting the banquet. On August 21st, the vacant lot began to buzz with activity. Rural banquets have dedicated catering teams that provide full service. Zhao Dihao helped contact the most famous one in the town, run by a man named Lu, who had been hosting rural banquets for over 20 years and had an excellent reputation. Master Lu arrived a day early with his team, setting up a temporary kitchen, erecting large cooking stoves, and laying out a variety of ingredients: chicken, duck, fish, meat, vegetables, and fruits, all in abundance. A temporary shelter was also erected with a striking red roof that stood out under the sun. Beneath the shelter were 50 round tables, each accompanied by 10 chairs arranged neatly, like a formation waiting for inspection. Grandfather stood under the shelter, surveying the 50 tables, calculating the number of attendees in his mind. He counted on his fingers. All the villagers would definitely come. At least 20 or 30 tables. Our relatives would come too, adding another 10 or so tables. Leaders from the county, teachers from the school, another group, plus those returning from afar to join in the fun. 50 tables might not be enough. Grandfather approached Xie Linyuan, expressing his concerns. Xie Linyuan thought for a moment. Then let's prepare more. Tell Master Lu to prepare enough food for 100 tables. Any unused ingredients can be stored in the fridge. That's better than running short. Grandfather nodded and turned to discuss with Master Lu. As it turned out, Xie Linyuan's foresight was indeed accurate. On August 22nd, as dawn broke, Xie family village came alive. Cars lined both sides of the village road. There were local vans and sedans, as well as SUVs and business vehicles with out-of-province plates. The license plates came from different provinces: Zhejiang, Jiangsu, Guangdong, Shanghai, Beijing, Shandong, Fujian. People from all over the country converged on this unremarkable little village in southern Hunan. People arrived gradually. First, the villagers, dressed in clean clothes, entered the courtyard in small groups, greeting grandfather and exchanging pleasantries with grandmother before being led to sit under the shelter. Then came the relatives from afar, some carrying children, others driving directly onto the village road. Next came the teachers from Huai County No. 1 middle school, led by Zhang Jianjun, a formidable group of over 20, including even the retired principal. Then there were the county leaders. Although County Chief Li did not come, he sent over the deputy county chief in charge of education and the head of the education bureau, both of considerable rank. What no one expected was that among the attendees there was also a group of special guests, netizens. These were people Xie Linyuan did not know, nor did his grandparents or the villagers. Some drove from the provincial capital, some took trains from neighboring provinces, and some even flew in from farther away. They arrived at Xie family village, found the new house of Xie Linyuan, and confidently walked in, lining up in front of the gift table. They came to give gifts. In the traditional rural culture of the Summer Kingdom, attending a banquet with a gift is a product of a familiar society. If you know the host or someone related to the host, you come to give a gift, and the host notes your name and the amount. Later, when it's your turn to host a gathering, the host is expected to return the favor. This is a form of social exchange, an unspoken social contract. But these netizens were not familiar faces. They had no relationship with Xie Linyuan or Xie family village. They had only seen this young man's story on Douyin, were moved by it, and felt compelled. Thus, after hours of driving, they arrived here, handed over a red envelope, said congratulations, and then turned to leave, perhaps never to meet again in their lives. This was a form of goodwill that transcended traditional social customs, pure and without expectation of return. The person responsible for recording the gifts was the respected Mr. Lu from the village, in his 70s, with beautiful handwriting, who had been the village accountant for half his life and was well acquainted with the familial relationships of each household. He sat behind the gift table, a thick ledger spread out before him, a black pen and a box of ink beside him. Every time someone came, he would glance up, recognizing some, while others were unknown to him. But today Mr. Lu faced the greatest challenge of his career. He did not recognize a single one of these people. When the first person approached Mr. Lu thought his eyesight was failing him. He leaned in for a closer look and confirmed he didn't know them, thus glancing anxiously at Xie Linyuan standing nearby. Xie Linyuan walked over, smiled, shook hands with the person, asked for their name and contact information, and then relayed it to Mr. Lu so he could note it in the ledger. The person gave 500 yuan. More and more people came, and Mr. Liu's writing grew quicker. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He was nervous, fearing he would misrecord the information, write down the wrong name, and worry that later Xie Linyuan would be unable to find these individuals to return the gifts. Xie Linyuan noticed Mr. Liu's unease, walked over, and gently said, "Grandpa Lu, don't worry. When you encounter unfamiliar faces, just ask for name, phone number, home address. The more detailed, the better. Record everything as thoroughly as you can." Mr. Lu lifted his head and looked at Xie Linyuan. Xie Linyuan explained, "These people are here to show their support. They have given us gifts, so we must remember that. In the future, when they need our assistance, we must repay them. For those we do not know, we must keep detailed information to find them later. This is how banquets are held in the countryside. It's always about the exchange of favors." Old man Lu nodded, a new layer of respect for the young man gleaming in his eyes. He had watched Xie Linyuan grow up and knew this child was sensible, but he never expected him to think so thoroughly. An 18-year-old youth at his own graduation banquet filled with joy was not lost in the flowers and applause, but was already contemplating how to repay the favors of others. Such thoughts are not common among everyone. After the afternoon banquet concluded, the final count revealed a total of 108 tables. 108 tables. This number had never appeared in the history of Xie village. Wang Chao also arrived by noon. He drove his Havel H6 back from Hangzhou, a journey of nearly 10 hours, looking a bit worn, but in good spirits. He parked on the village road, pulled several boxes of gifts from the trunk, and strode towards the new house. Brother Xie Linyuan greeted him. Wang Chao looked at his cousin before him, momentarily lost in thought. Last summer, Xie Linyuan was hauling cement and moving steel bars on a construction site in Hangzhou, covered in dust, squatting at the door of the work shed, eating a lunchbox. Who could have imagined that this boy would score a perfect score in the history of the National College entrance examination a year later, standing in front of a brand new 2-story house, receiving congratulations from countless people? Linyuan, you really have made it big. Wang Chao placed the gifts on the ground, took out a red envelope from his bag, and handed it over. Just a little gesture from your brother, take it. Xie Linyuan accepted the red envelope, squeezing it in his hand. He had a rough idea of its thickness, at least 10,000 yuan. Brother, this is too much, he said, attempting to push the envelope back. Wang Chao pressed down on his hand, his tone firm. It's not too much. If you call me brother, this little bit of money is nothing. Take it, don't be polite with me. Xie Linyuan looked at Wang Chao's dark face, etched with the marks of time and hardship, fell silent for a second, then accepted the envelope, and said earnestly, "Thank you, brother." Wang Chao smiled, patting his shoulder. "What are you thanking me for? When you become a great scientist in the future, I can boast that I know you." The two exchanged a glance, and both laughed. The tally of the gift book was completed around 3 in the afternoon. Old man Lu removed his reading glasses, rubbed his tired eyes, and tallied the numbers in the gift book again. Once he confirmed there were no errors, he looked up at Xie Linyuan, his voice filled with incredulous amazement. "Linyuan, do you know how much gift money we received?" "How much?" 523,600 yuan. The yard fell silent for a moment. Xie Linyuan took the gift book and flipped through the pages. The villagers usually gave 200 or 300 yuan, while those with closer relationships offered 5 or 600. Wang Chaos 1,000 yuan was the highest among the local contributions. The relatives' gifts ranged from hundreds to 1,000, which was still quite normal. What truly drove the total, over 500,000, were those online friends from outside the village. 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. These numbers frequently appeared in the latter half of the gift book. Each entry was followed by a string of detailed personal information: name, phone number, home address. Some even included house numbers. Old man Liu's handwriting was neat and meticulous, filling page after page densely. The largest single contribution was 10,000 yuan. The donors wrote their online usernames, leaving no real names, and provided one phone number, but it turned out to be a non-working number. Xie Linyuan looked at this, remaining silent for a long time. Grandpa and Grandma also saw the numbers in the gift book. Grandma's brow furrowed, deeply troubled. "We don't know these people, and they've given so much money. How will we repay them in the future?" Grandma's voice carried a simple anxiety. "They won't notify us when they need something done. Where will we go?" Grandpa also frowned, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff, watching the smoke slowly disperse in the sunlight. His concerns were the same as Grandma's. Having received their gifts, they must return the favors. This is the basic principle of being human, an unwritten rule in rural society for thousands of years. But the current problem is that these people are unknown to them. They do not know how, when, or in what manner to repay. Xie Linyuan closed the gift book, holding it in his hand, and said something to reassure his grandparents. "Grandpa, Grandma, don't worry. The money has been received, and the favors are owed. I will repay these favors." I have remembered all these people, and when the opportunity arises I will surely return it. He spoke with a tone of certainty. Grandma looked at him, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she simply nodded. She believed in her grandson. She had believed in him since he was very young, trusting that he would not lie, that he would keep his word. Grandpa extinguished his cigarette and tossed the butt into the nearby trash can, saying, "As long as you know in your heart, that's enough." Xie Linyuan certainly knew in his heart. He was a practitioner at the Yuan 2 realm, with an exceptional memory being just one of his basic abilities. Every name, every string of numbers, every address in the gift book was etched in his mind clearer than if it were written on paper. He didn't even need to consciously memorize. That information was as if it had been etched into his hard drive, permanently stored in his memory. He did not know when he would need this information, nor did he know when these favors would need to be repaid or how. But he knew one thing: he would definitely repay them. Not because he feared being criticized, but because this was his principle of being a person. As the sun set, the guests began to leave one by one. The round tables in the tent were taken down one by one, and the chairs were stacked up. Master Lu and his team were cleaning up the pots and pans in the temporary kitchen, the sounds of clanging dishes and rushing water blending together like the fading echoes of the banquet. Xie Linyuan stood at the door of his new house, watching the unfamiliar vehicles leave the village road one by one, disappearing at the edge of the fields. The evening glow painted the entire plain in shades of orange, and the cornfields rustled gently in the evening breeze. On the distant highway, car lights began to illuminate one by one, twinkling like stars in the low sky. Tomorrow it would be a new day. In a few days he would be heading to Yinjing, to Shuemu University, starting a new chapter in his life. The plan regarding the stars and the sea was still far off, but the road beneath his feet was already widening. On September 1st, in Yinjing, the early autumn sunlight poured down from the azure sky, illuminating the ancient gates of Shuemu University, where the four characters appeared especially tranquil and powerful in the play of light and shadow. The profound atmosphere of this century-old institution enveloped him as he observed new students dragging their suitcases and holding their admission letters, accompanied by proud parents. Tall phoenix trees lined the sides of the road, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Xie Linyuan stood at the school gate with a backpack on his back and a suitcase in hand, lifting his head to glance at the four characters. Shuemu University. 18 years ago, he was born in a small village in the Yunnan Plains. At the age of 11, he lost his parents to an epidemic. During the summer of his 17th year, he worked on a construction site in Hangzhou carrying cement. And today he stood before the door of China's top university, becoming a new student here. The events of the past year unfolded like a dream. Yet he knew this was not a dream. The primordial energy within him flowed gently through his meridians, and that warm, fulfilling sensation was real, more real than any dream. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through the school gate. The registration process was much smoother than he had imagined. The welcome point for the Materials Institute was set up on the main road in front of the main building, where a few senior students sat under a sunshade with a stack of forms and materials in front of them. Xie Linyuan walked over and handed his admission letter to a senior girl wearing glasses. She took the letter, briefly glanced at it, then suddenly looked up, her mouth forming an O shape. You are Xie Linyuan." "Yes," Xie Linyuan nodded slightly. The girl's voice was soft, but a few people nearby still heard her. The name Xie Linyuan seemed to possess some kind of magic, drawing the attention of everyone under the sunshade. Someone reached for their phone to take a picture, but was stopped by a senior beside them. The senior whispered, "Stop taking pictures, he's here to study, not to be observed," and the person sheepishly put away their phone. The girl finished processing his paperwork and handed him a campus card, a dormitory key, and a freshman handbook, smiling as she said, "Welcome, Xie Linyuan." "Thank you," Xie Linyuan replied, taking the items and turning to leave. He first went to the dormitory area to check and then followed the signs to find his dorm building. There was no elevator in the dormitory, so he carried his suitcase up the stairs step by step, not breaking a sweat. For him, this amount of exercise was barely a warm-up. When he pushed open the dormitory door, 3 people were already inside. The dormitory was a 4-person room with upper and lower bunks, and a reasonable layout despite the limited space. The bed by the window was already made and a laptop was placed on the desk. The other 2 beds were also tidied up with books and water bottles on the tables. On the shelf above the desk, various professional books and competition materials were neatly arranged, quietly revealing the academic prowess of their owner. Xie Linyuan's arrival caused all 3 boys in the dormitory to turn simultaneously. Standing by the window was a tall boy estimated to be over 1.8 meters, with a straight posture, dressed in a white polo shirt and khaki pants, exuding a clean and tidy presence. His facial features were well-defined, and there was an indescribable quality in his eyes, unlike the typical aura found in children from ordinary families. He was conversing with another boy beside him, clearly acquainted and seemingly close. The second boy, outlined clearly by the light from the window, was also around 1.8 8 meters tall, dressed in a dark blue light jacket with a fair and composed face, exuding an air of quiet scholarly elegance. His gaze was calm and focused, like someone used to thinking and observing. The third boy was seated at his desk fiddling with a laptop. He was slightly shorter than the other two, but still over 175 meters, wearing sportswear and appearing the most like an ordinary college student. As he turned to look at Xie Linyuan, he wore a friendly smile that held no sense of distance. The dormitory was quiet, only the continuous chirping of cicadas coming from outside. "Hello," Xie Linyuan initiated, his voice not loud, but very clear. "I'm Xie Linyuan, majoring in materials." He placed his suitcase by the door and walked into the dormitory, calmly scanning his 3 roommates. They were all 18 years old, the same age as Xie Linyuan, ranking among the top scorers in their respective provinces' college entrance examinations, all admitted to the materials science and engineering department at Shuima University. In this dormitory, no one was ordinary, and of course in this campus, no one was willing to be mediocre. The 3 exchanged glances, and the boy by the window was the first to smile. That smile was genuine, not a formality or a mere courtesy, but a natural reaction from the heart upon encountering someone worth knowing. "Xie Linyuan." He repeated the name, walking over while extending his hand. "I've heard a lot about you. We were still guessing who would be assigned to our dormitory and didn't expect the top scorer to come directly to our room. I'm Qian Wudong from Yinjing, also majoring in materials." Qian Wutong's voice was soft but clear, carrying the unique composure and confidence characteristic of Yinjing people. His hand was warm, with a handshake that was just right. Not too casual, nor overly forceful, reflecting a natural sense of balance cultivated in a good family environment. Xie Linyuan grasped his hand and nodded. "Nice to meet you." The second boy also approached, smiling slightly, extending his hand with a measured pace. "Guo Qiming, also from Yinjing. Like you, I'm majoring in materials." Guo Qiming's handshake was lighter than Qian Wutong's, but his eyes were bright, containing a focused and earnest quality, as if he viewed Xie Linyuan not as a mere newcomer, but as someone worth his time to understand and get to know. His demeanor was more reserved than Qian Wutong's, not someone easily read at first glance, requiring time to gradually understand. As the 3 of them shook hands, the third boy at the desk also stood up. He was dressed in sportswear with a friendly smile, speaking with a slight Sunan accent. "I'm Li Ming from Jiangsu, also majoring in materials." "It's a pleasure to share a dormitory with you, Xie Linyuan." The 4 of them exchanged glances and smiled in unison. This is university. For boys from all corners of the country previously with no connections were randomly assigned to the same dormitory by a piece of code, thus becoming the people they would share the next 4 years of their lives with. The concept of fate is mysterious, yet sometimes it is this simple: a bed space, a key, a room number. Xie Linyuan dragged his suitcase to the front of his bed and began to unpack. He took out the bedding from the suitcase and spread it on the bed, his movements skilled and quick, making it neat in no time. He categorized the thick mock exam papers and academic books, neatly stacking them on the bookshelf. The other 3 watched his deft movements and exchanged glances. Such proficiency clearly indicated he had done this often. "Linyuan, did you come without your parents?" Li Ming asked curiously. "Yes, my home is far away and my grandparents are old, so I came by myself." Li Ming nodded, not asking further. Qian Wudong took out a few bottles of water from his backpack and handed one to each person. When he handed it to Xie Linyuan, his gaze lingered on his face for a moment, then he smiled and said, "I saw your interview. You chose materials science because it is the foundation of all technology. Coincidentally, we all came from materials as well. Let's work hard together over the next 4 years." Xie Linyuan accepted the water, opened the cap, took a sip, and then looked at Qian Wudong. He saw something vaguely familiar in the young man's face, not just in the resemblance of his features, but also in an indescribable quality. The feeling was strange, as if he had met this person somewhere before, or perhaps some trait of this person reminded him of someone. Unable to resist, he glanced at Qian Wudong again, and the question in his mind grew stronger. "Qian Wudong," Xie Linyuan suddenly spoke up. Qian Wudong looked at him, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "What is your relationship with Qian Lao?" The dormitory fell silent for a moment. The weight of this question was understood by the 4 present. In Xiaogua, the words Qian Lao do not require a name. It is an exclusive, unique title filled with infinite respect, belonging only to one person, the individual referred to as the father of aerospace in Xiaogua, and the father of missiles in Xiaogua, the scientist who overcame numerous obstacles to return to his homeland in the 1950s, supporting the entire backbone of the nation. Qian Wudong did not hesitate or shy away. Meeting Xie Linyuan's gaze, he boldly stated something that made Li Ming sit up straight. "Qian Lao is my great-grandfather." The dormitory fell silent again. Li Ming's grip on the water bottle tightened momentarily, and his posture became instinctively more upright. Guo Qiming leaned against the edge of the desk, a smile on his lips, as if he had anticipated this moment. Xie Linyuan looked at Qian Wudong with a heavy historical respect in his gaze. One segment of the backbone of our Yanhuang descendants was given by Qian Lao. Xie Linyuan's voice was soft, each word sincere. "A nation without a backbone cannot stand tall. it will fall at the slightest push. Qian Lao returned and supported that backbone. Unfortunately, I never had the chance to communicate with Qian Lao. He spoke slowly as if talking to himself or addressing Qian Wudong, without any hollow embellishment or exaggerated emotion. Qian Wudong listened quietly, his expression calm, but something flickered in his eyes. I also regret never having met my great-grandfather. Qian Wudong said, his voice lower than before. My great-grandfather passed away the year I was born. Throughout my life, I've come to know my great-grandfather through yellowed photograph snippets from family discussions and countless published letters and manuscripts. You say it's a pity. Oh, I truly think it is a pity. Qian Wutong's understanding of his great-grandfather came from those aged photographs, from the occasional remarks of family members, and from those letters and writings published countless times. But he knew that what he had seen was ultimately just a shadow. The real Qian Lao, the one who toiled sleeplessly in the laboratory, whose gaze was sharp on the launch field, and who remained concerned about education and technology, even on his sickbed, he would never be able to meet. Li Ming's grip on the water bottle tightened slightly, and Guo Kaiming's gaze shifted from Xie Linyuan to Qian Wudong, then back again. After finishing his statement, Qian Wudong suddenly turned his head, looking at Guo Qiming, who stood by the window, his eyes carrying a certain meaning. Guo Qiming nodded slightly. The gesture was light, but clearly a response to Qian Wutong's gaze. Xie Linyuan noticed this detail. Qian Wudong looked at Guo Qiming, a meaningful smile curving at the corners of his mouth, then turned back to Xie Linyuan and Li Ming, saying something that made the air feel heavier. Kaiming's great-grandfather is even more remarkable. He is someone even my great-grandfather would admire. Li Ming's fingers grew slightly pale as he gripped the water bottle, instinctively straightening his back, determined not to miss a single word that followed. Guo Qiming lowered his gaze, slightly falling silent for a moment. He neither denied it nor humbly declined the compliment. Because he understood that Qian Wudong was not speaking empty pleasantries, he was not just flattering a friend. This was a fact that had been repeatedly mentioned and confirmed in a certain circle and in the hearts of certain people. Xie Linyuan looked at Guo Qiming, and in the blink of an eye, countless pages of heavy and profound history turned over in his mind. Qian Lao once said something. That phrase has been passed down through generations in the scientific community of Longhua, quoted by countless people, remembered by countless others. That statement was not about himself, but about another person, the one whom Qian Lao personally invited to return to the country to engage in that secret and great endeavor. Qian Lao said, if my value could equate to 5 masters, there is one person whose value must reach at least 10 masters. That person is Guo Lao. Xie Linyuan did not know how many times he had read these 2 sentences. In those late-night hours, in those moments of solitude, and when overwhelmed by the trivialities and fatigue of life, he would recall these words. Not because these words were particularly grand, but because they made him understand that in the most difficult times of this country there were those who gave up everything and returned. They did not come back to enjoy comforts, they returned to endure hardships. The suffering they bore was not something ordinary people could imagine. Among the pioneers of the 2 bombs, 1 satellite, each one was a heavy biography. However, if one were to list these 23 individuals, one name would invariably come first. One of the founders of modern mechanics in Xiaogua, a national pillar who dedicated his life to serving the country, spanning the fields of missiles, nuclear weapons, and satellites. Qian Lao passed away due to illness. It was a natural law, the end of life. But Guo Lao did not. He was taken away in the prime of his life, a life still burning bright. In the winter of 1968, on the cold ground near the capital airport, the plane he was on crashed during landing, and he clutched a briefcase containing confidential materials, never letting go until his last breath. A 15-year-old scientist, a soul in its prime, still capable of serving his nation for another 2 or even 3 decades, was gone. He did not fall in a laboratory nor upon a hospital bed, but in a barren wasteland. With his own body engulfed by roaring flames, he shielded China's nuclear ambitions within his chest, unscathed and intact. Later, people recovered his briefcase. Not a single sheet of data from the thermonuclear missile launch test was missing. These documents, elders cannot bear to speak of them, the young dare not dwell upon them. Xie Linyuan saw Guo Qiming standing by the window, his silhouette sharply etched by autumn sunlight, and something struck Xie Linyuan's heart with sudden fierce force. It was the great-grandfathers and great-great-grandfathers of these very people who gave this nation the unshakable confidence to rise again. 8 decades ago, Xia State stood destitute and bare, unable even to manufacture a single decent screw. But these men stood amid deserts and Gobi sands and wind-scoured test sites, and with abacuses alone calculated the equations of nuclear weapons, paving with their lives a celestial path forward. The profound bond between Professor Qian and Professor Guo remains one of the most luminous chapters in the annals of science. They were fellow disciples under the great mechanician Theodore von Karman, having pursued scholarship side by side in a foreign land and scaled academic summits together. Upon returning home, Professor Qian's first act was to write a letter to Professor Guo, then still in the United States. a letter whose urgency and fervor still resonates powerfully today. After breaking through immense obstacles to return, Professor Guo joined Professor Qian on the front lines, jointly upholding the heavens of Xia State's mechanics and aerospace endeavors. Xie Linyuan approached Guo Qiming and extended his hand. Guo Qiming grasped it. "A pleasure to meet you," Xie Linyuan said, his voice low yet deeply resonant. Within that simple phrase rested all his reverence for Guo Qiming's great-grandfather. Guo Qiming looked at him, nodded faintly, his eyes holding something deep, solemn, and immeasurably heavy. He uttered no thank you, no long admired you, nothing at all. Yet in his gaze lay a quiet certainty that told Xie Linyuan wordlessly, "I understand everything." That silent exchange carried more weight than any spoken language. Qian Wudong stood quietly beside them, watching. He had witnessed such moments countless times. Whenever he introduced his name within certain circles, the other person would always pause, then flash a complex look, curious, probing, layered with quiet speculation. He had long grown accustomed to it. Yet he could tell. Xie Linyuan's gaze held none of that curiosity, none of that probing. Only pure, unadulterated, disinterested respect. This reverence was not born of the fact that his great-grandfather bore the name Professor Qian. It arose from what Professor Qian, Professor Guo, and others like them had done, deeds worthy of reverence across all eras and lands. In the dormitory, 3 of the 4 roommates had already introduced themselves. All eyes now turned to Li Ming. Li Ming sat on his chair, slightly flustered under the combined gaze of 3 peers. He scratched his head, chuckled awkwardly, and wore an expression tinged with mild resignation. "You two are heirs to great scientists. I'm feeling the pressure now." "Go on, tell us," Guo Qiming said, easily leaning against the window as he watched Li Ming. After a moment's hesitation, Li Ming replied, "My grandfather is an academician of the Engineering Academy, specializing in materials science. I chose materials science because of his influence, though he focused on conventional metallic materials, whereas I intend to pursue semiconductors and emerging materials." Qian Wudong nodded without asking which academician. Guo Qiming likewise remained silent. Xie Linyuan stood before his own desk, his gaze sweeping slowly across Qian Wudong, Guo Qiming, and Li Ming. A quiet reflection stirred within him. Not envy, not self-doubt, but a lucid, emotionless grasp of reality. Why are Tsinghua University students so extraordinary? Not because their college entrance exam scores exceed others by mere tens of points. That is only surface appearance, not root cause. The true reason lies behind those scores, in the profound depth embedded within these teenagers themselves. Professor Qian, the great-grandfather of Qian Wudong, was the founding father of China's aerospace program, a meritorious scientist of the 2 bombs 1 satellite project, a name inseparable from the global history of space exploration. Guo Qiming's great-grandfather was Professor Guo, the very man Professor Qian himself declared worth 2 of me, and the sole martyr among the 2 bombs 1 satellite laureates. Li Ming's grandfather is an academician of the Engineering Academy, a towering authority in materials science. From birth, these individuals stood upon a starting line most people spend lifetimes striving to reach. Their families offered not merely superior material conditions, but crucially guidance, someone to point the way. While others in their final year of high school still agonized over choosing a major, they had already accompanied their parents into laboratories, attended academic lectures, and met, face to face, the living legends whose names filled their textbooks. Such advantage cannot be overcome by diligence alone. It is intergenerational accumulation, an inherent privilege unique to scientific dynasties. Xie Linyuan possessed no such privilege. His strength came from a cultivation technique forged in hunger, a body suffused with primordial energy, a mind far surpassing ordinary limits, and a secret known to no one but himself. That secret had carried him from Xie village to Huai County, from Huai County to Yu Province, and from Yu Province all the way to Yanjing, and finally to Tsinghua University. He had not lost at the starting line, because his starting line was carved out by his own fists. Yet at the moment he saw Qian Wudong and Guo Qiming standing side by side, ripples stirred within Xie Linyuan's heart. Not from lineage or pedigree, but from a deeper, quieter sense of absence. At least they could hear their forebears' stories recounted by fathers and grandfathers. Whereas on that winter day, when he was 11 years old, fate had utterly stripped him of even the chance to call mother and father to their faces. Xie Linyuan pressed that surging thought down, and his emotions settled once more into calm. "Let's strive together over the next 4 years," he said simply, his tone even yet imbued with quiet resolve. Qian Wudong, leaning by the window, smiled faintly in response. When he smiled, his brows and eyes softened, evoking the image of the young, spirited scientist in old photographs, the man who boarded the SS President Cleveland in 1955, returning home with wife and child. Decades have passed. Features change. Bloodline remains unchanged. That innate, upright spirit endures. Guo Qiming stood beside Qian Wudong, separated only by a slant of light. 2 stars, each radiating their own brilliance, neither eclipsing the other, yet illuminating one another. Their great-grandfathers were such stars, and so too are they, independent luminaries shining singly, yet lighting each other's paths. Professor Qian and Professor Guo fought shoulder to shoulder. Qian Wudong and Guo Qiming entered university side by side. History does not repeat itself, but it continues. And that is enough. University life has begun. The course schedule at Xuemu University is much more relaxed than in high school, yet the depth and breadth of the requirements have increased exponentially. For most freshmen, the transition from high school to university requires a period of adjustment. The pace of the courses has accelerated, the knowledge points have become denser, and teachers no longer guide students step by step. Many things must be tackled and comprehended independently. However, for Xie Linyuan, these challenges are not issues. He listens attentively in class, striving to fully grasp the teacher's thought process. His notes capture the essence, documenting the teacher's reasoning, pivotal moments in the key derivations, and those directions worth exploring further that were not elaborated upon in class. Courses like Introduction to Materials Science, Advanced Mathematics, University Physics, and Principles of Chemistry had already been self-studied by him during the summer vacation. Yet listening to the teacher's explanation brings new insights. This is not because the teacher's explanations are deeper than those in the books, but because the teacher offers a different perspective. Approaching the same knowledge from different angles reveals different aspects. These various faces combine to create a three-dimensional complete understanding. In class, he never intentionally seeks to stand out. When teachers ask questions, he does not rush to answer. When classmates struggle, he does not raise his hand to help. He quietly sits in a back row by the window in a position that is neither too high nor too low, neither conspicuous nor hidden. He listens, takes notes, and occasionally whispers a few words to his neighboring classmates, remaining low-key and unobtrusive. However, the teachers soon took notice of him, not because of anything he said, but because of the assignments he submitted. Every question in Xie Linyuan's assignments was answered correctly. But that was not what surprised the teachers the most. What astonished them was his problem-solving approach, which integrated various knowledge and methods into comprehensive solutions. For a calculus problem, he employed concepts from linear algebra. For a materials mechanics question, he used the framework of continuum mechanics. These concepts are not part of the first-year curriculum, nor even of the second or third-year material, but rather topics typically addressed at the graduate level. When the teaching assistant for the advanced mathematics course first graded Xie Linyuan's assignment, he stared at a limit problem solved using the technique of changing the order of multiple integrals for 5 minutes, then took out his phone to snap a picture, sending it to his graduate group. Can you help me check if the solution of this first-year student is correct? Why do I feel it's even more elegant than my own solution? The group fell silent for half a minute, after which someone replied, which first-year student? This technique doesn't seem like something someone who hasn't studied mathematical analysis would use. The teaching assistant responded with a name, Xie Linyuan, the one who scored full marks this year. The group went silent again. This silence lasted even longer, with no one replying again. All of this was unknown to Xie Linyuan. He simply studied at his own pace, neither deliberately hiding his abilities nor showcasing them. He does what he needs to do and writes what he needs to write. He does not feel the need to disguise himself as an ordinary first-year student, because in this campus everyone is extraordinary. The only thing he needs to do is to avoid making others feel that he is extraordinarily gifted to an outrageous degree. However, this reasonable standard was shattered in the first week of the university physics class. The university physics class covers Newtonian mechanics, starting with the most basic kinematics of particles. For most students, this content had already been learned in high school, merely presented in the language of calculus. But Xie Linyuan posed a question in class that silenced the entire room for a while. Teacher, Newtonian mechanics holds in inertial reference frames, but if we consider a non-inertial reference frame, the introduction of inertial forces is essentially a compensation for coordinate transformation. I would like to ask if this compensation mechanism is mathematically isomorphic to the perspective in general relativity, where gravity is explained as the curvature of spacetime. The classroom fell silent, a silence characterized by the feeling of everyone completely not understanding what you were saying. The physics teacher adjusted his glasses, looking at Xie Linyuan with a complex expression reflecting surprise, admiration, and a hint of difficulty in addressing such a question in class. He pondered for a moment and said, "Your question has already exceeded the scope of this course. If you're interested, you can come to find me after class, and we can discuss it privately." After class, Xie Linyuan did not approach the teacher because he knew he already had the answer to that question. He merely wanted to see the teacher's reaction and whether his understanding was on the same wavelength as others. The answer is different wavelengths. The books he has been reading far exceed the scope of first-year courses. When not in class, Xie Linyuan spends most of his time in the library. The library of Xuemu University is one of the best university libraries in Longhua, with a collection of over 5 million volumes subscribing to nearly all important academic journals and databases. From ancient texts to the latest foreign journals, from engineering textbooks to theoretical physics monographs, it has everything one could need. Xie Linyuan's goals are clear. After breaking through to the Yuan II realm, that fateful night at the construction site, he repeatedly envisioned his future in his mind. Attending university is just the first step. Studying materials science is merely the beginning. His endpoint is not at the graduation ceremony of Xie University, nor in the laboratory of any enterprise, not even on this planet. His goal is the stars and the sea of stars. But this ambition is too grand for him to utter in front of anyone. If he were to say, I want to lead the descendants of Yin and Huang towards the stars, even on the campus of Xie University, he would be seen as a madman or at least an unrealistic dreamer. Interstellar navigation cannot be achieved through mere fantasy. It requires solid technological breakthroughs, revolutionary theoretical innovations, and a new paradigm capable of completely transforming human civilization. And the starting point for all this is theory. Xie Linyuan has turned his attention to anti-gravity technology. This name sounds like something out of a science fiction novel. Anti-gravity, liberating oneself from the constraints of gravity, allowing objects to float and fly without relying on aerodynamics or jet propulsion. Under the current framework of physics, this is impossible. Gravity is the weakest of the four fundamental forces, yet has the broadest range of effects with its mechanism described by general relativity as the curvature of spacetime. Anti-gravity means finding a way to counteract or shield the effects of gravity locally. There is no basis for this in existing theories. But Xie Linyuan thought of something more fundamental. To achieve anti-gravity, a theoretical breakthrough is necessary. This breakthrough must begin with the unification of the four fundamental forces. The four fundamental forces: gravity, electromagnetic force, strong interaction, and weak interaction. The ultimate dream of physicists, the theory of everything, is to unify these four seemingly different forces under a single framework. Currently, weak interaction and electromagnetic force have been unified as the electroweak theory. Strong interaction is described by quantum chromodynamics, while gravity is characterized by general relativity. However, the unification of gravity and quantum mechanics is the holy grail of theoretical physics, and no one has yet succeeded in achieving it. Xie Linyuan's goal is to attain this holy grail. He knows this is almost a pipe dream. The most brilliant minds of the 20th century, Einstein, Heisenberg, Dirac, Feynman, Yang, Qinning, and Weinberg, failed to accomplish this task. What right does an 18-year-old freshman have to believe he can succeed? No one can easily find the theory of everything. But Xie Linyuan possesses the extraordinary cognitive ability brought about by the art of guiding primordial power. His brain processes abstract concepts, establishes logical connections, and conducts higher-dimensional mathematical reasoning at a speed countless times faster than that of an ordinary person. When he reads a complex foreign paper, what might take an ordinary person several hours or even days, he can fully understand in just a few minutes. Not only does he grasp the superficial content, but he can also delve into the unexpressed subtext, underlying assumptions, and potential extensions that the author did not write. This is not boasting, it is the real ability granted to him by the realm of primordial discipleship. Thus, he spends all his spare time in the library. He traverses the shelves, jumping from one field to another like a bee flitting through flowers, collecting pollen from different disciplines. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, materials, energy, information. He does not neglect any of them. He knows that to build the grand edifice of the theory of everything, what is needed is not depth in a single discipline, but comprehensiveness across disciplines. He starts with mathematics. Differential geometry, tensor analysis, group theory, topology, algebraic geometry. These branches of mathematics are the language of theoretical physics. Without them, even the equations of general relativity and quantum field theory cannot be formulated. Xie Linyuan begins with the basics of calculus and linear algebra, quickly climbing upward. In the library, he flips through those thick mathematics textbooks page by page. Although his speed may seem slow, he thoroughly digests the content of each page. He does not need to perform calculations on paper. He conducts the derivation of formulas directly in his mind. The reasoning behind the proofs of theorems he can remember after reading once and can reorganize using his own words. Then comes physics. Classical mechanics, electromagnetism, thermodynamics, and statistical physics, quantum mechanics, general relativity, quantum field theory, and an introduction to string theory. These courses are typically encountered only by upperclassmen and graduate students, yet Xie Linyuan reads them one by one, learning chapter by chapter. He does not need teachers to explain nor teaching assistants to guide him. Those mathematical derivations and physical concepts that seem like a foreign language to others read to him like a clearly structured article. Why is this so? Because he is not learning knowledge, he is understanding the logic behind the knowledge. When he encounters a formula, the derivation process, physical significance, applicable range, and its connections with other formulas automatically emerge in his mind. This is not magic. It is the transparency brought about by the cognitive abilities of the primordial disciple realm. What he sees is not an isolated symbol, but a node within an interconnected network of knowledge. This feeling is hard to describe. It's like someone who has never seen a three-dimensional object living only in a two-dimensional plane. One day, he suddenly gains the ability to perceive depth. When he looks at those two-dimensional shapes again, he sees not just lines and color blocks, but a three-dimensional layered world that can be observed from different angles. Xie Linyuan is transitioning from a two-dimensional world into a three-dimensional one. He does not know whether he can ultimately achieve the unification of the theory of everything. It is the pinnacle challenge of human intellect, and only a select few, like Newton, Maxwell, Einstein, and Yang Qining, have made substantial breakthroughs over a long period. But he knows he must try. If he does not attempt it, his grand plan of celestial exploration will lack a foundation. The first step in anti-gravity technology is theory, the second is materials, and the third is energy. With a theory of everything, one can fundamentally understand the essence of gravity and find possible pathways to shield or manipulate gravity. This is the foundation of anti-gravity technology. If the foundation is not solid, nothing built upon it will be useful. The second step is materials. Even with a theory, producing a device capable of achieving anti-gravity effects requires corresponding materials. These materials must possess special physical properties, potentially generating negative energy density under certain fields or altering the curvature of local spacetime in some way. The third step is energy. Anti-gravity requires immense energy. For large-scale applications, such as lifting hundreds of tons of spacecraft against Earth's gravity, the energy needed is astronomical. Current energy technologies, whether fossil fuels or nuclear fission, are insufficient to support such a level of energy output. Therefore, breakthroughs in energy are equally indispensable. Theory, materials, and energy, none of these can be omitted. This is Xie Linyuan's blueprint. Currently, he is reading Introduction to Differential Geometry and General Relativity. This book is a textbook for first-year graduate students in the physics department, spanning over 600 pages, filled with dense mathematical derivations and physical analyses. Xie Linyuan has reached the third chapter, which covers the Riemann curvature tensor. He closes the book and mentally reviews the content of this chapter with his eyes shut. Concepts like the metric tensor connection coefficients, curvature tensors, Ricci curvature, and scalar curvature assemble in his mind like components of a precise machine, forming a complete and self-consistent logical system. Upon opening his eyes, he turns to the next page and continues reading. In the evening, the atmosphere in the dormitory is completely different from that of the day. The four of them sit at their respective desks, surrounded by books and computers, occasionally breaking the silence with a comment. Regarding the final question in today's materials introduction class about the effect of dislocation density on material strength, I think the model the teacher used is flawed. Qian Wutong's voice breaks the silence. Guo Qiming peeks out from behind his computer screen. What issue? The teacher used a simplified linear model, but in reality the interactions between dislocations are nonlinear, especially in high-density regions. I believe approximating with a linear model will lead to significant errors. Li Ming puts down his pen and turns around. I noticed that too. But I think the teacher might have intentionally simplified it. After all, this is just the first class, and if it gets too deep, no one will understand. But this will lead students to form incorrect intuitions. Qian Wutong insists. Once the initial impression is formed, it will be hard to correct later. A few people discussed among themselves while Xie Linyuan remained silent. He sat at his desk with a book on quantum field theory spread open before him. The pages turned to the section on path integral quantization. He had fully understood the content they were discussing several minutes ago and had thought deeper about it than they had. The nonlinear problem mentioned by Qian Wutong had been derived by Xie Linyuan in his mind when he read the relevant chapters. He had even constructed a higher-order approximate model in his mind, considering the long-range interactions and short-range correlation effects between dislocations. That model was more complex than what the teacher had covered in class by more than an order of magnitude, yet it was closer to physical reality. He chose not to speak. It wasn't that he didn't want to share, but rather that once these concepts were articulated, the discussion would veer into a direction his roommates could not follow and would fail to resonate with. Thus, most of the time, he simply listened quietly, occasionally chiming in at key points, neither more nor less perfectly timed. But sometimes he would inadvertently leak some information. For instance, once when Guo Qiming was discussing a paper on the interface effects of nanomaterials, he mentioned the impact of atomic arrangements at the interface on the macroscopic properties of the material. He spoke very professionally, using a number of technical terms, clearly having read that paper thoroughly. After listening, Xie Linyuan naturally said, actually, the influence of interface effects on material properties can fundamentally be attributed to the modulation of the band structure due to symmetry breaking. If we could understand this issue from the perspective of topological insulators, we might discover some new control methods. The dormitory fell silent. Qian Wutong's pen stopped. Guo Qiming raised his head from behind the computer screen, and Li Ming's body froze as he turned around. The three of them looked at Xie Linyuan simultaneously, their expressions reflecting one sentiment. What are you talking about? Topological insulator. Qian Wutong was the first to react. Is that thing related to material interfaces? Xie Linyuan realized he had strayed too far. Topological insulators are at the forefront of condensed matter physics, involving mathematical tools such as topological invariance, Chern numbers, boundary states, and physical concepts like spin-orbit coupling and time-reversal symmetry, far exceeding the scope of a freshman's curriculum, even surpassing the knowledge base of many upperclassmen. I was just browsing in the library. Xie Linyuan smiled, lightly guiding the conversation away. It might not be accurate. You can think of it as me joking. Browsing. Qian Wudong did not let it go. Where did you see topological insulators? That's material physics stuff for graduate students. The library has books, Xie Linyuan replied casually, then turned to open his quantum field theory book, adopting a pose of wanting to continue reading. The three exchanged glances and each withdrew their gaze, but all were thinking the same thought. What on earth is Xie Linyuan reading in the library? Such occurrences had happened more than once. A few days later, Li Ming was doing calculus homework in the dormitory and got stuck on a problem about line integrals. After thinking for a long time without a solution, he casually asked Li Linyuan, "How do you solve this line integral problem?" "This problem can't be solved using Green's theorem because the curve is not closed," Xie Linyuan said after glancing at the question. "You could consider directly parameterizing it, letting x equal t and y equal t cubed minus t, then substituting into the integral expression." Li Ming calculated as per his guidance and solved it in 3 minutes. The idea of parameterizing the path wasn't difficult, but the integral became exceptionally simple after substitution, clearly the result of Xie Linyuan's clever design rather than a random concoction. "Thanks, Linyuan," Li Ming said. "Your brain works too well. I looked at those books you read in the library, like differential geometry and quantum field theory, and after just flipping through 2 pages, my head started to hurt." "Can you actually comprehend them?" "If you read them a few more times, you'll understand," Xie Linyuan replied. Li Ming shook his head, not pursuing the matter further. But he thought in his mind, what kind of brain must it be to understand them after just a few readings? Such things repeatedly occurred during the first month. Occasionally, a concept or idea thrown out by Xie Linyuan during discussions would leave the entire dormitory in silence for quite some time. It wasn't that they didn't want to respond, rather they needed time to digest what he said, and sometimes even needed to look up information to confirm what he meant. Once Qian Wudong and Guo Qiming were discussing a topic on electromagnetic metamaterials. They were talking about how to achieve negative refractive index through artificial microstructures, a classic problem in metamaterials research. Xie Linyuan was reading, not looking up, when he suddenly interjected, "Have you ever considered designing the structural units of metamaterials as non-Hermitian systems to achieve equivalent negative refraction through a balance of gain and loss? That might be more efficient than traditional designs and could circumvent many of the inherent limitations of materials. Non-Hermitian systems. Gain. Loss. These concepts are indeed being researched in the field of metamaterials, but they are very cutting-edge directions, with teams publishing related papers being countable on one hand globally." The idea proposed by Xie Linyuan was even more advanced than those discussed in those papers. He was not reiterating the viewpoints of a paper, but proposing a new and possible research direction. Qian Wudong and Guo Qiming exchanged glances. "Non-Hermitian systems." Qian Wudong frowned. "Are you suggesting using piezometric optical systems to create metamaterials? That theory seems still immature, right?" Xie Linyuan raised his head, his gaze calm. "The theoretical framework is already established, and it is mathematically complete. The physical realization is not difficult. Using erbium-doped media as gain media combined with appropriate loss designs, theoretically it can achieve equivalent negative refractive index." "Of course, I just thought of this possibility while reading. I haven't delved deeply into it." Not having delved deeply. This phrase left both Qian Wudong and Guo Qiming in silence. If Xie Linyuan had already conceived such a level without deep analysis, what would it be like if he delved deeper? Guo Qiming swallowed the question back. He was not someone who liked to press for answers, at least not to the point of making others uncomfortable. He simply noted down what Xie Linyuan said, planning to check relevant literature in the library another day. The feelings of his roommates were quite complex. They were not foolish. Those who could gain admission to Shuimu University were not foolish. Qian Wudong was among the top 5 in the college entrance examination of Yinjing. Guo Qiming was among the top 10 in Yinjing, and Li Ming was among the top 10 in Su Province. In their respective circles, they were all considered study gods, having won numerous awards in various competitions and exams since childhood, never knowing what it felt like to not be able to learn. However, in front of Xie Linyuan, they experienced for the first time the feeling of being unable to keep up. Their intelligence and knowledge base were not lacking. They were among the top in their freshman class. Yet the breadth of Xie Linyuan's knowledge was immense. The books he read, the fields he explored, and the questions he pondered far exceeded the typical scope of a freshman. More critically, he not only read extensively, but also deeply. He was not merely understanding, but truly mastering. He transformed those profound theories into an integral part of his knowledge system, capable of recalling and synthesizing them seamlessly at any time. Qian Wudong once privately said to Guo Qiming, "Don't you feel that Xie Linyuan doesn't seem like a typical university student?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, we come to university to learn things. It seems like he's here to confirm things, as if he already knows them and is just here to verify his understanding." Guo Qiming thought for a moment and nodded. He felt the same way. Xie Linyuan was neither the type who said, "I'm awesome because I work hard," nor the type who claimed, "I don't need to work hard because I'm smart." His state was unique. He studied hard not because without effort he wouldn't learn, but because effort is a habit. He read quickly, not to rush through, but because he genuinely wanted to absorb more knowledge. The things he occasionally said that left his roommates confused were not meant to show off. He simply expressed what he had seen and thought in books naturally. That kind of ease and normalcy was what was most striking. Because he perceived these things as ordinary, he truly believed he was doing something very mundane. And this sense of ordinariness was exactly the greatest divide between Xie Linyuan and ordinary people. Li Ming once lay in bed, the lights were off, and the dormitory was quiet. Suddenly he said, "What do you think Xie Linyuan will become in the future?" "What do you mean?" Qian Wutong turned in his blanket. "I mean, he's like this now, or what will he be like after graduation? Doing research? Or something else?" After a moment of silence, Guo Kaiming's voice came from the opposite bed. "He will do research. Look at the books he reads. Differential geometry, quantum field theory. Those are aimed at theoretical physics. Material science might just be a stepping stone." "Stepping stone?" Li Ming repeated the term. "Yes, a stepping stone," Guo Qiming said. "He thinks material science is fundamental, so he learns it first. But his true goal lies beyond materials in a more distant realm. As for where that is, I can't quite see it yet." Qian Wutong's voice chimed in. "I also feel like he's playing a very big game. The things he talks about, anti-gravity, the theory of everything. Though he only mentions them occasionally, it feels like he is serious. Not the kind of seriousness that's just for fun, but a genuine effort in that direction." Anti-gravity. Li Ming's voice rose slightly. "Isn't that science fiction? In the past, people thought flying was a myth, and then we had airplanes. In the past, people thought landing on the moon was a delusion, and then we had rockets. You can't dismiss something just because it doesn't exist now. Xie Linyuan might be trying to find a possibility theoretically, and then turn it into reality." Li Ming fell silent. He stared at the ceiling in the dark, contemplating Qian Wutong's earlier words. Anti-gravity. If someone could truly create something like that, that person's name would be written far above that of the top scorer in the college entrance examination. The dormitory fell silent, breaths gradually becoming steady. An ordinary night quietly passed in the 4-person dormitory at Xuemu University. Xie Linyuan lay in bed, unable to sleep. With his eyes closed, the primordial energy within him circulated slowly, while his mind simultaneously worked through a mathematical problem he had read during the day. It was a paper on Calabi-Yau manifolds related to the compactification of extra dimensions in string theory, possessing some potential link to the theory of everything. As he circulated his primordial energy, he contemplated that complex mathematical structure. These two processes ran parallel in his consciousness, like two parallel rivers flowing independently, without interference. He thought of many things. He reflected on the family backgrounds of his 3 roommates. Qian Wudong's great-grandfather was Qian Lao, Guo Qiming's great-grandfather was Guo Lao, and Li Ming's grandfather was an academician of the Engineering Academy. The ancestors of these individuals had made tremendous contributions to the country, carrying a certain enduring mission. As for himself, he had no ancestors to rely on, no family legacy to inherit. His starting point was a small technique, something he had pondered when he was too hungry to sleep. Yet it was this unremarkable starting point that granted him the capital to carve out a path in this campus, in this world. He did not need to rely on anyone. He could depend on himself to forge a path unprecedented. Time flew quickly, and in the blink of an eye 2 months had passed. In December, the cold winds swept through Yanjing. The leaves of the phoenix trees on the campus of Xuemu University had long fallen, and the bare branches stretched under the gray-white sky, resembling a simple sketch. Pedestrians wrapped tightly in their down jackets hurried along, their breath forming fleeting clouds in the cold air. The lights of the teaching buildings and library gradually illuminated one by one in the dusk, warm and quiet. By the time Xie Linyuan entered the library, the sky had already darkened. He did not head to the self-study area, but walked straight to his usual corner by the window on the east side of the 3rd floor, next to a row of shelves filled with books on theoretical physics and advanced mathematics. For the past 2 months, he had nearly sat in this spot every day. From September to December, over the course of 3 months, Xie Linyuan's knowledge base underwent a qualitative change. If at the beginning of the semester he had only a popular science understanding of theoretical physics along with a few textbooks, now he had systematically mastered the entire theoretical physics knowledge system, from classical mechanics to quantum field theory and from differential geometry to string theory. It was not a mere general understanding, but a true, profound comprehension. Every book he had read, every paper he had seen had been digested into a part of his knowledge structure, seamlessly integrated and readily accessible. However, what truly brought about the qualitative change in his state was not the accumulation of knowledge, but the formation of that framework in his mind. Starting around mid-November, Xie Linyuan felt that the general framework of the theory of everything had finally taken shape in his mind. This feeling was marvelous, not a sudden flash of insight that solved all problems at once. Rather, it was like a jigsaw puzzle, with each piece gradually fitting into place, each finding its rightful position. As the puzzle became complete, the entire picture naturally became clear. Gravity, electromagnetic force, strong interaction, weak interaction. The 4 fundamental forces no longer existed as isolated fragments in his mind. Instead, they began to present a certain intrinsic unified logical structure like four different strings that could play the same melody. After the framework took shape, Xie Linyuan made a decision to write it down. Theories of this caliber, if not written down, exist only in the mind, which is equivalent to not existing at all. Science needs to be recorded, tested, and passed down. No matter how profound the ideas in a person's mind, if they never become words, they remain a mere daydream, not science. He purchased a thick stack of notebooks with light gray covers, the paper of excellent quality, allowing for smooth writing without smudging. Starting from the first day of December, every night after returning from the library to his dormitory, he began recording the specific content of the framework in his mind in the notebook. His roommates thought he was doing homework and did not disturb him. However, this process was much more challenging than he had anticipated. It was not that he did not know what to write, but rather that his mind was filled with too much information. The theory of everything is not a simple formula. It is an entirely new mathematical framework and physical interpretation involving extremely complex mathematical structures. He needed to translate these ideas from his mind into the existing mathematical language, and even in the process create new mathematical tools to address problems that the current language could not adequately describe. Moreover, Xie Linyuan's method of derivation was exceptionally unique. The cognitive abilities of the Yuan 2 realm allowed him to process information in his mind in a way that was completely different from ordinary people. Often he would first see the conclusion and then work backward to derive the proof, which was entirely counterintuitive. During the writing process, he had to translate this unconventional way of thinking into a normal, readable logical chain for others, significantly increasing his workload. Xie Linyuan was almost neglecting sleep and food. Every night after returning from the library close to 10, he would sit down for several hours, sometimes writing until 1 or 2 in the morning. The notebook lay open on the table, pages densely filled with formulas and derivations. His handwriting was consistent, neither too large nor too small, straight and tidy, every mathematical symbol clearly written. On weekends, he wrote all day long. From morning till night, apart from meals and necessary breaks, he locked himself in his dormitory or found a quiet corner in the library to write fervently. His roommates occasionally peeked at the notebooks filled with bizarre formulas, but each time they could only see an incomprehensible script and then quietly retreated. He finished the first notebook on the 5th day. The second notebook was completed on the 9th day. The third and fourth. He was writing faster and faster. Not due to carelessness, but because his thoughts were becoming clearer. The initial part was the most challenging, establishing a new mathematical framework, defining new quantities, proving new theorems. Each step felt like groping in the dark, requiring extreme caution to avoid a misstep that could lead to a complete failure. However, once the framework was established, subsequent applications and deductions flowed more smoothly, akin to a river, the source narrow and rapid, but after passing the source, the river gradually widened and the current became stable. By the 12th day, he had filled 4 notebooks. The core framework of the theory of everything was entirely on paper, with just a few local details left to supplement and confirm. December 16th, 9:47 p.m. Xie Linyuan sat at his desk in the dormitory, the 5th notebook laid open before him, flipped to the last page. His roommates had already gone to bed, and only the desk lamp remained lit, casting a dim yellow glow that enveloped his books and the shadow of his hunched figure. The lampshade had been adjusted to the lowest angle to avoid disturbing Li Ming in the opposite bed. He wrote the last line of formulas on the final page of the notebook and then set down his pen. It was a line of equations so succinct it approached beauty. On the left side of the equation were the geometric quantities of spacetime, and on the right side was the distribution of energy and momentum of matter. However, there was an additional term in the middle, something never before written by predecessors, a connection term unifying the 4 fundamental forces. The mathematical form of that connection term was so elegantly simple, it seemed like a natural inference from a more fundamental principle, as if it had always belonged there, but had simply gone unnoticed. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. 5 notebooks, 2 weeks of day and night struggles, and he had finally completed it. Over 10,000 lines of derivations, hundreds of newly defined mathematical quantities, dozens of core equations, and the central theme throughout: unification of the 4 fundamental forces. Not the kind of superficial work that merely appears unified, but a true unification that is mathematically consistent and physically verifiable. Xie Linyuan stacked the 5 notebooks together, lightly brushing his fingers over the light gray cover, a faint sense of achievement swelling within him. He felt a grounded and calm satisfaction, as if he had completed an important task. Like a carpenter finally shaping a piece of wood into the desired form, or a stonemason finally chiseling a stone into the right shape. He knew this was just the first step of a long journey. The theory of everything merely provided a theoretical possibility for anti-gravity technology. Between theory and practical implementation lie countless barriers of materials, energy, and engineering, each of which could potentially hold up progress for a long time. Yet regardless of the challenges, he had taken the first step. He gazed at the 5 notebooks, confirming that his hard work had condensed into a readable, verifiable, and shareable text. He then closed his eyes, and the yuan force within him slowly circulated, easing the fatigue accumulated over the past half-month. He pondered what to do next. The contents of these notebooks could not remain locked in a drawer forever. Science is not private property. True breakthroughs need to be tested, discussed, and recognized. He did not intend to hide the theory of everything as he had with the yuan force guiding technique. On the contrary, he hoped to present these findings to the theoretical physics community as soon as possible for scrutiny and validation. But the problem was that these ideas were too ahead of their time. If he directly submitted these notebooks to an academic journal, the reviewers would most likely reject them outright for being incomprehensible. An 18-year-old freshman majoring in material science submitting a paper on the theory of everything was enough to make 90% of reviewers think he was joking. He needed a bridge. Someone esteemed in academia capable of understanding the significance of his work and willing to vouch for him. Li Xiao. This name almost instantly sprang to Xie Linyuan's mind. Li Xiao was an academician in the Department of Physics at Xuemu University, 62 years old, a theoretical physicist with high academic prestige in quantum field theory and gravitational quantumization. In the months since he enrolled, Xie Linyuan occasionally attended advanced courses and discussion groups in the physics department. Once during a discussion group, he asked a question regarding the definition of measure in path integral quantization, which caught Li Xiao's attention. Since then, he had approached Li Xiao a few more times to seek advice on topics related to general relativity and quantum field theory. Li Xiao had a very good impression of Xie Linyuan. He remembered this tall and thin freshman from the material science department, recalling the profound questions he had asked which delved deeply into the core of the subject. Once after class, Li Xiao mentioned to his doctoral student, "This student, named Xie Linyuan, if he were to come to our physics department, would be the kind of talent that appears only once in decades." He knew that this young man had an exceptionally keen intuition for physics. The questions he raised had already far surpassed the normal realm of knowledge for a freshman, even bordering on cutting-edge topics among doctoral students. Xie Linyuan decided to seek out Li Xiao the next day. On December 17th, at 9 a.m., in the physics department building, Xie Linyuan stood in front of Li Xiao's office door, holding 5 thick notebooks, took a deep breath, and then knocked on the door. "Come in." He pushed the door open. Li Xiao was sitting behind his desk, wearing a dark gray wool sweater with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses, looking slender and gentle. The office was cluttered with books and papers, with an open volume spread out on the desk next to a porcelain teacup bearing the words Xuemu University Physics Department. Xie Linyuan. Li Xiao looked up, his eyes behind the glasses brightening a bit upon seeing the visitor. "Long time no see. Have you been attending my classes recently?" "I've been attending all along, academician." Li Xie Linyuan slightly bowed, speaking respectfully. "I came today to ask for your help with something." "Go ahead," Li Xiao replied, setting down his pen and leaning slightly back in his chair, adopting a posture of serious listening. He noticed that Xie Linyuan was holding 5 light gray notebooks, each bulging with tightly written text clearly filled with content. These were not ordinary class notes. You wouldn't need 5 notebooks, nor would they be filled to such an extent. Xie Linyuan walked to the desk and gently placed the 5 notebooks in an empty corner. Stacked together, the notebooks were about 7 to 8 centimeters thick, the covers facing up, clean and without any markings. "Academician Li, I have made some breakthroughs in theoretical physics and would like to seek your guidance." Li Xiao's gaze shifted from the notebooks to Xie Linyuan's face, his eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. He knew Xie Linyuan was a student of material science, a field quite distant from theoretical physics. An 18-year-old freshman who had not yet fully entered his own field of study, claiming to have made a breakthrough in theoretical physics. It was hard to take seriously. Having lived for over 60 years and taught for over 30, he had seen all kinds of students, but encountering such a cross-disciplinary breakthrough was a first. "Oh." Li Xiao's tone was calm, without doubt or dismissiveness. "Tell me, what breakthroughs have you made?" He didn't want to sound harsh, but he secretly held no expectations. In the field of theoretical physics, genuine breakthroughs had been few and far between in recent decades. After the establishment of the standard model, theories like supersymmetry string theory and loop quantum gravity had made their contributions, but none had reached the level of a breakthrough. Most were still stuck at the hypothesis stage, lacking experimental validation and a unified consensus. It was hard to take seriously the claim of an 18-year-old freshman who said he had made a breakthrough in this field. But Li Xiao refrained from voicing such thoughts. He did not want to undermine the student's confidence. Even if this breakthrough were misguided, even if the student had merely stumbled upon something already explored by predecessors, he would still take it seriously, look closely, and point out the issues. This was a scholar's duty and a teacher's responsibility. Xie Linyuan noticed the subtle indifference in Li Xiao's tone. He didn't elaborate further, simply opened the first notebook on top, turned to the first page, and pushed it toward Li Xiao. "Academician Li, could you please take a look? This is my derivation of the universal theory, the complete derivation of the unified framework of the 4 fundamental forces." Li Xiao's finger paused on the cover of the notebook for a moment. The universal theory. The unification of the 4 fundamental forces. He, as someone who had spent his life in theoretical physics, understood the weight of this term better than anyone. Since Einstein, countless brilliant minds had pursued this goal. Yang Chen-Ning's Yang-Mills theory laid the foundation for the theoretical description of electroweak unification and strong interactions. Weinberg and Salam ultimately completed the unification of electromagnetic and weak interactions. Glashow-Georgi and others attempted grand unification theories that included strong interactions within the same framework. However, gravity remained the outsider that never fit in. General relativity explained gravity as the curvature of space-time, while quantum mechanics described the other three forces as interactions exchanged between particles. Both attempts with their fundamentally different underlying logics had failed. Explorations in string theory loop, quantum gravity, and causal sets had not provided a final answer that could be validated by both mathematics and experiments. One of Li Shuyao's research directions was the path integral quantization of gravity, and he understood the technical difficulties of this issue better than most. He raised his head and looked deeply at Xie Linyuan. The 6-to-12-year-old academician and the 18-year-old freshman locked eyes. In that moment, Li Shuyao judged that this child was not joking, he was serious. A person who jokes would not carry 5 notebooks filled with equations into an academician's office, nor would he use such a determined tone to utter the words universal theory. All right, let me take a look. Li Shuyao did not say anything more, picking up the first notebook and opening the first page. The title on the first page was Mathematical Preparations. The content began with fundamental differential geometry and tensor analysis, step by step defining the various mathematical quantities and operators that would be used later. Li Shuyao read slowly, line by line, occasionally stopping to write down a few intermediate steps on a draft paper to verify the correctness of the derivation. He could understand it. This student's mathematical foundation was solid, with clear definitions and rigorous derivations, each step logically grounded. Although he was not a theoretical physics major based on his use of mathematical tools, it was clear he had spent a lot of time self-studying and had done so thoroughly, even showing a level of proficiency in some tools that surpassed that of graduate students in the physics department. Flipping past the first page, second page, and stopping at the third page, his gaze fell on a formula, his brow furrowing slightly. The form of this formula appeared somewhat unfamiliar, yet it felt vaguely reminiscent of something he had seen before. Or rather, it resembled a formula he was familiar with, but one key term had been replaced with something he had not encountered. The modified expression still possessed the elegant symmetry and simplicity. He stared at the formula for about 2 minutes, his lips moving slightly, as if he were silently reading something. Classmate Xie Linyuan, about this formula. Please don't explain it, yet let me think for a moment. Li Shuyao raised a hand to signal Xie Linyuan to hold on, continuing to gaze at the formula. The air in the office seemed to solidify. He felt as if his thoughts had encountered some obstruction, as if something was holding them captive. On one hand, he sensed that the formula held profound meaning, yet on the other hand, he could not express his understanding completely at that moment. After about 10 minutes, he gave up. The information he had seen was insufficient for him to grasp the full meaning of the formula. It takes courage for a scholar to admit to not understanding something, especially in their field of expertise, when facing an 18-year-old freshman. Theoretical physics is an exceedingly profound field, no one can claim to understand everything. However, acknowledging that one does not comprehend a specific new, potentially significant concept is necessary. This requires not a superficial humility, but a respect for the truth. I don't understand. Li Shuyao lifted his head, removed his glasses, wiped the lenses, then put them back on, looking at Xie Linyuan with a calm expression as he unexpectedly said, I have never seen this formula before. Academician, Li, you didn't know of this formula before. This is a small formula I derived for universal gravitation. Xie Linyuan blinked as he looked at the formula. Xie Linyuan had thought that this formula was a ready-made tool widely accepted and used in the academic community. Much like Newton's second law FMA or Maxwell's equations, it is a cornerstone of physics. Every physics student encounters it during their studies and should master it. He naturally recalled it from his mind while deriving the theory of universality. It was as effortless as invoking a basic arithmetic operation without any consideration as to whether it already existed in the current literature of physics. He didn't give it much thought while writing. He simply felt the formula was so fundamental that anyone engaged in theoretical physics should be aware of it, just as any professional basketball player knows how to shoot. Thus, he did not particularly annotate it in his notebook, did not indicate its source, nor did he explain the derivation process. He simply wrote it directly on the third page of the mathematical preparations section, using it as a known tool. But now Li Shuyao said he had never seen it before. Moreover, when he said he hadn't seen it, his expression was not relaxed, as if he were discussing an unexpected occurrence. His tone bore no embarrassment, no displeasure at being offended, nor even that sense of regret for not knowing. Rather, it was a pure curiosity and seriousness in the face of new knowledge. Xie Linyuan suddenly realized a problem. Many of the derivation processes and mathematical structures in his mind might not have been read from any book. Instead, they were perhaps a grasp of the underlying logic of the physical world intuitively understood at the level of the Yuan 2 realm. Such intuition might not necessarily correspond to discoveries made by predecessors. It could be new, even unheard of. Just like this formula, it had been as clear in Xie Linyuan's mind as 112. Thus, he naturally assumed it existed within the common knowledge of all theoretical physicists. However, Li Shuyou's reaction was like a bucket of cold water or a door suddenly flung open. This formula was derived by him, not learned from anywhere else. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Li Shuyou picked up a pen and copied the formula onto a scratch paper, examining it thoroughly, then comparing it with another equation nearby. He felt a unique symmetry in the structure of this formula, which did not resemble something hastily written. He glanced at Xie Linyuan, whose response carried a naivety, as if he were asking, "Don't you know 112? A person capable of establishing a completely new theoretical framework in their mind and deriving unprecedented formulas had become so immersed in the integrity of this framework that he lacked an external perspective on what his derivations meant. Li Shuyou suddenly felt he could not be arrogant regarding this issue. His academic background primarily lay in quantum field theory and quantum gravity. Algebraic topology and representation theory were not his main focus, and this formula involved precisely those areas. After witnessing Xie Linyuan's natural attitude towards this formula, he realized a very important detail. He was not unable to comprehend the formula, rather he realized it was likely related to some deep structure in algebraic topology. To reliably assess the rigor and novelty of Xie Linyuan's construction, he needed to read it together with colleagues who had more authority in the interdisciplinary field of mathematical physics. Xie Linyuan, you say this formula is a small formula from your derivation process of the theory of universality, one you consider very fundamental, even self-evident. Li Shuyou confirmed again. Yes. Could you explain the derivation process to me in detail? I want to see how your little thing came into being. Xie Linyuan glanced at the notebook, then at Li Shuyou, and nodded. He pulled his chair next to Li Shuyou, took a blank A4 sheet, removed the pen cap, and began deriving the formula from scratch, writing and explaining simultaneously. His pen rustled across the paper, moving neither too fast nor too slow, each step written clearly with a remarkable sense of rhythm in the derivation. At first, Li Shuyou was able to keep up. He could understand the steps here. The transformations were quite elegant, and although some techniques were a bit convoluted, they were logically sound. But as the derivation progressed, his frown deepened. The formulas on the paper grew longer, skipping more steps, and his brain could no longer keep up with Xie Linyuan's speed of derivation. Wait, how did you get over this step? Li Shuyou pointed at a line on the paper, interrupting Xie Linyuan. Xie Linyuan looked down, then wrote an intermediate step next to that part, filling in the gap. Li Shuyou stared at the intermediate step for a while, finally nodding. Continue. The derivation continued. As the formulas became more complex and the mathematical structures more abstract, the places where Li Shuyou needed to pause and ask questions increased. Sometimes a single equation was sufficient for Xie Linyuan to answer a question, while at other times an entire additional segment of derivation was required to clarify. Li Shuyou did not give up, nor did he pretend to understand. He listened attentively, taking notes, just like he did in his graduate classes, asking questions until he truly comprehended. He did not put on airs simply because a freshman sat across from him. 2 hours passed, and the two of them paused their rhythm. Several sheets of draft paper lay on the office carpet, and the tea in the cup had long gone cold. It felt as if time had frozen in the office. They had finally completed the entire derivation of that formula. More accurately, they had finished proving Li Shuyou's understanding of the process regarding this formula. A single formula over 2 hours. Li Shuyou leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to mentally review the content he had just heard over the last 3 hours. This time he did not need Xie Linyuan to repeat any steps, for after 3 hours of immersion, most of the intermediate steps that were incomprehensible at first had been clarified. It was not that he had completely mastered all applications of the formula, but rather he had developed his own understanding of its origin derivation process and its place within this unified theory framework. He opened his eyes and looked at Xie Linyuan. He gazed for a long time, as if trying to see through the young man from the inside out. Xie Linyuan. His voice was a bit hoarse. Clearing his throat, he said, "You are remarkable. Truly remarkable." He glanced again at the desk full of notebooks and scattered draft papers, letting out a long sigh. This one formula, with its depth and the mathematical structures it encompasses, could independently develop a complete theoretical framework, and you call it a small formula. Xie Linyuan tried to say something, but Li Shuyou raised his hand to stop him. We have limited time today. You spent 2 or 3 hours discussing this one formula. If I were to go through your 5 notebooks from start to finish, my time would be completely insufficient, and my knowledge might not cover all the content. Understanding and comprehending this material is not something I can accomplish alone. He lowered his head and gently patted the stack of notebooks, then raised his head to look at Xie Linyuan, his gaze heavy with meaning. Xie Linyuan, please wait a moment. They'll call a few colleagues, and we can look at it together. Xie Linyuan nodded, neatly stacking the notebooks and quietly sitting in his chair. Li Shuyao picked up the phone on the desk and began dialing. The first number connected 3 seconds later. An old academic's voice came through the receiver, tinged with the displeasure of being interrupted. Li Shuyao skipped the pleasantries, getting straight to the point. It's not just a formula or an equation, but a unified theory. You'll understand when you come. One call after another was made. Academician Wang from the Mathematics Center, upon hearing Li Shuyao say a freshman had written a complete framework for a unified theory, first reacted with disbelief, asking if he had been deceived. Li Shuyao looked at the desk full of formulas and the tired expression behind the glasses and said in a tone that felt somewhat unreal, "I can't be certain yet, but let's take a look." Academician Sun from condensed matter physics, Professor Chen in quantum field theory, Professor Zhou in particle physics. Li Shuyao's contacts list contains some of the sharpest minds in the fields of theoretical physics and mathematical physics in the country. He called each one, and whenever they heard freshman and unified theory mentioned together, their reactions were nearly identical. First silence, followed by a series of questions, and finally a reserved, "I'll come take a look." Finally, Li Shuyao dialed the number of Academician Lin from the mathematics department. Academician Lin, at 68 years old, was deeply versed in algebraic geometry and representation theory, maneuvering easily in the intersection of mathematics and physics. After Li Shuyao explained the situation, there was a pause of about 5 seconds on the other end of the line. Academician Lin's voice was steady, saying just 3 words. "Come." "Where?" "In the small conference room on the 3rd floor of the physics building." Half an hour later. "Okay." Li Shuyao hung up, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath. He glanced at the wall clock. It was nearly noon. That morning he had only comprehended one formula on the 3rd page of the first notebook. There were still over 90 pages left in that notebook, and there were 4 more notebooks like it. His gaze shifted from the clock to the stack of notebooks on the desk, their dull covers blending perfectly with his office, which had seen decades of use. The work of an 18-year-old boy completed in 2 weeks sat there quietly like 5 bricks. He looked again at Xie Linyuan. The young man sat in the chair by the window, sunlight casting a slanting glow upon him, outlining his form in a bright halo. He held the draft paper filled with derivations and was quietly flipping through it, his expression calm, his gaze clear, devoid of any unnecessary flamboyance. Li Shuyao suddenly smiled. He recalled something. 20 years ago, he met a highly respected physicist at an international conference. During that time, everyone was fervently discussing the second revolution of string theory. The atmosphere was lively and excited. The old gentleman said something in casual conversation that Li Shuyao did not fully understand at the time, but he had remembered it to this day. The person who can push this field forward significantly in the future is likely not within our circle. At the time, he did not understand. Now, looking at Xie Linyuan, he suddenly understood. Those outside the circle are not constrained by the established frameworks within it. They are not hindered by the preconceived judgments of this is impossible, nor are they bound by the status quo of classic problems still lack solutions. They will approach from a completely new perspective, posing questions that insiders too familiar with the subject would never think to ask, and discovering paths that insiders too confident in the correctness of their premises would never uncover. Xie Linyuan waited until Li Shuyao finished his last call before softly saying, "Thank you, you've worked hard." Li Shuyao waved his hand. He wanted to say something serious to Xie Linyuan, but felt it was still too early. The notebooks had yet to be validated, the theory had not been tested, and it was not yet time to announce a historic breakthrough. But saying something ordinary felt insufficient. In the end, he said nothing, merely took out a set of keys from the drawer, searched for a while, and handed one to Xie Linyuan. "The small conference room door, you can open it directly in half an hour. I'll go down to meet them." Xie Linyuan took the key and nodded. Li Shuyao stood up, put on the coat hanging on the rack, and opened the office door. The cold wind from the corridor rushed in, carrying the chill of December. In the small conference room on the 3rd floor of the physics building, room 42. "Remember not to go to the wrong place." He stepped out, and the door gently closed behind him. Xie Linyuan sat alone in the office, holding the key, quietly waiting. Half an hour later, several top scholars from the field of theoretical physics would see those 5 notebooks for the first time in the small conference room of this university, learning for the first time about an 18-year-old freshman who had finally tackled the ultimate problem that countless brilliant minds since Einstein had failed to conquer. Half an hour later, the door to the small conference room on the 3rd floor of the physics building was pushed open. Li Shuyao entered first, followed by a dozen others who arrived one after another. Among them were professors from the physics department, the mathematics department, and one from materials science, whom Li Shuyao had specifically invited. Since Xie Linyuan's major was materials science, he wanted to know whether this theory of universality would intersect with any aspects of materials science that he was unaware of. The conference room was small, with a rectangular table occupying most of the space, surrounded by chairs occupied by top scholars from Shui University, specializing in theoretical physics, mathematics, and condensed matter physics. The youngest among them was in his 40s, most had graying hair, and all wore glasses that reflected the light. Some had rushed in from classes, still holding teaching materials, though others had come directly from the laboratory, not even having time to take off their lab coats. Some had hurried back after receiving a call from Xie Linyuan stood at one end of the conference table, facing 5 light gray notebooks. Surrounding him were a dozen scholars who had dedicated decades to their respective fields, each with impressive academic credentials. At this moment, however, all these individuals focused their attention on him, or rather on the stack of notebooks in front of him. Everyone, this is Xie Linyuan, a freshman from the Materials Institute. Li Shuyao stood beside Xie Linyuan and gave a brief introduction. He claims to have made a breakthrough in the theory of universality, and he has documented it. I reviewed part of it this morning, and it took me over 3 hours to understand a formula on the 3rd page of the first notebook. I had never seen that formula before. I feel this is not something I can judge alone, so I invite you all to join us. The conference room fell silent for a moment. A dozen pairs of eyes shifted from Li Shuyao to Xie Linyuan. Some were scrutinizing, some curious, some skeptical, and others filled with an expectation of "I want to see this." Xie Linyuan was neither nervous nor intimidated. Standing before those silver-haired scholars, his expression was calm and his gaze was clear. "Hello, teachers." He slightly bowed and distributed the 5 notebooks to the professors closest to him. "This is the complete derivation of my theory of universality, comprising 5 volumes. Due to time constraints, I cannot explain everything, so I suggest you browse through it first to see the overall framework and key conclusions. I am available to answer any questions." The notebooks began to circulate. On the conference table, several professors opened one each and started reading. Initially, the atmosphere in the room was relaxed, even somewhat indifferent. No one would take seriously a theory of universality written by an 18-year-old freshman. However, as pages turned, that indifference gradually faded. Academician Wang from the mathematics department opened the 3rd page of the first notebook, and his eyebrows furrowed slightly as he focused on a formula. He did not speak. Instead, he picked up a pen from the table and copied the formula onto the draft paper in front of him, then began to work through it alongside. The sound of the pen scratching across the paper was soft, but in the quiet conference room it rang out distinctly. Professor Zhou from theoretical physics opened the middle section of the 2nd notebook and came across a set of equations. His expression shifted from initial curiosity to seriousness and then to solemnity. He adjusted his glasses and leaned in closer, as if trying to extract the symbols from the paper. Professor Chen, who focused on particle physics, was the slowest to read. He stopped when he reached the 5th chapter of the 3rd notebook, staring at a particular page for a full 2 minutes. Then he raised his head and glanced at Li Shuyao beside him, quietly saying, "Lally, come take a look at this." Li Shuyao walked over and leaned down to look at the spot Professor Chen was pointing to. The two of them leaned together, silent for a few seconds, then turned to Xie Linyuan simultaneously. "Xie Linyuan, what is the mathematical foundation of the transformation used in this derivation step?" Professor Chen asked earnestly. Xie Linyuan approached, glanced at the area, and then picked up a pen to write several lines of derivation on the draft paper. He spoke as he wrote at a pace, neither too fast nor too slow, explaining each step clearly. Professor Chen listened, nodding occasionally, and sometimes asking, "Why can this operator be used here?" Xie Linyuan answered one by one. Academician Wang, who was standing not far away, also raised his head, holding the draft paper filled with derivations, and waved to Xie Linyuan. "Xiao Xia, come over for a moment. In this formula, did you consider the boundary conditions during your derivation?" Xie Linyuan walked over to look, and then provided an answer that left Academician Wang momentarily stunned. "The boundary conditions do not affect the conclusions because I defined the generalized boundary operator on page 12, which can automatically absorb the contributions from boundary terms." Generalized boundary operator. Academician Wang flipped through the earlier sections of the notebook, found the definition on page 12, read it twice, then leaned back in his chair, removed his glasses, and rubbed his nose. He had worked in mathematics for 40 years and was considered a leader in the field of partial differential equations and geometric analysis in the country. Yet he had never encountered such a definition from an 18-year-old freshman. However, this definition was logically coherent and mathematically rigorous. One could even say it was beautiful. It addressed the variational problems of field equations under different boundary conditions in a unified manner, a technical difficulty he had yet to completely resolve in his own research. "Interesting," Academician Wang remarked, then put his glasses back on and continued reading. The discussions in the conference room grew more heated and profound. Some discovered a completely unfamiliar calculation formula and questioned its validity. Xie Linyuan calmly derived it on the spot, taking 15 minutes, strictly adhering to mathematical logic. After the derivation, the questioner fell silent as he could find no loopholes. Others questioned the reasonableness of a certain physical hypothesis, arguing that it contradicted existing experimental observations. Xie Linyuan explained leisurely why the theory of universality would revert to the known limits of general relativity and quantum field theory under that hypothesis, thus asserting that within the precision of all existing experiments, the predictions of both theories were entirely consistent, with no contradictions. Someone noticed a mathematical structure used in the notebooks which was not recorded in existing literature and asked Xie Linyuan where he had learned it. Xie Linyuan honestly replied, "I didn't learn this from anywhere but naturally emerged during the derivation." The questioner fell silent for a moment before nodding, not pursuing the matter further. Time passed unknowingly. The notebook was passed around in circles with each individual inspecting Xie Linyuan's work within their specialized field. The mathematicians were checking the rigor of the mathematical structures, the physicists were examining the self-consistency of the physical hypotheses, while the professor of materials science discovered something in the corners of the notebook that he only somewhat understood but felt intuitively was very important. Around 1 in the afternoon, someone called the cafeteria to send in meals, and a dozen people quickly resolved their lunch in the conference room. The discussions continued during the meal as chopsticks picked up dishes while formulas were spoken, with draft paper and lunchboxes lying together, ink stains and grease marks harmoniously coexisting. At 3 in the afternoon, a stunning discovery emerged. Academician Sun from theoretical physics found a simplified version of a formula derivation process in the appendix of the 4th notebook. He had researched this formula for many years without finding a satisfactory proof. The proof method provided by Xie Linyuan solved the problem in a way that completely exceeded his expectations, with the entire proof being clean and elegant, prompting a desire to applaud. "This, Xie Linyuan, how did you come up with the proof for this formula?" Academician Sun's voice trembled slightly. Xie Linyuan pondered for a moment and gave an answer that left everyone in the conference room silent. "I can't really explain how I came up with it. It was just there like a painting. I saw its outline and then described it." The room fell silent for about 5 seconds. An 18-year-old freshman used the simplest metaphor to describe something close to intuition. He sensed the outline of the conclusion before seeing it, then filled it in with logic. Many present had briefly experienced this way of thinking at the peak of their own research, but no one dared to voice it, as articulating it would turn it into metaphysics, undermining the rigor of academic discussion. However, the way Xie Linyuan expressed it was neither mystical nor vague nor exaggerated. At 6 in the evening, the light in the conference room had dimmed. The lights in the conference room were turned on, and the white fluorescent lights made everyone's faces appear somewhat pale. The 5 notebooks from the 1st to the 5th had been flipped through countless times. But the truly understood parts only comprised the first few pages of the 1st notebook. It wasn't because they weren't smart enough, but because the content was too new enough that there was no existing knowledge base to draw from, requiring a complete re-establishment of understanding with each step forward. Li Xiao glanced at the wall clock. It was 6:23. He then looked at his colleagues at the conference table, who were fatigued, yet still had bright eyes, and began to speak. "Everyone, it's about time for today. We, a dozen of us, have spent a day only understanding the first few pages of the 1st notebook. It's not that we didn't try, it's that this material truly exceeds our existing knowledge framework. I suggest we take these notebooks back, make copies, and distribute them to more people. In mathematics, physics, and related fields, we should invite all the experts we can. Let's all take a look together. We will compile what we understand and organize the questions for what we don't understand, and then invite Xie Linyuan to give us a unified explanation later." No one opposed. Everyone was clear that what Li Xiao proposed was the only feasible plan. When the meeting adjourned, each person held a copy of the notebook. Li Xiao specifically arranged for the department's printing room to work overnight to ensure that every participating scholar could receive complete copies of the 5 notebooks. That night, Xie Linyuan's notebooks were carefully sent to the printing room. The color copiers scanned page by page, turning those densely packed formulas and derivations into electronic documents, which were then printed out. The staff in the printing room did not know what they were copying, but from the complexity of the symbols and the atmosphere of careful attention, they sensed that this was no ordinary task. The next day, the first batch of copies was delivered to several senior professors in the physics, mathematics, and materials departments at Hangzhou University. On the 3rd day, the news began to spread within the school. It was not public news, but rather circulated within a small academic circle through phone calls and emails. One professor called another, "Old Jean, you should come see this. It's a theory of everything written by a freshman." This was no joke. Li Xiao and the others had been looking at it for 2 days, and it was said that the more they looked, the more credible it seemed. On the 4th day, people from other schools began to arrive. 2 academicians from the physics department of Hangzhou University came after receiving invitations. Initially, they held a skeptical attitude, but after sitting in the conference room for 2 hours and flipping through the notebooks, their attitude shifted to one of gravity. "If these things are correct, this is Nobel Prize-level work," one of the academicians said gravely to Li Xiao after reviewing the table of contents of the 1st notebook. Li Xiao did not respond because he thought the same, but was unwilling to voice it before complete verification. On the 5th day, several masters from the mathematics community also joined in. Their focus was not on the physical significance, but on the novelty and self-consistency of the mathematical structure. They discovered that the mathematical structures contained in this theory included areas they had never touched throughout their lifetimes of research. An 18-year-old freshman, while constructing a physical theory, inadvertently developed new mathematical tools. This fact alone was already astonishing. On the sixth day, the number of scholars involved in the research surpassed 100. The large conference room of the physics department at Xie Linyuan University had been repurposed as a temporary research center. The blackboard was filled and wiped, then filled again. Draft papers used for calculations were scattered on the floor, and the tables were piled with coffee cups and empty water bottles. Some were debating the rigor of a certain derivation step, others were calculating alone in a corner, while others filled the whiteboard with incomprehensible diagrams. On the evening of the sixth day, the results of the data compilation emerged. A total of 37 mathematical formulas and physical relationships were discovered in Xie Linyuan's 5 notebooks, none of which had previously existed in any literature. Of these, 19 had already been independently verified for correctness by the academicians and professors present. The remaining 18, due to the complexity of the involved mathematical structures, could not yet be derived independently. This was not because they might be incorrect, but because they employed some entirely new mathematical language unfamiliar to all present, requiring time to digest. This result caused a stir in the academic community. 37 new formulas, of which 19 had been verified as correct. What does this mean? On the evening of the sixth day, a decision was made. On the seventh day, a concentrated academic report will be held in the largest conference hall of Xie Linyuan University. The speaker is neither an academician nor a professor, but an 18-year-old freshman, Xie Linyuan. On the seventh day, in the main lecture hall of Xie Linyuan University. This is the largest academic conference hall in the university, usually reserved for important academic meetings and high-level lectures. Today, the hall, which can accommodate nearly 1,000 people, is completely filled. The first row is occupied by heavyweight figures. The president of Xie Linyuan University, Zhou Yuanqing, sits alongside the secretary of the university's party committee. To their left are 2 vice presidents from Yenjing University, and to their right is the deputy director of the mathematics division of the Academy of Sciences. Beyond them are representatives from various universities and research institutions who have come from all over the country. The second and third rows are filled with academicians. Some have white hair, some have graying hair, and there are a few who look to be only in their 50s, which is considered young among the group of academicians. They come from different fields: theoretical physics, mathematics, astrophysics, particle physics, quantum chemistry, and even a few from materials science and biophysics. A total of 43 academicians are present, making it the largest gathering of academicians at a single academic event in Xie Linyuan University in the past decade. From the fourth row back are professors and researchers. The crowd is dense, and as far as the eye can see, it is filled with notable figures from the academic circle. Some have rushed here overnight by plane, some have set aside their research to attend, and some have been called by their own mentors. Some are flipping through thick copies of papers, some are quietly discussing with those beside them, while others have already filled several pages in their notebooks. Further back are hundreds of doctoral and postdoctoral students. Their faces show excitement, anticipation, and more often than not a complex expression that is hard to articulate. An 18-year-old freshman stands before them, ready to explain the theory of everything. This situation alone is enough to evoke a complex mix of emotions in every doctoral student: admiration, along with a sense of self-doubt, asking, "What have I been doing all these years?" On both sides of the lecture hall, several cameras are set up. One is arranged by the university's publicity department to record the lecture for archival purposes. The other cameras belong to various academic journals and scientific media, which have received special permission to record the entire content of the report for subsequent academic dissemination. The camera focuses on the central position of the podium, where a lectern, a microphone, and a neat stack of notebooks are placed. Xie Linyuan stands at the entrance backstage, looking through the gap in the curtain at the sea of people in the lecture hall. His heartbeat is steady, his breathing even, and the primordial energy within him circulates slowly as usual. He is not nervous. His cultivation at the Yuan 2 realm allows him to handle any large occasion with ease. Yet he does not feel entirely unperturbed, standing here to face almost the entirety of China's theoretical physics elite. To say there is no pressure would be a lie. That feeling is not anxiety, but a heavy sense of responsibility. What he is about to present is one of humanity's most challenging questions in thousands of years of wisdom. The audience he faces is the smartest and most discerning group of individuals in the country. Every word he utters, every formula he presents, and every conclusion he derives will be filtered, examined, and judged by their minds. Li Shuyao walks up to him and pats his shoulder. "Are you ready?" Li Shuyao asks. "I'm ready." Xie Linyuan nods. Li Shuyao looks at him, his gaze filled with many emotions: pride, worry, anticipation, and an indescribable sentiment. He does not know how the academic community will react after this young man finishes his talk. Will there be a chorus of praise, or will he face fierce criticism? Will it be a historic breakthrough, or will it be overturned due to some overlooked details? He does not know, but he knows one thing: the mere fact that this young man stands here is already a miracle. "Go ahead," Li Shuyao says. Xie Linyuan takes a deep breath and steps onto the podium. The lights shine upon him, bright white lights enveloping him in a halo. Almost 1,000 pairs of eyes below are fixed on him, filled with anticipation and curiosity, various gazes intertwining to form an invisible pressure. He walks to the lectern, placing 5 notebooks on the table, raises his hand to adjust the microphone height, then looks up at the audience below. He does not speak immediately. His gaze slowly sweeps across the entire lecture hall, the array of academicians, the array of professors, the array of doctoral students, the cameras, the lights, and the sea of dark faces. Wherever his gaze lands, the murmurs gradually quiet down. Only when the entire lecture hall falls completely silent does he begin to speak. Hello, everyone, esteemed professors. His voice, amplified by the sound system, reaches every corner of the lecture hall clearly. I am Xie Linyuan, a freshman from the Materials College. Today I am here to report on some of my work regarding the theory of everything. The audience is utterly silent, not even the sound of turning pages can be heard. I know that all of you present are experts in your respective fields while I am merely a freshman. Xie Linyuan's tone is calm, devoid of forced modesty or pretentious maturity. So today I won't talk too much about the abstract. It'll start directly from the core mathematical structure. I will try my best to clarify the derivation process. If there is anything unclear in the middle, feel free to interrupt me with questions. He opens the first notebook to its first page, picks up a whiteboard marker, and turns to draw a diagram on the whiteboard. It is a structural diagram describing the unified framework of the 4 fundamental forces in mathematical language. The diagram is small, but encapsulates the core ideas of the entire theory. Xie Linyuan writes the first defined mathematical quantity below the diagram, then turns back and begins his explanation. Let's start with the most fundamental question: why can the 4 fundamental forces not be unified? In existing theories, the mathematical structures of gravity and quantum mechanics are incompatible, and the reason is. His words stirred waves of intellectual ripples in this hall, filled with academic elites. Hundreds of pens below are simultaneously scratching notes on paper. Some nod, some frown, some quickly calculate on blank pages, and others suddenly widen their eyes at certain points and write even more fervently. The first to start taking notes is an elderly academician with white hair, followed closely by the second and third. Within 10 minutes, the sound of writing fills most corners of the lecture hall. Li Shuyao, seated at the edge of the front row, watches the young man on stage, drawing mathematical formulas, a slight arc forming at the corner of his mouth. The report has just begun. Yet he has an inkling that today this lecture hall will witness the dawn of history. At the end of the first day of the academic conference, no one wanted to leave. The session, originally scheduled to end at 6 in the evening, was extended to 8:30. The lights in the lecture hall remained on from the afternoon until nightfall, as the sky outside transitioned from grayish-white to deep blue and finally to pitch black. Yet the figure of the young man at the podium never left that small space. The audience below changed in waves. It was not that people exited, but that they rotated. Some went for dinner, while others returned to take their places, and the seats were never empty. The whiteboard was written on and wiped clean repeatedly. By the end of the first day, Xie Linyuan had covered about a quarter of the first notebook's content. It was not that he spoke slowly, but rather that each new concept and formula required repeated scrutiny, multifaceted explanations, and responses to various questions. The audience was not composed of ordinary students. They were among the sharpest minds in the theoretical physics community of Longhua. Each question was incisive, leaving no room for ambiguity. As the session concluded, Li Xiao approached the side of the podium and looked at Xie Linyuan, asking, "Will we continue tomorrow? Can you hold on?" Xie Linyuan nodded. "I can hold on." Indeed, he could hold on. With the physical quality of a Yuan 2 realm cultivator, he could lecture for a month straight without feeling fatigued. However, he did not mention this. He calmly packed his notebook and chatted for another half hour with a few professors who stayed behind to continue the discussion before leaving the lecture hall. The next day, there were even more people. After word of the first day's events spread, a second and third wave of scholars rushed in from all over the country. All the originally reserved seats in the lecture hall were filled. Folding chairs were added in the aisles, and 2 rows of people stood at the back door. The number of academicians increased from over 40 to over 60, and the number of professors and researchers surpassed 300. Shuemu University had no choice but to open an adjacent classroom for video streaming, allowing those unable to enter the main venue to watch via screens. Standing at the podium, Xie Linyuan faced an audience even larger and denser than on the first day. His expression remained unchanged, his tone steady, and his thoughts as clear as polished glass. He opened the second part of his first notebook, wrote the first new formula on the whiteboard, then turned around. Today we will continue from yesterday's content and enter the 4th chapter of the first notebook. This section primarily discusses the unified framework of strong interaction and electroweak interaction, not an extension of the existing grand unified theories, but a brand new starting point. The pens in the audience began to scribble once again. The explanations on the second day were more in-depth than those on the first day, involving increasingly complex mathematical structures. While explaining a newly defined operator, Xie Linyuan noticed academician Lin from the mathematics department furrowing his brow with a series of question marks drawn on the paper in his hand. He took the initiative to pause and turned toward Academician Lin. Academician Lin, is there a problem with this part? Academician Lin raised his head, took off his glasses, rubbed his nose, then put them back on. His voice was not loud, but very clear. It's not a problem. I just want to confirm, when you define this operator, does its algebraic structure have some deep connection with the Xie algebra? I see that the commutation relations you used later have similarities with some work in that direction. Xie Linyuan pondered for a moment before giving an answer that left Academician Lin stunned. I have not studied Xie algebra. The commutation relations of this operator were derived directly from physical requirements, not borrowed from any mathematical theory. If it happens to relate to Xie algebra, it might be because mathematics and physics are interconnected at a fundamental level. Academician Lin remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. He did not ask further, but he knew well that a person who had not studied Xie algebra derived a structure isomorphic to Xie algebra from physical requirements. This alone warranted a mathematical paper. It was not a matter of applying known mathematics, but rather rediscovering a certain mathematical structure. Moreover, it was an independent discovery from the perspective of physics, which held entirely different significance. The discussions on the second day were even more intense than on the first. On the first day, everyone was still trying to understand Xie Linyuan's framework. By the second day, as the framework gradually unfolded, doubts began to emerge. These were not malicious attacks, but rigorous academic examinations. Here you mentioned that gravity would revert to general relativity under certain limits, but I did not see a clear return to Newtonian limits in your derivation. The questioner was an elderly professor from Hangzhou University. His voice was not loud, but it carried significant weight. Xie Linyuan flipped through his notebook, found the relevant section, then picked up a whiteboard marker and wrote a whole page of derivation in the blank area. He started with the Einstein field equations from general relativity, gradually applying weak field approximations and low-speed conditions, ultimately deriving the Poisson equation satisfied by Newton's gravitational potential. But he did not stop there. He continued to extend his derivation, demonstrating how the universal theory precisely reproduced all results of general relativity in that limit. Not only the Newtonian limit, but also post-Newtonian approximations, gravitational wave radiation, damping, spin-spin interactions, and other higher-order effects. The entire process took about 20 minutes with the whiteboard filled and wiped clean repeatedly. Finally, when Xie Linyuan wrote down the last equal sign, the professor from Hangzhou University remained silent for a long time, then took off his glasses and slowly wiped the lenses with his sleeve. I understand now. He uttered these 3 words, then put his glasses back on and leaned back in his chair, no longer asking questions. The third day was the final day. The atmosphere in the lecture hall was completely different from the previous 2 days. If the first day was about curiosity and exploration and the second day was about questioning and analysis, then on the third day there was a heavy feeling in the air as if history was being written. Today, Xie Linyuan was going to discuss the most core part of the entire universal theory, the unification mechanism of the 4 fundamental forces and the new physical predictions derived from it. This part occupied most of the 5th notebook's content and was the crowning jewel of the entire theory. He wrote an equation on the whiteboard. It was a medium-length equation, not as concise as the Einstein field equations, nor as lengthy as the Lagrangian of the Standard Model. Its form lay between the two, preserving aesthetic symmetry while encompassing enough complexity to describe the interactions of the 4 fundamental forces within a unified framework. All the pens in the audience paused for a moment. This equation was too beautiful. In the aesthetic system of physicists, a truly good equation's aesthetic value is positively correlated with its physical depth. Maxwell's equations are beautiful, Einstein's field equations are beautiful, and the Dirac equation is beautiful. Now the structure presented by this equation shares that same sense of beauty. It is symmetric but not rigid, concise but not simplistic. Each term has its place, each symbol carries its meaning like a meticulously woven brocade. Remove any single thread and the whole fabric falls apart. This is the unified equation. Xie Linyuan turned around, facing the breathless faces in the audience. It describes the behavior of 4 fundamental forces within the same mathematical framework. In the high-energy limit, it degenerates into the Lagrangian of the Standard Model of particle physics. In the low-energy gravitational limit, it degenerates into an extended form of the Einstein-Hilbert action. Under certain symmetry-breaking mechanisms, it can reproduce the known laws of electromagnetic force, weak interaction, and strong interaction. He broke down each term of the equation, explaining their physical significance and mathematical origins one by one. Behind each term lay dozens, or even hundreds of pages of derivations, yet Xie Linyuan presented the core ideas in a highly concise manner. Among the audience, some had already filled dozens of pages in their notebooks, but still felt they couldn't keep up. It was not because they were not smart enough, but because this theory was too new. It was not an improvement on the foundation laid by predecessors, rather it was a complete reconstruction from the ground up. The concepts they had spent a lifetime familiarizing themselves with, space-time curvature gauge fields, symmetry breaking, and renormalization, had taken on new forms and positions within Xie Linyuan's framework. This revolutionary cognitive reconstruction required a long process of digestion. The discussions on the third day were more in-depth and challenging than the previous 2 days. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as Xie Linyuan was discussing the final part of the 5th notebook, an important moment arrived. Professor Zhou from the particle physics direction raised his hand to ask a question. He had worked in theoretical physics for 40 years and was an authoritative expert on the Standard Model and new physics beyond it. He stood up, looked at the equation on the whiteboard, fell silent for a few seconds, and then spoke a sentence that silenced the entire auditorium. Professor Xie, I have a question. Professor Xie. The 3 words spoken by a senior professor with gray hair renowned in academia carried a natural weight. It was not a formality, but a heartfelt respect for knowledge. In this professor's eyes, the person standing on stage was not an 18-year-old freshman. Rather, he was someone who had made a breakthrough in the most profound intellectual challenge humanity faced, the theory of everything. Calling him professor was not about his age, but about the depth of his knowledge. When Xie Linyuan heard the words Professor Xie, his movements paused for a moment. He turned around to look at Professor Zhou. His lips moved as if to say something modest. Professor Zhou seemed to read his thoughts, and without waiting for him to speak, continued, You don't need to be humble. There are no ranks in learning. The one who achieves is the teacher. In this field, you have traveled further than all of us. It's only right for us to learn from you and call you professor. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds, followed by a wave of agreement. Yes, the one who achieves is the teacher. Academician Wang from the mathematics department looked up from his pile of papers, smiling in agreement. Professor Xie, I also have a question regarding the symmetry breaking mechanism in Chapter 5. A 70-something-old academician sitting in the 3rd row took off his reading glasses, nodded slightly at Xie Linyuan, then put his glasses back on, and opened his notebook, pointing to a certain page. Professor Xie, the topological term you mentioned just now, does it only exist under specific spacetime dimensions? My research has always been stuck in low-dimensional cases, but after going through your notebooks, I seem to have found a proof method that can be generalized to 4 dimensions. Could you show me where there might still be gaps? Another middle-aged professor stood up, holding a sheet filled with derivations, diving straight into the topic without hesitation. Xie Linyuan opened his mouth, wanting to say that he was just an 18-year-old college student and shouldn't be called professor by these esteemed scholars. But he saw the expressions of those in the audience. They were not merely polite, but earnest, filled with curiosity, genuinely regarding him as someone they could consult. He suddenly felt that if he declined at that moment, it would instead come off as pretentious. Since they did not mind, he should not mind either. This form of address was the highest recognition of knowledge in the academic world. To refuse it was not to reject politeness, but to reject the awe for scholarship. He took a deep breath, nodded, and gracefully accepted the title. Thank you, everyone. Now let's continue with the presentation. From then on, everyone who asked a question, regardless of age or experience, would first say Professor Xie. From the elderly academicians to young professors in their 30s, without exception. Throughout the auditorium, the words Professor Xie echoed like the clear chime of a bell announcing the establishment of a brand new academic order. Not an order imposed by the system, but an order born from knowledge. Whoever had deeper insights and more thorough theories stood at the forefront, leading the way. The 3-day conference concluded at 6:20 in the evening on the 3rd day. As Xie Linyuan finished the last page of the 5th notebook, set down his whiteboard pen, and turned to face the nearly 1,000 scholars in the audience, the entire auditorium fell into several seconds of silence. A profound sense of shock. Nearly 1,000 scholars, hundreds of pens, dozens of recording devices, and several cameras all came to a halt. Everyone was looking at the 18-year-old boy on stage. Then applause erupted. Nearly 1,000 people in the auditorium simultaneously raised their hands and clapped like a thunderclap exploding in a confined space. The sound was so loud that the chandeliers on the ceiling trembled slightly, and the cameraman instinctively lowered the volume on his headphones. The applause continued for a long time, lasting a full 2 minutes. During those 2 minutes, some people in the crowd stood up, some took off their glasses to wipe the lenses, others whispered to their neighbors, and some stood in the corridor with their notebooks, watching Xie Linyuan from afar with complex expressions. Xie Linyuan stood at the lectern, facing the wave of applause, slightly bowing. His expression remained calm, but he gently held the whiteboard pen in his palm, not letting go. The applause gradually subsided. Zhou Yuanqing stood up from his seat, not walking to the lectern, but turning around to make a quiet gesture to all the scholars behind him. Then he said, in the 3-day conference, from the perspectives of mathematical structure and physical assumptions, the theory of everything presented by student Xie Linyuan is logically complete and self-consistent with rigorous reasoning, and the predictions are testable. None of us found any sound errors within it. Today in this conference room, we witnessed the birth of a new chapter in the history of physics. Thank you all for your support. The applause erupted once more. This time it was more enduring and fervent than before. 3 days after the report concluded, Xie University officially released a brief press statement with a title that read, "Our university's Materials Science College freshman Xie Linyuan achieves a significant breakthrough in theoretical physics, completing the unified framework for the four fundamental forces." Within the first hour of its release, the academic community was set ablaze. Countless individuals flocked to Xie University's official website to seek the detailed content of the press release. However, the press release was merely a press release. The true content of the theory of everything would be published as an academic work, something that a mere press release could not adequately convey. On the same day, Xie University Library announced that 5 original notebooks personally written by Xie Linyuan would be classified as special collections. After the news spread, the library's inquiries were filled with questions about whether the originals could be viewed, if they could be copied, and when they would be available for reading. The librarian had no choice but to issue a notice on the official website. The originals are stored in the special collection and are not available for public borrowing, but high-precision color copies will be provided for academic research use after cataloging. 5 light gray notebooks filled during 2 weeks of writing completed their journey from the framework in his mind to complete validation by the top academic community and then to permanent collection in less than a month. They now lie quietly in the temperature and humidity-controlled special collection alongside other precious manuscripts collected by Xie University. Meanwhile, Xie University Press established a special editorial team composed of senior editors from the physics and mathematics departments and the press responsible for organizing Xie Linyuan's notes into an academic work. This is not just an ordinary typesetting task. The notes contain a large number of newly defined symbols, newly introduced mathematical structures, and newly derived logical chains, necessitating the design of a completely new typesetting scheme to accurately present the original form. The editorial team estimates that it will take at least 6 months from manuscript to formal publication, but the press has decided to prioritize this project to expedite its release. The book title has already been determined. The cover will bear 7 words: Xie Linyuan's theory of everything. Naming a theory after oneself is the highest honor in the academic world. To name one's own theory requires sufficient weight to uphold it, otherwise it may merely be called the Xie model or Xie framework, and only when enough time has passed can one discuss whether it qualifies as a complete theory. This time no one raised objections because everyone felt it was a given. Media coverage of this academic breakthrough arrived slightly later than the internal dissemination within the academic community, but the impact and scope were of an entirely different level. Xinhua News Agency released the news promptly. The headline was restrained yet steady. Xie University freshman Xie Linyuan completes the unified theory of the 4 fundamental forces. The report cited the official statement from Xie University and included a photo of Xie Linyuan explaining at the report conference. In the photo, he stood before a whiteboard holding a whiteboard marker while formulas covered the entire wall. Behind him, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a bright outline around him. The title of Longwei Youth Daily was more emotive: 18 notebooks, one theory of everything. The article detailed Xie Linyuan's journey from being a top scorer in the college entrance examination to a freshman at Xie University, and then to the creator of the theory of everything with a powerful opening. In the article, the journalist interviewed several scholars who attended the report conference, and a quote from academician Lin of the mathematics department was prominently featured in a highlighted box. In these 5 notebooks, there are at least 37 mathematical formulas that did not exist before. An 18-year-old youth, while constructing a physical theory, simultaneously developed new mathematical tools. This is extremely rare in the history of science. The headline of Longwei Science Daily was Theory of Everything from Einstein to Xie Linyuan. The article placed Xie Linyuan's work within the historical context of physics, from Newton's law of universal gravitation to Maxwell's electromagnetic unification to Einstein's general relativity to Yang Zhinin and Mills' gauge field theory, and finally, to Xie Linyuan's theory of everything. The article pointed out that this represents a significant leap in humanity's understanding of fundamental interactions. These reports were quickly reprinted by major online media outlets, and the topic quickly surged to the top of major social media platforms. Yet whether in newspapers or on television news, the core of all reports focused on the same matter. An 18-year-old young man had achieved a groundbreaking theoretical breakthrough pursued by countless top minds for a century. Regardless of how long it might take for the subsequent technical implementation, this event itself was already sufficient to secure an unshakable position in the history of physics. The news of Xie Linyuan's theory of everything being validated spread the next day. At exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, Longwei Central Television's news broadcast aired on time. The first 2 news segments covered important situations both domestically and internationally. As the summary of the 3rd news segment concluded, countless viewers across the country heard that name. Today, Xie University announced that the freshman Xie Linyuan from the Materials Science College has achieved a significant breakthrough in theoretical physics, completing the unified theory of the 4 fundamental forces, Xie Linyuan's theory of everything. This theory has been jointly validated by dozens of academicians and hundreds of professors, confirming its mathematical consistency and the rigor of its physical hypotheses. This represents a milestone achievement for Longwa scientists in the field of fundamental science. The news broadcast cut to the scene of the report conference at Xie Linyuan University. The camera began with a panoramic view of the auditorium, then zoomed in on the podium, finally focusing on Xie Linyuan. He was dressed in a white shirt, standing in front of the whiteboard, drawing one formula after another with a whiteboard marker. Perhaps because the calculations displayed on the screen were too profound for the average viewer, the editor deliberately pulled the angle back a bit to include the scene of the elderly academicians in the audience who were intently taking notes and listening. Finally, the shot froze on the moment, when Xie Linyuan slightly bowed in acknowledgement, the light pouring down from above him, merging with the reflections on the covers of his stack of light gray notebooks into a soft glow. The total duration of the news was exactly 3 minutes. For a news broadcast, this is an exceptionally long time. Typically, reports on domestic technological innovations last between 1 minute to 1.5 minutes, with over 2 minutes being extremely rare. 3 minutes signifies that in the assessment of the CCTV News Center, the breakthrough of Xie Linyuan's theory of everything carries extremely high news value and historical significance. In those 3 minutes, there was a brief overview of the theoretical significance, a textual description of the report conference scene, and excerpts from interviews with several academicians. Academician Lin from the mathematics department spoke directly to the camera, a statement that was fully retained in the broadcast version. I have studied mathematics for over 40 years. Xie Linyuan's notebooks have shown me a brand new mathematical structure. These structures themselves are enough to propel the development of the mathematics discipline. Teacher Xie Linyuan. These words spoken by Academician Lin were broadcasted through the news broadcast to the ears of viewers across the nation. Countless people were momentarily stunned. An 18-year-old freshman was addressed as teacher by an elderly academician with gray hair on the news. The scene was so shocking that many thought they had misheard, only daring to believe after confirming when it was replayed the next day. After the news broadcast, the official social media account of News Broadcast simultaneously released the full transcript and video clip of the news, garnering millions of views in less than half an hour. Official media outlets across the country quickly shared and followed up on the news. The comments were remarkably uniform, stating that Xie Linyuan's universal theory is a major breakthrough in the foundational scientific research of Dragon Country, an excellent example of the younger generation of scientists daring to challenge world-class scientific problems, showcasing the innovative capabilities and research potential of the youth in the new era of Dragon Country. The official account of Xie Linyuan University posted a Weibo with only a picture and a line of text. The image was a side profile of Xie Linyuan taken during the presentation, with the blackboard covered in formulas as he raised his pen to add a subscript to one of them. The caption read, "The formulas he wrote on the blackboard are filled with the future of humanity. Xie Linyuan Universal Theory." This Weibo post had an astonishing number of shares and likes. The comment section flooded with numerous messages, but Xie Linyuan had no time to scroll through them. In fact, he had never opened any social media apps on his phone. After the academic conference, several top academic journals reached out to him for contributions, and many prestigious domestic and international universities sent invitations for visits, along with invitations for keynote speeches at various international academic conferences. These letters flew in like snowflakes, piling up in the physics department's mailroom, completely filling it. Xie Linyuan neatly organized all the letters into his drawer and then began preparing for the next day's class on the fundamentals of materials science, an ordinary day. He chose this course because the first half covers crystal structures and the second half discusses dislocations and strengthening mechanisms, which are foundational courses for the materials major. On the day of registration, his roommate Qian Wudong pushed open the dormitory door and saw Xie Linyuan sitting at his desk, flipping through an English textbook on material mechanics, with 3 reference books borrowed from the library neatly stacked at the corner of the desk next to a cup of tea that had gone cold. Qian Wudong stood frozen at the door, his eyes wide, holding a bag of late-night snacks he had just bought from the cafeteria. Having faced hundreds of top scholars for academic presentations over 3 consecutive days, and just being positively featured for 3 minutes on news broadcast, being publicly called teacher by dozens of academicians and hundreds of professors in the media, he was now sitting here solving problems from his materials science homework. This stark contrast left Qian Wudong momentarily at a loss for words. Xie Linyuan looked up, glanced at him with a calm expression and a normal tone, saying, "What's wrong?" "I brought you some fried rice." Qian Wudong lifted the bag of snacks in his hand. "Thanks." Xie Linyuan accepted the fried rice, opened the container, picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks, and continued to browse through the foreign reference book resting on his lap. He ate while reading, his demeanor indistinguishable from any freshman cramming literature before finals. Qian Wudong swallowed his words and silently sat down at his own desk, turning on his phone. At the moment the screen lit up, a notification popped up on his phone for the official edited version of the 3-minute report from news broadcast. The accompanying image showed Xie Linyuan standing at the center of the podium beside the whiteboard, light pouring down from above, the scene frozen in time, resembling more of an oil painting than a screenshot from a live broadcast. Qian Wudong glanced at the image of Xie Linyuan on his phone screen, then turned his head to look at Xie Linyuan, who was focused on eating fried rice. The two images flickered back and forth in his mind, and he suddenly felt that it might take him some time to adapt to this new normal. After the official media reports flooded in, the information deluge reached the eyes of every person scrolling their phones in less than half a day. Douyin, as the largest short video platform in Dragon Country, naturally became the epicenter of this information storm. The algorithm recommendation system began to operate on the night of the news broadcast, pushing videos related to Xie Linyuan universal theory to tens of millions of users. However, this process was not instantaneous. It underwent a highly internet characteristic evolution from being ignored to capturing national attention. The first stage was scrolling past. Many people within minutes of opening Douyin encountered a news clip titled "Our Scientists Complete the Unified Universal Theory." The visuals were serious, the narration was formal, and the content was incomprehensible to the average person. The screen flashed pages filled with formulas interspersed with various mathematical symbols that were unfamiliar and uninviting, resembling some sort of code from an alien civilization. Thus, a thumb lightly swiped upward and the next video appeared. Young women dancing, cute pets doing funny things, delicious food explorations. The algorithm understands me. The first video was swiped away. When the second related video was recommended again, some people began to feel impatient and swiped several times in a row. After the third and fourth videos, when the name Xie Linyuan appeared multiple times, a portion of users finally paused their scrolling fingers. They discovered a key piece of information. This name seemed familiar. Xie Linyuan. Isn't he the perfect scorer from the college entrance examinations 6 months ago? How is he in the news again? Once this question arose, the video completion rate began to rise. People started watching those short news clips seriously, trying to extract some understandable information from them. However, the results were often frustrating. The phrases mentioned in the videos: unification of the 4 fundamental forces, universal theory, the physical barrier of anti-gravity technology, were all recognizable words, yet when put together, they made no sense at all. But it didn't matter. The ecosystem of Douyin was never dependent on understanding for its operation. The second stage was checking the comments. When a user realizes they don't understand the video content, their next instinctive action is not to scroll away, but to open the comments section. Because in the world of Douyin, the comments section is often more exciting than the main content. Here, thousands of netizens gather using their unique styles, jokes, sarcasm, self-deprecation, exaggeration, to bring those lofty and obscure concepts back down to a level where ordinary people can touch and participate. The comments section of videos related to Xie Linyuan's universal theory quickly became the main battleground of this online carnival. Awesome, Xie Linyuan is awesome. Although I don't know what the theory of everything is, I know it's awesome, and that's enough. This comment has repeatedly appeared under multiple videos, garnering hundreds of thousands of likes. The replies below were even more witty. With your awareness, you're definitely destined to be a leader in the future, focusing on the big picture while ignoring the details, only looking at the conclusion without considering the process. Not understanding is not important. What matters is that you acknowledge your lack of understanding. That is the spirit of seeking the truth. Some netizens attempted to comprehend the significance of the theory of everything in their own way, with one comment stating it means that previously scientists thought the 4 fundamental forces each operated independently, but now Xie Linyuan says they are a family born of the same mother. This is unity. Someone replied with your explanation, I think I understand a bit. So who is this mother? The mother is Xie Linyuan's theory of everything. And who is Xie Linyuan? Xie Linyuan is the one who proposed this theory. Then isn't Xie Linyuan even more awesome than the 4 forces? Brother, your logic is already self-consistent. I declare you also an expert on the theory of everything. This kind of rolling humor flourished in every corner of the comments section. Of course, many netizens also tried to seriously popularize the value of the theory of everything. Their comments often began with searching for information, borrowing some secondhand information from science popularizers, and then rephrasing it in their own words. The theory of everything is the ultimate dream in the field of physics pursued since Einstein. In simple terms, it is a theory that explains all physical phenomena in the universe. Previously, Newton explained the falling of apples and planetary motion. Maxwell unified electricity and magnetism. Einstein linked gravity to the curvature of spacetime, and Weinberg unified electromagnetic force and weak interactions. Now Xie Linyuan has unified the rest as well. This is a groundbreaking breakthrough in the history of physics. In such serious popular science, comments, applause, and teasing always coexist. Some genuinely expressed gratitude. Thank you, I finally understand what Xie Linyuan has done. Others quickly followed up with humor. Since you know so much, you must be an academician, right? Respect, respect. The popular science author could only respond helplessly, "I'm just a mover carrying bricks. The bricks are picked up from the fragments of information I found." Another category of comments gradually deviated from serious popular science into a realm of person-to-person transmission, becoming increasingly fantastical, science fiction. Anti-gravity technology. These words acted like a key opening the floodgates of ordinary people's imagination. Science popularizers repeatedly mentioned the concept of the top physical barrier of anti-gravity in their videos. Although they themselves were not entirely sure of the exact meaning of the phrase, the three words anti-gravity were enough to ignite the enthusiasm of the internet. Anti-gravity. Is that the kind of technology that can make spaceships fly stopping wherever they want? Isn't that from a science fiction movie? Things in science fiction are also based on physics. There was no theoretical support before, so it was science fiction. Now that Xie Linyuan has developed the theory, science fiction could potentially become reality. Got it? Xie Linyuan is the real-life Iron Man. No, he's even more awesome than Iron Man. Iron Man can only build armor, but Xie Linyuan has rebuilt a world from the foundations of physics. As the discussion heated up, deeper and more interesting teasing gradually surfaced. To ordinary netizens, these teases might just be a laugh, but to those in the know, they actually contained a clear recognition of the underlying research principles. Someone asked, with the theory of everything being so impressive, doesn't Xie Linyuan leaking it constitute a breach of confidentiality? What if other countries learn about anti-gravity technology? Once this question was raised, the replies exploded like fireworks. Breach of confidentiality. What are you talking about? Can you even understand it? Come on, tell me what the formula on the third page of Xie Linyuan's notes means. If you can say just one word, I will immediately take you as my master. If I show you a copy of Huangdi Neijing, can you become a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? If I show you the art of war, can you command 1,000 troops? Knowledge written on paper is just text. It only becomes skill when it enters your brain. The principles of nuclear weapons have long been public knowledge. Einstein's mass energy equation, EMC superscript 2. Who doesn't know that? The question is, do you have the ability to build it? Do you know what the abundance of enriched uranium needs to be? Do you know how to design a detonation device? There are a myriad of PhDs between theory and engineering. Another comment incisively provided a vivid metaphor. It's akin to having a book of celestial-level techniques laid out before you. The techniques are open and you can see every character, but you can't even comprehend the first layer because you lack the spiritual roots, spiritual energy, elixirs, and guidance from predecessors. Xie Linyuan is that genius. He not only comprehended, but also became an emperor. You don't have that qualification, and standing by for 100 years you will still be you. This comment quickly gained likes, and the comments section erupted in applause. Celestial-level techniques, this metaphor is brilliant. The theory of everything is like a record of a mortal's journey to immortality in the world of physics. Xie Linyuan is not the main character. He is the one who wrote the techniques. He is the ancestral figure who founded the sect. So now we are just disciples in the Qi training phase, dizzy after only reading the first page of the techniques, while Xie Linyuan has already transcended and ascended. Of course, this discussion was not without self-deprecating humor about one's own situation. Among countless comments, those that resonated most were often not the deepest insights, but rather the clear recognition of one's own cognitive abilities expressed in the most down-to-earth language. I saw so many images of the theory of everything on Douyin, densely packed with characters. I enlarged them and looked for a long time, but I couldn't understand a single one. I originally wanted to curse, what the hell is this? But then I thought, this is written by Xie Linyuan, who scored full marks on the college entrance examination. Isn't it normal that I can't understand the theory of everything? If I could understand it, that would be strange. Before opening the video, I wanted to see how impressive this Xie Linyuan is. Upon seeing the first formula, well, I recognized the letters. Upon seeing the second formula, well, I recognized the integral sign. Upon seeing the third page, farewell. I originally wanted to comment, I don't understand, but then I thought if I understood, I should be sitting in the auditorium of the Academy of Sciences, not squatting on the curb of a construction site scrolling through Douyin. After coming to this realization, I happily typed 2 words, awesome. A saying began to be repeatedly quoted online, becoming a high-frequency catchphrase in the Douyin comments section during this period. If you can understand, you're no longer an ordinary person, my academician. This phrase could almost be applied to any I don't understand comment, each time garnering hundreds or thousands of likes. Some mocked it, some used it for self-deprecation, and some treated it as a meme, repeatedly appearing in the comments sections of different videos, each time being pushed to the forefront. You can understand Xie Linyuan's theory of everything on Douyin. If you can understand it, you're no longer an ordinary person, my academician. I originally wanted to seriously watch for 2 minutes to learn, but gave up after the 3rd line. Alas, the dream of becoming an academician is shattered. It's okay, being an academician was never achieved just by scrolling through Douyin. Amidst the self-deprecating humor and light-hearted banter, some commenters steered the conversation toward deeper questions. As the significance of the unified theory gradually unfolded, a quieter, more cautious concern began to surface. What would happen to our world if anti-gravity technology were truly realized? Would arms races escalate? Could space-based weaponry become a grim reality? Beneath such comments, replies converged with surprising unanimity. You're overthinking it. The gap between the unified theory and anti-gravity technology is vaster than the distance between Earth and the Sun. Theory remains theory, application remains application. Xie Linyuan has merely unblocked his run and do meridians. Yet he still has 10,000 miles to go before ascending to transcendence. Even if anti-gravity technology were perfected tomorrow, it would be Xie Linyuan's achievement, not yours. You'll still go to work as scheduled and pay your mortgage as usual. One netizen put it even more bluntly. You who couldn't score 60 on a calculus exam worry about the unified theory being leaked. It's like a person earning 3,000 yuan a month fretting over how a billionaire next door should recover from theft. Such anxieties belong to the wealthy. Why should they burden you? These replies grounded the discussion in sober realism. Others meanwhile noticed subtler, more concrete details. A user unearthed old news reports from 6 months prior, the media frenzy surrounding Xie Linyuan's perfect score on the National College Entrance Exam, and reread them. What struck him was an overwhelming sense of contrast. Half a year ago, he was hauling cement at a construction site walking home to save bus fare. Half a year later, he stood in Tsinghua University's lecture hall delivering the unified theory to dozens of academicians. The academicians addressed him as teacher. In the video, I watched a venerable elder, his hair snow-white. Rose bowed deeply and said, "Teacher Xie, I have a question." I burst into tears, not from sentimentality, but from sheer awe. That image stirred something profound. It made me truly believe that our nation holds promise. Indeed, I'd seen photos of him on the construction site, his face sun-blackened, his work, clothes grimy, squatting by the dormitory gate eating boxed meals. Now compare that with his lecture hall portrait, crisp, white shirt, standing tall at the podium, a blackboard behind him dense with equations. Placed side by side, those two images require no caption. Xie Linyuan's life outshines every wish fulfillment novel I've ever followed. Those novels strain to preserve internal logic, but Xie Linyuan's life needs no such scaffolding. He is logic incarnate. As discussion deepened, an ostensibly absurd, yet widely embraced phrase swept through the comment section: Celestial Tier Cultivation Manual. The Celestial Tier Cultivation Manual lies before us, and yet we cannot master it. Xie Linyuan says, "I have transmitted the manual to you all. How much you grasp depends solely on your karmic affinity." Hundreds of academicians in attendance replied in unison, "We disciples are dull-witted." Xie Linyuan's unified theory is undeniably a celestial tier cultivation manual. Consider this: the unified theory is the prerequisite for anti-gravity. Anti-gravity, in turn, is the prerequisite for interstellar travel. Master this manual, and you become the founding patriarch of the entire cultivation realm. Enough. I'm already imagining it. Xie Linyuan has founded his own sect. Tsinghua University is his sacred mountain gate. Academicians are his inner circle disciples, doctoral candidates his true lineage heirs, while we scrolling comments on Douyin aren't even outer disciple menials. We're mere buntsellers at the foot of the mountain. Beneath one such tongue-in-cheek remark, someone posted a line so incisive it instantly elevated the entire discourse. Do you recall Xie Linyuan saying during an interview that he chose materials science to advance national rejuvenation, to resolve critical technological bottlenecks? At the time, some dismissed it as ceremonial rhetoric. Who still believes that now? He didn't speak idly, he acted decisively. Exactly. He doesn't speak idly. He solves problems step by step, first materials science, then the unified theory, and next surely anti-gravity. Such a person commands irrepressible admiration. What's most astonishing is his age. He's only 18. What were we doing at 18? Pulling all-nighters at internet cafes, playing cards in dormitories, or agonizing over first love. At 18, he's rewriting the textbooks of physics. No, it's not rewriting. He's writing them anew. Future undergraduate physics curricula will dedicate an entire chapter to the Xie Linyuan unified theory. Every physics student will study his theory. This kind of influence, no amount of wealth can purchase it. Someone shifted the topic toward another, even more evocative direction. Do you think Xie Linyuan will become an academician? That's rhetorical. The real question isn't if, but at what age. Under normal procedures, the earliest would be in his 30s. Yet I suspect Xie Linyuan may receive special dispensation. What was the youngest age in history for an academician? 38. 39. In any case, no one younger than 35 has ever been appointed. Then if Xie Linyuan becomes an academician at 20, wouldn't he break the record? An academician at 20? You're dreaming. You call his becoming an academician at 20 a dream. Then why not call his unveiling the unified theory at 18 equally implausible? Wake up. His very existence defies conventional logic. After this spirited exchange, someone delivered a conclusion so definitive it silenced all debate. Why argue at all? Whether or when Xie Linyuan becomes an academician is the Academician Election Committee's prerogative. It's none of our concern. There is only one thing we need to know, that he is one of our nation's own, and that he labors for the advancement of our people. That alone is enough. From dawn until midnight, discussions surrounding Xie Linyuan's unified theory continued to surge across Douyin. Real-time platform data revealed that the hashtag Xie Linyuan unified theory had amassed over 1.5 billion views within 24 hours, with more than 30,000 related videos and tens of millions of interactions in the comment sections. What do these figures signify? They mean that nearly every Douyin user that day encountered Xie Linyuan's name. Some scrolled past indifferently, others paused briefly, some entered the comment section to join the conversation, still others traced his journey, from his college entrance exam triumph to the unveiling of the unified theory, absorbing the full arc of this 18-year-old's extraordinary story. Videos initially skimmed over were, through algorithmic refinement, repeatedly re-recommended to the same users. This time he did not scroll past. He opened the comments and read messages that made him laugh then cry then laugh again. He saw the celestial tier cultivation manual metaphor, the wry quip, "If you understood it, you wouldn't be a common laborer," and the brilliant analogies casting Xie Linyuan as a wish fulfillment protagonist and academicians as inner circle disciples. He chuckled, captured several screenshots, and posted them to his social feed with the caption, "Netizens are brilliant." Then he stumbled upon a comment unlike the rest. It was brief, but highly upvoted. No mockery, no self-deprecation, no celestial tier jargon. Just a single line: "An 18-year-old youth has propelled our nation's physics forward by a giant leap. And we, all of us, are witnessing history." He stared at those words for a long moment, then quietly deleted the draft of his screenshot post. He refrained from sharing anything further on his feed, merely tapped the like button beneath that comment. Night deepened, yet Douyin's fervor showed no sign of waning. Fresh topics, new memes, and fresh wit flowed endlessly. The purple trending badge beside the hashtag Xie Linyuan unified theory had remained lit for a full day. At this rate, it might glow for much longer. Countless smartphone screens glowed in the darkness, illuminating faces both young and weathered, weary and exhilarated. In this virtual space, strangers converged, using memes and jest to soften the incomprehensible weight of profound theory, cloaking with laughter and irony the quiet, complex stirrings within. A flicker of envy, a surge of reverence awakened by the achievements of a peer. Some amidst the revelry retained only the term unified theory. Others absorbed Xie Linyuan's story. Still others, moved by the boy who walked from construction sites to Tsinghua's lecture halls, found themselves re-examining their own lives. Someone wrote in the comments, "I'm going back to studying. I can't waste time scrolling Douyin anymore," and then proceeded to scroll until 2 a.m. No one minded. The internet's memory is fleeting. Today's trending topic will vanish beneath tomorrow's tide. Yet certain things resist easy erasure. That 18-year-old youth and his unified theory have already inscribed a page into Longwa's history. After the academic report meeting concluded, a subtle change occurred in the 4-person dormitory of the materials science department at Xue University. No one had ever said you should treat Xie Linyuan this way or that way, and Xie Linyuan himself had never put on any airs. Yet a change still took place quietly and naturally. Qian Wudong was the first to sense this change. He was from Yinjing, possessing an appearance that placed him among the elites of his peers, with a demeanor infused with the relaxed confidence typical of the capital's youth. He had known who his great-grandfather was since childhood, never mentioning it in front of others, nor deliberately avoiding it. In college, he could have continued to maintain a leisurely pace, attending classes, studying, playing sports, and socializing, becoming an outstanding student in all respects. But now he sat at his desk every morning at 7, opening his textbooks, turning off the light only after 10 at night, actively seeking additional literature from his advisor on weekends, and even starting to self-learn computational simulation software used in graduate studies. Everything was because he had come to know. That kind of knowing was seeing someone standing at the peak of knowledge at a height almost beyond their visual reach. Although Xie Linyuan spent less time in the dormitory, whenever he was there his roommates had the opportunity to consult him. Whether it was patiently guiding them through 2 hours of discussions after dinner or answering questions late at night after they returned from the library, he never refused, maintaining a calm tone without a trace of impatience. Linyuan, this mechanism of cross-slip and dislocation motion, is only qualitatively described in the book. I don't understand how it is realized at the atomic level. You can start from the stacking fault energy. Look at this formula. When the stacking fault energy falls below a certain critical value, the probability of cross-slip will increase exponentially. The derivation process is right here. I've written it down on paper. Li Ming sat down beside him, holding a book on materials thermodynamics. Linyuan, I feel that the definition of chemical potential in this context is somewhat different from what we learned in physical chemistry. Which one is correct? There is no right or wrong, it's just a matter of perspective. The chemical potential in materials thermodynamics emphasizes free energy changes caused by component variations, while the one in physical chemistry is defined through partial molar quantities. Both are equivalent in a single-phase system. If you read 3 more sections, that derivation will clarify the equivalence of the 2 definitions. Xie Linyuan could always explain the core logic of the materials science questions they asked in the simplest language, and he would conveniently provide an additional derivation on paper as evidence. Those derivations were cleaner than the standard versions given in textbooks and were closer to the essence. Qian Wudong recognized the significance of such private tutoring. Given Xie Linyuan's status in the academic circle, if he were willing to open a short course, people would flock from Shuima University to Yanjing University to attend, many of whom would be elderly professors with white hair. And now he sat less than 2 meters away, available for questions at any time. Once, while sitting side by side with Qian Wutong in the cafeteria, Guo Qiming suddenly paused mid-meal, his chopsticks hovering in the air, and remarked, "Do you think he is deeper than we felt last time?" Qian Wutong's gesture of reaching for his chopsticks also paused. "Are you referring to his knowledge reserve?" "It's not just the knowledge reserve. I mean the way he presents himself now. Is it just the tip of the iceberg of his true capabilities? Most of it is hidden beneath the surface, invisible to anyone." Qian Wudong fell silent. He had actually pondered this question too. "I don't know," he finally said, "and I feel that this question might be one he himself cannot answer clearly." The new semester had passed, more than half the swallows had returned, and winter deepened. Qian Wutong's parents had asked him several times over the phone how it felt to share a dormitory with Xie Linyuan, and if there was a chance to invite Xie Linyuan and his roommates to their home for a meal. The Qian family lived in a mansion in Yinjing, where his father held the esteemed title of an academician. Having the Qian family's background, his influence in the scientific community of the Dragon Country needed no other titles to prove it. Just the surname alone would cause those in the know to pause for a moment. For such a family to want to meet Xie Linyuan was not merely a matter of ordinary socializing or etiquette. Qian Wutong leaned against the neatly stacked quilt on his upper bunk, considered his words for a few seconds, and while Xie Linyuan was organizing a row of heavy literature on the bookshelf, he spoke the sentence he had rehearsed several times during dinner. "Linyuan, my parents would like to invite you, Qiming, and Li Ming to our home for a meal. Do you have time recently?" Xie Linyuan turned around, leaning against the edge of the desk, and did not answer immediately. He quickly calculated the timeline for the next few weeks in his mind. He was caught up in the lab for about a week, followed by a few days wrapping up some unresolved issues with the universal theory. Then there was a closed book exam for one of his specialized courses and a major assignment for another. After filling in all these dense slots, the phase where he could barely squeeze out a gap on the calendar would likely fall within the few days before the winter vacation, before classmates returned home. "I probably won't be able to spare a whole chunk of time recently." Xie Linyuan stood straight in Qian Wutong's direction, speaking in a calm tone. "I estimate he'll only have time during the winter vacation, so we can find a date then." Qian Wudong nodded, and when he messaged his parents, he casually mentioned, he agreed, and the time is set for winter vacation. He certainly knew that on the surface this invitation was for all 4 people in the dormitory, but everyone present knew who the real protagonist was. If Xie Linyuan's entire dormitory was invited with Guo Qiming and Li Ming bound together, no one would find it unusual or think it unfair. Qiming's elders had maintained contact with his own family, so there would be no awkwardness at the dinner table. All 3 could attend, and Li Ming would not be neglected. Qian Wudong also pondered why his father wanted to meet Xie Linyuan. The academic heritage passed down from the Qian family was profound enough, and the title of academician was heavy enough, but in this field, who had seen descendants truly sustained by the glory of their ancestors? What his father wanted to meet was not a classmate or son's roommate, but a person who had constructed the universal theory from scratch. A person whom even those elderly professors with white hair had to first respectfully address as Teacher Xie before asking questions. Such a person could not be engaged with equally just because my father is an academician. It required understanding, respect, and mutual support over the coming decades. Qian Wudong understood the significance of this meal, and Xie Linyuan would not be unaware of it either. But Xie Linyuan was simply too busy enough that even the simplest matters must be squeezed from his schedule. The tasks he was busy with were more important than any dinner gathering. On the 3rd day after the universal theory was validated, Xie Linyuan had already begun preparing for the next stage of work. The theory of everything is the first cornerstone, but it is not everything. To realize anti-gravity technology, there are still several hard technical barriers, in between the tallest of which is materials. The anti-gravity aircraft will take off without the use of aerodynamics. The working mechanism of this system is completely different from existing aircraft, but once it enters the atmosphere and flies at extremely high speeds through the dense air, the air friction will generate astonishingly high temperatures, and the shock wave carrying the thermal flow of ionized gas will violently scour the exterior surface of the aircraft. If the magnitude does not decrease, the surface cannot withstand it, and the entire structure will be shattered by high temperatures. Thermal protection is the first hard constraint standing between the theoretical and the prototype validation of anti-gravity technology. During the intense period of contemplation, while formulating the theory of everything, Xie Linyuan ran countless simulations of material ratios in parallel in his mind. It was not a fleeting fantasy, but a genuine deduction starting from the atomic scale. His brain operated at a speed comparable to a supercomputer under the Yuan 2 realm, and it possessed a capability that a supercomputer could never have: autonomous consciousness. Each deduction would automatically correct the ratio parameters based on the results of a comprehensive assessment of mechanical and thermal performance from the previous round, iterating at a speed far exceeding the trial-and-error method relied upon in traditional material research. A high-temperature resistant material composition that had previously not existed in current materials and literature gradually converged and stabilized. The temperature resistance limit of this solution far exceeded any serviceable materials Xie Linyuan had seen in public databases. He also learned during his research that the high-temperature resistant materials currently equipped on reusable spacecraft in the world have a maximum temperature tolerance of about 2,200 and are exorbitantly priced with a production process that consumes a vast amount of energy. Certain ultra-high-temperature ceramic powders synthesized in laboratories through special processes such as ZrB2 and HFB2 borides have melting points exceeding 3,000 and can withstand even higher temperatures of ablation for short periods under controlled environments. However, they can currently only be synthesized in very small batches in laboratories and cannot be taken out to cover the exterior of a truly practical aircraft. Xie Linyuan had a clear judgment about the advantages of the new materials he deduced, but this confidence did not come from intuition, it arose from the depth of thought driven by the Yuan 2 realm. The final thermal resistance potential of this formulation reached 4,500, and its key mechanical properties, such as fracture toughness, thermal shock resistance, and long-term high-temperature structural stability, were all significantly superior to any existing engineering materials on the market during the deduction. The composition scheme of the materials had iterated several versions in Xie Linyuan's mind. The theoretical deduction was flawless, and the next step could only lead to real laboratory synthesis. Xie Linyuan appeared in the administrative building of the Materials Institute. The associate professors were busy with their ongoing projects, and occasionally someone hurried by in the hallway carrying a lab coat. Xie Linyuan did not knock on any lecturer's door. He directly went to the office of the associate dean responsible for equipment coordination, knocked 3 times, pushed the door open, and handed over the printed experimental plans to the desk piled with journals. The institute showed almost no hesitation. An 18-year-old freshman had completely derived the theory of everything on his own. Now he was applying to the institute to use the laboratory to synthesize new materials. Any professor in the field of materials science hearing this news would not first think, can he do it? But rather, do we have enough equipment for him to use? The School of Materials Science and Engineering at Xue University has the most comprehensive large-scale instrument platform among universities in Longhua. From high-energy ball mills to discharge plasma sintering furnaces, from chemical vapor deposition systems to transmission electron microscopes, they support the research of generations of materials scholars at Xue. Xie Linyuan needed more than just a furnace. In his engineering conception, the preparation route for this new material would involve multiple steps, including precursor ratio high-temperature solid-state reactions under atmospheric protection densification, sintering, and possible post-treatment. Each step required equipment, and environmental conditions had to be confirmed in advance. He clearly outlined the targeted equipment and their justifications in his application materials. He did not disclose the target temperature value, nor explain the final purpose of the entire project, only providing a highly concise and mutually constrained project objective summary. After the associate dean read through the pages, he took off his glasses. He did not understand all the details, but one thing was certain: this young man before him knew what he was doing. The approval process passed with unprecedented speed. The moment the equipment allocation table arrived, Xie Linyuan looked at the few lines of text on the screen. His fingertips hovered over the keyboard for a moment. Then he began to fill in the synthesis plan in the experimental logbook after the equipment was in place. The real experiment had yet to begin, but the first door to the Temple of Materials had already been opened. Xie Linyuan sat alone in the experimental preparation room on the 6th floor of the Materials Institute, which was not yet fully equipped, with only a white table in front of him and a whole board filled with deduction calculations written in marker. He recited the experimental plan from start to finish, then took an eraser from the wall, wiped away the old marks, and rewritten several core element symbols that constituted the new formula on the clean white surface. The first impression of these symbols pieced together was so simple that it seemed somewhat monotonous, but Xie Linyuan knew that deep within each simple line lay a pyramid that could not yet be imagined with current knowledge. In the first 2 days after the experiment began, there was almost no progress. There were discrepancies between the laboratory equipment and the ideal conditions he had hypothesized in 2-dimensional simulations. Impurities, slight fluctuations in the atmosphere, and subtle temperature field unevenness. These variables, which are almost impossible to completely eliminate in engineering, had all been incorporated into the model in his supercomputer-like brain, but when it came to the furnace, empirical sampling was still necessary for trial and error. The first synthesis failed. The precursor underwent uneven phase separation during the heating process, and Xie Linyuan performed X-ray diffraction on the product, confirming the emergence of a third, unpredicted impurity phase beyond the two target phases. He recorded the problem in the electronic lab notebook and adjusted the values of a set of ratio parameters. This parameter range had already been covered hundreds of times during his deductions, and he had a complete roadmap in mind for how to converge at what step size. On the second and third attempts, he made small, quick strides inching closer. By the fifth day, the phase composition of the product bore no difference from the ideal structure he had deduced. Under the scanning electron microscope, the microscopic morphology of the material exhibited a uniform, dense, and highly coherent structure with a grain size distribution that was extremely narrow and almost no impurities or second-phase segregation visible at the grain boundaries, a quality standard that is exceedingly rare in ceramic material sintering. Xie Linyuan gently tapped the sample, which was smaller than a fingernail, with the pad of his finger, knowing in his heart that this path was viable. On the 10th day, he obtained a sufficient number of dense samples. He went through the routine testing equipment in the Materials Institute laboratory one by one. Micro-hardness, flexural strength, fracture toughness, thermal conductivity. Each indicator far exceeded the upper limits of any similar system materials he had reviewed in publicly available literature. He deliberately conducted an additional comparative test, heating the same samples in a controlled atmosphere furnace to the temperature limits of the laboratory equipment, holding isothermal conditions for a considerable time before taking them out to retest performance, with all performance data showing nearly no degradation. Where the true limits lie cannot be determined with the existing equipment. The equipment in the laboratory has a maximum limit of approximately 2,200. The samples remained intact at that temperature, showing no signs of softening, deformation, or oxidation. According to Xie Linyuan's calculations, the performance inflection point of this material is far above that temperature. He organized all the test data into a concise table, leaving a blank in the last row. Maximum temperature resistance to be measured expected 4,500. Xie Linyuan finished typing the last sentence of the experimental report on his computer, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the lines of data on the screen. In 10 days, from 0 to 1, such speed is unimaginable in the field of material science. The development cycle of a new material from formula exploration to laboratory synthesis takes at least 3 to 5 years, and often more than 10, a long road filled with chance and luck. Yet he achieved this in just 10 days, and it was not through blind trial and error, but rather through the extraordinary cognitive abilities of the Yuan 2 realm, making precise strikes. Each experiment was aimed at validating a specific node in his deductions, every step hitting the mark. Xie Linyuan turned off the computer screen and found a secure landline dialing the numbers for the Materials College office and the university's research institute. He simultaneously connected to the school's confidentiality office via the internal communication channel. This is Xie Linyuan from the Materials College. We have achieved a significant breakthrough in material research that does not involve directional principles, but the metrics may exceed the expected public range. Following a prudent approach, I recommend implementing internal lockdown measures in the laboratory area. The involved samples, records, and environmental conditions should be managed as sensitive internal research projects. The preliminary performance data he provided left the other party on the phone in silence. News of Xie Linyuan's request for laboratory lockdown and higher-level professional testing spread rapidly within the professor's circle at the Materials College. This was not a leak. The college has regulations regarding the handling of sensitive major achievements during internal reporting processes. Several senior professors involved in key national material projects were notified to join the expert review panel. The first to arrive were a few elderly professors from the Materials College, their hair already gray, having taught in the materials department at Xiaonan University for 20 to 30 years, having witnessed all kinds of breakthroughs in materials. However, upon hearing the numbers, Xie Linyuan reported they remained silent on their way to the laboratory. Such a significant breakthrough in material science was truly unprecedented. Warning tape had already been pulled across the laboratory entrance. The school's security department assigned personnel to guard, and all entering individuals must register. Xie Linyuan stood at the door waiting for them, holding the thin testing report. Hello, professors. The samples are inside and the data is in this report. Which would you like to look at first? The report was passed around among the professors. On average, each person spent 3 minutes reviewing it. In those 3 minutes, some furrowed their brows repeatedly, confirming a specific number on a certain page, while others quickly flipped to the last line, realizing the experimental limits were far from being reached. Some took off their glasses, rubbed their temples, and put them back on for a second look. Have you verified this batch of data multiple times? An elderly academic's gaze shifted from the report to Xie Linyuan's face. I measured it no less than 5 times from start to finish. Each time, it was the same batch of samples operated by the same person following the same calibration process. The deviation range is noted in the appendix. The academic did not ask further and headed straight to the testing room. Several professors followed him retesting Xie Linyuan samples. The hum of the equipment filled the quiet room, and the spectral curves and mechanical data displayed on the screen matched the numbers in the report exactly. The repeated verification showed no discrepancies. The experimental data was reliable. One academic stood at the entrance of the testing room, paused in silence for a few seconds, his tone completely different from when he entered. Mr. Xie, what is the maximum temperature resistance of this material that you reported? 4,500 degrees Celsius. 4,500 degrees Celsius. Everyone present understood what this number meant. Currently, the ultra-high temperature materials publicly reported in the world that can undergo engineering validation have caused a sensation in the academic community, with each increase of several tens of degrees Celsius in service temperature being enough to write a top journal paper. From 2,200 to 4,500, the distance crossed in between is daunting to contemplate. There was no disrespect in academician songs question, only wait. The laboratory equipment is insufficient. We need to apply to the country for a more powerful professional testing platform. After receiving Xie Linyuan's report, the Xiaonan University administration's response exceeded his expectations. That afternoon, the relevant person in charge of the university's research institute, the director of the research institute, and the vice president in charge of research personally convened an emergency, closed-door meeting. Everyone attending the meeting signed a confidentiality agreement before entering. This was not making a mountain out of a molehill, but because Xie Linyuan wrote on the summary page of the written report, this material, in the current engineering extrapolation, has the conditions for mass production based on the existing industrial system, without relying on extreme laboratory processes. Less than an hour after the meeting, Xiaonan University officially submitted the report. The confidentiality level was marked as top secret. When the submission was sent out through the internal system, Xie Linyuan was in the laboratory organizing the packaging of the last batch of test samples. His phone vibrated with an encrypted message from the vice president's office. The application has been submitted and a high-priority response for equipment has been requested. It may be deployed at any time in the near future. The laboratory lockdown has been upgraded. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering, and samples and original records must not be taken out. Prepare to provide explanations and support at the testing site when conditions allow. Later that same day, a response came from the national level approving the professional testing and allowing for confidentiality measures for engineering mass production. Along with it came instructions for the related samples and original experimental records to be transferred through designated channels to the testing center, with Xie Linyuan accompanying, and an expert group to be formed concurrently. For days later, academicians and experts from various organizations gathered in Yinjing from different cities. Deep within a courtyard in the northwest suburbs of Yinjing, in a closed conference room, Xie Linyuan stood in front of the projection screen with a stack of timeless light gray notebooks beneath his feet. However, this time the audience background shifted from theoretical physicists to material scientists, and several uniformed staff members were present. Testing data is one thing, but running samples on-site at a high-energy platform is another. At the national-level professional testing platform, his concise testing report was revalidated item by item. One of the steps was to send the samples into an ultra-high temperature wind tunnel where they would undergo testing in an extreme heat flow environment close to real service conditions. On the monitoring screen, the temperature curve steadily climbed from 1,000, crossing 2,000, 3,000, and 3,500, finally reaching 4,500, while the sample's morphology remained intact. The air in the control room seemed to have been sucked out. A few hours later, the comprehensive testing report was placed on the conference table. Xie Linyuan sat in a side chair, flipping through his experimental records, not needing to turn the pages, merely idly shuffling through the few pages he could recite from memory. He showed no signs of abnormality regarding the final testing results. He recalled the night he broke through to the Yuan 2 realm, the fan creaking in the dormitory of the construction site in Hangzhou. The moment he clenched his fist and felt a surge of immense power. At that moment, he knew this was just the beginning. After the testing report was released, the atmosphere in the conference room underwent a qualitative change. The theory of everything was derived by Xie Linyuan using paper and pen. Oh, just because others couldn't verify it didn't mean it was wrong, but such a level of theoretical breakthrough was already astonishing. Surely results in materials science couldn't just be randomly true. The theory of everything combined with extreme materials conceived within the same mind was terrifying. The centrifugal force data from the ultra-high-speed centrifuge steadily halted at the expected scale line anticipated by Xie Linyuan. The millisecond-level oxidation kinetics curve protected by the atmosphere produced an almost perfect platform within the entire set time window, showing no significant quality gain, indicating that the high-temperature oxidation resistance had approached its limits. A few white-haired academicians gathered around the operation table. Some took off their glasses to wipe them repeatedly, while others bombarded Xie Linyuan with over a dozen interconnected questions during his report, each of which he precisely dismantled with extremely brief answers. Before Xie Linyuan began his explanation, the conference host first read out the confidentiality discipline. The dozens of senior personnel in the room with various hair colors each bowed their heads to neatly sign their names and commitment time in their notebooks. He methodically deduced several core thermodynamic processes and kinetic control conditions for key ratios on the whiteboard. The parameters weren't complex, but every slope gradient of the temperature control curve played a decisive role in the final phase structure. An elderly academician with all-white hair raised his hand. His question was brief, but it touched on a transitional point that Xie Linyuan had deliberately not elaborated on. Xie Linyuan nodded. This is the starting point of engineering. A visible wave of change swept through the atmosphere of the entire conference room. An expert who had been mostly quiet hesitantly asked, "Teacher, Xie, do you mean this material can leave the laboratory?" Not just leave the laboratory. Its preparation route is based on the existing industrial system, requiring neither ultra-high temperatures, ultra-high pressures, nor any extreme conditions typical of laboratory settings. All process nodes can be undertaken by mature industrial equipment, and there are no fundamental obstacles to running the entire line. It's just a matter of engineering that final kilometer. The conference room fell silent for about 5 seconds. Then the noise burst forth like a dam breaking. These scholars who had been deeply immersed in the field of materials science for 2 to 3 decades were most adept at skepticism, scrutinizing, and verification. But at this moment their doubts crumbled before Xie Linyuan's plan and testing data. What they faced was not incomprehensible mathematical physics, but concrete breakthroughs laid out plainly in every indicator. New materials capable of leaving the laboratory and those that could only remain within the laboratory are two entirely different things. The former represents productivity, while the latter is merely a thesis. Xie Linyuan's material not only boasted extraordinary performance, but could also go straight to the production line. What does that mean? It signifies that Longhua has achieved a breakthrough from 0 to 1 in the field of high-end thermal protection materials, which has long been blocked by foreign entities, and has jumped directly from the laboratory to industrial scale, crossing the widest chasm between sample and product in one leap. A few academicians surrounded Xie Linyuan, throwing questions at him one after another. Xie Linyuan answered each one without haste. He perceived issues deeper and further than the questions they currently posed, yet for each inquisitor's doubts and curiosities, he provided sufficiently complete and clear explanations at this juncture. An elderly academician who had long engaged in research on high-temperature structural materials for engines asked the most detailed questions. He pressed Xie Linyuan to the whiteboard and pushed for a full half-hour of deductions, insisting that every intermediate step must delve into atomic-scale migration mechanisms. When the last whiteboard was filled with his rapid writings and subsequent erasures and rewrites of the deduced steps, he put down his pen and turned to look at the academician. The academician remained silent for a moment, saying nothing. He walked up to Xie Linyuan, shook his hand, then returned to his seat, opened his notebook, and began writing. No evaluation was necessary anymore. Other academicians also gathered around. Some asked Xie Linyuan about the prospects for subsequent process scaling, some inquired about the material's oxidation life assessment, and others asked about the essential differences in failure modes compared to certain ultra-high temperature ceramic systems in the latest foreign literature. Xie Linyuan answered each question almost without needing to think. His responses delved deeply into the differences in atomic diffusion pathways until another elderly academician who had been listening behind him interjected, succinctly summarizing the material's trump card in a brief time frame. In simple terms, Teacher Xie's material not only endures higher temperatures better than others, but is also more stable in the temperature range where it needs to perform. The academician returned to his seat, and the look in his eyes towards Xie Linyuan was completely different from when he had not known this person. Xie Linyuan noticed that throughout the entire conversation, no one had asked that question. As an 18-year-old freshman, how could you achieve this? The vivid red seals of approval on the testing report silently answered everything for him. As the meeting neared its conclusion, Xie Linyuan wrote the final segment on the whiteboard, put down his pen, and turned around. The room full of academicians and professors simultaneously put down their pens and focused their attention on him. An elderly academician with graying hair stood to summarize on behalf of the expert group. He first read through the core conclusions of the testing report, confirming point by point that the material's performance indicators far exceeded international advanced levels, then paused to take off his glasses, wipe them, and put them back on. Teacher Xie's achievement cannot be overstated. It not only resolves our country's long-standing technical bottlenecks in high-end thermal protection materials, but also provides a feasible path for direct industrial-scale production. The leap from a laboratory sample to a complete production line is something everyone knows is incredibly difficult, but what Teacher Xie presented today makes me see that this door has already opened. He looked at Xie Linyuan, his tone infused with something previously absent. Not politeness, not perfunctory, but a natural respect that surfaced when facing a truly groundbreaking young peer. Teacher Xie, you are the pride of our materials science discipline and a treasure of this nation. Thank you. This weighty report was delivered deep within the red walls on an ordinary evening. The staff member responsible for its presentation carefully extracted the materials from the folder in that simple office, laying them out one by one on the expansive desk. The first document was a condensed summary of core data on a single page, its deep blue cover marked with the word "Top Secret." The second was a comprehensive performance testing report issued by the National Professional Testing Platform. The third document was an assessment of the material's application prospects filled with dense writing across more than 10 pages. Lastly, there was a detailed file on Xie Linyuan. As per convention, the essential information of the lead researcher is submitted as an attachment alongside every major technological achievement. After handling several state affairs of the day, the elder habitually picked up the topmost page. His gaze began to scan from the first line. Years of high-intensity work had endowed him with an exceptionally rapid reading speed, yet at this moment his eyes involuntarily lingered beside certain data. He was all too familiar with the spacecraft's thermal protection system. It was the ceiling constraining the capabilities of heavy-lift rockets, hypersonic weapons, and even future reusable spaceplanes. The descriptions of service temperatures in the report that could shake the academic world with just a few degrees increase were ones he had encountered frequently in many internal reports. In the defense and technology documents he had reviewed, projects repeatedly fell into a passive state due to subpar materials, too many for him to wish to revisit. Yet this page clearly stated an almost sci-fi number. He instinctively picked up the complete testing report, leafing through it page by page. Beneath each performance metric was detailed data from a national safety testing agency. The elder's gaze lingered over several key data columns for quite some time, then he set the report down and opened the folded and creased attachment detailing the material application prospects. The application fields for high-temperature resistant materials transitioned from rigorous objective terminology to a more straightforward narrative. Thermal protection was just one aspect. The report systematically listed the potential uses of this new material in various scenarios. The new generation of reusable space transport systems in long country, long hindered by high-temperature issues, now had a breakthrough. The most challenging bottleneck material for the next generation of hypersonic vehicles now had a solid foundation. The core thermal components of advanced aerospace engines and cutting-edge high thrust-to-weight ratio power systems would see their expected lifespans multiply after switching to this new material. In controlled nuclear fusion devices, the armor-facing plasma at millions of degrees Celsius now had selectable paths. Multiple matching nodes were similarly listed for fields like chemical engineering, nuclear industry, and extreme metallurgy. This was no longer a singular breakthrough in national defense. Incorporating this material equated to simultaneously unlocking several tightly fastened bolts on cutting-edge industrial chains. The elder's gaze shifted to the end of the report. There, a carefully worded conclusion still sent a shiver down the spine of anyone familiar with material research and application. The preparation route for this material is based on the existing industrial system, with no fundamental barriers to implementation, possessing the feasibility and complete conditions for engineering mass production on the current industrial foundation. It is not a useless sample measured in grams suitable only for academic publications, but a practical material capable of mass production. It could be used to coat thousands of aircraft shells, cover the interior walls of fusion devices, and replace all heat-resistant components currently reliant on imports. This report outlined a path for long country to no longer be choked. The elder buried this profound meaning in his heart, choosing not to read further, but rather closed the document and picked up the attachment that had been at the very bottom. The front page of the file bore a color photograph. In the image, a young man wore a dark coat with the backdrop being the gate of Xie University. His facial features carried a maturity beyond his peers, the curve of his lips resting between youthful ambition and adult humility. The elder gazed at the photo, then looked down at the signature line on the report. Lead researcher, Xie Linyuan. So young, he murmured to himself, his voice laced with emotion. Xie Linyuan, 18 years old, a freshman from the materials science department. In 2027, he was the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination, tragically losing his parents during the pandemic in 2020, now relying solely on his grandparents in their 70s. During the summer break of his second year in high school, he had worked at a construction site in Hangzhou, Zhejiang province, to earn living expenses. He was admitted to Xie University that same year, quickly gaining public attention due to his raw score of 750 in the college entrance examination, with the principal personally delivering his admission notice to a small village in southern Hunan. Within months of enrollment, he completed the unified framework of universal theory, delivering a lengthy academic presentation before dozens of academicians and hundreds of professors, with his notes being archived in the special collections of Xie University under the name Xie Linyuan's Universal Theory. Each line of these words could fill an entire biography. Now he also possessed high-temperature resistant materials. The universal theory was the unified framework of fundamental physics of the universe, the holy grail of theoretical physics. The precise formulation of ultra-high temperature materials represented an engineering leap from atomic scale to macroscopic dimensions. The elder once again picked up the personal file attached beneath the pile of materials. He read a few more lines before closing the attachment. The elder slowly stood up, walking out from behind the desk and stopping in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He thought of many things. He reflected on every step this nation had taken on the path of industrialization over the past century. From the humiliating starting point, where even a nail was called a foreign nail, to today possessing the world's most complete industrial system. From only being able to make tables and chairs to creating our own large airplanes and space stations. From being forced to open the country's doors under the cannons of Western powers to the revival of stepping back onto the world stage. This journey has been far too long, too difficult, and too painful. Several generations through sweat, blood, and sacrifices unnoticed have pushed this land from barren despair to today's state. But it is still not enough. High-end materials, a field long firmly controlled by foreign countries, have always been the highest barrier obstructing long countries' path from being a manufacturing giant to a manufacturing powerhouse. Countless critical devices, numerous national treasures, have ultimately been blocked at the gate of material noncompliance. Yet now an 18-year-old youth has broken through a hole in this wall. The elder turned around, walking back to the desk, and picked up the red telephone receiver. Notify the other comrades to come to me as soon as possible. His voice was steady and powerful, without a hint of hesitation. Have several experts from the Materials Science Department of Xie University come over, bringing the original testing report to explain it clearly to everyone in person. After the response from the other end of the line, a capable secretary entered quietly to begin recording and arranging. The elder added, "This matter needs to be discussed urgently. The significance of the materials is immense, affecting not only national defense and high-tech industries, but the entire manufacturing sector as well. We must break through this barrier this year. If the remaining engineering and industrial chain takes a year longer, we will delay a year in seizing the initiative." The elder sat back down once again, flipping open the document in front of him. On the cover photo, the young man with clear eyes gazed back at him. National rejuvenation has never been an empty slogan. It is the result of generations of continuous struggle. And today this report records such a young successor. He has begun to run, and he is running faster than anyone could imagine. The elder set the report down, remaining silent for a long time. What has been awaited for decades is finally about to arrive. In the central conference room, the documents on the table have been distributed to each attendee, one for each person, with a deep blue cover that bears no title, only a series of numbers and the words "Top Secret." Several elders have already reviewed the core data summary and are now directing their attention towards the professionals seated to one side. The main speaker is an academician in his 60s, surnamed Song, a leading expert in materials science and engineering, and the head of the review panel for this professional-level inspection. With graying hair and a thin face, he speaks without unnecessary hesitation. Behind him stands a projection screen, which has already displayed the first outline featuring only a few key phrases: national defense industry, aerospace, controllable nuclear fusion, high-end industry. The elder presiding over the meeting set down the document in his hands, leaned slightly forward, and focused his gaze on academician Song. "Academician Song, please begin. To put it plainly, everyone present is not from your specialty. If it gets too deep, they won't understand." A few low chuckles echoed in the conference room. Academician Song nodded, stood up from his seat, walked to the projection screen, and clicked with the remote. The first diagram appeared on the screen, a cross-section of a missile with key areas marked by red arrows. "Esteemed elders, I will start with the highest priority, national defense industry." He pointed to the red arrows on the screen. "Hypersonic missiles. Currently, Longwo's hypersonic technology is in the world's top tier, but there is a problem that has yet to be completely resolved: thermal protection. Hypersonic vehicles fly within the atmosphere at speeds exceeding 5 Mach, and the temperature at the nose and leading edges can exceed 2,000 degrees Celsius. Existing high-temperature materials will experience ablation, oxidation, and a decrease in structural strength if exposed to such temperatures for extended periods. Thus, our hypersonic missiles have a limited operational duration at extreme speeds, and the penetration window is constrained by the remaining thermal protection." He flipped to the next page. The screen displayed two sets of numbers side by side: the temperature tolerance of existing materials and that of new materials. The latter's value exceeded the former by more than one-fold. The high-temperature resistant materials developed by Xie Linyuan have directly solved two problems in this field. First, the extreme tolerance temperature has been significantly raised, allowing missiles to fly faster, longer, and farther, greatly expanding the penetration window. Second, the material has an exceptional capability for reuse within the atmosphere, meaning that not only one-time strike weapons benefit, but also future reusable hypersonic reconnaissance and strike platforms have a solid thermal protection foundation. He paused, giving the elders time to digest the information. The elder responsible for national defense gently tapped the table. "What you mean by longer? What exactly does that entail? For instance, how long can our current hypersonic missiles sustain thermal protection?" Academician Song answered directly with current materials at a sustained flight speed of 8 Mach. The reliable thermal protection window is approximately 15 to 20 minutes. After that, irreversible ablation begins to occur, aerodynamic shape changes, and accuracy diminishes. With Xie Linyuan's materials, the same speed could extend the window to over an hour. If we sacrifice some speed, the window could be even longer. The conference room fell silent momentarily. The elder leaned back in his chair, refraining from further questions, yet his expression said it all. "Continue," said the elder presiding over the meeting. Academician Song turned to the next page. The screen displayed a cross-section of an aircraft engine, highlighting the high-temperature turbine blades individually. Aircraft engines. Our most advanced turbofan engine can now achieve turbine inlet temperatures close to 2,000 degrees, a level that is advanced on a global scale. However, the thermal barrier coatings and base materials of the turbine blades have reached a bottleneck. Further temperature increases would be unsustainable with existing materials. The performance of aircraft engines fundamentally hinges on temperature. Higher temperatures yield greater thrust and lower fuel consumption. He pointed to the data regarding new materials. The thermal resistance characteristics of Xie Linyuan's materials far exceed those of the current alloys and ceramic coatings used in turbine blades. Using them to manufacture turbine blades, or as thermal barrier coatings for turbine blades, can significantly elevate the turbine inlet temperature of the engine. What does this mean? It means that the thrust cruising efficiency and supersonic endurance of our next-generation fighter jet engines will comprehensively surpass any existing foreign engines of the same generation. The elder responsible for national defense spoke again, this time with a sharper tone. "We have been tracking the progress of the next-generation adaptive cycle engines from the United States. If we use this material, can our engine compete with their next generation?" Academician Song hesitated little. "If Xie Linyuan's materials can successfully complete engineering validation and installation, we will completely outpace the existing and known research levels of the United States in high-temperature alloys and thermal barrier coatings. Not just catching up, but surpassing." Several gazes at the conference table simultaneously fell upon the numbers displayed on the screen, their eyes reflecting an unmasked enthusiasm. Academician Song did not pause and continued. "The thermal protection layers of intercontinental missiles during atmospheric re-entry. Currently, our intercontinental ballistic missiles have sufficient design margins for their heat shields when re-entering the atmosphere. However, if we are to develop hypersonic, gliding warheads, the maneuvering flight post-re-entry will generate a longer duration of heat accumulation, rendering the redundancy of existing thermal insulation materials insufficient. Xie Linyuan's materials provide us with immense design space, not only crushing the existing materials in thermal insulation performance, but also having a lower density, allowing for weight reduction in the warhead, which can then be converted into range payload or maneuverability." He flipped to the next page. The screen content changed to a rendering of a spacecraft. In the aerospace field, this represents a breakthrough of equivalent magnitude. Heavy-lift launch vehicles. Our currently developed Long March 9 has a core stage diameter of 10 meters and a launch thrust of several thousand tons, making the Earth-Moon transfer orbit capacity very impressive. However, during the launch process, the thermal protection for the core stage engine nozzles and certain high-heat areas has always relied on traditional ablative materials. The problem with ablative materials is that they are single-use. Once used, they are gone, incurring high costs. Xie Linyuan's materials are reusable and have a thermal tolerance limit far exceeding the engine's operating temperature, meaning the same thermal protection structure can be reused many times. An elder responsible for industry and information technology nodded slightly, but his gaze was fixed elsewhere. "You are referring to the rocket body. What about the combustion chamber and nozzle of the rocket engine? Those temperatures are even higher, right?" Academician Song flipped to the prepared page. The elder has touched on a key point. The combustion chamber temperature of a rocket engine exceeds 3,000 degrees. Currently, materials must rely on complex regenerative cooling channels circulating fuel along the wall of the combustion chamber for cooling. This system is extremely complex, heavy, and has a long manufacturing cycle. Academician Song continued, "If Xie Linyuan's materials are directly used to manufacture the combustion chamber lining and the throat of the nozzle, it can significantly simplify or even partially eliminate the regenerative cooling structure." Academician Song pondered for a moment and stated in the most straightforward manner, "This means we have made a crucial leap from single-use space travel to low-cost reusable space travel, having acquired the most vital piece of the puzzle. The launch costs could potentially be reduced by an entire order of magnitude." A few elders exchanged glances. Low-cost, large-scale access to space. This is the final keystone in the dream of becoming a powerful aerospace nation. And now someone has presented this keystone. The spaceplane. Academician Song continued, displaying a concept image of a sci-fi-styled spacecraft on the screen. "The horizontal takeoff and landing single-stage to orbit spaceplane, we have been validating, faces its greatest technical obstacle: thermal protection. During the prolonged high-speed flight within the atmosphere during takeoff and the extreme thermal flux upon re-entry, existing materials cannot withstand it. Xie Linyuan's materials have transformed this concept from science fiction into a verifiable engineering solution. With it, the thermal protection structure of the spaceplane is no longer a bottleneck. An elder responsible for technology raised his hand to signal him to pause. Academician Song, let me interrupt. You just mentioned national defense, aerospace, and aviation. However, I saw the words controlled nuclear fusion in the report. What is the relationship between this material and nuclear fusion? Academician Song turned to that page. A massive diagram of a toroidal device appeared on the screen, the tokamak. This is currently the mainstream magnetic confinement nuclear fusion device internationally. The high-energy neutrons and alpha particles produced by the fusion reaction will directly bombard the first wall facing the plasma. The temperature of this first wall is extremely high and neutron irradiation is very intense. Existing materials have a very short lifespan in the environment of the first wall and require frequent replacement. The material scheme for the first wall of the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor is still undergoing repeated validation and compromise. He pointed to the data column of the new materials. Xie Linyuan's material possesses excellent neutron irradiation resistance and an extremely high melting point. Using it to manufacture the first wall and diverter for fusion devices can significantly extend the continuous operating time of the device. Currently, the mainstream estimation internationally is that commercial fusion reactors may still require several decades. If we have this material, the timeline could be greatly accelerated, not just decades, but we could see commercial demonstration reactors within a shorter time frame. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Controlled nuclear fusion, the ultimate dream of human energy. If this material can indeed advance commercial fusion by several decades, it would not just be a difference in a few weapon platforms, but a disruption to the global energy landscape. Continue. The voice of the elder presiding over the meeting remained steady, though the pace was slightly quicker than before. Academician Song took a sip of water, cleared his throat, and turned to the next page. High-end industrial metallurgy and chemistry. The smelting of many special alloys and ultra-pure materials requires processes to be conducted at extremely high temperatures, and the furnace materials themselves must not contaminate the melt. Current refractory materials have significant limitations in temperature ceilings and lifespan. This new material can be used to line furnaces, allowing for the smelting of ultra-high temperature alloys and ultra-pure metals that were previously unimaginable. In the chemical industry, many high-temperature catalytic reactions and reactors in corrosive environments are currently limited by material lifespan, preventing process parameters from being optimized. Switching to this material can dramatically increase reaction temperatures, significantly improving conversion and yield rates. This represents a foundational upgrade for the entire high-end manufacturing sector. He turned to the page on ships and marine applications. For ships, especially aircraft carriers and large destroyers, the high-temperature components of gas turbines are also constrained by the existing high-temperature alloy systems. Using this material to manufacture or coat protective layers for the turbine blades and combustion chambers of gas turbines will elevate the machine's power density and thermal efficiency to a new level. The power systems of ships can become smaller, lighter, and more powerful, freeing up space and weight for weapons, fuel, or protection. An elder flipped open the report in front of him and pointed to a line, asking, the report also mentioned laser weapon-resistant components. How should this be understood? Academician Song called up another image. The screen displayed a schematic diagram of a high-energy laser weapon, emphasizing the mirrors and windows at the end of the beam path. When high-energy laser weapons are continuously firing, the mirrors and windows within the beam path experience intense thermal loads. If the material's absorption rate is too high or its thermal conductivity is insufficient, the mirror surface will thermally deform, decreasing beam quality, range, and damage effects. Currently, countries are developing laser window materials with low absorption, high thermal conductivity, and high thermal stability. Xie Linyuan's materials excel in these parameters. Using it to manufacture mirrors and windows for laser weapons allows the weapon to emit light for a longer duration under the same pumping power, achieving damage at greater distances, or conversely achieving the same effectiveness with a smaller size and weight. The elder responsible for national defense picked up a pen and wrote several lines in his notebook. Academician Song stepped to the side of the conference table and switched the content on the projection screen to a summary chart. The chart was divided into three major sections: national defense, aerospace, and civilian high-end industry, with several key application scenarios listed under each section, followed by a concise conclusion for each. Elders, allow me to take a few minutes to make a qualitative summary. He pointed to the military and defense section. In the national defense military industry, the short-term strategic value of this material is most direct. Hypersonic weapons, intercontinental missile reentry vehicles, advanced aero engines, high-energy laser weapons, high-chamber pressure artillery liners. These key pieces of equipment have had their performance ceilings long constrained by high-temperature materials significantly elevated all at once. The technological gap between us and potential adversaries in these fields will shift from catching up or keeping pace to taking the lead or even running alone. While others are still sacrificing design specifications due to excessive material ablation rates, we can redefine the performance boundaries of next-generation weapon systems on the premise that thermal protection is no longer a limiting factor. He paused, briefly glancing at each face around the table. In the aerospace field, this may be the area with the most pronounced leap effect. The thermal protection for heavy-lift launch vehicles and spaceplanes, the lifespan of thermal structures for reusable spacecraft, and the high-temperature components for deep space probes. These core bottlenecks in large aerospace systems have been broken through. Low-cost, large-scale, flight-qualified space transportation capabilities will transition from theoretical discussion to engineering research phases. The balance of international space competition will thus evidently tilt. The elders listened quietly with no one interrupting. Academician Song's voice echoed in the conference room, transforming the data and terminology into understandable and discernible strategic assessment criteria. He turned to the civilian high-end industry section. In the high-end industrial sector, the significance of this material lies in the leap in foundational manufacturing capabilities. Special metallurgy, ultra-high-temperature chemical processes, high-end equipment, thermal components, and high-temperature semiconductor processes. These manufacturing industries of manufacturing will upgrade as a result of a foundational thermal protection material transition. The resulting capacity for independent control of the industrial chain and the international competitiveness of high-end products will see systemic and large-scale improvements. Academician Song set down the remote pen facing the conference table. Instead of returning to his seat, he stood in place and solemnly spoke his final words. In summary, once this material is developed, we can achieve cross-generational dominance over potential adversaries in national defense. In aerospace, we will move from the position of the international first tier to a leading role, establishing capabilities for reusable, low-cost, large-scale access to space. Controlled nuclear fusion, the timeline is expected to shrink from decades to the near future. In high-end industrial sectors, from special alloys to precision manufacturing, from chemical engineering to semiconductors, we will break through a number of key bottlenecks that have long constrained us, achieving world-leading levels in one fell swoop. From the perspective of great power competition and global strategic landscape, Academician Song did not sit down and continued. The impact of this material goes far beyond the enhancement of one or two weapons or models. It has the potential to shatter the technological barriers in the high-end materials sector dominated by the West for nearly a century, reshaping the fundamental landscape of global technological competition and strategic power. He wrote several keywords on the blank whiteboard with a marker: military competition, aerospace discourse, power, industrial high ground. In terms of military competition, the all-weather, full-spectrum combat capabilities of hypersonic weapons, the penetration and survivability of intercontinental strategic vehicles, the extreme thrust of aviation propulsion, and the full life-cycle maintenance costs, and the continuous operational effectiveness of directed energy weapons. These core combat technical indicators, which have long been constrained by thermal protection bottlenecks, will gain tremendous liberation all at once. Various advanced equipment will no longer be subject to the rigid constraints of high-temperature ablation and structural failure. The ability to reuse extreme penetration performance and maximum power output will all widen generational gaps. Our national defense strategic deterrence will undergo a leap in upgrade, and both regional and global strategic defense and offensive systems will welcome profound adjustments. In this critical race of military technology, we will hold absolute initiative. He turned to the aerospace section. The payload capacity of heavy launch rockets, the range and return capabilities of aerospace vehicles, the service life of solar system probes, and the core material shackles of interstellar navigation platforms have all been removed. Low-cost, reusable aerospace engineering can be scaled up for implementation, and the discourse power of deep space exploration, space resource development, and near-Earth strategic layout will firmly rest in our hands. Establishing the rules and technological barriers of the space age ahead of others. This statement is no longer a mere vision. He took a sip of water and circled the industrial high ground on the whiteboard. Global industrial and technological races. High-end equipment, precision manufacturing, special metallurgy, advanced chemicals, and high-temperature semiconductor processes. These sectors that have long been monopolized by foreign giants will experience a complete loosening due to the breakthrough of a fundamental material. The high-end manufacturing supply chain will achieve autonomy and controllability, establishing a unique material technology monopoly advantage, forcing a reshuffle of global industrial and supply chains. The conference room fell silent for about 3 seconds. The elder in charge of technology took off his glasses to wipe them and then put them back on. Academician Song, may I ask a non-professional question? When will what you mentioned become real equipment? Academician Song did not evade this question. He walked to the projection screen. Engineering, verification, and mass production process, tackling, optimistically estimating it will require some time. If all goes well, the first batch of applications such as hypersonic missile thermal protection shields and key hot-end components of a certain advanced engine will complete installation verification in a relatively short time. More complex applications such as the thermal structure of reusable spacecraft and the first wall of fusion devices will require longer iteration cycles. But one thing I can responsibly say is that the path from the laboratory to the production line for this material is shorter than any known high-end materials. Because it was designed for mass production from the very beginning, not for publishing papers. He put away the remote pen and returned to his seat. The explanation concluded here. A few elders' gazes lingered on academician's song for a moment before they simultaneously turned to the open report on the table. The last page of the report bore a line of text. It possesses the feasibility and complete conditions for achieving engineering mass production based on the current industrial foundation, which stood out prominently at that moment. The elder presiding over the meeting did not speak immediately, nor did he announce the next session. The conference room was quiet for a long time, and the face of that 18-year-old youth was currently printed on the last attached page of the report, young, clean, with a calm gaze. The elder presiding over the meeting placed the file in his hand down and scanned each face at the table. Academician Song has explained the situation of the material very clearly. Everyone present understands the weight of this matter. Now let's discuss the arrangements for Xie Linyuan himself. He paused, his tone steady and solemn. The first priority is safety. Xie Linyuan is 18 years old this year and has already developed the universal theory and high-temperature materials. What he can achieve in the coming decades is unpredictable, but it is certain that his value to our country is immeasurable. The security work for him must be elevated to the highest level. No one in the conference room spoke, all were waiting for specific plans. The elder in charge of security opened the document in front of him. The security department has initially drafted a plan divided into 3 levels. The first level involves a publicly visible close protection team of 4 accompanying him as assistants and administrative personnel responsible for the safety of Xie Linyuan's daily outings. These 4 individuals are selected from the top active security forces with top-level professional abilities, psychological qualities, and adaptability. The second level consists of covert protection forces with no fixed personnel or methods deployed dynamically based on the environment. Xie Linyuan will have different protection plans during school outings and family visits. The third level comprises technical protection, including, but not limited to, communication security, network protection, and physical protection of residences and laboratories. The comrade cleared his throat and opened the document in front of him. Xie Linyuan has made milestone contributions in both theoretical physics and material science. The universal theory has completed the unification of the 4 fundamental forces, a world-class problem that countless top minds have failed to conquer for centuries in the history of physics. His voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet conference room. High-temperature materials have resolved the long-standing material bottlenecks in national defense, aerospace, energy, high-end industry, and other fields where we have been choked. Moreover, they meet the conditions for engineering mass production, which is a tangible strategic achievement that can directly translate into national competitiveness. These 2 achievements, either one of them alone, would be enough to qualify for the title of academician. He lifted his gaze, sweeping over the attendees. Therefore, I propose granting Xie Linyuan the titles of Academician of the Summer National Engineering Academy and Academician of the Summer National Academy of Sciences. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Dual academicians represent the pinnacle of honor in the scientific community of the Summer Nation, and every recipient is a seasoned scientist who has dedicated decades to their field. The average age is over 60, with some even posthumously awarded. Yet Xie Linyuan is only 18. However, no one raised any objections. The universal theory and high-temperature materials, these 2 achievements laid out on the table, make age irrelevant. The only difference between awarding him now and 5 years from now is making him wait 5 more years. And making him wait 5 more years beyond satisfying a formal custom serves no purpose. I believe we can do it. An elder with graying hair was the first to voice his agreement, speaking decisively. We talk about breaking the norm. What does breaking the norm mean? This is what should be broken. Rules serve people, not the other way around. Talent cannot afford to wait, and neither can national strategy. Agreed. No objections. Yes, let's do it all at once. Voices from around the table came forth with no one dragging their feet. The elder presiding over the meeting nodded slightly, signaling the comrade in charge of technology to continue reading. National Highest Science and Technology Award winner, National Technical Invention Special Award, State Council Special Subsidy Expert. The comrade in charge of technology read each award listed in the document aloud, pausing slightly after each one to allow the attendees time to digest the information. 3 awards, each more prestigious than the last, especially the National Highest Science and Technology Award, which is only given to a select few top scientists each year, representing their ultimate honor in life. Furthermore, in terms of administrative and living benefits, the proposal suggests implementing standards equivalent to those of a deputy minister. Deputy minister. This level of treatment is enough to attract the attention of anyone within the system. An 18-year-old deputy minister status is unimaginable in any era. Yet again, no one raised any objections. Specifically, the comrade responsible for administrative support took over the conversation. Deputy minister-level medical care, specified hospitals, green channels, dedicated personnel coordinating. Dedicated housing provided by Yanjing City, near Shuimu University, or at any other location designated by Xie Linyuan, complete with all necessary conditions. Transportation privileges with a dedicated vehicle and driver enjoying VIP services for rail and civil aviation travel. Family benefits. Xie Linyuan's grandfather Xie Shouqian and grandmother Su Jiun will be included in the National Special Support Program, with medical care, daily assistance, and improved living conditions covered entirely by special funds not utilizing local financial indicators. Xie Linyuan's grandparents raised him. An elder who had been silent suddenly spoke up. The two elderly have endured a lifetime of hardship, and during the hardest times the grandson couldn't bear to spend a few bucks on transportation, walking over 10 kilometers to return home. Now that the grandson is successful and the country benefits, we cannot let the elderly suffer even a bit more. This family benefit must be detailed and implemented. It should not just be a policy on paper, someone needs to ensure its execution. The comrade responsible for support diligently took notes. Regarding research support, the principle of the proposal is summed up in 8 words. No upper limit, respond to all requests. Any research needs proposed by Xie Linyuan, including equipment, funding, teams, and venues, will be prioritized and responded to with the highest urgency. No need for layers of approval, using special channels with each case discussed individually and handled specially. Whatever he needs, we provide. Whoever he wants, we will arrange. Whatever platform he wants to build, we will build. This statement carried a sense of determination. This is a commitment from the entire scientific research system of the Summer Nation to an 18-year-old. However fast he wants to go, we will accompany him. He will not be hindered by any bureaucratic constraints. Wherever his imagination leads, we will follow. The research team, the comrade in charge of technology, flipped to the relevant section in the document and added, will be assembled by Xie Linyuan himself. Whoever he chooses will be who he chooses. Staffing, funding, laboratory space will all be prioritized without an upper limit. No need to go through the regular review process, no need to write project proposals. He can manage the team however he sees fit. We will only do one thing: remove obstacles, ensure operations, and if any issue arises at any stage, report it here directly. The elders present all understood. This is not about equipping a scientist with equipment and teams, it is about opening a fast track to the center of power for the nation's top scientific research strength, maximizing decision-making authority for the person most qualified to make those decisions. To summarize, the elder presiding over the meeting gathered the scattered documents on the table and said, regarding the safety, honor, treatment, and research support for Comrade Xie Linyuan, I will summarize what has been discussed into several key phrases. Highest level security, dual academicians, national highest science and technology award, deputy minister level treatment, and unlimited research support. These matters, according to the conclusions just discussed, will be initiated immediately after the meeting. The security plan must be expedited, the honor approval must go through special channels, and the support measures must be implemented. His gaze slowly swept over each face on either side of the conference table, finally resting on the closed file of Xie Linyuan. Let me state a core judgment. Xie Linyuan is not an ordinary outstanding scientist. He is a scientist of strategic significance in contemporary times. What does strategic significance mean? It means that his very existence is part of our nation's technological competitiveness. His safety, his research environment, and his honors and treatment are not merely personal matters. They are part of national security and development interests. This point must be established as a consensus. Any future decisions involving Xie Linyuan must be considered based on this consensus. No one spoke up, nor was there a need for anyone to do so. At this stage of the meeting, everyone present had a clear consensus on what to grant and why. The elder presiding over the meeting slowed his tone and added a final remark. Xie Linyuan is 18 this year. His life is still long. What we provide him today is not just a reward for his past, but an investment in his future. This investment is worth it. The day after the central meeting concluded, the first batch of personnel and equipment arrived at Shuimu University. 4 black civilian sedans silently entered the campus and stopped beneath the dormitory of Xie Linyuan. They did not enter the dormitory, but stood still in front of the building as the team leader dialed Xie Linyuan's phone number. I am Wu Kai, assigned to lead the security team, here to report. We are already downstairs. Xie Linyuan was in the materials science laboratory organizing the last batch of testing data. He put down the notebook, walked to the window, and saw the 4 straight figures below. He did not ask many questions, simply saying, I will be down shortly, then took off his lab coat and stepped out. 10 minutes later, he appeared at the entrance of the dormitory. Wu Kai stepped forward, saluted properly, and then extended his right hand. He was in his 40s, stood at 1.85 m with a robust physique, strong features, and sharp eyes exuding an efficiency honed from years of service in special operations units. Xie, my name is Wu Kai, and I am the captain of this team. These three are Zhou Rui Su Lei and Chen Feng. We four are responsible for your personal safety on duty 24 hours a day. From today on, your daily travel, research activities, and personal life will all be under our protection. Xie Linyuan shook his hand, feeling a thin layer of hardened calluses on his palm. These were the marks left by years of intensive training. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Wu. Wu Kai shook his head slightly. This is our duty. In addition, your transportation vehicles have been prepared. He gestured towards the two black sedans parked not far from the roadside. Hongqi bulletproof sedans, two of them. You can use either one for your daily activities while the other serves as a backup and for security support. The vehicles are equipped with performance and protection features that can handle most emergency situations. Xie Linyuan walked to the car, gently pressed down on the hood, and felt the solid power beneath the thick metal. He nodded without further words. He was not one to overly focus on material conditions, but he understood that the presence of these two cars indicated that the central authority's protection of him had reached the highest level. Wu Kai continued, in addition to our four, there is an unseen layer of security. I cannot disclose their identities, numbers, or deployment methods. Whether you are on the campus of Shuemu University, anywhere in Yanjing City, or back in your hometown in Y Province, there is always an invisible safety net surrounding you. Upon hearing this, Xie Linyuan's gaze shifted slightly. Behind this net lies the care and attention of those in high positions towards him, an 18-year-old youth. He could not articulate grand words of gratitude, only remembering this feeling in his heart. Wu Kai took out a brown paper envelope from his briefcase and handed it to Xie Linyuan with both hands. The envelope was unsealed, containing a document and a thick stack of certificates. This is the honor and reward granted to you by the central meeting. The document details everything, but I will summarize the key points for you verbally. He opened the document and read it item by item. Academician of the Summer National Academy of Engineering, Academician of the Summer National Academy of Sciences. The title of dual academicians has been initiated for special selection and will be officially awarded soon. The National Supreme Science and Technology Award with a prize of 8 million yuan. This is the highest honor for scientists in the Summer Nation, awarded to very few each year. You are being awarded separately, bypassing the regular review process. The National Special Prize for Technological Invention, with a prize of 1,500,000 yuan, specifically rewards the achievement in high-temperature materials. Furthermore, once high-temperature materials are industrialized, you, as the first inventor, will enjoy dividends from the technology shares. According to preliminary estimates, the annual dividend income is expected to be in the hundreds of millions. The specific amount will depend on subsequent production capacity and market scale. He closed the document and added the bank account information is attached at the end of the document. 8 million and 1,500,000 have already been transferred to your account in 2 installments. The detailed plan for industry dividends is being formulated by a large state-owned enterprise group, with the first batch of dividends expected to arrive in the first financial year following industrialization. Listening to these figures, Xie Linyuan's heart remained largely unfazed. He had long surpassed the stage of being moved by monetary figures. When he was carrying cement on the construction site, 300 yuan a day could make him happy all day long. On January 17, 2028, the 21st day of the 12th lunar month, the winter night in Yanjing was bone-chillingly cold, yet the Qian family's residence was warm and inviting. This standalone villa, located in a quiet courtyard in Haidian district, has been the Qian family's home for decades. The outer walls were covered with withered vines, and a few old locust trees in the yard stretched their bare branches toward the gray sky. From the outside, it looked unremarkable, even somewhat antiquated. However, stepping inside, one could sense the lingering fragrance of books that had been nurtured over generations. In the porch hung a calligraphy piece written by the elder Qian in his later years, inscribed with the words rigorous, practical, innovative, contributive, its strokes vigorous, though the ink had begun to fade. The bookshelves in the living room were filled with works and medals from several generations, each piece carrying its own story, heavy with significance. Qian Jingheng returned home from the Academy of Engineering, changed into casual clothes, and immediately immersed himself in the study on the second floor. At 53 years old, he was in the prime of his life, maintaining a fit physique, neither too fat nor too thin. Only the temples of his hair had turned gray. He wore a pair of rimless glasses, and his features bore a striking resemblance to Qian Wutong, though with the added maturity that years of experience had bestowed. As an academician at the Academy of Engineering, he had delved deeply into the intersection of mechanics and materials for many years, achieving remarkable scholarly accomplishments. Though he often humbly credited his success to the legacy of his father, those in the field knew that his expertise was genuine. Su Jiwei entered the study carrying 2 cups of tea. 3 years younger than Qian Jingheng, she was 50 this year, but looked as if she were in her early 40s. With a gentle demeanor and a soft voice, she was the kind of knowledgeable woman who made people feel at ease. Having taught at the university for nearly 20 years, she had only stepped back from frontline teaching 2 years ago, now focusing on managing household affairs, while occasionally accompanying her husband to academic events. Jingheng, have some tea. It's freshly brewed Mingxian Longjing. Su Jiwei placed the teacup on the desk, her gaze landing on her husband's face as she noticed him lost in thought over a document, unable to resist looking at him a moment longer. Still thinking about tomorrow's matters. Qian Jingheng took off his glasses, rubbed his nose bridge, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long sigh. Not thinking but calculating. Tomorrow Xie Linyuan, Guo Qiming, and Li Ming would all come over along with Wudong. The four young people together should be made comfortable without making it too formal. Su Jiwei sat down in the chair opposite him, cradling the teacup in her hands to warm them. She glanced at her husband, hesitating to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. Qian Jingheng smiled. What can't we discuss between us? Su Jiwei pondered her words carefully. Jingheng, I understand your desire for Wudong to get along with Xie Linyuan. After all, they are classmates and roommates, which naturally fosters a relationship. But I feel that your invitation for Xie Linyuan to visit, especially with Qingyan also at home, is likely not just a simple getting to know each other right. Qian Jingheng's hand that was about to lift the teacup paused slightly, the lid tapping against the rim with a crisp sound. He did not rush to deny or immediately admit it. Instead, he slowly savored a sip of tea, allowing the fragrant warmth to spread in his mouth, while using this moment to find an opportunity to speak. Jiwei, you have always been very perceptive. He placed the teacup back on the desk, crossing his hands over his abdomen. His gaze drifted past Su Jiwei's shoulder, looking out at the yard swallowed by the night. Indeed, it's not just a simple acquaintance. I want Qingyan and Xie Linyuan to get to know each other as well. Su Jiwei's gaze shifted slightly. She understood the unspoken implication in her husband's words. It was not just a casual introduction, but a desire to facilitate a connection. Qian Qingyan, at 16 years old, had just entered her first year of high school. Smart and beautiful, with a pleasant personality, she consistently ranked among the top in her classes. However, this child had been well protected since childhood, leaving her emotionally inexperienced, even her innermost thoughts rarely concealed. Su Jiwei had considered what kind of person her daughter might meet in the future, but she had never imagined that her husband would start arranging such matters when their daughter was only 16. Jingheng, is it really necessary to do this? There was no opposition in her tone, only a mother's instinctive concern. Qingyan is only 16, just starting high school. Xie Linyuan is 2 years older than her, but he is only 18. Isn't it too early to discuss this now? Both children are still in school, and their futures are still uncertain. Qian Jingheng did not immediately respond. He stood up, walked to the window, turning his back to Su Jiwei, and remained silent for a moment. You don't know how many people are watching Xie Linyuan right now. His voice was low. When his universal theory was published, many people had already taken notice. My old colleagues and those from the Academy of Sciences have been discreetly inquiring about Xie Linyuan's family situation and personal status. A few old fellows whose granddaughters are about the same age as our Qingyan have already started to plot ways to approach him. He turned around to look at Su Jiwei. Regarding the high-temperature resistant materials, though it hasn't been publicly announced, yet it has already spread within our Academy of Engineering. Do you know what this material signifies? It's not just a research paper or an award, it's a substantial strategic achievement. Xie Linyuan's resume with the universal theory and high-temperature resistant materials dual academicians, the country's highest science and technology award, at just 18. He paused for a moment, his tone becoming more serious. The old fellows at our Academy of Engineering have gone mad. Several of them are already working behind the scenes trying to get their daughters or granddaughters close to Xie Linyuan. They aren't fools, so everyone can see that Xie Linyuan is a person whose achievements will be immeasurable in the coming decades. Establishing a connection with him is not just about marriage, it's about the strategic layout of the entire family for the next several decades. Su Jiwei felt a slight tremor in her heart at the mention of strategic layout. She knew her husband was not a particularly ambitious person, having quietly dedicated himself to scholarship for decades without ever seeking to ingratiate himself with the powerful, nor relying on his father's reputation for special treatment. For him to express such thoughts indicated that the external circumstances had reached a level that could no longer be ignored. But Qingyan is only in her first year of high school, just 16. Su Jiwei frowned slightly, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the teacup. Even if we were to make contact, we could wait another 2 years. Now asking her to meet Xie Linyuan, a 16-year-old girl who understands nothing. What if? What if what? Qian Jingheng moved closer, sitting down across from her again, his tone softening a bit. Jiwei, it's not about making her date, get engaged, or marry right now. I mean first getting to know each other, starting as friends. As for Xie Linyuan, Wudong has lived with him for a semester and speaks very highly of him. It's not just because he excels academically or has many accomplishments, but because of his character. Unassuming, calm, sincere with others, and possessing a sense of propriety. Such qualities are rare at the age of 18. Su Jiwei remained silent, not responding. Qian Jingheng continued. Now let them get acquainted. Qin Yan won't find it forced, nor will Xie Linyuan find it abrupt. If they get along moderately, there is no loss. They are still family. But if they do not interact now, when Xie Linyuan reaches the marriageable age, given his current momentum, the people surrounding him will no longer be just a few granddaughters of old academicians, but prominent families from across the nation will surely engage. By then it will be too late for us to squeeze in with Qin Yan. He said the last sentence with a rare urgency in his tone. This was not his usual style. He was typically calm, unchanging even when faced with calamity. But this matter he was indeed serious about. Su Jiwei looked into her husband's eyes, suddenly feeling a pang of pity. Qian Jingheng had lived under the shadow of his grandfather all his life. Although he was an academician of the engineering academy, he was always introduced, as this is Qian Lao's grandson, wherever he went. He might not say it, but he surely bore some burden in his heart. Everything he was doing was not for himself, but for Wudong and Qingyan, so that this family could continue to thrive in his absence. Jingheng, I still have some reservations. Su Jiwei paused as if organizing words that wouldn't hurt too much. Is it necessary for our Qian family to treat Xie Linyuan like this? The legacy and reputation left by the old man cannot sustain us for a lifetime, nor do we have to rely on. Her words trailed off, but the meaning was already clear. The Qian family is not an ordinary family. The name Qian Lao holds significant weight in the scientific community of Xia Country, one that cannot be exhausted in just a generation or two. With Qian Jingheng's title as an academician, Qian Wudong studying at a prestigious university, and Qian Qingyan being intelligent and clever, this family could live respectably even without any effort. Qian Jingheng understood the words his wife had not spoken. He smiled bitterly, took off his glasses to wipe the lenses with his clothing, and put them back on. Jiwei, you are only seeing our current situation, not the deeper issues. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze resting on the row of his grandfather's works on the bookshelf, his voice low and slow. The accomplishments of the old man are indeed remarkable. His brilliance is so dazzling that no matter what we do, we will always be overshadowed by his shadow. Though I am an academician of the engineering academy, ask yourself, if it weren't for the name Qian Lao, could I have reached where I am today? I know in my heart that I owe a great deal to the old man's glory. Wudong has been smart since childhood, excelling in academics and performing well in every aspect. However, Jiwei, in the eyes of someone like the old man Wudong, is no different from an ordinary child. He pointed to the yellowed book on the shelf, Engineering Control Theory. This was written by the old man when he was over 30. By the age of 30, he was already at the forefront of world science. Wudong is 18 now. Oh, if you ask him, can he achieve results of the same caliber as the old man by the time he is in his 30s? Su Jiwei opened her mouth, wanting to say a few words for her son, but ultimately said nothing. I am not saying Wudong is not good. Qian Jingheng's tone softened a little. Wudong is a good child, diligent, smart, and ambitious. But there is a chasm between a good child and a genius. This chasm cannot be bridged merely by effort. He paused, his gaze drifting through the window into the depths of the night, his tone becoming distant and contemplative. Who is Xie Linyuan? Perfect score on the college entrance examination, universal theory, heat-resistant materials, at 18. These achievements would have drawn the old man's admiration in his time. If we can establish a connection with Xie Linyuan, our family will be secure for decades to come. He turned back to look at Su Jiwei, his gaze carrying a deep layer of meaning. When Xie Linyuan only had the universal theory, I was only thinking about Wudong getting along with him. Being classmates and roommates, this relationship is naturally close, requiring no deliberate maintenance. But Xie Linyuan is too extraordinary. Just days after introducing the universal theory, he produced heat-resistant materials. Do you know what this material signifies? It is not just a paper or a patent. It is something tangible, capable of changing national strength. What the old man achieved with the 2 bombs and a satellite was of this magnitude. Su Jiwei's brows gradually relaxed, but she still had concerns. So you are considering letting Qin Yan get to know him? Qian Jingheng nodded, not avoiding the question. Not many people are taking action, yet we have the upper hand. Wudong is his roommate and Qin Yan is the sister of his roommate, making this relationship inherently close. If we do not seize this opportunity now, once others pave the way and Xie Linyuan is surrounded by people trying to squeeze in, later will no longer be getting acquainted, but clinging on. Now let them interact as ordinary friends, naturally and without pretense. How it develops later depends on fate, and we should not force it. Su Jiwei remained silent for a long while. The tea in her cup had already cooled, and she had not taken a sip. She knew her husband made sense, but the hurdle in her heart was not so easy to overcome. As a mother, she felt awkward about pushing her 16-year-old daughter closer to a boy. Jiwei. Qian Jingheng noticed her hesitation, his voice soft and gentle. I am not asking you to treat Qin Yan as a bargaining chip. Qin Yan is my daughter, and I love her too. I just hope to give the 2 children a chance to know each other. Did you not say that Qin Yan has admired scientists since she was little? Xie Linyuan is a scientist, 18, only 2 years older than her, with no generation gap. It would be best if they get along well. If not, that's fine too. As elders, we should not force a match, and we definitely should not put pressure on them. Just ordinary friends having a meal together, chatting and greeting each other during holidays. How far they go depends entirely on their own fate. Su Jiwei lifted her head, looking into her husband's sincere eyes, and the awkwardness in her heart gradually melted away. Jingheng, there is one more thing. Suddenly recalling something, Su Jiwei lowered her voice a bit. I recently heard some rumors outside saying that the state has a deification plan for Xie Linyuan, intending to bring him to the forefront and shift the current trend of young people chasing online celebrities and stars. Do you know about this? Qian Jingheng's expression changed slightly. He stood up, walked to the study door, gently closed the slightly ajar door, and then returned to sit down. This action made Su Jiwei realize that the following conversation was not something that could be casually discussed at home. Who did you hear this from? He asked. At the last educational system seminar, a few old colleagues were chatting privately. They said it was an indication from above, not an official document, but the direction is already quite clear. Qian Jingheng nodded slightly, not denying it. I have heard some things about this as well. His voice lowered to a whisper audible only to the couple. The current international situation is tumultuous and external pressures are substantial. In our country, the youth are obsessed with celebrity culture, with internet influencers and trending stars dominating public discourse, while the voices of scientists, engineers, and laborers are pushed into the corners. If this situation continues, it will be detrimental to the future development of the country. The authorities want to reverse this trend and need to find a benchmark, a role model that young people can see, touch, and genuinely respect. He pointed to the materials on Xie Linyuan on the table. Xie Linyuan's resume is outstanding. From a humble background, losing his parents at a young age, he relied on his grandparents, and through hard work achieved perfect scores and became a top scholar, while also developing the general theory and heat-resistant materials. His achievements are solid, his character is commendable, and his image is also good. Just look at his photo. He's a clean-cut young man, unassuming and not ostentatious. Who else would you promote if not him? Su Jiwei nodded thoughtfully. She was not ignorant of politics. After teaching for many years at university, she was more sensitive to changes in the ideological realm than most. So the authorities are determined to elevate Xie Linyuan. It's not elevate, it's promote. Qian Jingheng corrected her wording. Elevate means using resources to forcefully raise someone up, which won't withstand the test of time. Promote means he already has the capability. The authorities are merely providing him a platform to let more people see him. Xie Linyuan doesn't need anyone to elevate him. His achievements are his strength. What the authorities are doing is just illuminating the brilliance that has been overshadowed. Su Jiwei sighed lightly, her tone carrying a hint of emotion. This child has indeed faced a lot. He lost his parents at 11, raised by his grandparents, and worked hard to reach where he is today. Any family that has such a child is truly blessed. Qian Jingheng glanced at his wife. That's why I said allowing Qingyan to meet him isn't a bad thing. Even if they can't become in-laws in the end, making a friend is still a good connection. Su Jiwei felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze and retorted, You always calculate everything so clearly. Even when it comes to our daughter's friendships. Qian Jingheng smiled. In family matters, which one doesn't require calculation? Not calculating and pretending to be generous is just foolishness. Qian Jingheng continued. However, I promise you this time will just be a casual visit without putting any pressure on them. Don't say anything in front of Qingyan. I'll let her interact with Xie Linyuan naturally. As for what happens later, it's all about fate. When fate comes, things will fall into place. If it doesn't, forcing it won't help. Su Jiwei nodded. She reached for the 2 cups of tea on the table that had gone cold and got up to replace them. As she reached the door, she paused and glanced back at her husband. Jingheng, do you think Xie Linyuan will have feelings for our Qingyan? Qian Jingheng thought for a moment and replied earnestly, I don't know. But our Qingyan is not lacking. She is intelligent, beautiful, kind, and naive, with a good family upbringing and education. Not every family can compare to that. The rest we shall leave to time. Su Jiwei pushed the door open and walked out, and the study fell silent. Qian Jingheng did not leave the study. He picked up Xie Linyuan's materials again and reviewed them. In fact, he was already very familiar with the content of the materials, coming from a rural background, orphaned, working at construction sites, walking home, achieving perfect scores, developing the general theory and heat-resistant materials. He remembered every detail clearly, yet he still wanted to look again. Each time he read it, he could glean something new from this young man. He recalled when he was young, before his father passed away, how his father once told him in the study, the future of this country does not lie in the hands of us old fellows, but in the hands of the youth. Your generation needs to find those who can bear the burden and pave the way for them. At that time, he was young and arrogant, believing he was one of those who could bear the burden. His father merely smiled without rebutting. Now he understood. Xie Linyuan is the kind of person who can bear the burden. He closed the materials, took off his glasses, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. For tomorrow's family banquet, the menu was determined by Su Jiwei. It consisted of simple home-cooked dishes without extravagance. Xie Linyuan, having come from a rural background, probably hadn't eaten anything too elaborate. He is not someone who would care about the quality of the food. From Wutong's descriptions, Qian Jingheng could sense this young man's character unpretentious, sincere, and neither obsequious nor arrogant. Such a person deserves the best and is worthy of Qin Yan. A light and cheerful sound of footsteps came from downstairs, followed by Qian Qingjian's clear voice. Mom, how many classmates is my brother bringing tomorrow? Should I dress formally? Su Jiwei's voice was gentle and casual. Just dress appropriately. Among young people it's best to be natural. Qian Jingheng, listening from the study, couldn't help but smile slightly. Being natural is indeed the best approach, he thought the same. On the 22nd of the 12th lunar month, at 9 in the morning, 2 black Hongqi bulletproof cars set off from Xie University, with Xie Linyuan in the back seat alongside Qian Wudong, while Guo Qiming and Li Ming were in the car behind. Linyuan, with this entourage, I feel a lot of pressure, Qian Wudong said with a smile. I don't want this either, Xie Linyuan leaned back in his seat, but it can't be helped, it's arranged by the authorities. If I were to take a taxi myself, Wu Kai would be so anxious he'd crash into a wall. Qian Wudong chuckled. With Captain Wu's physique, he'd break the wall. The atmosphere in the car lightened a bit. At 9:58 the convoy came to a steady stop at the entrance of the Qian family yard. Wu Kai got out of the front passenger seat and opened the door on Xie Linyuan's side. Xie Linyuan exited the vehicle, straightened his collar, and Qian Wudong circled around to pat him on the shoulder. In the other car, Guo Qiming and Li Ming also got out. Let's go, my parents should be waiting. Qian Wudong walked ahead and pushed open the yard gate. The Qian family's living room was exceptionally tidy, with Qian Jingheng's hair meticulously combed, Su Jiwei standing beside him in a cream-colored loungewear, and Qian Qingyan by the sofa, wearing a light beige sweater. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Xie Linyuan entered the door and bowed slightly. Qian Jingheng stepped forward and shook Xie Linyuan's hand, observing this young man up close. He looked even more spirited than in the photo, with well-defined features and an upright posture. Xie Linyuan, welcome. Wudong often mentions you on the phone, saying you take great care of them in the dormitory. Qian Jingheng released his hand and gestured for him to enter. Come in and sit, it's cold outside. Thank you, Uncle Qian. Guo Qiming and Li Ming followed behind, greeting Qian Jingheng and Su Jiwei in turn. Su Jiwei's gaze lingered on Xie Linyuan for an extra second. She nodded slightly in her heart. You all sit and chat. I will go busy in the kitchen and we'll be eating shortly. Su Jiwei smiled as she finished speaking and turned to head to the kitchen. As she passed by Qian Qingyan, she glanced quickly at her daughter, said nothing, and entered the kitchen. Qian Qingyan stood by the sofa, sweeping her gaze over Xie Linyuan before quickly looking away. Qingyan, this is Xie Linyuan, and this is Li Ming, Qian Wudong introduced to his sister. Guo Qiming was a familiar face, so he was not introduced. Hello, Qian Qingjian's voice was crisp. Hello, Xie Linyuan nodded in response. Qian Jingheng picked up the teapot and personally poured tea for the children. Uncle, let me do it. Xie Linyuan leaned slightly to take the teapot. You sit, you are the guest. Qian Jingheng smiled and pressed him down. The atmosphere in the living room was a bit tense in the first few minutes, but this awkwardness was broken by a casual remark from Li Ming. Uncle Qian, I have to tell you. Li Ming held his teacup. When we just arrived, I was in Xie Linyuan's car, and I felt so much pressure. Qian Wutong immediately chimed in. You only just felt the pressure. I've been living in the same dormitory as Xie Linyuan for a semester. I feel pressure every day. Guo Qiming leaned back on the sofa, leisurely adding, what's the worst part? Do you know? He is unflustered, doesn't rush, just goes about his work methodically, and then the general theory comes out, and the heat-resistant materials are developed. The few of them took turns speaking, making Xie Linyuan sound like some existence beyond the human realm. Xie Linyuan listened. He knew his roommates were joking, but he could also hear the genuine pressure in their playful words. Don't listen to them. Xie Linyuan finally spoke, and not without anxiety. Oh, I just don't show it. You kids, Qian Jingheng said with a smile, living together in the same dormitory, learning from each other and pushing each other forward. Linyuan, if I may ask, what are your plans for the future? With the general theory out and the heat-resistant materials developed, what do you want to do next? Will you continue researching at Xie University, or do you have other considerations? The living room fell silent. Qian Wudong, Guo Qiming, and Li Ming all looked towards Xie Linyuan. Qian Qingyan also tilted her head slightly, her gaze landing on Xie Linyuan's profile. This question was one Xie Linyuan had thought about many times. Since the moment he broke through to the Yuan 2 realm, he had been pondering this question. But he had never spoken to anyone about it. Saying it out loud felt like daydreaming. Moreover, who would he tell? To Wu Feng, to his roommates, to Zhang Jianjun. But at this moment, sitting in front of Qian Jingheng, he felt he could speak. Here, no one should think that interstellar navigation is a mad idea. Uncle Qian, my thoughts have never changed. Xie Linyuan paused and said slowly, to the stars and the sea. The living room fell silent. Qian Wudong came back to his senses first, to the stars and the sea. Are you saying interstellar navigation? Xie Linyuan took over. I hope to lead the descendants of Yin and Huang out of Earth and into deep space. He paused, shifting his gaze from Qian Jingheng to Qian Wudong, then to Guo Qiming and Li Ming, and finally landing on Qian Qingyan. The general theory aims for breakthroughs in anti-gravity theory. Without a unified field theory, anti-gravity is just a castle in the air. Anti-gravity technology is the first step towards interstellar navigation. What we need is large-scale, low-cost, and reusable capabilities for traveling between Earth and space. What is required is a propulsion system capable of sustaining prolonged interstellar travel. Xie Linyuan continued, anti-gravity vehicles traveling at high speeds within the atmosphere generate extreme surface temperatures. Without heat-resistant materials, such craft would incinerate before even clearing the atmosphere. Heat-resistant materials are the essential safeguard for atmospheric exit. Only with them can a vehicle safely traverse the atmospheric boundary. The first step lies in theory, the second in materials, and the third in energy. Anti-gravity propulsion demands colossal energy, far beyond the capacity of existing power technologies. Nuclear fusion remains the most promising known solution. Heat-resistant materials are equally critical for the first wall of fusion reactors, thus they serve not merely as an outcome of the second step, but also as foundational groundwork for the third. An unusual silence settled over the living room. Qian Jingheng leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed over his abdomen, his gaze fixed steadily on Xie Linyuan's face, unwavering for a long while. Qian Wudong opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it again, swallowing his words. Guo Qiming and Li Ming exchanged glances, their expressions mirrored each other precisely, stunned. Linyuan, are you truly serious about all this? Qian Wudong's voice carried solemn weight. Having shared a dormitory with Xie Linyuan for so long, he had never heard him weave these theories into a single coherent vision, a grand starward-bound blueprint. Do I look like I'm joking? Xie Linyuan turned to meet his gaze, eyes unwavering. Several seconds of silence passed before Qian Jingheng spoke. Xie Linyuan, were these words spoken by an 18-year-old stranger, I'd dismiss them as daydreaming. But you have already completed the first and second steps. A unified field theory, the holy grail pursued by global physicists for decades. You have achieved it. A breakthrough in ultra-high temperature materials, the bottleneck that has stymied Xia State's research for decades. You have shattered it. When you tell me you now intend to advance to the third and fourth steps, I have no reason to doubt you. When my father returned home decades ago, someone asked him, why did you come back? He replied, I wish for my fellow countrymen to live lives of dignity. And he fulfilled that vow. Now you declare your intent to lead the descendants of Yin and Huang into the starry ocean. I believe you. Because the light in your eyes, the same fierce, unyielding radiance, mirrors exactly the light that once burned in my father's gaze. The atmosphere in the living room shifted palpably. Qian Xingyan sat motionless on the sofa, her gaze shifting repeatedly between Qian Jingheng and Xie Linyuan, lips faintly pressed together. Xie Linyuan looked at Qian Jingheng and softly said, thank you, Uncle Qian. Some truths need no elaboration. Qian Wudong sank deeper into the sofa and exhaled slowly. Linyuan, you've completely flustered me. I'd thought sharing a dorm with you that with enough effort I might just keep pace. Now you speak of interstellar travel. What exactly am I supposed to chase? Chase rockets. Li Ming burst into laughter. Wudong, that analogy doesn't quite hold. You should say you're applauding as Xie Linyuan's rocket pierces the atmospheric veil. Guo Qiming added with deliberate slowness, applause is valid too. It's still participation. Laughter rippled among them. Their mirth gently diffused the earlier heaviness, but each knew deep down that Xie Linyuan's words were no jest. They were the unveiled contours of a meticulously drawn living blueprint. Gradually, the conversation drifted from cosmic horizons back toward the familiar, recounting stories of Grandfather Qian speaking of engineering cybernetics. Leaning against the sofa, Qian Wudong sighed, Grandfather's engineering cybernetics. I flipped through it, but gave up by chapter 3. It's all mathematics, tensors, matrices, functional analysis. My head spun. Guo Qiming, rarely showing vulnerability, offered a wry, resigned expression. So did I. My own grandfather's handwritten manuscripts. I tried reading one page as a child. Every character was legible, yet their meaning remained utterly opaque. After that, I abandoned the attempt and devoted myself entirely to materials science. Li Ming scratched his head. At least you two read the original texts. I've never even laid eyes on the book's cover. All three turned almost in unison towards Xie Linyuan. I have studied them, he said quietly. Both Grandfather Qian's Engineering Cybernetics and an Introduction to Interstellar Navigation. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze resting upon the spines of Grandfather Qian's collected works aligned on the bookshelf. In an Introduction to Interstellar Navigation, Grandfather Qian proposed as early as the 1960s the use of nuclear energy for interstellar propulsion. At that time, our nation hadn't even launched its first satellite, yet his vision had already pierced decades ahead. Such foresight belongs to no ordinary mind. Grandfather Qian was a great scientist. His visionary insight and strategic acumen laid the unshakable foundations for this nation. He paused. Alas, I never had the chance to speak with him. He had uttered those very words once before, in the dormitory to Qian Wudong. Today he spoke them again, in the Qian family's living room beneath grandfather Qian's portrait. Qian Jingheng fell silent for a moment, then said, "Father passed away the year you were born. But were he alive today, and saw the unified field theory you forged, the heat-resistant materials you pioneered, he would rejoice. Truly the younger generation inspires awe." This topic could not be pursued further. Delving deeper would only bring sorrow. Qian Xingyan poked her head in from the kitchen. "Dad, Mom says dinner is ready." Dinner was prepared by Su Jiwei herself. 6 dishes, and 1 soup: steamed sea-based braised pork ribs, blanched Chinese flowering cabbage, shrimp pan, scrambled eggs, stir-fry cold-dressed, wood ear, fungus, garlic, broccoli, and lotus root pork rib soup. The mood at the table grew markedly lighter. Seated beside Qian Jingheng, Su Jiwei frequently served dishes to the young guests. Qian Xingyan sat across from Xie Linyuan, occasionally lifting her eyes to glance at him before quickly lowering them again. After the meal, they returned to the living room for tea. Qian Wudong suggested taking a group photo. Su Jiwei retrieved her phone and snapped several shots of the 5 young people. In the photograph, Xie Linyuan stood between Qian Wudong and Gua Qiming Li Ming at the far edge, and Qian Xingyan beside Qian Wudong. Their collective youth seemed to glow, even through the screen. After the photos, Qian Xingyan hesitated briefly, then approached Xie Linyuan. "Senior Xie, may I add you on WeChat? I'd like to consult you on matters in the future." She spoke without coyness, open, poised, assured. "Of course," Xie Linyuan replied, pulling out his phone and displaying a QR code. They scanned each other's codes and became friends. "Feel free to message me anytime. I'll reply as soon as I see it," Xie Linyuan said, slipping his phone back into his pocket, tone effortlessly natural. "Thank you, Senior." Qian Xingyan smiled, eyes crinkling warmly. Shortly after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Kai entered the courtyard and tapped lightly on the living room's glass door. "Teacher Xie, it's nearly time. We must allow ample margin for the high-speed rail station. Road conditions remain unpredictable during the spring festival travel rush." Xie Linyuan rose to bid farewell to Qian Jingheng and Su Jiwei. "Uncle, Auntie, I apologize for the intrusion today. Thank you both for your warm hospitality. Don't mention intrusion. Come often." Su Jiwei smiled, then turned to Qian Wudong. "Wudong, invite your classmates over more frequently." Qian Jingheng walked them to the courtyard gate. He watched the 2 black Hongqi sedans start up. Xie Linyuan rolled down his window and waved. Then the convoy eased out of the courtyard and merged into the flowing traffic on the main road. Qian Jingheng remained at the gate until the cars vanished around the corner, then turned and re-entered the house. In the living room, Su Jiwei was tidying the tea set, while Qian Xingyan sat on the sofa scrolling through the photos they'd just taken. Qian Wudong sprawled across the sofa, staring blankly upward, exuding pure, unadulterated exhaustion. Qian Jingheng sat beside him. "Wudong, having lived with Xie Linyuan this semester, how has it been?" Qian Wudong straightened his head, which had been tilted back. "How to put it? He defies any single label. Academically, he's extraordinary, so formidable it feels as though we belong to different species. Yet in daily life, he's utterly ordinary. He takes his turn cleaning the dorm, without evasion, patiently explains questions to us, and carries himself without pretense or condescension." Qian Jingheng nodded, offering no judgment. Su Jiwei emerged from the kitchen and sat on the sofa, turning to Qian Xingyan. "Xingyan, what do you think of Xie Linyuan?" Qian Xingyan lowered her phone and tilted her head thoughtfully. "He's quite handsome," she said, then added, "and his bearing is exceptional, utterly unlike the boys at school." Su Jiwei glanced at Qian Jingheng, who gave a slight, affirming nod. Leaning back on the sofa, Qian Jingheng recalled Xie Linyuan's words in the living room. 18 years old. Most boys that age remain preoccupied with exam scores, romantic anxieties, or late-night gaming marathons. Xie Linyuan, however, has already begun laying down a path, one that leads to the stars. December 18th, Yu Province, Huai County. Wu Chang awoke to the roar of a car engine. He lay on the creaking spring bed in the central hall, half his quilt trailing onto the floor, his pillow vanished somewhere unknown. The previous night, he'd played cards with friends at a small-town restaurant, staying until 2 a.m. He'd won over 300 yuan. Elated, he'd ordered 2 extra rounds. Now the sun hung low in the western sky. He blinked groggily awake, his head thick and buzzing like a hive of drowsy bees. From the central hall came his wife Lu Guilan's voice. "Look at you. Look at the time. I've reheated the porridge 3 times. Drink it or don't, I don't care. All you do is drink, gamble, and idle away your days. The rice jar's nearly empty and not a single New Year item's been bought. What am I supposed to celebrate with?" Wu Chang rolled onto his side and pulled the quilt over his head, muttering indistinctly, "Stop nagging. Annoying. Annoying. You're annoying. I'm the one who's annoyed." Lu Guilan's voice rose another notch. "Other men work hard outside, bringing home tens of thousands yearly. What about you? Aside from eating my food and drinking my water, what else can you possibly do? You've squandered every last bit your parents left you. This marriage is unbearable. Then end it. Go back to your parents' home." Wu Chang thrust half his face from beneath the quilt, glaring at his wife, bloodshot, veins webbing his sclera. Lu Guilan recoiled, eyes welling, lips trembling. Without another word, she turned sharply and stormed into the kitchen, slamming pots and pans in furious clatter. Wu Chang flipped over and pulled the blanket over himself. He didn't want to argue with his wife, though it seemed pointless. Winning an argument brings no reward, and losing it brings even more embarrassment. What occupied his mind was something else. New Year was approaching, and those working away from home were returning. They brought big and small bags stuffed with the hard-earned money they had saved over the year. Some people smoked fine cigars, drank good liquor, and played cards with great generosity. He felt a stirring in his heart. Should he set up a small game? Gather a few brothers, set up a card table, lay a trap, and make some money from those simpletons scraping by. It wasn't stealing or robbing. If they were willing to gamble, they had to accept the outcome. If one lost, they could only blame their bad luck. As he calculated whom to partner with, where to set up, and how to split the take, he was immersed in thought when the sudden roar of car engines disrupted the quiet outside the courtyard. Wu Chang instinctively sat up in bed and lifted a corner of the curtain to look outside. To his shock, 2 blue and white police cars, one in front and one behind, were parked solidly at his doorstep. The police lights atop the vehicles were not on, but the words "Public Security" on the side gleamed sharply in the afternoon sun. The doors opened and 4 officers in uniform wearing wide-brimmed hats stepped out. Each one was young and strong, standing tall with brisk steps. They were clearly not the old hands from the local police station. Wu Chang's heart tightened. His first reaction was not to wonder why they were there, but rather to run. He didn't have time to consider what he might have done to warrant the arrival of 2 police cars. One thought consumed him. He couldn't be caught, he mustn't. He threw off the blanket barefooted on the ground, slipped on a pair of worn-out cotton shoes, and grabbed an old cotton jacket from the chair, without even putting his arms through the sleeves, and dashed toward the back door of the main room. Lu Guilin was carrying a bowl of thin porridge from the kitchen when she saw a shadow rush past her. It took her a moment to realize it was her husband. "Wu Chang, what are you doing? Why are you running?" Wu Chang ignored her, kicked open the back door, and charged into the grove of poplar trees behind the courtyard. At the same time, the 4 police officers at the entrance heard the commotion from the backyard. The leader, slightly older, in his 30s, with a square face and sharp eyes, frowned upon hearing Lu Guilin's shout. He whispered into his earpiece, "Back door, he's running." No sooner had he spoken than hurried footsteps and the sound of dry branches snapping echoed from the direction of the grove, followed by a man's terrified shout and a trained low command, "Don't move. Get down." Wu Chang vaulted over the courtyard wall and desperately ran deeper into the woods. He thought he knew the terrain like the back of his hand. He could escape, even with his eyes closed. But today he encountered an unexpected foe. 2 young men in police uniforms were already lying in wait on the edge of the woods. He had barely run 20 meters when something tripped him, sending him sprawling onto the ground, his face buried in dried leaves and mud, his mouth filled with dirt. Before he could get up, a knee pressed against his lower back, a hand pinned his head down, and another hand twisted his right arm behind him. A cold metal handcuff clicked shut. "Don't move. Be still." The police officer's voice was authoritative and emotionless. Wu Chang lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his mouth full of mud, mumbling, "Why are you arresting me? What did I do? You've got the wrong person. I haven't done anything." 2 officers lifted him off the ground, one on each side, escorting him back. As Wu Chang struggled and looked back, he saw the other 2 officers approaching from the courtyard entrance. The 4 of them formed a tight encirclement, blocking any retreat. This was not a spontaneous arrest, it was a meticulously planned operation. They knew when he would come, from which direction he would run, where he would flee, and even the route he would take after jumping the wall. The officer holding him had a blank expression. "If you haven't committed a crime, why are you running?" Wu Chang was rendered speechless. Could he say, "I have a habit of running when I see the police"? He took a deep breath, forced himself to stay calm, and tried to reason with the officers. "I was just sleeping at home when you suddenly showed up. I was scared, so I ran a bit. I really haven't done anything wrong. You must be mistaken. I've only played cards, win or lose. That's not illegal, right?" The police ignored him. They pushed him out of the courtyard wall and shoved him next to the police car. In another police car, someone was already pressed against the back seat. It was Zhao San, an old acquaintance from a neighboring village, someone who had drunk and played cards with Wu Chang, sharing the same flaws. Zhao San saw Wu Chang through the car window, and their eyes met for a brief moment, both reflecting the same confusion and fear. Lu Guilin rushed out of the courtyard with soot on her apron and still clutching the rag in her hand. Seeing Wu Chang being handcuffed and escorted by 2 young officers towards the police car, her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Comrades, why are you arresting my husband? What has he done? Are you sure you have the right person?" The leading officer pulled out a document stamped with a bright red seal from his briefcase, unfolded it, and handed it to Lu Guilin. Lu Guilin saw the large red stamp and trembled, asking, "What? What is this?" "An arrest warrant. Wu Chang is suspected of provoking trouble, gambling, and theft, and will be detained according to the law." The officer's tone left no room for negotiation. Lu Guilin opened her mouth, wanting to ask a few more questions. But looking at the 4 young officers with their stoic faces, seeing the ranks on their epaulets and the gear strapped to their waists, she swallowed her words. Her lips trembled, and finally she squeezed out a question from her throat. Will he be back for the new year? The police officer did not answer. The car door slammed shut, and the police car started up, the blue and white vehicle fading into the dusk. Lu Guilin stood at the entrance of the courtyard watching the two cars disappear around the village, bend, her rag dropping to the ground without her noticing. The cold wind of the 12th month blew across the fields, chilling her to the bone. She tucked her chin down and turned back into the courtyard, closing the door tightly. Wu Chang was taken to the detention center of the Huai County Public Security Bureau. This was not his first time in a police station. He had been arrested several times before for fighting and gambling. But each time it was just a matter of taking a statement, receiving criticism and education, and being released after a few days. This time, however, was different. The police car did not head towards the direction he was familiar with, but turned onto a road he had never taken. Two heavy iron doors slowly closed behind them with a dull metallic clang, as if something had been completely locked away. Processing paperwork, taking photos, fingerprinting, changing into prison garb. After going through the whole procedure, Wu Chang's mind was still in a daze. He was led into a cell, and the iron door slammed shut behind him, startling him with the sound. Several people were already detained in the holding cell. Wu Chang stared intently. His blood surged upward. They were all familiar faces: Matzi from the neighboring town, Goshang, the cousin of his brother-in-law, and Xiao Luzi, who had shared drinks with him just last month. They crouched together in the corner, clad in the same gray-blue detention uniforms as Wu Chang, their expressions eerily uniform, dazed and disoriented. "You're here too?" Wu Chang plopped down onto the cement bunk bed, his voice trembling and unsteady. Matzi grimaced, his voice hoarse. "I have no idea either. I was just strolling down the street when suddenly several men appeared, grabbed me without a word, and declared me a socially idle element, subject to centralized education and reform. I was utterly stunned. I didn't even know what idle element meant. All I did was take a quiet walk." Gosheng huddled deeper into the corner, a dark bruise marring his cheek, his voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum. "I was arrested at a mahjong parlor. That day my luck ran dry. I lost some money, exchanged harsh words with another player, and a bystander called the police. In the past, officers would simply mediate such disputes, scolding both sides equally before departing. This time, however, they arrived and slapped on handcuffs without hesitation. I protested that I'd committed no crime. But the officer retorted, "You've stolen chickens and pilfered dogs, you don't deny it." I replied, "That was years ago. I haven't done such things in ages." He said, "A debt unpaid is still a debt." Xiao Luzi was the youngest among them, under 30, with a shaved head and a scar tracing his jawline. He squatted silently in the corner, hands buried deep in his sleeves, voice low and measured. "It's not just us." He squatted silently in the corner, hands buried deep in his sleeves, voice low and measured. "It's not just us. I overheard the officers escorting me say this is a county-wide campaign, a sweeping cleanup. Everyone like us, those without legitimate occupations, those idling away their days, petty thieves, gamblers, all are being rounded up. It's not only Huai County. It's happening across Yu Province, though Huai County is enforcing it most rigorously." Wu Chang's final flicker of hope dissolved completely. He'd assumed someone bearing a grudge had reported him, just to get him locked up for a few days as payback. But Xiao Luzi's words revealed something far larger: an organized, systematic operation. They had been sifted out like chaff, from towns and villages, streets and alleys, mahjong parlors and billiard halls. Not a single one missed. "Then, when can we leave?" Wu Chang voiced the question, haunting every man in the cell. No one answered. Silence hung heavy for a long moment before Matzi murmured, "I heard. At least 1 month." Wu Chang's face paled. 1 month. By the time he walked free, not only would Spring Festival be over, but even the Lantern Festival would have passed. He recalled his wife's expression as she watched him leave through the courtyard gate. Her words, "We don't even have money for the new year," echoed in his ears. He hadn't bought a single proper New Year's gift. Now it no longer mattered. His mouth opened, poised to curse, but his lips trembled violently, and no sound emerged. Then he remembered what the officer escorting him had said: "Celebrate the new year. Do it inside." He'd thought it mere intimidation. Now he knew it was truth. At that very moment, Li Xingyuan, the newly appointed director of Huai County Public Security Bureau, sat in a conference room, receiving reports from operational task forces. 41 years old, he stood at the golden peak of his career. For over a decade, he had served in the Provincial Public Security Department's Criminal Investigation Bureau, solving major cases, commanding respect with his unwavering resolve and decisive action. Half a month earlier, upon receiving his transfer order, his superiors had issued only one directive: Huai County's public security, entrusted to you. At the time, he'd considered the assignment beneath his stature. He was a provincial-level officer, his dossier adorned with medals, dispatched to lead a county bureau, to restore social order. Was this not using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Yet when he laid eyes on the document marked with red top classification, he understood his superior's intent and grasped the true weight of his mandate. The document was brief, its core directive singular, complete comprehensive screening for public security risks, and full clearance of key personnel across Huai County prior to the target individual's return, ensuring absolute safety. The target individual, only one name. Xie Linyuan, 18 years old, pioneer of the universal theory, dual academician, recipient of China's highest science and technology award, inventor of high-temperature resistant materials, honorary professor emeritus of Tsinghua University. Each title alone would draw gasps of awe. Xie Linyuan had spent over a decade in the provincial bureau. What eminent figure had he not encountered? Yet never before had he seen so many extraordinary distinctions converge upon a single person, still only 18. For the first time, he truly felt the meaning of the term national treasure. He knew Xie Linyuan would return to Huai County for the Spring Festival, from Beijing to his ancestral village Xie Linyuan to be with his grandparents. Huai County was Xie Linyuan's birthplace, his roots his kin, the very paths he'd walked since childhood. He must return, and return unharmed in peace to spend the holiday quietly. Xie Linyuan recalled from his provincial bureau days a case he still refused to revisit in memory. A venerable professor, a scholar of towering moral authority, had been ambushed late at night by a group of juvenile delinquents. He offered no resistance, surrendering wallet and phone, but when they deemed the sum insufficient, they beat him mercilessly. He collapsed, life ebbing before reaching the hospital. The assailants were later apprehended, the youngest only 17. During interrogation, one confessed, "We never meant to kill him. We just wanted cash." Who knew he'd break so easily? The incident ignited national outrage online. Fury, grief, relentless questioning. Yet fury and questions changed nothing. That professor would never again stand before a lecture hall. His students would never hear his voice teach again. Later, the public security system conducted a special internal rectification campaign, issuing bulletins on similar incidents nationwide, shocking in both number and severity. In the archives of that campaign, Xie Linyuan read a line he would never forget. When a professor is murdered by thugs, the loss is not merely one life. It is decades of advancement for an entire academic discipline. Now Xie Linyuan was returning. His significance dwarfed that of any single professor. He was the most pivotal piece on China's National Science and Technology Strategic Board. Any misstep, any harm, would incur consequences no one could bear. Thus, Xie Linyuan had but one imperative before Xie Linyuan set foot in Huai County: eliminate every latent potential threat, every unstable element capable of endangering him. Not mere surveillance, not inclusion on watch lists. Arrest, detention, interrogation, re-education, one by one. Those reformed would be released, if those unrepentant would remain confined. A large map of Huai County covered the conference room's whiteboard, densely annotated with locations of key individuals across towns and townships. Xie Linyuan lifted his pointer and circled a section of the map. Huaishan administers 15 townships and 4 subdistricts. We have identified 437 idle individuals with no legitimate occupation who possess prior records for gambling, theft, or provoking trouble. All of them are to be detained. Xie Linyuan's tone brooked no dissent. Each township police station must dispatch personnel to assist with arrests in their jurisdiction, while the SWAT brigade provides mobile support. By midnight tonight, I want to see detention receipts for every one of them. This operation drew upon the county's sharpest forces. Cadres were seconded from the municipal bureau, and additional support requested from the provincial department. The officers taking part averaged under 30 years old, vigorous, well-trained, and unafraid of hard fighting. The old hands who loafed at grassroots stations were deliberately bypassed. It was not distrust of those veterans if this operation could succeed, but must not fail. The arrest campaign, codenamed Pure Wind, was not aimed at ordinary citizens, but targeted idle individuals who loitered at society's margins, shunned honest labor, and posed latent risks to public order. Under normal circumstances, these people would hardly face criminal charges, at most rebukes, fines, or a few days' detention before being released. This time, however, was different. The old wards of the Huaishan Detention Center were already full. Newly activated cells had been opened as well. The head cook at the canteen was informed that this month's provisions would be ordered in many times the usual quantity, and that overtime must be expected. No holidays for the new year. Everyone would remain on duty. The armed police detachment also received orders from the 15th day of the 12th lunar month. The perimeter of the detention center would be placed on heightened guard with increased patrols, and no one was to request leave or go out. It was not only the Huaishan public security apparatus that was in motion. A few days earlier, a high-speed special train from Yanjing had pulled into Xinshi East Station. A contingent of elite forces from an armed police unit disembarked. They bore no identifying insignia and dressed with discretion, yet their formation was orderly and solemn, their stride steady. Clearly professionals with special training. They billeted within the Huaishan armed police barracks, mixed in with the local detachment, and took responsibility for the outer security cordon during Xie Linyuan's stay in Huaishan. The office of the newly appointed chief, Xie Linyuan, sat on the top floor of the Huaishan Public Security Bureau building. From the window, the county's silhouette shimmered faintly in the night. Xie Linyuan stood by the window, his baton resting upon the desk, his gaze fixed toward the northeast, toward Xie village. He picked up the red field telephone and dialed. A single ring, and the line was answered. Report: Huaxian is prepared. The 437 key individuals have all been detained. Armed police units have deployed and all routes around Xie village are covered by round-the-clock patrols. After a moment of silence from the other and a measured voice replied, do not let your guard down. Academician Xie Linyuan is no ordinary man. This spring festival Huaxian must enjoy a safe and reassuring year. Xie Linyuan snapped to attention and answered with absolute certainty yes. Rest assured, Huaxian public security will not fail its duty. The iron gate of the detention center yawned open again in the night. Another batch of newly detained men were shepherded inside, heads bowed and faces blank with bewilderment. In the cell, Wu Chang squeezed himself into the innermost bunk, listening to the footsteps and voices beyond the iron door, a nameless sensation stirring within him. He thought of his wife's complaints of half a life squandered in muddle, of the chickens he had stolen, the dogs he had fondled, the money he had cheated from others. He had always told himself these were small transgressions, just ways to get by, unavoidable. Now, crouched behind iron bars, surveying 40 years of drift, he realized for the first time that he had never taken anything or anyone truly seriously. Even his remorse felt cheap. On the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month at Xinshi East Station, the white body of the high-speed train stood snug against the platform as a cold, biting air flowed into the carriage. Xie Linyuan rose from his seat, straightened the collar of his coat, and moved toward the train door. Between Yinjing and Xinshi, he was accompanied only by Wu Kai Zhou Rui, Su Lei Chun Feng, and the covert security detail. The moment his feet touched the platform, his eyes swept forward. A crowd lined the platform. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man in a dark jacket, of average build with a square face and meticulously groomed hair. Half a step behind him stood several others, among them the county party secretary of Huaxian, whom Xie had met after the college entrance examination. Beside them stood the county magistrate, and next to him a man in police uniform, upright and alert, the newly installed Huaxian public security chief Xie Linyuan. The municipal party secretary stepped forward 2 paces, extending both hands with warmth and solemnity. Academician Xie, welcome home. On behalf of Xinshi's party committee and municipal government, welcome back for the new year. Xie Linyuan clasped his hand. Secretary, you are too kind. I'm the one causing trouble for everyone. Nonsense. The secretary replied with sincere laughter, appraising Xie with evident emotion. You are one of our children who went out into the world, Xinshi's pride. The great achievements you produced at Xuemu University have been seen by us all. They stir the heart. The news broadcast ran for 3 days, and our townsfolk were proud for 3 days. Your returning for the new year is an honor for Xinshi. Xie smiled faintly and offered no excessive pleasantries. He understood that too much modesty in such circumstances could seem awkward. The party secretary's words were not only for Xie, but for the officials behind him. This young man was a national treasure, a native son. They should all take note. The county party secretary and the magistrate each stepped forward to shake Xie's hand. The party secretary clasped his hand and reminisced, Academician Xie, the last time I saw you was in Xie village when you had just received your admission letter to Xuemu University. In less than a year, your name has already been written into textbooks. Huaxian produces a talent like you, and this old secretary feels proud. The praise embarrassed Xie. Secretary, you flatter me. Huaxian is my root. I will always remember it, he said with sincere calm. Xie Linyuan then stepped forward to shake his hand, neither too firm nor too light, his gaze steady and incisive. Academician Xie, I am Xie Linyuan, chief of the Huaxian Public Security Bureau. I will coordinate your security while you are in Huaxian. Should you require anything, please contact me at any time. Xie looked at the vigorous chief and thought of what Wu Kai had told him en route. Huaxian had preemptively cleared all idle elements. The county's social scene was scrubbed clean. He understood the foresight behind such preparations, though he did not speak of it. Chiefly, thank you for your and your colleagues' efforts, Xie said earnestly. Xie Linyuan returned a salute and then stepped back without further comment. After the formalities, the municipal secretary made a polite gesture. Academician Xie, shall we go? The car has been arranged via the expressway. It will take about 2 hours to Xie village. They walked out toward the station square. A motorcade waited. 2 official police vehicles led the formation, their lights flashing. Behind them were 2 black sedans, the red flag cars transported from Yinjing, followed by several minibuses and SUVs carrying accompanying personnel and security details. Wu Kai quickly walked to the red flag car and opened the door. Just as Xie Linyuan was about to get in, the mayor approached with a smile. Academician Xie, if you don't mind, may I ride with you? There is still some distance to go. Let's have a chat on the way. Of course I don't mind. Please, Mayor. Wu Kai closed the door and took the passenger seat. After scanning the surroundings and confirming that everything was normal, he whispered into the earpiece, let's go. The convoy slowly drove out of the square and merged onto the main road, heading towards the entrance of the expressway. The backseat of the car was spacious with Xie Linyuan and the mayor sitting side by side, 2 bottles of water placed on the armrest between them. The mayor turned his head to look at Xie Linyuan, his gaze filled with the warmth of an elder towards a younger generation, yet his tone carried a serious and formal demeanor. Academician Xie, the distance from Xinshi East Station to your hometown Shijiao village in Huaixin is about 120 kilometers. To be honest, that distance is not short. Every time you return from Yinjing, you take the high-speed train to the East Station and then bump along in a car for 2 hours. It's quite a hassle. Especially for someone like you who is engaged in research. Time is precious, it's not worth wasting on the road. Xie Linyuan slightly tilted his head, listening without interrupting. The mayor continued, "We have coordinated with the railway department. The originally planned high-speed rail line was supposed to start from Xinshi East Station and not go towards Huaixin. However, adjustments have been made, and in the new plan, there will be a high-speed rail station in Huaixin. When you return from Yinjing, the high-speed train will go directly to Huaixin, and you'll be right at your doorstep, without having to endure that extra 100 kilometers. Xie Linyuan's eyes flickered slightly. He did not ask, why the change, because he knew the answer was for him. There was no need to inquire about details or express anything. Silently, he kept this gesture in his heart. Mayor, this is a blessing for the hundreds of thousands of people in Huaixin. Xie Linyuan's voice was not loud. Huaixin has never had high-speed rail. It is inconvenient for the common people to travel far. They have to transfer at Xinshi East Station to get to the provincial capital or Yinjing. Building a high-speed rail station in Huaixin will greatly facilitate the lives of tens of thousands of people in the county. I thank you on behalf of my hometown's folks. Thank you for the city's decision." The mayor's smile deepened upon hearing this. He had seen many young people change in their speech and actions after gaining honor. Some became arrogant, some became superficial, and some could only see higher peaks in their eyes. But Xie Linyuan was different. His first thought was not about his own convenience, but about the hundreds of thousands of people in Huaixin. "Academician Xie, you speak well." The mayor nodded seriously. Changing the planning of a railway line is no small matter. It involves investment, land acquisition, construction, and many other aspects. However, the city officials unanimously believe that this adjustment is worthwhile. It is not just for your convenience, but more importantly, Huaixin as a county in our Xinshi has long suffered in terms of transportation. Without high-speed rail, attracting investment is affected, talent outflow cannot be stopped, and it is difficult for the common people to go out. Seizing this opportunity to build the high-speed rail station is to address shortcomings and plan for the long term. Xie Linyuan turned his head, looking at the rapidly retreating winter scenery outside the car window. The southern plains of Hunan were a desolate yellow under the December sky, with wheat seedlings pressed against the ground. The outline of distant villages flickered in the mist, with smoke rising gently from rooftops. This is his hometown, every inch of which he is familiar with. "Mayor, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if I should mention it." Xie Linyuan's gaze remained outside, his voice calm. "Please go ahead. With a high-speed rail station in Huaixin, it's not just about convenience for going out and coming home. The high-speed rail station can become a pivot for leveraging more resources. Logistics, human flow, information flow. Once the high-speed rail is connected, the link to the outside world will become closer. If we can plan some supporting industrial parks based on the agricultural foundation and labor advantages of Huaixin to attract industry transfers from developed areas, then the common people won't need to leave home for work." Xie Linyuan shifted his gaze from the window back to the mayor. "I have worked on construction sites and know the hardships of going out to work. Throughout the year, one can barely return home a few times. Children become left behind children, and the elderly become empty nesters. If jobs and income are available locally, who would want to leave their hometown?" The mayor listened, his expression shifting from gentle to serious, and then from serious to solemn. He did not respond as he was waiting for Xie Linyuan to finish speaking. "The county party secretary and the county mayor are both capable people. I'm not familiar with grassroots work, but I know that Huaixin is underdeveloped and its industries are weak. Relying solely on its own resources and strength, it is difficult to achieve leapfrog development in the short term. If the city can provide more policy support combined with the locational advantages after the high-speed rail opens, Huaixin can completely move up a level in the coming years." He finished speaking, and the car fell silent for 2 seconds. The mayor slowly nodded. He had specifically come to accompany Xie Linyuan on this trip, and at least half of his original intention was out of courtesy. It would be inappropriate not to accompany a national treasure-level scientist returning home for the new year. "Academician Xie, your few words have been more enlightening than listening to half a year of economic work reports." The mayor's tone was sincere. Building the high-speed rail station is a hard investment, but how to utilize it afterward and turn it into an engine for development is where we need to focus our efforts. Your idea of using the high-speed rail station as a pivot to drive industrial layout is excellent. After I return, I will convene relevant departments for a special study and make Huaixin a key county for assistance." He paused and then said with a smile, "Academician Xie, not only are you great in research, but you also have insightful views on local development. I must consult you more in the future." Mayor, you flatter me too much. Xie Linyuan smiled slightly. I am just a student who I have read a few more books and traveled to a few more places, bringing good practices from others and offering a suggestion. The two exchanged words, and before they knew it, they had already traveled more than half the distance on the expressway. The road signs outside the window began to show the name Huaixin, indicating that the exit was not far off. The 2-hour journey quietly slipped away in conversation. The convoy exited the expressway at Huaixin and turned onto the county road leading to Xie village. At this moment, the road was swept clean, and every so often a police car could be seen parked on the shoulder, its lights flashing silently. Xie Linyuan looked through the car window and saw those police cars. He counted silently in his heart. On the stretch of road, turning from the county road to the village road in less than 10 kilometers, he encountered no fewer than 20 patrol cars. He said nothing, merely silently noting everything in his heart. The mayor followed his gaze out the window and said, "The city and county place great importance on your return home this time. Security and traffic guarantees along the way have been meticulously arranged. If you need anything during your stay in your hometown, please call at any time." He took a business card from his pocket, light gray in color with only the unit name and a direct line number, clean and simple. He handed it to Xie Linyuan. "This number is manned 24 hours a day, so regardless of day or night, someone will answer and take care of your needs." Xie Linyuan took the business card, glanced at it seriously, and put it away. There were no excessive refusals, nor did he make any remarks about independence or say things like, "There's no need to go through so much trouble, it might disturb others." "Thank you, Mayor, this is very considerate." The mayor waved his hand and openly said, "The crux of the matter, your affairs are not trivial. Your safety means the peace of Huaixin. Your peace of mind is the greatest achievement of the city's work." The mayor thought to himself, if anything were to happen to you in Huaixin, the already impoverished Xinsher would. The convoy entered Xie family village. The road at the village entrance had been widened into a 4-lane street with the asphalt surface extending straight to the doorstep. Banners welcoming the return of academician Xie Linyuan hung on both sides of the road, the red fabric adorned with golden characters. A warm welcome to academician Xie Linyuan home for the new year. The characters were large, and with the convoy moving at a slow speed, Xie Linyuan could see them clearly through the car window. Not just at the village entrance, but every few meters there was another banner all the way to the courtyard gate. The open space at the entrance was already filled with people. Grandpa and Grandma stood at the front dressed in brand new clothes, their backs straight, and the wrinkles on their faces seemed smoothed out by something. Beside them stood the village secretary Zhao Dihao and several elders from the village. The convoy came to a steady stop at the courtyard gate. Wu Kai got out first, quickly scanning the surrounding environment and crowd, nodding to someone in the crowd. After confirming everything was safe, he gently opened the car door on Xie Linyuan's side. Xie Linyuan stepped out, the cold wind of the 12th month blowing against his face, but the sun was shining brightly, illuminating the red banners at the courtyard entrance and warming the gray hair of his grandparents. He quickly walked to his grandparents, reaching out to support Grandma's arm. "Grandma, Grandpa, I'm back." Grandma looked up at him, her cloudy eyes filled with light, her lips trembling several times before she managed to speak. "It's good to be back, good to be back. Are you tired from the journey? Have you eaten yet?" Grandpa, standing beside her, said little, merely patting Xie Linyuan's arm with his hand, which was covered in calluses and age spots. The gesture was a direct expression of his longing and pride. The city party secretary walked over from behind and shook Grandpa's hand, saying, "Elder, you have raised a wonderful grandson. Academician Xie is not only your family's pride, but also the pride of our city and of Xia country. Wishing you both good health and a happy new year." Grandpa grasped the secretary's hand tightly, his lips trembling, his voice loud, as if afraid the other wouldn't hear. "Thank you, secretary. Thank you, government. Thank you, country." He said thank you 3 times in a row, each one heartfelt. Grandma stood beside him, nodding continuously, her hand tightly gripping Xie Linyuan's sleeve, fearing that if she loosened her grip, her grandson would fly away again. The county party secretary and the county head also approached to wish the 2 elders a happy new year, saying a few warm words. Li Zhenyuan stood beside the convoy, not joining in the excitement, but calmly surveying his surroundings. His task truly began the moment Xie Linyuan stepped into Xie family village. After the pleasantries at the courtyard entrance were over, the city party secretary turned to face Xie Linyuan and solemnly said, "Academician Xie, if you have any questions or needs, feel free to call me anytime. The city will respond promptly. Enjoy your new year at home." "Thank you, secretary. Thank you to all the leaders for your concern." Xie Linyuan stood there facing everyone who came to see him off and bowed seriously. Several officials of different levels and departments bent slightly in return to his gesture. The convoy slowly drove away from the courtyard entrance, heading out of the village. The leading police car carefully controlled its speed. Inside, Li Zhenyuan took one last look at Xie Linyuan through the car window, confirming that everything was in order before retracting his gaze and quietly telling the driver, "Let's go." The crowd at the courtyard entrance gradually dispersed, leaving only a few elders and neighbors from the village. Zhao Dihao chatted with Xie Linyuan for a while, conveyed a few village matters, and left with a smile. Xie Linyuan and his grandparents turned and walked into the courtyard. Inside the chicken coop, a few old hens raised for over a year huddled in the corner, covering their heads with their wings, thinking my time is running out. Grandma held Xie Linyuan's hand as they entered the main room, refusing to let go. The picture frames on the wall had been changed, with the central one showing Xie Linyuan being photographed by reporters while explaining the theory of everything in the auditorium of Shuimu University. Linyuan, sit down. Grandma will pour you some water. Finally letting go of his hand, Grandma turned to fetch the thermos. Xie Linyuan quickly stopped her. Grandma, no need to rush, I'll do it myself. You sit. Grandma isn't tired. Grandma insisted and pressed him down onto the sofa, quickly filling a cup with hot water and handing it over. Then she sat down on the chair nearby, her hands resting on her knees, staring intently at her grandson, as if wanting to make up for all the time they hadn't seen each other in months. Oh, you really sat down. Should I wish you a happy new year, Grandma? Grandpa sat down on the other side of the sofa, pushed the box of Zhonghua cigarettes towards Xie Linyuan, then pulled it back, as if remembering something, muttering to himself, you don't smoke, I forgot. Grandpa, you can smoke. It doesn't bother me. Grandpa waved his hand, not lighting up, but instead rubbing the cigarette box in his hand, as if savoring a feeling of reassurance. Linyuan, Grandma, began, her voice filled with pride, I saw you on TV. The news broadcast your story for several days in a row. She pointed her finger to indicate a number for several minutes. Every time your grandpa saw it, he would call me to come and watch. I said I was busy, and he insisted, saying, stop being busy, your grandson is on TV. Grandpa snorted, who called you? You ran over holding a bowl by yourself and spilled half a bowl of porridge. Grandma shot him a glare, but her lips curved up a smile containing an irrepressible pride. And that one thing. What was it? The phone. Grandma frowned, trying to remember. Your grandpa received a call from Yin Jing asking if there were any difficulties at home. I said there were no difficulties, we lack for nothing. Later, someone from the county came driving, bringing a truckload of supplies. Grandma stood up, pulling Xie Linyuan to the kitchen door, opening the cabinet doors one by one for him to see. Rice, flour, oil, and seasonings were stacked in layers. Cured meat, sausages, and dried fish hung in a row, glistening red and clearly high quality. The refrigerator opened, filled to the brim with various vegetables and fruits in the chilled compartment, and the freezer packed tightly with chicken, duck, and fish. She walked to the corner of the main room, pointing out the neatly arranged boxes to him. That's tobacco, that's liquor, your grandpa has never had such good wine in his life. That's a box of nuts, that's fruit, and that's milk. Look, this lamb roll is from Inner Mongolia. And this is seafood gift box. People from the county said it was airlifted from the coast. It contains crabs, live ones. Grandma's speech grew faster and faster, her fingers pointing everywhere, unable to count the items. After talking for a while, she suddenly stopped, her voice lowering as she stopped pointing, wiping her eye with the back of her hand. Xie Linyuan stood at the kitchen door, looking at the cabinets filled with grains and oils, at the refrigerator crammed with chicken, duck, and fish, and at the corner piled high with New Year's gift boxes. Grandma, Grandpa, he turned back to face the two elders, these things are for you to eat, for you to enjoy the new year. Your health is the most important. Next year, the year after, and every year after that, our family will get better and better. Grandma nodded vigorously, tears finally unable to hold back streaming down her cheeks. But this time she didn't hide or wipe them away as she smiled through her tears. Because her grandson had returned, and no matter how much she cried, those tears were sweet. Grandpa walked over and patted Xie Linyuan on the shoulder. Xie Linyuan settled down in the hall, the hustle and bustle of the journey easing. Since Xie Linyuan used his elemental power to heal his grandfather's lumbar spine, the 76-year-old man stood straighter than before and sat more upright, resembling an old tree that had been propped up. Xie Linyuan picked up the cup of hot water his grandmother poured, took a sip to moisten his throat, and casually asked, Grandfather, has cousin Wang Chao returned yet? Upon hearing Wang Chaos name, his grandfather's demeanor darkened. Not yet. His grandfather shook his head and sighed. A few days ago he called and said that the construction site was finished, the workers had been paid, but he still hasn't received over $1 million in project funds. Over $1 million? Xie Linyuan inquired. Indeed. His grandfather's voice was muffled, carrying the helplessness of someone who had been through it all. That's how it is for subcontractors. The workers front the money, and after the job is done, the main contractor delays payment. They dare not delay the workers' wages. The government is cracking down hard, and withholding wages from migrant workers can lead to imprisonment. So Wang Chao had to use his own profits to pay the workers first. The company only provided a small portion of his dues, while most of it was still up in the air. As the year-end approached, and everyone rushed home, he was still in Hangzhou trying to collect the debt. It would be even harder to collect after the new year if he couldn't get it before. Xie Linyuan listened to this without immediately responding. He held the teacup, slowly rubbing the rim with his thumb. His gaze fell on the box of Zhonghua cigarettes that his grandfather had refrained from opening, but his mind wandered elsewhere. He had worked on Wang Chaos construction site and was familiar with the situation there. Wang Chao was a kind man to the workers. If the main contractor's funds were insufficient, he would use his savings to cover their wages. While other contractors absconded with unpaid wages, Wang Chao would rather suffer a loss than let the workers sweat and shed tears. Now such a good person was being taken advantage of. Over $1 million is no small sum. For a contractor like Wang Chao, this amount being stuck in accounts meant cash flow issues for the coming year, and it jeopardized the startup funds for the next project, rendering a year of hard work futile. Xie Linyuan gently set the teacup on the table and took out his phone. He scrolled through his contacts to find Wang Chao's name and dialed it. It rang twice before connecting. "Cousin, it's me. I heard from grandfather that you're trying to collect project funds in Hangzhou. How is it going?" A moment of silence lingered on the other end of the line. Then Wang Chaos' voice came through, raspy and laden with a fatigue that had been building for a long time. "Linyuan, he said the work was finished before the year end, and I settled the workers' wages, but the company has only given me a portion of the funds with over $1 million still unpaid. I've been going to their office every day. The finance department says they can't decide, and the project manager says it hasn't been approved. The boss doesn't answer calls. With the new year approaching, I don't even know if I can collect anything else." Xie Linyuan could hear the essence of Wang Chaos' tone. It wasn't a request, it was a plea. A man who had worked on construction sites for over a decade humbly sought the money owed to him from those in warm offices. Xie Linyuan had tasted this feeling at the age of 11 when his parents passed away, and he followed his grandparents to handle various procedures, witnessing far too much. "Cousin, wait a moment," Xie Linyuan said. He hung up the phone and turned to glance at Wu Kai, who was standing beside the sofa with his head slightly bowed. Wu Kai was on the day shift today, wearing dark casual clothes, standing near the door of the hall. From this angle, he could observe the outside movements without interrupting the normal conversation inside. "Captain Wu, my cousin, is doing construction contracting in Hangzhou. The project is finished, but over $1 million in funds are owed by the main contractor. Is there any way to help him in this situation?" Wu Kai was taken aback by the question, momentarily at a loss for words. He had served for many years at the highest security levels, protecting people of great stature and dealing primarily with urgent safety issues. Commercial project funds being delayed was a minor issue that didn't even register in his experience. Those high-profile individuals would never encounter such a small matter as over $1 million in unpaid project funds. Wu Kai's professional instincts kicked in rapidly. He knew that given Xie Linyuan's current status and level of importance, this problem did not need to go through the usual slow procedures. He had higher-level resources that could be directly mobilized, resources that were initially meant to serve national treasures like Xie Linyuan, not just for his personal safety, but also to clear obstacles for his work life and peace of mind. "Professor Xie, I have urgent contact channels with the Zhejiang Provincial Party Committee." Wu Kai's wording was cautious, but his meaning was already clear. "Zhejiang Provincial Party Committee," Xie Linyuan repeated. "Yes," Wu Kai nodded. "It's an internal communication system that provides around-the-clock responsiveness. Regardless of whether it's an emergency or other types of requests, as long as the situation is roughly explained, they will handle it according to the demand level through different mechanisms. Your cousin's matter falls under the jurisdiction of Zhejiang Province, and the Provincial Party Committee has ample capability to coordinate and handle it." Xie Linyuan did not ask further. He knew Wu Kai wasn't one to make empty promises. If he said it can be handled, then it genuinely could be. If he said there are channels, then they would indeed be effective. "Then give me the number, and I'll make the call." Xie Linyuan's tone was very calm. Wu Kai did not hesitate. He retrieved a number from his confidential contact list and wrote it on a sticky note before handing it to Xie Linyuan. The paper only bore a line of numbers and a name, Gao Changming. There was no title or position, but when Xie Linyuan saw the name Gao Changming, his heart slightly trembled. He recognized it as the name of the secretary of the Zhejiang Provincial Party Committee, a high-ranking official. He held the sticky note and glanced at the wall clock. It was the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, 1 week until New Year's Eve. At this time, the secretary's office should still have its lights on. As the year-end approached, it wasn't just contractors who were busy. He dialed the number. It rang 3 times. This interval was neither too long nor too short, just the normal time it took for a private call to be picked up by the owner. "Hello." The voice on the other end was steady, neither hurried nor slow, but carried the calm and caution that comes from long-time leadership. The other end of the phone fell silent for a brief moment, digesting this information. Gao Changming quickly recalled all the files associated with this name in his mind: a dual academy scholar, a theorist of universal principles, a high-temperature materials expert, a lifelong honorary professor at Xuemu University, and a recipient of the national highest scientific and technological award. The young man responsible for arranging the security plan personally deployed by the national elder. His hometown is in Hunan Province, yet he suddenly called the private mobile phone of the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee in Zhejiang Province. "Hello, academician Xie." Gao Changming's voice immediately rose in pitch, the faintly official caution in his tone completely disappearing, replaced by sincere enthusiasm and a sense of high importance. "I am Gao Changming. Do you have any instructions?" Xie Linyuan was momentarily taken aback on the other end of the phone. Before making this call, he knew the level of the contact information given by Wu Kai would be very high, but he did not expect it to be directly from the top leader. He had assumed it would be a channel through the provincial office or some deputy governor in charge, but the secretary of the provincial party committee personally answered, which truly surprised him. However, he quickly regained his composure and adjusted his tone to be more solemn. Secretary Gao, I apologize for disturbing you. It's like this: a cousin of mine is doing engineering contracting in Hangzhou named Wang Chao. The project has been completed, and he has already paid the workers' salaries, but over $1 million in project payments from the company above is still overdue. As the year-end approaches, he is anxiously waiting for this money to return home for the new year and would like to trouble you to see if you can coordinate to handle this. He spoke very directly. No beating around the bush, no circling around the issue. When dealing with someone of Gao Changming's caliber, the most effective way to communicate is to state the facts clearly and express the demands directly, without any preamble or politeness. When Gao Changming heard the figure of over $1 million, he quickly ran through it in his mind. He did not know how deep the relationship was between Xie Linyuan and his cousin, but he saw from Xie Linyuan's act of making this call that the matter held considerable weight for this national treasure-level scientist. Who is Xie Linyuan? He is the person who decides to award the title of Dual Academy Scholar at the Central Conference. Such a person would not waste his personal time for trivial matters, and even less so would he utilize the resources of a provincial party secretary. His speaking up indicated that this matter was inconvenient for him to handle directly, or that his intervention would not be as effective as this direct channel. And over $1 million in overdue project payments using the provincial party secretary to urge it, the pressure has become so great that the entire construction industry cannot bear it. Rest assured, academician Xie. Gao Changming's response was resolute and left no room for doubt. Which company is your cousin with in Hangzhou? Please send me the detailed information later, and I will personally arrange for someone to handle it today, ensuring everything is done well and you receive an explanation. Thank you so much, Secretary Gao. I appreciate the trouble. It's no trouble at all. Enjoy your new year and don't worry about things at home. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. The call ended. Xie Linyuan placed the phone down and found his grandparents looking at him with bewilderment. Linyuan, who did you call? His grandfather asked tentatively. Someone who can help. Xie Linyuan did not elaborate, patting his grandfather's hand to reassure him. Wang Chao sat on that old sofa in his rental apartment in Hangzhou, staring at the phone screen for quite a while after hanging up Xie Linyuan's call. His cousin said, "I'll think of a way for you," and then the call ended. Wang Chao certainly knew that Xie Linyuan was now very influential, as the news had been broadcasting about him for several consecutive days. However, no matter how influential Xie Linyuan was, his impact was in the academic circle, not in the construction industry, not in Hangzhou, and certainly not in the quagmire of overdue project payments. Wang Chao shook his head with a wry smile, just about to stand up to get a glass of water, when suddenly his phone rang loudly. The screen displayed a string of Hangzhou phone numbers, none of which were saved contacts. After hesitating for half a second, he answered. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" "Hello, is this Wang Chao? I am Gao Changming, the secretary of the provincial party committee." The voice on the other end was clear and steady, neither too fast nor too slow. Wang Chao's body tensed up as if struck by electricity. The secretary of the provincial party committee. Gao Changming. He swallowed hard, his lips trembling twice before managing to squeeze out a complete sentence. "Hello, Secretary Gao. I am Wang Chao. Academician Xie Linyuan just called me and mentioned the overdue payments for your project in Hangzhou." Without any preamble, Gao Changming continued, "Please provide the specific name of the company that owes the payment and the contact information, and I will have the office here follow up immediately to ensure the payment is coordinated today." "Which district in Hangzhou are you in?" Wang Chao's hands trembled so much he could barely hold the phone. He relayed the company name, project location, overdue amount, and the project manager's name, leaving out not a single detail. The person on the other end repeated the information back to confirm its accuracy before setting the tone with one sentence. "All right, wait for news." The call ended. Wang Chao clutched the phone, feeling as if his heart was lodged in his throat. His mind raced. The secretary of the provincial party committee. For his overdue payment of over $1 million. The secretary of the provincial party committee personally called him. He even looked at the call log again, confirming that he hadn't been dreaming. Not long after, the phone rang again. "Brother Wang Chao. Oh, brother Wang Chao. Hello. The voice on the other end was overly enthusiastic. "I am Zhang Jingwo, the one you met last time you came to the company. Do you remember me?" Zhang Jingwo. Wang Chao certainly remembered that name, the boss of the construction company, the one he had never met despite visiting countless times. The secretary always said he was not in the phone, was never reachable, and the front desk always said he was on a business trip. "Hello, General Zhang. Brother Wang Chao, I sincerely apologize. I have been too busy lately and have not had the chance to handle your account." Zhang Jingwo's voice carried an overly enthusiastic tone. "But don't worry, we can resolve it today. Check your account, it should be arriving soon." Before Wang Chao could ask more, the phone chimed with a text notification. He opened it to find a bank notification the full overdue amount of over $1 million had been credited, and the account balance instantly transformed from barren to abundant. He stared at that line of numbers, taking a deep breath. Zhang Jingguo continued chattering on the other end, his tone relaxed, as if there had never been any overdue payments. Brother Wang Chao, when do you have time? Let's have a meal together. Wang Chao did not accept the invitation for the meal. General Zhang, I won't be able to go before the new year. I need to get back home for the holiday. Instead of being put off by the rejection, Zhang Jingguo became even more enthusiastic. Oh, I understand. Returning home for the new year is important. Then let me wish you an early happy new year. After the new year, as soon as you arrive in Hangzhou, call me. We must get together. Suddenly, Zhang Jingguo lowered his voice several degrees, using a completely different tone to lean closer to the microphone, and whispered, Brother Wang Chao, you should have mentioned you know the secretary of the provincial party committee. Wang Chao did not speak on the other end. He indeed had never mentioned it because he did not know him before. The secretary called me just now, and I thought I was being scammed. Zhang Jingguo sighed. Brother, you are really low-key. After working together for so long, you didn't say a word. Wang Chao still did not say anything. He did not know what to say. Knowing the secretary of the provincial party committee. Wang Chao, a mere town mayor, did not know anyone. Now the secretary of the provincial party committee personally called to urge for payments. This surrealist scene was something he had yet to fully digest. All right, General Zhang, let's talk after the new year. Wang Chao changed the subject. After hanging up, he leaned back on the sofa, looking up at the old chandelier that had been used for several years, lost in thought for a long time. Over $1 million in project payments lay dormant in his account. Before the Spring Festival, he would return home on time with enough money, no longer needing to endure the next season's gossip, nor worrying about not being able to pay when the new year began. Wang Chao sat up from the sofa, took out his phone, and called Xie Linyuan. The call was quickly connected. Brother. Wang Chao opened his mouth, wanting to say many things. He wanted to say thank you, to ask how he managed to get the secretary of the provincial party committee to call him to express that he was still in disbelief, and to inform him that all his project payments had been credited, every single cent. But these words piled up, collided, and churned in his mouth for quite a while, and in the end he only managed to say, Linyuan, the money has been credited. Thank you. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then Xie Linyuan said something that almost broke Wang Chao's composure. Brother, you took care of me in Hangzhou, taught me not to toil away my whole life, and I remember it well. In the future, no matter what difficulties you face, just tell me, and we will think of a way together. You should also come back early for the new year. On the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, in the early morning, Xie family village in Huai County. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and a thin mist floated above Xie family village, with the distant fields appearing faintly through the fog. The old hen in the yard had already left the nest, strutting around the empty space in front of the chicken coop, occasionally pecking at the scattered corn kernels on the ground. Grandma was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, with sweet potato porridge bubbling in the pot, and the sweet aroma wafting through the door crack, filling the entire room. Xie Linyuan got dressed and finished washing up before walking into the yard. He stretched his body, allowing his vital energy to slowly circulate for a full cycle before returning to the living room. Breakfast was already set on the dining table. Grandma, I'm going to the county today to visit my homeroom teacher, Teacher Wu. He'll have lunch with the teachers and may not return until the afternoon. Of course, Grandma replied repeatedly. Teacher Wu has been so good to you. Your success in the exams is largely thanks to him. Do you want to take anything before you go? How about bringing a chicken from home? The old hen in the yard thought, I knew it. No need, Grandma, I brought some gifts. Last night, Wu Kai had already shown him the prepared gift list. The cigarettes and alcohol were specially supplied, the kind that couldn't be bought on the market. Xie Linyuan neither smoked nor drank, so the quotas allocated to him by the state were just right to be given away, practical and respectable. Grandpa walked in from outside, wiped his hands on his apron, and looked at Xie Lin. Be careful in the county. As long as you have someone with you, we can be at ease, but you should also stay alert yourself. Got it, Grandpa. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, 2 black cars set off from Xie family village, driving along the wide asphalt road toward the county. Wu Kai personally drove the first car, with Xie Linyuan sitting in the back seat. Zhou Rui was in the front passenger seat, responsible for communication along the way. The second car was driven by Su Lei, with Chun Feng accompanying as support and backup. Xie Linyuan leaned back in his seat, his gaze directed out the window at the rapidly retreating fields. He had traveled this road countless times, never imagining that one day he would be riding in a bulletproof car escorted by security personnel on this very route. Captain Wu, thank you for your hard work. During the new year, you can't be with your family and have to run around with me. Wu Kai glanced at him through the rearview mirror, his tone flat, yet sincere. Teacher Xie, please don't say that. Protecting your safety is our duty. The road conditions in the county were a bit more complicated than in the village. On the 24th of the 12th lunar month after the small new year, the streets were bustling with people buying new year goods. Electric bikes, tricycles, and small cars were jostling together, with honks sounding continuously. At 9:28, the convoy entered the Gate of Happiness Community. This was an old community built about 10 years ago with 6-story buildings painted in a light yellow hue, some parts of which had already started to peel. The community was small with only 6 buildings, and the greenery was not particularly good, but it was quiet and tidy. Wu Kai parked the car steadily in the open space in front of the building. Xie Linyuan looked out of the car window and immediately spotted the family standing at the entrance of the building. Wu Feng stood at the front wearing a deep blue coat wrapped in a gray scarf with his hair neatly combed. His face was full of smiles stretching from the corners of his mouth to the corners of his eyes, where deep crow's feet formed. Next to him stood a middle-aged woman with short hair and a round face dressed in a red down jacket. She was Wu Feng's wife. 2 children stood in front of their parents. The boy, around 14 or 15 years old, was almost taller than his mother, dressed in sportswear, standing there somewhat shyly. The girl, about 12 or 13, had her hair in a ponytail and large curious eyes peering curiously at the convoy. Xie Linyuan opened the car door and got out. "Teacher Wu." He walked quickly toward them. Wu Feng also came forward, and the two almost ran to each other. Xie Linyuan extended his right hand, and Wu Feng directly reached out both hands, grasping Xie Linyuan's hand tightly, then looked him up and down, shifting his gaze from his face to his body and back like a farmer admiring the tree he had nurtured for years that had finally bloomed. "Good, good, good." Wu Feng repeated the word good 3 times, each with a different tone. The first was one of emotion, the second one of comfort, and the third one of pride. "Xie Linyuan, I watch your news on TV every day, just waiting for you to come back, so I can see you in person. Great, great, full of spirit." Xie Linyuan felt the warmth and strength of the hands holding his. Those were the hands that had corrected countless essays, the hands that had patted his shoulder during his most difficult times. "Teacher Wu, you look great too. I see you seem much better than last year." "Of course." Wu Feng laughed even more. "You topped the exams and achieved such great accomplishments. I walk with a spring in my step. I've even gained 5 pounds. Everyone nearby laughed. Wu Feng's wife walked over smiling and saying, "Xie Linyuan, your teacher Wu has been talking about you every day, asking when you'll come back. I told him to call you, but he said not to rush. You're a great scientist, now very busy. As a result, the moment you called yesterday, he couldn't sleep well all night, tossing and turning, saying Xie Linyuan is coming." "Hello, Mrs. Teacher." Xie Linyuan slightly bowed. All right, quickly go upstairs. It's cold outside." Wu Feng's wife stepped aside and called to the children. How shall you greet him?" The boy properly greeted, "Hello, brother." The girl chirped, "Hello, brother." Wu Feng patted the heads of the 2 children. "Remember, you need to study hard like brother Xie from now on, and when you grow up, become someone useful to the country." The 2 children nodded vigorously. Xie Linyuan bent down to meet their gaze, smiling as he said, "Your dad is the best teacher I've ever met. You should listen to your dad and study hard. If you get into Yanjing in the future, I'll treat you to a meal." The 2 children smiled shyly. Wu Kai unloaded the gifts from the car, following behind Xie Linyuan with both hands carrying them. Xie Linyuan took them and handed them to Wu Feng. "Teacher Wu, a small token of my appreciation. Oh, please don't refuse." Wu Feng accepted the gift bag, took a quick glance inside, and his eyes widened in shock. He quickly closed the bag, looked around, and lowered his voice, saying, "Special supply. I've never seen this before. Xie Linyuan, this is too precious. Oh, I can't accept it. Teacher Wu, not accepting it would be impolite. I neither smoke nor drink, so these quotas would just go to waste if kept with me." Wu Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse. He carefully handed the gift bag to his wife, instructing, "Keep it safe, don't mess with it. This is special supply cigarettes and alcohol, which can't be bought on the market and should be kept as a memento. Let's go upstairs." Wu Feng pulled Xie Linyuan's hand, beckoning everyone. Wu Kai stood at the entrance of the building, scanning the surroundings. After confirming it was safe, he said to Xie Linyuan, "Teacher Xie, let's check the area. First, you go upstairs first. You can call me anytime if something comes up." Wu Feng replied, "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Xie Linyuan followed Wu Feng's family upstairs. On the 4th floor, there was no elevator. Wu Feng walked ahead, turning back to chat, while moving his steps as light as a young man. "Xie Linyuan, be careful on the stairs, gets narrow, and you might trip." Xie Linyuan followed behind, a warm current surging in his heart. Wu Feng's temples had turned significantly gray, a testament to the hard work of being a homeroom teacher, which only those who have experienced it would understand. The academic performance, psychology, and family circumstances of dozens of students all rested on one person's shoulders. Wu Feng had been in this position for over 20 years. His home was a typical 3-bedroom apartment, tidily arranged and very cozy. In the living room sat an old fabric sofa set, facing a large TV cabinet, filled with various trophies and certificates. Xie Linyuan glanced around and noticed many labels, such as Outstanding Homeroom Teacher, Teaching Expert, and Significant Contribution Award for College Entrance Examination. "Please sit down, please sit down." Wu Feng pressed Xie Linyuan onto the sofa and sat down beside him, then said to his wife, "Pour tea, brew that good tea I put in the iron box at the back of the cabinet." Wu Feng's wife smiled and replied, Got it, you've said it 8 times already." The two children sat on small stools across from them, each trying to be well-behaved, stealing glances at Xie Linyuan, eager to see what this legendary big shot looked like. Wu Feng studied Xie Linyuan, the emotions in his eyes complex. Xie Linyuan, I watched the video of your presentation at Xue University. His tone suddenly became emotional, pride seeping into his voice. Hundreds of academicians and professors sat below listening to your lecture. An elderly academician with gray hair stood up first to bow, calling you Teacher Xie. I was in the office looking at my phone at that moment, and tears just flowed down. I've been a teacher for over 20 years, and it was worth it. Xie Linyuan listened quietly, not interrupting. Do you know what people are saying online? They say the one surnamed Wu is Xie Linyuan's high school homeroom teacher. He can brag about it for a lifetime. My wife also told me that the greatest achievement in my life isn't being a special grade teacher, but having taught you Xie Linyuan. Wu Feng laughed and shook his head. I don't deny that. I do indeed brag, telling everyone about it. But I'm not just bragging, I'm genuinely happy. You are my student, and you have achieved such great success. As your teacher, I feel proud. Xie Linyuan looked at Wu Feng and earnestly said, Teacher Wu, without you there would be no me today. Xie Linyuan meant it sincerely. During my 3 years of high school, Wu Feng applied for poverty assistance for me and sought various scholarships. The words he said to me during my most difficult times in the office, studying is your only chance to change your destiny, have stayed with me ever since. Wu Feng waved his hand, his eyes slightly red. All right, let's stop talking about this. The more we talk, the more emotional it gets. He turned to look at his two children and said seriously, do you see this? This is your big brother. You must study hard and become someone who contributes to the country just like him. Do you remember? Remember, the two children replied in unison. Wu Feng's wife came over with a tea tray and placed the teacups in front of Xie Linyuan. The tea leaves were excellent Shimi Maojian, and the brewed tea was clear and fragrant. Teacher's wife, this tea is really good. I'm glad you like it. Wu Feng's wife smiled and sat down across from them. Wu Feng opened up again. His speech was faster than usual, and his eyes sparkled. Xie Linyuan, let me tell you something. I am now a special grade teacher. Congratulations, teacher. Don't congratulate me, my special grade title is thanks to you. Wu Feng's tone carried a childlike pride. After you topped the list last year, both the provincial and municipal authorities paid attention to it. I originally didn't meet the criteria to be rated as special grade, but they said as the homeroom teacher of the provincial top student, I should be considered exceptional. So I was rated as such. You were almost qualified yourself. Of being rated early was just a matter of timing, Xie Linyuan said. No, I am far from it. Wu Feng waved his hand. Several senior teachers in our school have more experience and better results than me, yet they haven't been rated as special grade. I was rated, and although they didn't say it, they must have their thoughts about it. But what can be done? Who told me to teach Xie Linyuan? He smiled a calm smile. Also, several schools have tried to poach me. From the provincial capital and other places, the conditions offered were good. Some offered housing, some relocation fees. But I didn't go. Wu Feng said this with determination. I said I would stay at Huai County No. 1 high school. This is my roots. I won't go anywhere. Xie Linyuan looked at Wu Feng, respect deepening in his gaze. He understood what those offers meant: better development platforms, higher income, and larger cities. Yet Wu Feng chose to stay, remaining at this county high school on the podium he had occupied for over 20 years. Teacher Wu, your decision to stay at Huai County No. 1 high school is the greatest responsibility to its students. Wu Feng nodded, a deep emotion in his gaze. The school has also improved my salary and allowed me to take on the role of vice principal. The school believes that my title as the homeroom teacher of the top student can help the school achieve something. When attending county meetings or discussing sponsorships with companies, they are more willing to listen if I am present. Xie Linyuan laughed. That is your own ability. What ability? It's all thanks to you. Wu Feng took a sip of tea and his eyes sparkled. By the way, I'm not the only one being recognized. All your subject teachers have had their titles upgraded. Math teacher Zhao, physics teacher Wang, chemistry teacher Li, biology teacher Sun are now all special grade teachers. They were all qualified already, they just had to wait for a spot. After you topped the list, the spots opened up and they were rated logically. As Wu Feng spoke, his thoughts drifted further. And the English teacher Lin Xiaoxi, do you remember her? A young female teacher in her 20s with a short teaching history. You topped the list, and last year she was first rated as advanced. Everyone thought that was impressive for a young teacher in her 20s to achieve. That was unprecedented in the county. Then a few months later, your universal theory was published, and the Ministry of Education gave our school a special grade teacher spot, and the leaders directly assigned it to teacher Lin without hesitation. When she called me, she was crying on the other end of the line, saying, Teacher Wu, am I dreaming? Laughter filled the living room. Wu Feng's wife shook her head with a smile. Look at you, you can't stop talking about it. Of course not, there are plenty of good things to share. Wu Feng's enthusiasm did not wane. Teachers of physical education, music, and art, these subjects that don't participate in college entrance exams, have previously suffered the most when it came to ratings. But this year is different. The higher authorities said that Huai County No. One high school produced the provincial top student and the universal theory, which is a comprehensive educational achievement that shouldn't only be evaluated based on college entrance exam subjects. Therefore, the titles of music, physical education, and art teachers have also been upgraded exceptionally, all from level 1 to advanced. They are overjoyed, saying that after so many years of hard work, they finally made it. Wu Feng took another sip of tea and then lowered his voice. Also, our principal's position is said to be moving up soon. Xie Linyuan raised an eyebrow. There is a motion in the city. The principal has worked at Huai County No. 1 high school for so many years. Even without achievements, there has been hard work. Moreover, having produced a student like you is the greatest achievement. City leaders have also said that a school that can nurture Xie Linyuan must have a competent principal. Xie Linyuan nodded. The school's funding has increased. Wu Feng's voice grew louder, filled with an uncontrollable excitement. In the past, our school had very little funding throughout the year. Buying a single experimental instrument required reports approvals and funding allocations, often taking half a year to complete. This year is different. Both the Provincial Education Department and the City Education Bureau have provided special funding to our school designated as top student school construction funds. We have purchased new experimental equipment, new multimedia classrooms, and renovated the playground. Now Huai County No. 1 high school is much more beautiful than before. Xie Linyuan listened earnestly, seeing how his efforts had benefited those around him. Wu Feng, Zhao Zhengwo, Lin Xiaoxi, the former principal, the physical education teacher, the music teacher. These were the people who had helped him on his path to growth, all reaping the rewards of his success. He recalled what Wu Feng had said to him in the office, the image of math teacher Zhao correcting assignments with his reading glasses, the sound of English teacher Lin reading texts fluently in class, and the whistle of the physical education teacher leading them in running on the playground. These individuals are all ordinary educators. They may never achieve extraordinary accomplishments in their lifetimes, but day after day, they stand at the podium influencing hundreds of children with their knowledge and character. Most of these children will likely grow up to be ordinary people, yet a few will take different paths and accomplish extraordinary things because of their teachings. Xie Linyuan is one of them. Teacher Wu, thank you, he said, setting down his teacup and looking earnestly into Wu Feng's eyes. Thank you to all my teachers. Without your guidance and support, I could never have come this far. The living room fell silent for a moment. Wu Feng's eyes reddened, his lips moved as if to say something, but in the end he simply nodded vigorously and patted Xie Linyuan's shoulder twice. All right, it's about time. We should head to the hotel, the other teachers must be waiting. Wu Feng stood up and glanced at the wall clock. They went downstairs. Wu Kai was already waiting at the bottom, and upon seeing Xie Linyuan, opened the car door. Wu Feng followed Xie Linyuan into the car, his wife driving their Volkswagen, carrying 2 children behind them. Wu Feng sat in the back seat, curiously observing everything inside the car. He gently pressed the leather of the armrest, feeling its warm texture. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to ride in a car like this in my life. Wu Feng's tone was devoid of envy, only heartfelt pride. My student has achieved success, and I get to share in the glory. Teacher Wu, please don't say that. You've taught for so many years with students scattered all over, it's only right. Wu Feng smiled and shook his head. It's different. Huai County Grand Hotel is the best hotel in the county. When Xie Linyuan's convoy arrived, a crowd was already gathered at the hotel entrance. Zhang Jianjun stood at the front wearing a dark jacket, his back straighter than last year. Beside him stood Vice Principal Lu Ziyuan. Next to him was Director Chun, followed by Math teacher Zhao Zhengwo, English teacher Lin Xiaoxi, Physics teacher Wang, Chemistry teacher Li, Biology teacher Sun, along with the Physical Education teacher, Music teacher, Art teacher, and more than 20 others, nearly all of Xie Linyuan's former teachers. As they saw the convoy come to a stop, they all surged toward this side in unison. When Xie Linyuan got out of the car, the crowd erupted. Xie Linyuan. He's here, he's here. The top student is here. Xie Linyuan walked swiftly toward the crowd. Principal Zhang teacher, Zhao teacher Lin, all teachers, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Zhang Jianjun was the first to shake Xie Linyuan's hand, shaking it vigorously. His lips trembled slightly, saying nothing, but nodding vigorously. Zhao Zhengwo approached, adjusted his reading glasses, surveyed Xie Linyuan from head to toe, and then said, "This student of mine, I can no longer teach you." Xie Linyuan grasped Zhao Zhengwo's hand firmly and said earnestly, "Teacher Zhao, I will always remember your math class. You said that mathematics is the queen of natural sciences. I've been pondering that statement, and the more I think about it, the more I find it true." Zhao Zhengwo's eyes turned red instantly. He waved his hand and stepped aside, taking off his glasses to wipe the lenses. Lin Xiaoxi squeezed through the crowd, her young and beautiful face filled with excitement. She wore a light pink down jacket with light makeup, looking even more radiant than when she taught Xie Linyuan last year. She ran up to Xie Linyuan, extending both hands to grasp his. Xie Linyuan. Her voice was crisp and bright. "Do you know? When I saw you on the news, I told my friends this is my student, the student I taught. They didn't believe me. I told them to check Xie Linyuan's English teacher is me, and he scored full marks. Xie Linyuan felt the unadulterated enthusiasm of the young teacher through her handshake. He smiled and said, "Teacher Lin, your English classes were excellent. I particularly enjoyed attending your lessons back then." "Really?" Lin Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled like stars, her smile unwavering. "Then I must post this statement in the teachers group. Let those old teachers who say I lack experience see how Xie Linyuan evaluates me." The people around her laughed. "Come on, let's take a photo." Lin Xiaoxi took out her phone from her pocket unceremoniously, pulling Xie Linyuan beside her, tiptoeing and raising her phone. She was much shorter than Xie Linyuan, holding the phone high. Both of them appeared in the frame, her smile radiant and his lips slightly curved. "One more. Change the pose." "Teacher Lin, don't take any more. Let others take a shot." Lin Xiaoxi took several photos before reluctantly putting her phone away, stepping aside to browse through the pictures, unable to contain her smile. Other teachers also came up to take photos with Xie Linyuan. Zhang Jianjun took 2 photos with Xie Linyuan, Zhao Zhangwo took 1, and even the physical education teacher squeezed in for a picture, saying, "I've never taken a photo with a great scientist in my life. Today my dream has come true." Xie Linyuan was accommodating, cooperating with anyone who asked for a photo, patiently smiling genuinely. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Zhang Jianjun gestured for them to enter, saying, "Xie Linyuan, let's go in and chat. It's cold outside." A group of them walked toward the hotel lobby. The lobby manager personally welcomed them, his attitude nearly reverent. He had hosted many important guests in the county, but today's guest was the pride of all Huai County. Zhang Jianjun led the way, frequently glancing back at Xie Linyuan, his smile never fading. Upon reaching the private room door, Zhang Jianjun stepped aside, saying to Xie Linyuan, "Xie Linyuan, you take the main seat." "Principal Zhang, that won't do." Xie Linyuan immediately shook his head. "Everyone here is my teacher. I am the student. How can I sit in the main seat? Please, you take the main seat. Your status is different now. You are an academician and a recipient of the National Science and Technology Award. It is most appropriate for you to sit in the main seat." Zhang Jianjun insisted. "Principal Zhang, whether as an academician or a science award winner, I will always be a student before my teachers. All of you here are my teachers, who I cannot sit in the main seat." Someone suggested, "Then let teacher Wu Feng sit in the main seat. He is the homeroom teacher representing the teachers." Wu Feng hurriedly waved his hands. No, 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 I can't dare to sit. Although I am his homeroom teacher, I cannot compare to his current achievements. If I take the main seat, it would be showing off, right? No, no." Everyone was pushing and pulling, eventually reaching a tacit agreement. The main seat remained empty. No one sat down. Dishes were served one after another. Huai County Grand Hotel brought out the best chefs and the finest ingredients, and each dish was prepared with great care. During the meal, Xie Linyuan stood up and lifted his teacup. "To all the teachers, I raise this cup of tea in place of wine to toast everyone. Thank you for your guidance and companionship during my 3 years of high school. Without you, there would be no today. I wish all the teachers a happy new year, good health, and smooth work." Everyone stood up, raising their teacups and wine glasses in unison. With a crisp, clinking sound, they drank in one go. After sitting down, Zhang Jianjun stood up with a wine glass, looking at Wu Feng, and then at Xie Linyuan, his face glowing with emotion. "As a principal for over a decade, I found it quite ordinary, but because of Xie Linyuan, my career has become extraordinary. From provincial top student to full marks top student to universal theory, each one greater than the last. Now when I go out to meetings, people introduce me by saying this is the principal of Huai County. No. One high school, Xie Linyuan, is from their school. In the past, no one knew me. Now the entire education system knows Huai County. No. One high school." A wave of laughter erupted at the table. Zhao Zhangwo chewed slowly on a piece of food and picked up the conversation, leisurely saying, "Xie Linyuan's mathematics was not taught by me, he learned it himself. But I must say, without being rude, the year he sat in my classroom was the proudest year of my teaching career." On New Year's Eve in Xie family village, the faint sound of firecrackers echoed through the village before the sky had fully brightened. Xie Linyuan was awakened by the noise. He opened his eyes and glanced at the phone on the bedside. 6:43 a.m. He didn't linger in bed, turned over, got dressed, and pushed open the door. The living room was already lit. Grandma was busy in the kitchen, the sound of the spatula clanging against the iron pot mixed with the sizzling of hot oil. The sweet aroma of sweet potato porridge and the fragrance of fried dough sticks seeped through the door cracks, filling the entire room. Grandpa was tinkering with something in the living room. Hearing the footsteps, he looked up and immediately broke into a smile upon seeing Xie Linyuan. "You're up. Why didn't you sleep a bit longer?" "I couldn't sleep. It's New Year." Xie Linyuan walked over to Grandpa's side and saw a stack of red paper, a bottle of ink, and several brushes on the table. "Grandpa, are you going to write couplets?" "Your grandma says this year is special. We have to write them ourselves. We can't buy ready-made ones." "How could I write couplets? I didn't even graduate from elementary school. It would be a joke." Grandpa felt a bit embarrassed. "Let me give it a try." Xie Linyuan sat down at the table, picked up a brush, and dipped it in ink. With the precise control of a Yuan 2 realm practitioner, his hand was steady as a finely tuned instrument. The brush tip landed on the red paper with perfect horizontal and vertical strokes, each character exuding a natural grace. Grandpa leaned over for a look, his eyes widening in surprise. These characters looked just like they were printed. The first couplet was the simplest. May peace and prosperity be with you every year. May spring bring good fortune every year, with the horizontal inscription, all things renewed. Xie Linyuan set down the brush, allowing Grandpa to inspect it. Grandpa examined each character, nodding repeatedly. Good. This one will go on the front door? For the second one, he thought for a moment and wrote a line of his own creation. From humble beginnings comes the ambition of a swan. The scent of books fills the room with patriotism. The horizontal inscription read, a bright future awaits. Grandpa looked at it, saying nothing, only patting Xie Linyuan on the shoulder. The old man's eyes were slightly red, but his lips curved upwards. This couplet was put up at the entrance of the living room, inside the door. Grandma poked her head out from the kitchen, still holding the spatula. Finished writing. Let me see. She leaned over for a look, not understanding much about calligraphy, but found it pleasing. Of course my grandson's work is great. Wiping the spatula on her apron, she turned back to the kitchen, her voice floating from behind the door. Linyuan, later, help me write a foo character, stick it upside down, and good fortune will arrive. Xie Linyuan replied with a smile, then cut several sheets of red paper, writing several large foo characters and a few smaller couplets to put up in the kitchen and chicken coop. Around 9 in the morning, Wu Kai walked in from the courtyard. Today he wasn't wearing his usual dark jacket, but had changed into a dark gray down jacket, and his hair was neatly styled, making him appear softer than usual. Yet his gaze remained sharp. Before entering, he had already scanned the entire courtyard, the village road outside the courtyard walls, and the high points on the opposite rooftops. Teacher Xie, Happy New Year. Wu Kai approached the entrance of the living room and spoke politely. Happy New Year, Captain Wu. Xie Linyuan stood up and pulled him into the living room. You've worked hard these days, but it's New Year's today, don't be too formal. Wu Kai was about to say this is our duty when Grandpa came over with a plate of peanuts and sunflower seeds, shoving it into his hands without hesitation. Young man, eat. Don't just stand there, sit. Wu Kai glanced at Xie Linyuan, who nodded, so he sat down by the sofa, holding the plate of peanuts and sunflower seeds, a bit at a loss. His professional training had conditioned him to stand in the corner, observe the surroundings, and be ready to respond to emergencies at any moment. Sitting down, eating, and celebrating the new year like an ordinary person was outside his comfort zone. But from the corner of his eye, he could see Zhou Rui, Su Lei, and Chen Feng in 3 other positions around the courtyard. Zhou Rui stood at the entrance, appearing casual, yet his gaze frequently swept over the pedestrians and vehicles occasionally passing by on the village road. Su Lei stood alone on the small path behind the house like a pillar. Chen Feng occupied the high ground across the courtyard, overlooking the entire yard from above. 4 men positioned in 4 directions kept Xie Linyuan securely in the middle. Even on New Year's Eve, even in this remote village in southern Hunan, even though all personnel posing a potential threat to social security within a radius of dozens of miles had been detained, they still did not relax. At noon, the New Year's Eve dinner had not yet arrived, but lunch was already served. Grandma prepared a table full of dishes: braised pork, stewed chicken, braised carp, stir-fried, spicy sausage, garlic greens, cold century eggs, peanuts, fried spring rolls. Though not the New Year's Eve dinner, it rivaled it. In the Xie family's tradition, this midday meal on New Year's Eve was also a reunion dinner where the family sat together lively and cheerful, while the evening meal was the true New Year's Eve dinner. The 4 of them took turns eating. Wu Kai was the first to sit down at the table, while Zhou Rui took over his guard position. Xie Linyuan poured a drink for Wu Kai, treating him as a guest in the home. Captain Wu, it's New Year's today, let's not talk about work. Eat more. Grandma's braised pork is a specialty. Wu Kai picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. It was rich, yet not greasy, melting in his mouth. He didn't say any words of praise, but the pace of his chewing noticeably slowed, expressing his respect for the food in this way. At 3 in the afternoon, Wu Kai arranged for a rotation. Su Lei and Chen Feng withdrew from their outer positions to eat in the courtyard. Grandpa took out a bottle of special liquor to pour for Wu Kai, who quickly waved his hand. Grandpa, I can't drink, I have to be on duty tonight. On New Year's Eve, what's the harm in having a drink? Grandpa insisted on holding the bottle, feeling it was inappropriate not to drink on this festive occasion. Xie Linyuan smiled and advised Grandpa, Captain Wu's work is special, he really can't drink. Please don't make it difficult for him. Just drink by yourself, as long as you're happy. Grandpa finally put down the bottle, poured himself a glass, and sipped it slowly, his face flushed not just from the alcohol, but from joy. The highlight of New Year's Eve was the dinner. The round table in the living room was filled with dishes more lavish than at noon. In the center was a whole stewed chicken, the golden broth glistening with a thin layer of oil on top. Beside it was a braised carp adorned with shredded scallions and red peppers. Next to that were braised pork, 4 happiness meatballs, sweet and sour ribs, boiled shrimp, garlic, broccoli, cold black, fungus, fried peanuts. Grandma brought in the last dish, took off her apron, and sat down next to Grandpa. Wu Kai walked in through the courtyard gate and stopped at the entrance of the living room. Teacher Xie, I won't be joining for the New Year's Eve dinner. We brought some food to eat in the car. Xie Linyuan stood up and walked to the door looking earnestly at Wu Kai. Captain Wu, this isn't an order. As a member of this family, I invite you. You are here to protect me, but today is New Year's Eve. You can't eat alone in the car. Wu Kai opened his mouth wanting to say something, but Xie Linyuan didn't give him a chance to refuse. Come in. Wu Kai hesitated for a moment, then murmured softly into his earpiece. Zhou Rui, Su Lei Chen Feng. Come in for dinner. The four men entered the main hall one by one. Grandfather raised his wine cup and stood up. His silver hair gleamed under the lamplight, and his face flushed deeply with merriment. His voice rang out bold and clear. Come, let us all drink together. This cup is for all of you. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Kai rose holding his teacup aloft. The other three stood, as well lifting their cups in unison to eye level. Uncle, thank you so much. A crisp clink echoed as the glasses met. Grandfather tipped his head back and downed the remaining half cup of baijiu in one go. Grandmother, who did not drink alcohol, held a glass of plain water instead, lightly touching her lips to its rim as a gesture of participation. Midway through the New Year's Eve dinner, Wu Kai set down his chopsticks. He watched Xie Linyuan carefully placing dishes on a grandmother's plate until it piled high like a small mountain. She kept saying, that's enough, yet her chopsticks never ceased returning the favor, serving him again and again. Such gentle reciprocal gestures unfolded daily at family tables across Xia State. But to Wu Kai they radiated an indescribable warmth. After the feast, the dishes were cleared away, replaced by sunflower seeds, peanuts, and fresh fruit. The television flickered to life. The Spring Festival Gala had just begun, its host's voice spilling forth from the screen, vibrant and jubilant. Xie Linyuan sat on the sofa, flanked by grandfather and grandmother, facing Wu Kai directly. Zhou Rui had already returned to his outer post duty, while Su Lei and Chen Feng likewise resumed their assigned positions. Grandmother reached into her pocket and withdrew several red envelopes, counting them one by one. She approached Wu Kai and pressed one into his hand, saying, Child, Happy New Year. Wu Kai froze. His expression shifted, surprise, bewilderment, instinctive reluctance. Yet in the end he said nothing. Instead he bowed slightly and accepted the envelope with both hands. Thank you, Auntie. Grandmother then walked to the entrance of the main hall and beckoned toward the courtyard. Son, come in. Zhou Rui glanced at Wu Kai, who gave a subtle nod. Zhou Rui hurried inside and received his red envelope with both hands. Thank you, Auntie. Su Lei and Chen Feng followed in turn, each receiving theirs. Wu Kai tucked his red envelope carefully into his inner coat pocket, close to his chest. Though he had served numerous high-profile figures in this role, this was the first time he had ever received a New Year's red envelope. To grandfather and grandmother, the four young security personnel, each in their 30s, were still children. On the television, the gala had just launched its first spoken-word performance. The elderly couple watched with rapt delight, laughter bubbling up frequently. Wu Kai rose, stepped outside the main hall, and stood at the courtyard gate, pulling out his phone to initiate a video call. After a few rings, the call connected. On screen appeared a little girl of 5 or 6, her twin braids bouncing, cheeks round, and rosy eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she beamed. Daddy, Happy New Year. Her voice rang out bright and clear, joy leaping effortlessly across the digital divide. Wu Kai's lips lifted instantly into a soft, tender smile. Happy New Year, my treasure. Did you listen to Mommy while I was away? Yes, I helped Mommy make dumplings. I made 8. She thrust forward 8 tiny fingers, wiggling them before the screen, short, plump, with perfectly rounded nails. 8. Wu Kai chuckled, his voice softening. You're better than Daddy. I can't even make dumplings. When are you coming home, Daddy? He didn't say soon, nor in a few days. Instead, he offered a gentle, deliberately vague reply, one that carried no firm promise, yet left no room for disappointment. The little girl didn't press further. She was long accustomed to this kind of answer. After ending the call, Wu Kai slipped his phone back into his pocket and lifted his gaze to the night sky. Faint embers of fireworks drifted across the heavens, like comet trails, fleeting and luminous. His lips moved faintly, forming silent words. In the courtyard, Zhou Rui too initiated a video call to his parents. His mother, seeing her son's face on screen, burst into tears immediately. His father sat beside her, stern-faced, yet his eyes remained locked on the screen, his lips trembling faintly. Mom, don't cry. I'm doing fine, eating while sleeping well. Please don't worry. Zhou Rui's voice was markedly gentler than usual, softness reserved only for family. After hanging up, his eyes glistened faintly, though his expression remained warm and smiling. Inside the main hall, Xie Linyuan retrieved his phone and dialed Wu Feng first. The call connected after a single ring. Wu Feng's voice emerged from the speaker, warm, familiar, brimming with heartfelt affection. Xie Linyuan. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. I was just about to call you when you beat me to it. Happy New Year, Professor Wu. Wishing you and Professor Wu a joyful new year, and good health for your entire family. Wonderful, wonderful. And may you thrive as well. Please convey my New Year's greetings to your grandparents. Spend this time well with them. They rarely see you given how busy you usually are. From the background came Professor Wu's wife's voice. Don't hog the call. Let me say a few words too. Followed by Wu Feng's hearty, unrestrained laughter. After concluding the call with Wu Feng, Xie Linyuan placed several more. First to the Dean of Materials Science at Shuima University, then to academician Li Shuyao of the Department of Physics, and finally, to several other professors who had mentored him academically. Each conversation lasted barely a minute or two. New Year's greetings, warm inquiries, sincere thanks. His tone remained consistently genuine, untouched by any trace of formality or distance, even as his stature had changed. Next came calls to his university roommates. Qian Wutong called first, the sounds of a festive dinner clamoring in the background. Guo Qiming's call was brief and precise, just like him. Li Ming spoke longer, mentioning he was visiting relatives in his hometown in Jiangsu province where he'd been bombarded with questions about Xie Linyuan. I'm practically your unofficial spokesperson now. For his final call, Xie Linyuan dialed Qian Jingheng. After a few rings, the line connected. Qian Jingheng's voice came through. Calm, seasoned, imbued with the quiet warmth of an elder. Linyuan, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Uncle Qian. Wishing you joy and prosperity, and every happiness for your family. May Qingyan excel in her studies in the coming year. Thank you, thank you. Qian Jingheng replied warmly. You're celebrating in your hometown. How are your grandparents' health? They're both well. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Qian. A pause lingered on the line. Then Qian Jingheng asked casually, almost as if sharing idle family chatter, has Qingyan been troubling you? A faint gentle curve touched Xie Linyuan's lips. Qingyan is lively and charming, not the least bit troublesome. She asks thoughtful questions, clearly a diligent student. Qian Jingheng's voice brightened unmistakably. Unmistakable, unrestrained delight. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Qingyan admires you deeply. She talks about you constantly at home. Her mother says she's been studying harder than ever lately, determined to follow in brother Linyuan's footsteps. Qingyan has strong foundations and a sincere drive to learn. She'll surely achieve great things. Xie Linyuan replied. Qian Jingheng added a few warm remarks about meeting again soon after the new year, then ended the call. Xie Linyuan gazed at the call log on his phone screen, and in his mind's eye Qingyan's fresh, radiant face emerged vividly. She often messaged him on WeChat with academic questions, and occasionally sent light-hearted, unrelated notes, a photo of her orange cat captioned, Brother Linyuan, do you think she's gotten chubbier? He found her delightful, well-mannered, agreeable-spirited, yet never overbearing. On New Year's Eve in the Huai County Detention Center, the cafeteria added 2 dishes today: braised pork and scrambled eggs, 1 portion for each person, served in metal trays. Although it pales in comparison to the lavish meals at home in a place like this, it can be considered a celebration of the new year. Wu Chang crouched in the corner of the cement dormitory, a plate of braised pork in front of him. He picked up a piece with his chopsticks, put it in his mouth, chewed twice, but could not swallow it. His heart felt heavy. He recalled past New Year's Eves when, regardless of poverty, he would still enjoy a family reunion dinner at home. Whether his wife's cooking was good or not was another matter, but the 2 children would run around the table, the spring festival gala playing on the television and fireworks exploding outside. It was a genuine festive atmosphere. But this year, iron gates, iron bars, a cement dormitory uniform stamped with numbers, and guards peering in through a small window every half hour, as if checking on livestock in a cage. He put down his chopsticks, curled up in the corner, burying his face in his knees. Wu Chang's wife stewed a soup with an old hen from home, and made 30 dumplings filled with pork and cabbage, packing them in a thermal bag wrapped in 2 layers of plastic, and brought them to the county detention center. At the entrance, she registered, showed her ID, and explained the visitation purpose, waiting nearly an hour before being allowed inside. The visitation room was small, separated by a glass pane. On one side was Wu Chang in his uniform, and on the other was Lu Guilin. When Wu Chang was brought in by the guard, Lu Guilin almost did not recognize him at first glance. She leaned against the glass window. Why have you lost so much weight? Wu Chang stood on the other side of the glass, his eyes bloodshot, his cheekbones more prominent than a few days ago, his eye sockets sunken, and his whole demeanor seemed drained of life. Hearing his wife's words, tears streamed down his face. Lu Guilin became anxious and slapped the glass table. Why are you crying? Did they hit you? Her voice was not loud, but in the quiet visitation room it was clear enough for the guard nearby to hear. Wu Chang shuddered suddenly, instinctively turning his head, catching a glimpse of the guard standing not far behind him. He was in his 40s with a stern expression, his sharp gaze fixed on Wu Chang, carrying a hint of warning. Wu Chang shrank his neck, reflexively speeding up his speech. No, 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 absolutely not. His head shook like a rattle, his voice urgent and panicked. Lu Guilin watched her husband's reaction through the glass, and sensed something was off, but she did not press further. Instead, she lifted the thermal bag in front of her, letting Wu Chang see. I brought you dumplings, pork and cabbage, your favorite, and chicken soup, which I simmered all morning. She paused. You take care and enjoy the new year in there. Wu Chang's tears flowed even more fiercely. He leaned on the visitation table, his shoulders heaving, crying like a child abandoned by the whole world. Lu Guilin had never seen her husband like this. Previously, even when he was locked up for offenses, he would come out still carefree, never seen crying or expressing remorse during her visits. Tentatively, she asked what exactly happened in there. Wu Chang lifted his head, wiping his tears and snot with his sleeve, looking at his wife through the glass. The carefree memories of his past life raced through his mind like a lantern show. In his youth, he had stolen chickens and dogs in the village, and his wife had never enjoyed a single day of happiness since marrying him. With 2 children in school, he had never attended a single parent-teacher meeting, not even recalling which grades his children were in. Approaching 40, all the household burdens rested on his wife's shoulders. His voice was so hoarse it was barely audible, his lips trembling for a long time before he finally uttered a complete sentence. "I'm sorry for you all. When I get out, I'll find a job, work hard, and support the family." Wu Chang wiped his tears again, his voice intermittent. "I will never steal again." Lu Guilin opened her mouth, unable to close it for a long time. Watching the man on the other side of the glass weeping uncontrollably, a complex emotion surged within her. She sat in the visitation room for a long time before murmuring, "It would have been better if you had done this earlier." She pushed the thermal bag forward. "Eat the dumplings, they'll be bad if they get cold." The dumplings in the detention center cafeteria were the same pork and cabbage filling as those brought from outside. The guard poured the dumplings from the thermal bag into a metal basin and handed it to Wu Chang. He squatted in the corner of the dormitory holding the basin, picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks, and put it in his mouth. The cabbage was finely chopped and the pork was minced, his wife's cooking he had eaten for nearly 20 years, impossible to mistake. As he chewed the dumpling, tears fell into the basin. The salty tears mixed with the vinegar from the dumpling, creating an indescribable taste. In another dormitory, Ma Zi Gosheng and Xiao Lu Zi were also eating dumplings. Ma Zi took a bite and said, "It's not as good as my mom's." Then his eyes turned red. Gosheng took a bite and said, "It's okay," then lowered his head, no longer speaking. Xiao Luzi did not eat. He arranged the dumplings in a row, counted them, arranged them in another row, counted again, and tears dripped drop by drop into the metal basin. Suddenly recalling something, he shuddered and quickly shoved the dumplings into the basin, eating them heartily. On the first day of the new year, the sound of firecrackers was even more intense than on New Year's Eve. At the entrance of the courtyard, the sound of a car engine could be heard. Wu Kai came in to report, "Director Xie, the secretary of the municipal party committee, has arrived." Xie Linyuan walked to the entrance where a black sedan was parked. The secretary of the municipal party committee got out of the car wearing a dark jacket, smiling broadly, holding several boxes of gifts. Behind him followed his secretary and driver. He did not bring a large entourage, but his demeanor exuded the weight of a municipal leader. "Director Xie, Happy New Year. I'm here to wish you and your family a Happy New Year." The secretary of the municipal party committee stepped forward, shaking Xie Linyuan's hand with both of his. "Happy New Year, secretary. You are too polite, making a special trip on the first day of the new year. It's the least I could do." The secretary smiled, releasing his hand and handing the gifts to Wu Kai, then followed Xie Linyuan into the courtyard. Grandpa and Grandma had already come out from the main room. "Elder, Happy New Year. On behalf of the municipal party committee and the municipal government, I wish you both a Happy New Year." "Happy New Year, secretary. Happy New Year. Please come in, please come in." The secretary of the municipal party committee sat in the main room for a while, drank a cup of tea, ate 2 pieces of fried rice cakes that Grandma brought, praised the elder's good cooking, and chatted with Xie Linyuan for a while. Having sat for less than half an hour, he stood up to bid farewell. "Director Xie, I won't take up more of your time. Enjoy your reunion with the elders. If you need anything, feel free to contact us. Take care, secretary. Thank you for coming all this way." As soon as the secretary of the municipal party committee left, the county's convoy arrived. The main officials of Huai County were almost all present. The leading county party secretary entered the courtyard, clasped his hands in greeting, and repeatedly said, "Happy New Year to Director Xie, Happy New Year to the elders." The warm enthusiasm felt from half a street away. Xie Linyuan stood at the entrance of the main room, smiling as he welcomed each guest. He was not unaware of the true motives behind their visit. On the first day of the new year, instead of staying at home, they traveled all the way to Xie's village under the pretense of offering New Year wishes to Grandpa and Grandma. Everyone understood what was really going on. Yet Xie Linyuan felt no aversion. The Summer Kingdom had always been a society of human connections, valuing reciprocity and mutual care, with no need for false pride. He did not like the posture of deliberately placing oneself on a pedestal and rejecting all secular socializing. As long as it did not cross the line or touch upon principles, he welcomed smiling faces with a smile in return. Grandma carried the teacups back and forth to the main room, her face blooming with joy. In her lifetime, she had never seen so many people come to wish her family a Happy New Year, and all of them were officials she had only seen on television. Grandpa sat upright on the sofa, receiving guest after guest, his smile becoming increasingly practiced, transforming from initial awkwardness into a natural composure. When the county party secretary was leaving, he shook Grandpa's hand and said, "Elder, you have raised a good grandson. The county will continue to pay attention to your family's situation, and if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to us. No difficulties, no difficulties. The government has been very considerate. On the second day of the new year, relatives began to arrive. These relatives had visited after last year's college entrance examinations, during which there had still been some formality and testing of waters. This year was different. Xie Linyuan had made the news, was awarded an academician title, and had become a true big shot. The attitude of the relatives shifted from, "My family has a relative who is a top scorer," to "My family has a relative who is an academician," and that sense of pride had multiplied several times compared to last year. One wave of relatives came after another, and the people in the main room changed repeatedly. The tea leaves and the teacups were replenished over and over, and Grandma walked back and forth between the kitchen and the main room countless times, her smile lingering from morning till night, never fading. On the third and fourth days of the new year, the festivities continued unabated. Some relatives were ones Xie Linyuan had never seen before. Distant relatives who were barely related, who had appeared out of nowhere from some village, brought 2 boxes of milk or a box of fruit, barging in through the door, immediately saying, "Hey Linyuan, do you remember me? I used to carry you when you were little." Naturally, Xie Linyuan did not remember. Yet he smiled and said, of course, how have you been?" Then he welcomed them into the main room, pouring tea, offering cigarettes, and chatting. Grandpa and Grandma were responsible for remembering the relationships he couldn't keep track of, quietly reminding him, "This is your grandmother's cousin's brother." Xie Linyuan maintained his composure, continuing to smile. On the 8th day of the first month in 2028, the first day back to work after the new year. For the majority of people in the Xia Kingdom, the feelings on this day are complex. When the alarm rang in the morning, the soul was still entwined in the warmth of the bed, indulging in feasts and games, while the body mechanically got up, brushed teeth, washed face, squeezed into the subway, clocked in, and sat at the desk staring blankly at the computer screen. The office was filled with a lazy atmosphere of the body is here, but the soul is not. The coffee consumption in the break room was 3 times the usual, yet no one could truly enter a working state. In the evening, people returned home exhausted, changed into pajamas, flopped onto the bed, took out their phones, and began mindlessly scrolling through various apps. Short videos, social media feeds, Weibo news apps. Fingers mechanically swiped upwards while the brain hardly engaged in any information processing, merely needing a background sound to fill the void between going to work and going to sleep. At that moment, major news apps simultaneously pushed out a notification. The title of the notification was concise. The Xia Kingdom announces a revolutionary breakthrough in high-temperature materials, with a 4,500 super materials soon to be mass-produced. Many people's first reaction upon seeing this notification was to swipe it away. Not because they were uninterested, but because the phrase high-temperature materials sounded too professional, too academic, too much like news that was impressive, but had nothing to do with my life. However, in that fleeting moment, as their fingers glided across the screen, another term exploded in their peripheral vision: Xie Linyuan. Xie Linyuan. This name had appeared far too frequently over the past 6 months. A top scorer in college entrance exams, a freshman at Xie University with the universal theory and academicians calling him teacher, featured in the news broadcast for 3 minutes. Even ordinary people who didn't pay much attention to technology news had developed an impression of the name Xie Linyuan. They halted their finger movements and clicked on the news. The content of the news was very official, rigorous language, detailed data citing official statements from Xie University and test reports from national security testing agencies. The extreme temperature resistance of 4,500, reusable, with mechanical performance indicators comprehensively surpassing existing materials, and most importantly, that sentence, soon to enter the stage of engineering mass production. After reading this passage, ordinary people's minds likely echoed only 2 words: impressive. But they couldn't articulate exactly what made it impressive. So they opened the comment section. On Douyin, videos about high-temperature materials flooded in like a tide. Those quick response bloggers launched emergency science popularization videos less than half an hour after the news release. The material was sourced from public information paired with stirring background music and AI-generated narration. The content was largely similar: aerospace, military industry, controllable, nuclear fusion, high-end industry. These terms were recognizable individually, but even after hearing them together several times, they still couldn't grasp how they related to their daily lives. But the comment section was different. In the comment section, there were none of those official phrases, none of the convoluted academic expressions. Netizens used their own language, the most straightforward, blunt, and unrefined way to translate the core meaning of this news into terms that every ordinary person could understand. The most liked comment contained only 1 sentence, yet it was pinned at the top of all the videos. Xie Linyuan's material has earned the Xia Kingdom a century of national fortune. A century of national fortune. The weight of these 4 words surpassed any data or terminology. It was not an academic conclusion nor an official stance, but it accurately expressed the indescribable excitement that countless people felt upon seeing this news. Within half an hour, the comment section flooded with thousands of replies. A century of national fortune. What does that mean? I don't understand, can you explain it in detail? It means that your son, your son's son, and your son's grandson will live in a country where they don't have to look at others' faces. A century of national fortune, well said. The magnitude of this material deserves this time span. In the past, we often said overtaking on the bend, but overtaking on the bend means chasing after others on their track. Xie Linyuan has directly built a new road for us, inviting the whole world to walk the path we've paved. Materials are the foundation of all industry. When the foundation is choked, no matter how high the buildings constructed above it are, they won't be stable. Now that the foundation is built by ourselves, we can build as high as we want. Another rapidly climbing comment stated even more bluntly and shockingly than a century of national fortune. In previous world military rankings, some said the Xia kingdom was second, some said third, and year after year, there was no conclusion. With this material's emergence, the debate is over. The Xia kingdom's military strength is now ranked first in the world. Under this comment, the tone of replies quickly shifted from initial doubt to agreement. You dare to say that? But you're right. Hypersonic missiles, laser weapons, aerospace engines, nuclear submarine pressure shells, tank cannon barrels, artillery linings, the performance ceiling of these core equipment has all been shattered by this material. While others are struggling to raise temperatures by a few degrees, we have doubled them. This is not a generational gap, but a dimensional strike. I have a friend in the military industry, and he once told me many of our weapons are not designed poorly, but the materials can't keep up. The indicators on the design blueprints can't withstand the materials, leading to downgrades. Now that the materials have been improved, those plans buried beneath the blueprints can be revisited. Comrades of the War Ignorance Bureau, please take a seat. It's time for the War Terror Bureau to take the stage. War ignorance is dead. War terror must stand. This comment has been repeatedly quoted in military-related replies, becoming a new internet meme. War ignorance is a humorous term coined by netizens for a non-existent department, meaning strategic deception, urging opponents to underestimate the strength of the Xia kingdom. In contrast, war terror is a playful counterpart for strategic intimidation, signifying that the strength is so formidable that there's no need for deception, directly instilling fear in opponents. This meme spread rapidly in the comment section, each appearance accompanied by a long string of ha 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 and incredible. In discussions about aerospace and future technologies, netizens' imaginations soared even further. Controllable nuclear fusion, have you heard of it? In the past, every time it was mentioned, it was always in 50 years, in another 50 years, endlessly postponed, always in the next 50 years. With Xie Linyuan's material, controllable nuclear fusion will be realized in a short time. The first wall and the filter of the fusion device require precisely this type of ultra-high temperature and neutron radiation-resistant material. This material has chewed through the hardest bone in the fusion pile, leaving only engineering problems, not principal problems. Some netizens pushed this argument further, their tone becoming even more assertive. The South Heaven Gate project is no longer just a PPT. In the past, everyone thought it was science fiction, strategic deception, a grand vision. Now that the materials have been released, if you look at the conceptual images of the South Heaven Gate project, Sky Mothership, Xian New Fighter, Chang'ing Fighter, you will find that those things have shifted from can it be made to when will it be made. And the answer to the question, when will it be made, is most likely, it's already in progress. The discussion beneath this comment was particularly heated. Someone posted the conceptual images of the South Heaven Gate project with the huge triangular silhouette of the Sky Mothership hovering above the clouds, and the Xian New Fighter roaring out of the mothership's hangar, the backdrop being the deep blue of space and a cerulean planet. That image was once viewed by countless people as science fiction, part of the In This Lifetime series, a notion of waiting until retirement to see if their grandchildren could catch up. But today, looking at that picture feels different. There is an 18-year-old boy who has already broken through the highest level of physical barriers and has gnawed through the toughest materials. The anti-gravity technology needed for the Sky Mothership has seen theoretical preparations completed, universal theory. The thermal protection required for the Sky Mothership to traverse the atmosphere has seen material preparations completed, high-temperature resistant materials capable of withstanding 4,500 C. What remains are engineering, time, money, and national will. And these three things the Xia country possesses. Some netizens expanded their horizons, even further, reaching beyond the lifespans of everyone in this era. Our generation did not catch the age of exploration. 500 years ago, Western powers set sail, colonizing the globe and dividing the world. What were we doing back then? We were closing ourselves off, being complacent, waiting for others to blow open our doors with gunboats. One misstep leads to a cascade of missteps. For the next 500 years, we have been paying this debt. But today is different. This material tells us one thing. During the age of interstellar exploration, we have caught up, and we will be the pioneers. In the age of exploration, the pioneers were from the West, who established global hegemony over 500 years. In the age of interstellar exploration, the pioneers are us. We have universal theory, high-temperature materials, the most complete industrial system in the world, and the youngest research team in the world. For the next 500 years, it will be our turn to set the rules. This long comment received over 500,000 likes in half an hour. The comments section had no trolls, no keyboard warriors, and no one opposing. On that night, at that moment, everyone who came across this comment was doing the same thing, liking, reposting, and saving. The vast sea of stars is no longer just a slogan. In the past, to say these 4 words always felt like shouting a catchphrase, like motivational talk, like a title used by self-media to attract traffic. Xie Linyuan has placed these 2 steps here. If you still say the vast sea of stars is just a slogan, then you are willfully blind. He did not catch the age of exploration, but he has allowed us to catch the age of interstellar exploration. This sentence deserves to be inscribed on a monument. We did not miss out on the age of exploration, we just missed the right moment. But this time the right moment has arrived. Discussions about the age of interstellar exploration were fervently ongoing, with someone in the comments writing a line that was pushed to the forefront by countless people. Fortunately, the age of interstellar exploration is initiated by us. Unfortunately, I am not yet prepared. Someone immediately replied to that comment, so hurry up and buy stocks. The bull market is coming. The respondent was clearly a stock trader, and an exceptionally keen one at that. His reply stood out amidst the romantic sentiments of those gazing at the stars, as it was starkly pragmatic. However, this reply did not get drowned out. On the contrary, it quickly garnered tens of thousands of likes, and sparked a series of discussions about the stock market. Military stocks are sure to hit the limit up when the market opens tomorrow, no doubt about it. Not just 1 or 2, but the entire sector. Anyone who sees the news today and places an overnight order will be able to profit handsomely tomorrow. Material stocks will also rise, especially those companies dealing with high-temperature alloys and special ceramics. Even though their technology is light years away from Xie Linyuan's, the market doesn't care about that. It's all about hype, emotions, and recognizing that this field has been activated. I advise you all to stay calm. Such a level of good news retail investors simply cannot buy in. It will be a limit up and you can't get in. By the time you can buy, it's when the major players are offloading. Despite the cautious voices, many netizens were swept up in an almost euphoric emotion. They were not stock traders, did not usually speculate, and did not understand candlesticks, price-to-earnings ratios, or technical analysis. But they understood one thing: when the Xia country achieves such a significant breakthrough in high-tech fields, the asset prices of the entire nation will be revalued. This is not speculation, this is national fortune. I remember my grandfather telling me that during the 1950s and 1960s, when we were developing the 2 missiles and 1 satellite, the country was so poor, but the people had high spirits. Why? Because there was hope. They knew the country was getting stronger and the days would get better. The feeling this material gives me is just like that. It's not about money, it's about spirit. This spirit is worth more than any candlestick chart. Xie Linyuan is only 18 years old. He can work for several more decades. Universal theory, high-temperature materials, this is just his beginning. Just think about what he might produce next. It gives me goosebumps. On the night of the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, countless mobile phone screens illuminated the darkness. Those lights converged, illuminating faces, both young and old, some weary and some excited. Outside, the spring festival lanterns had not been taken down, hanging red on the lamp posts, swaying gently in the night breeze. In the distance, the horizon occasionally erupted with sporadic fireworks, a final farewell from families that had yet to finish their stock. Xie Linyuan leaned against the sofa in his new house in the southern plains of Hunan, watching the overwhelming comments and videos on his phone, his expression calm as water. Grandparents had already gone to bed, and Wu Kai stood in the yard, his straight silhouette merging into the shadows of the old locust tree. He placed his phone on the coffee table, and the screen slowly dimmed. He did not see the comment about buying stocks. The bull market is coming. If he had seen it, he would probably have only smiled faintly. Because for him, the fluctuations of the stock market, the numbers of wealth, those worldly bull markets are not what he cares about. What he cares about are the more distant things so far that most people in this era can only gaze up at in the comment section. But those people are right. The bull market is truly coming. On the 8th day of the first lunar month at 9 o'clock in the evening, news of high-temperature materials radiated from Yanjing across the country and then crossed the Pacific Ocean to strike Wall Street, which had just opened. The timing chosen by Xia country was not random. At exactly 9 o'clock, the night in Yanjing corresponded to 8 o'clock in the morning in Eastern America. The stock market had just opened. Traders sat in front of their screens with coffee in hand. The gates of quantitative algorithms had just opened. Liquidity was at its peak. Responses were most sensitive, and it was also most vulnerable to a deadly strike. This was not a conventional window for news releases, but a meticulously calculated moment of battle. At the moment the news reached the other side of the ocean, red headlines popped up simultaneously on Bloomberg terminals and Reuters screens. Traders glanced up, then lowered their heads to continue typing. Most of them did not understand the true weight of the phrase high-temperature materials. There was no such parameter in Wall Street's models, there were no precedents in historical data, and their algorithms could not price a technological breakthrough that had never existed before. But those who had positioned themselves in advance knew. Several major sovereign wealth funds and top private equity firms in Xia country had quietly established vast short positions in the U.S. stock market through various channels and numerous accounts. The target of the shorting was not a specific company, but an entire sector: defense, aerospace, high-end manufacturing, and those U.S. giants that relied on technological barriers to maintain high valuations. These positions were built in an extremely covert manner, scattered across hundreds of accounts, layered through over-the-counter derivatives and hedging tools, unnoticed even by the most astute hunters on Wall Street. In the first hour after the market opened, everything was as usual. The Dow Jones Index rose slightly, the Nasdaq opened flat, and defense and aerospace stocks like Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and General Electric fluctuated slightly, with market sentiment stable. Traders sipped their coffee, chatting about the Super Bowl results, unaware that a storm was approaching. At 9:45, the first large sell order crashed into Boeing's order book. It was not a tentative small order, but a dump of millions of shares regardless of cost. The moment the sell order appeared, Boeing's stock price jumped in the electronic display. Not a slow decline, but a plunge. Immediately afterward, stocks related to aerospace and high-end materials, including Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, General Electric, and Raytheon, faced a tsunami-like sell-off almost simultaneously. The quantitative algorithms were triggered. Stop-loss orders were activated. Leveraged positions were forcibly liquidated. The numbers on the screens began to collapse. The Dow Jones Index plummeted by over 3% within 15 minutes, with the Nasdaq experiencing even larger declines, and the defense and aerospace sector as a whole falling by over 7%, with some individual stocks even dropping by double digits. This was not just Xia country's capital shorting. Their actions triggered a chain reaction throughout the entire market. Hedge funds were forced to liquidate positions, retail investors panic sold, and algorithms trampled over each other without human intervention, resulting in a bloodbath. In Wall Street's trading hall, shouts of anger mixed with the ringing of phones. A fund manager, staring at the plunging curve on the screen, slammed his coffee cup violently onto the ground. Another trader clutched his head, staring at the hundreds of millions of dollars that evaporated from his account. In an instant, his face ashen. Those hedge funds that had heavily bet on defense stocks lost billions, even hundreds of billions, in just 1 hour. And the instigators of all this, the capital from Xia country that had positioned itself in advance, calmly closed their short positions at the moment of the most severe plunge. Then they turned around and began to buy up those quality assets that were panic sold at lower prices. After harvesting from the shorting, they harvested again from the low buy. This was not harvesting, it was bloodletting. The giants of Wall Street were not angry, they were terrified. It was not because they lost money they could afford to lose. What they feared was that behind this financial war stood not those familiar players who played by the rules, but a 19-year-old boy. With a single material, he not only shattered their technological barriers in high-end manufacturing, but also crushed their pricing power in the global capital market. Technological advantages are the underlying support for financial advantages. When technological advantages are flattened or even surpassed, financial bubbles will collapse like castles on the beach, washed away by the tide. Mainstream media in the United States released reports immediately after the news broke. The headline of the Wall Street Journal was restrained yet bitter. Xia country claims breakthrough in high-temperature materials. 4500 C indicator surpasses existing material limits. The article used a lot of phrases like not yet, independently verified, and laboratory data does not equate to production capability, but underlying it all was a sense of anxiety that had never been felt before. Because this time Xia country had not caught up, but had pulled ahead. 400 years ago, they used advanced ships and cannons to force open the door of this ancient Eastern nation. 400 years later, this Eastern nation shattered their lofty technological myth with a material they couldn't even produce in the lab. The New York Times headline was more direct. Xia country's super materials emerge, Pentagon faces new round of technological shock. The article quoted an anonymous Pentagon official saying, if these data are real, our hypersonic weapon project needs a comprehensive reassessment. The article's analysis was deeper than that of its rivals, pinpointing the core of the issue. European media reacted even more complexly. The Financial Times headline only contained a few words: East civilization. This was a commentary piece by a senior observer of European affairs. The opening sentence was repeatedly shared across the European continent. When Xia country announced its breakthrough in high-temperature materials on the night of the 8th day of the first lunar month, I suddenly recalled a saying by Voltaire: the history of civilization begins in the East. The article was long, but the most widely quoted was the last paragraph. 500 years ago, the baton of civilization was passed from the East to the West. We created the Industrial Revolution, modern technology, and the global order with it. But today this baton is being steadily handed back by an 18-year-old boy from Xia country. This is not a threat, it is the cycle of history. Civilization has never perished, it has only migrated. The title of Le Monde was more philosophical. The East awakens, the world reassesses. Der Spiegel was more pragmatic, directly discussing the technical aspects. Xie country's breakthrough in ultra-high temperature materials means Europe must reevaluate its research investments and technological strategy. We can no longer take it for granted that cutting-edge technology will always be in the West. The phrase civilization in the East spread rapidly across global social media. Someone posted a comparison photo on Twitter. On the left was a photo of the Eight-Nation Alliance from 1900, and on the right was a photo of Xie Linyuan explaining the theory of everything in a lecture hall in 2028. There were 128 years between the two photos, though everyone knew what had happened in between. In the United States, Washington, D.C., in a conference room, this room is one of the core nodes of national security decision-making. Every person seated on both sides of the long table today possesses the power to mobilize forces capable of changing the world in their respective fields. The director of the Central Intelligence Agency was the first to speak. His voice was tinged with an uncontrollable anxiety. The Xie Kingdom has chosen to release news at 9 p.m. on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, which coincides perfectly with our stock market opening time. This is no coincidence. Over the past 2 weeks, Xie Kingdom's capital has built massive short positions in our market through at least 200 secret accounts. The targets of these short sales include military industry, aerospace, and high-end manufacturing. How much have we lost? A preliminary estimate indicates that just this morning over $800 billion in market value evaporated from Wall Street. And the profits for Xie Kingdom's capital are estimated to be between $30 billion and $50 billion. The Secretary of the Treasury took over the conversation, his fingers striking the table heavily. This is financial warfare. They have snatched hundreds of billions from our pockets with a single piece of news. What's more terrifying is that they are using this money to turn around and buy our premium assets at low prices. Once market sentiment recovers, they can earn another profit. This is not a one-time harvest. It is a long-term siphoning of our financial system. The conference room fell briefly silent. The Secretary of Defense opened the folder in front of him, his voice low. What I want to discuss is not finance, but military matters. Do you know what it means when a material has a heat resistance limit of 4,500 C? The hypersonic missiles of the Xie Kingdom can fly at extremely high speeds for extended periods, and our air defense systems cannot intercept them at all. Their aircraft engine turbine front temperatures can be significantly raised with thrust-to-weight ratios and fuel efficiency far surpassing our current and next-generation products. Their laser weapons can emit light for longer durations while we are still struggling with issues of mirror thermal deformation. Their nuclear submarines, aircraft carriers, and stealth bombers will create a generational gap in all fields such as thermal protection, stealth coatings, and structural materials. He closed the folder, raised his head, and scanned each face on both sides of the long table. This is an underlying upgrade of the entire industrial system. The Xie Kingdom has the largest industrial capacity in the world, and this capacity is about to undergo a comprehensive upgrade. Can you imagine what that picture looks like? When their warships, planes, and missiles all utilize these new materials, while our equipment still relies on materials that are several generations outdated. This is not just about losing a war, it is about losing an entire era. The director of the Central Intelligence Agency nodded in agreement. Our military presence in East Asia will face unprecedented pressure. Countries like Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines will all reconsider their alliances. No one wants to stand against a Xie Kingdom that possesses absolute military superiority. The Secretary of State's tone was equally grave. It's not just military matters. The impact of this material on the global supply chain is deeper and broader than we imagine. High-end manufacturing, special metallurgy, semiconductor, high-temperature processes, chemicals, energy. These core industries now have unique advantages in underlying materials for the Xie Kingdom. In other words, starting today, the global supply chain will no longer revolve around us, but will pivot towards the Xie Kingdom. Our dollar hegemony relies on the cycle of oil, dollars, and U.S. debt. But what is the underlying support of this cycle? It is America's technological and military advantages. How long can dollar hegemony last when these two aspects are matched or even surpassed by the Xie Kingdom? At one end of the long table, the person in the main seat had remained silent. He is the National Security Affairs Assistant of the United States, the convener of today's meeting. His voice is the one closest to the ZT in the room. Once everyone had finished speaking, he finally opened his mouth. So this is the situation we are facing. The Xie Kingdom has launched a comprehensive strategic squeeze on our military economy, finance, technology, and industry with a material that we cannot replicate in the short term. Our stock market has evaporated $800 billion in a single day. Our military advantages are being erased. Our allies are watching, and our hegemony system is showing cracks. And the instigator of all this is a 19-year-old young man. He emphasized the words 19 years old. Last year, he published The Theory of Everything. What was our assessment at the time? Pure theory, no practical application value. The threat is manageable. We didn't even hold a special meeting for it. And today, he shattered our confidence with a single material. This material was developed solely by him, taking only a few months from theoretical derivation to laboratory synthesis. He paused, his gaze becoming sharper. 19 years old. He has at least 50 years of research lifespan ahead of him. What can he accomplish in those 50 years? We dare not imagine. But we must think, because if we do not think by the time he comes up with something, it will be too late for us. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavier. The voice of the Hawks was the first to break the silence. A senior official from the Department of Defense boldly declared, "Gentlemen, we have been cornered. The Xie Kingdom is eating away at our global dominance with its technological advantages. If we do nothing 10 years from now, there will be no American hegemony left in this world. I propose that we take military measures to interrupt the rise of the Xie Kingdom. In the NC and the TC, or anywhere else we can manufacture conflict, we should create a limited, controllable military friction. Let the whole world see that the United States still has the determination and capability to suppress the Xie Kingdom militarily." The director of the Central Intelligence Agency shook his head, his tone laced with caution against military adventures. The Xie Kingdom is not Iraq nor Afghanistan. They have a population of 1.4 billion, the most complete industrial system in the world, and strong conventional military forces along with nuclear deterrence. Are you sure you can keep the conflict within a limited scope? Are you sure the Xie Kingdom will follow your script? If the situation escalates, are we prepared for a mutually destructive outcome? Mutually assured destruction is still better than a slow death, the hawkish official countered. The Secretary of the Treasury raised a warning from an economic perspective. We cannot afford the cost of a conventional war. The Xie Kingdom is one of our largest trading partners, and our supply chain is deeply reliant on Xie manufacturing. Going to war means supply chain disruption, means uncontrollable inflation, means a repeat of the most severe financial crisis we've experienced in decades. The Secretary of State added, "International public opinion will not be on our side either. The Xie Kingdom is not the aggressor. They are building and conducting research on their own territory while we are the ones provoking them. The United Nations, NATO, ASEAN. No one will openly support us." The Secretary of Defense remained silent for a long time before finally stating, "Military options must be reserved as a last resort. But at this stage it is not appropriate to proactively provoke direct military conflict with the Xie Kingdom. The costs are too high and the outcomes are uncertain." Sanctions. Someone proposed. Escalate sanctions on Xie across the board, choke off every controllable technology, force them to hand over the manufacturing process for high-temperature materials, or at least compel exports of such materials to preserve global strategic balance. The director of the Central Intelligence Agency smiled wryly. "Our sanctions against Xie have been in place for nearly a decade. Tell me, have sanctions toppled Xie? They developed what needed to be developed, they achieved the breakthroughs they were bound to achieve, and in many cases they progressed even faster. Sanctions did not halt them. On the contrary, they forced the emergence of the world's most complete industrial system and the most formidable capacity for indigenous innovation. You still want more sanctions? Not satisfied with how hard we've already pushed them?" The Secretary of State spoke more bluntly. "Force Xie to surrender their manufacturing techniques. You're dreaming. Xie is not a pushover we can manipulate at will. They are a great nation with 5,000 years of civilization. Press them harder, and they only stiffen. Do you think they will kneel because of sanctions? They did not kneel decades ago, they certainly will not now." An officer from the Defense Department's Intelligence Bureau suddenly spoke up. "Gentlemen, we have been discussing Xie materials and strategy, but have you considered a more fundamental question?" Xie Linyuan. The air in the conference room went still. A theory of everything, the unification of the 4 fundamental forces, the holy grail physics, has chased for nearly a century. High-temperature materials ready for direct mass production within the current industrial framework with performance that outclasses any sample in our laboratories. Either achievement alone would merit a Nobel Prize. He achieved both in months single-handedly. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. "This is not normal. The word genius does not suffice. Have you considered that there may be secrets about him that we do not know?" The National Security Advisor frowned. "What are you suggesting?" "I am suggesting we shift our focus from materials and markets to the person. Xie Linyuan is the root of the problem. Without him, Xia's pace of technological breakthroughs would slow enough for us to catch up." Silence fell again. That line of thought had flickered through many minds in the room. Now someone had articulated it aloud. The Secretary of State hesitated, then asked, "Can we win Xie Linyuan over? He is young. A young man's values are not yet fixed, easily influenced, easily shaped. Although Xie has bestowed many honors upon him, Xia's research environment still lags behind Migua's. We can leverage the Nobel Prize, international academic recognition, and broad publicity of his achievements to make him feel the weight of Migua's appreciation." He continued, "If we can influence the Nobel selection, maximize publicity of his award, and turn him into a global scientific star, we can exploit a young man's vanity. When he senses that his accomplishments are recognized by the world at large, not merely by Xie, his sense of belonging to Xie will loosen." "Then what?" asked the CIA director. Then when he travels abroad to receive the prize, our people will make contact and negotiate terms. Offer him a Migwa green card, a tenured position at a top university, boundless research funding, better treatment, and far greater freedom than Xia can provide. If he works for us, the value he brings would exceed that of 10 carrier strike groups. And if he refuses? The Secretary of State gave no answer. The CIA director replied in his stead, if he refuses, we cannot let him return to Xia. Every day he remains in Xia, we bleed another day of technological advantage. Even if we cannot control him, we cannot let him go home. Kill him. A hawkish official voiced the word bluntly. The room chilled. Xie Linyuan is a scientist, a public figure of immense global renown and attention. If he were to die unnaturally, the world's gaze would center on Migwa. No one dared imagine how Xia would react. But if we do not kill him and allow him to continue his research in Xia, what will he pursue? Anti-gravity. Interstellar travel. By the time Xia's spacecraft rests on the far side of the moon, while Migwa's vessels still fret over falling thermal tiles, it will be too late to speak. The National Security Advisor stood and scanned the room. Gentlemen, we must admit a fact: we can no longer stop Xia's rise through direct competition. Their industrial system is more complete than ours, their research investment larger, their pool of young talent greater, and now they have a once-in-a-century figure in Xie Linyuan. In a heating contest, we have no prospect of victory. Therefore, we must take another path. First, a campaign of public opinion, manufacture negative sentiment about Xie Linyuan within Xia. By any means, dig into his private life, fabricate scandals, magnify any minor flaw. Portray him as an overhyped, morally unworthy manufactured genius. Drive a wedge between him and the Xia government, make him uncomfortable at home, sow public suspicion. Once his public image deteriorates, his loyalty to Xia will weaken. Second, use our influence in the international academic community to ensure Xie Linyuan receives the Nobel Prize in Physics. We need him to leave Xia to accept the prize in Stockholm. That will be our stage where Xia's security reach is significantly diminished. We will have an opportunity to approach him, persuade him, or... He did not finish the sentence, but everyone understood. Third, assassination as a last resort when we are certain he cannot be turned and his continued existence poses an unbearable threat to Migwa. The CIA director raised a hand. Allow me to add a point. Xie Linyuan is currently under Xia's highest level of security protection. Publicly, there are at least 4 close bodyguards, all elite, and covert protection is even stronger. Acting inside Xia is nearly impossible. Overseas is the only opportunity. Even if we succeed, how will Xia respond? It would not be merely military skirmishes, it would be full-scale confrontation. After hearing everyone, the National Security Advisor offered a final summary. But we cannot do nothing. My recommendation is a simultaneous multi-pronged approach. Begin the information campaign today. Spare no cost, generate negative narratives about Xie Linyuan across Xia's domestic internet. Begin maneuvering for the Nobel Prize today. Ensure he wins within the year and that the award ceremony is scheduled this year. An assassination plan should be drafted by the CIA as a contingency, kept on the books, but not rushed into execution. Await for the opportune moment. On the 9th day of the Lunar New Year in Xie family village, firecracker remnants scattered across the yard, blown by the wind as Grandma chased after them with a broom, her chatter shifting from "this wind is truly unruly" to finally "the new year is over." The vehicles returning to the village for the new year had practically vanished, leaving behind only a few local vans in the once crowded open space. The vehicles with out-of-town plates had been leaving one after another over the past few days. Young people are always like this, arriving with bundles and departing with the same. However, the bags they brought contained gifts for the elderly and children, while the bags they left with held cured meats, pickled vegetables, and farm-fresh eggs stuffed in by their parents. Xie Linyuan stood at the entrance of the yard, watching the last few cars with out-of-town plates drive past on the village road. As a car window rolled down, several young faces appeared, one waving at him and calling out, "Goodbye, academician Xie." He smiled in response, waving back. The car turned the bend at the village entrance and vanished beneath the grayish skyline. The entire village fell silent. Not just Xie family village, but the whole southern Hunan plain. Countless counties like Huaixin also fell into silence. This kind of desolation is a recurring theme every year after the Spring Festival. The liveliness is fleeting while farewells linger. Young people fly away like migratory birds, leaving the elderly and children to guard the empty houses and endless fields. Xie Linyuan stood at the entrance of the yard, gazing at the two-way 4-lane asphalt road that stretched from the county all the way to his doorstep. The road was wide and smooth with neatly arranged lamp posts, one every 10 meters. This road was built by the county to welcome him, the academician. It was a show of face, a political achievement, and a gesture of respect for a successful individual returning home. But the road was completed, and people still left. He remembered the words spoken by the city committee secretary on the 22nd day of the 12th month, while returning from Xinshi East Station to Huaixin on the highway. The high-speed rail station would pass through Huaixin and set up a stop there. He recalled what he had said to the city committee secretary. If we can leverage Huaixin's agricultural foundation and labor advantages to plan some supporting industrial parks to accommodate the industrial transfer from developed regions, the common folk won't need to leave their homes to work elsewhere. Those words were meant for the city committee secretary, but also for himself. Now standing at the entrance of the yard watching the taillights of the departing cars, he suddenly felt those words had been spoken too lightly. Industrial Parks Project Implementation Investment Attraction Talent Return. These terms sounded easy to say, but in reality each was a complex and arduous challenge. Linyuan, it's cold outside, come inside. Grandma's voice called from the main room. Coming, Xie Linyuan replied, turning to head back. After taking a few steps, he paused looking back at the empty asphalt road. He did not know what he could do, but he knew he should do something. He needed to do something for those who left home each year in January dragging their suitcases, for the children in the village who eagerly awaited their parents' return, and for the elderly who still toiled in the fields with their graying hair. The road was built and the high-speed rail station was going to be constructed. Yet no matter how wide the road was or how fast the trains ran, it merely facilitated their departure. This thought lingered in his mind for a long time, but at that moment he did not delve deeper. The time was not yet right. Overthinking was futile. On the 17th day of the Lunar New Year in Yinjing at Shuaimu University, Xie Linyuan went directly to the laboratory of the Materials Engineering Department. He had left on the 22nd day of the 12th month and returned on the 17th day of the Lunar New Year, a gap of less than a month. He changed into his lab coat, opened the fume hood, and checked the equipment status. Everything was normal. Standing at the lab bench, he looked at the familiar instruments and reagent bottles, a sense of reassurance swelling within him. The outside world was bustling. On his way back, Wu Kai had briefly updated him on the stock market situation over the past few days. Professor Xie, since the market opened on the 9th day of the Lunar New Year, the stock market in Xia country has been on a continuous rise. The Shanghai Composite Index rose over 15% in just over a week. The Shenzhen Component Index increased by 20%, and the Chinext Index saw even greater gains. The military, materials, and aerospace sectors had dozens of stocks hitting the limit daily. Investor sentiment was high and online discussions proclaimed the bull market is here. Xie Linyuan listened without much reaction. He was not concerned about the stock market. But he knew that this surge was due to the confidence his high-temperature resistant materials had instilled in the market. Confidence is intangible and invisible, yet it is more precious than gold. That's good, he remarked. He rolled up the sleeves of his lab coat and began calibrating the equipment. His task today was not to further optimize the high-temperature resistant materials, but to prepare for the new project. The high-temperature resistant materials had already been handed over to the engineering team for mass production. His focus needed to shift to the next steps. Just as he immersed himself in his lab notebook, his phone vibrated. He picked it up to see a news alert. He intended to dismiss it, but the words Nobel Prize in the headline caused his finger to pause. Breaking. The Nobel Prize Committee officially announces Xie Linyuan nominated for the 2028 Nobel Prize in Physics. The notification was sent 10 minutes ago, sourced from a fast news outlet. Xie Linyuan glanced at it, placed his phone back on the desk, and continued writing his lab records. Meanwhile, the outside world had erupted. Within minutes, this notification topped trending topics across all social media platforms. Not only the media in Xia country, but also international outlets reported extensively at the same time. Reuters, the Associated Press agents, France Presse, BBC, CNN, and nearly all major Western media outlets featured this news prominently. Moreover, their angles of reporting were remarkably consistent. The greatest physicist in human history, the first since Newton and Einstein, the creator of the unified theory Xie Linyuan, is about to be crowned with the Nobel Prize. Such heated and intense wording felt abnormal. Xie Linyuan had been busy in the lab all morning, and by the time he took a break at noon, Wu Kai entered. Professor Xie, there's something I need to report to you. Xie Linyuan set down his work, removed his gloves, and gestured for him to sit. Wu Kai did not take a seat. He stood by the lab bench and spoke in a voice only audible to the two of them. Professor Xie, the recent extensive praise from foreign media regarding you, as well as the timing of the Nobel Prize nomination, is no coincidence. We have obtained intelligence through special channels indicating that the United States is implementing a multifaceted action plan against you. Xie Linyuan's gaze remained unchanged. Leaning against the lab bench with his hands in the pockets of his lab coat, he listened quietly. Wu Kai continued, this plan is divided into 3 lines. The first line is a battle of public opinion. To create negative sentiments towards you on the domestic internet of Xia country, instigating a rift between you and the country, diminishing your reputation and sense of belonging within the nation. The second line involves the Nobel Prize. Utilize their influence in the international academic community to ensure you win the award, then entice you to go abroad for the ceremony, where they will engage with you, incite you, and even attempt to control you. The third line is that if the first 2 fail, extreme measures may be taken, posing a threat to your personal safety. After listening, Xie Linyuan remained silent for about 2 seconds, then asked a question that surprised Wu Kai. Do they really think I would go abroad for a Nobel Prize? Wu Kai did not answer directly, but said, Professor Xie, the evaluation from the American side regarding you is young and ambitious with great achievements, easily swayed by honors and praise. They believe that the allure of the Nobel Prize for people from Xia country is unparalleled, especially for a 19-year-old. Xie Linyuan chuckled. Flattery with ulterior motives is either deceitful or treacherous, Xie Linyuan remarked. Foreign media has hailed me as the greatest physicist in human history. Even I don't believe that, and they themselves wouldn't either. They think I would believe it, that I would become arrogant, that I would be lost amidst these sweet-talking bullets. He paused, looking at Wu Kai. Captain Wu, I have no interest in the Nobel Prize. I do not need that award to prove myself, nor would I go abroad to accept it because of that award. They have set a trap for me abroad. Oh, I simply will not go. Wu Kai's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. He had seen too many people become dizzy with honor, too many who lost their way amidst flowers and applause. But Xie Linyuan was not that kind of person. Throughout the clarity of this young man exceeded his expectations. Professor Xie, the attitude of the state towards you is very clear. Wu Kai continued, the country will do everything possible to ensure your safety, and will also provide corresponding compensation for any honor or benefits you might lose due to your inability to go abroad to accept the award. A specific plan will be coordinated with you later. Xie Linyuan shook his head. Compensation or not, it doesn't matter. Please convey a message to the higher-ups for me. I will not go abroad to accept the award. My work is here, my goals are here, my roots are here. No matter what honor the Americans offer me, I will not go. Wu Kai solemnly nodded and exited the laboratory. The news of the Nobel Prize nomination created a fervor on the Xia country internet that exceeded everyone's expectations. On Douyin, the topic, Xie Linyuan Nobel Prize nomination, skyrocketed to the trending lists within an hour of the announcement. In the comments section, netizens displayed a complex and fervent emotional response. Xie Linyuan has been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics. The theory of everything truly well-deserved. This is the pride of Xia country. Such comments dominated the mainstream, with likes numbering in the hundreds of thousands. But soon another voice emerged. It's just a nomination, not an award. The list of nominees for the Nobel Prize is confidential. The official announcement only reveals the winners and not the nominees. This nomination news does not conform to the normal process of the Nobel Prize. Don't you find that strange? Someone astutely pointed out the issue. But more people were cheering and celebrating, too absorbed to notice these details. If Xie Linyuan doesn't win, who will the Nobel Prize be awarded to? The theory of everything is the greatest breakthrough in physics in centuries. If it isn't awarded to Xie Linyuan, does the Nobel Prize even need to exist? Awarding the Nobel Prize to Xie Linyuan isn't just his honor, it's the honor of the Nobel Prize itself. This award only deserves the title Nobel because it is awarded to Xie Linyuan, otherwise it is just an ordinary award. These statements are filled with grandeur, but also carry a heartfelt pride. In the minds of Xia country netizens, Xie Linyuan's theory of everything is an achievement worthy of being recorded in history. If the Nobel Prize is not awarded to him, it is a loss for the Nobel Prize. However, amidst all the praise and pride, some worried voices arose. If Xie Linyuan wins, will he have to go abroad to accept the award? Don't forget the current attitude of the Americans towards us. If Xie Linyuan goes, can he come back? I suggest he doesn't go and accepts the award domestically, or has the embassy collect it for him. Yes, don't go. Safety first. The Nobel Prize can be discarded, but one must remain safe. Are you all overthinking this? The Nobel Prize is an international event, not a trap. Can Xie Linyuan really be detained just for collecting an award? You are too naive. Look at what the Americans have done in recent years. They would use any means to suppress us. Xie Linyuan is a national treasure-level scientist. They dream of poaching him. If they can't poach him, think about it yourself. In any case, I don't want Xie Linyuan to go abroad. He has everything he needs here. There's no need to take that risk. The Nobel Prize is an illusion. A life is real. Although these comments were drowned out by the larger waves of praise, their likes were not low. This indicates that there are quite a few people who hold such a cautious attitude. Having experienced the tumultuous changes in international situations over the past few years, the people of Xia country have developed a natural vigilance towards the goodwill of Western countries. Netizens share a sense of vigilance against flattery with ulterior motives, exactly mirroring Xie Linyuan's thoughts. Another layer of discussion bypassed the safety of the Nobel Prize and landed on a longer-term and more fundamental value coordinate. Have you considered that Xie Linyuan doesn't need the Nobel Prize at all? The theory of everything and high-temperature materials are sufficient to rewrite textbooks and reshape the industrial system. The Nobel Prize merely embellishes his achievements. But for Xia country, Xie Linyuan's value lies not in what awards he has received, but in what he has done for this country. He has already done so much and will accomplish even more. Xie Linyuan does not need the Nobel Prize to prove himself. The Nobel Prize needs Xie Linyuan to prove that it still holds value. Do not get this logic reversed. I support Xie Linyuan not going to accept the award, but it's not worth it. Spending one more day in the lab is 1,000 times more important than receiving a trophy in Stockholm. The internet was abuzz, while Xie Linyuan's laboratory remained quiet as usual. His phone vibrated continuously, but he did not check it. Xie Linyuan filtered out all unnecessary calls and messages, but still received many from others. Qian Wudong sent his congratulations, Guo Qiming sent a brilliant, Li Ming sent, Linyuan you're trending again, and Qian Xingyan sent a long string of exclamation marks followed by Linyuan you are amazing. On the 19th day of the first lunar month in Yanqing at Shuimu University, Xie Linyuan sat before the computer in the material science department office. He had been here for 2 hours, his fingers striking the keyboard at a dazzling speed. The screen rapidly displayed neatly arranged text, meticulously derived equations, detailed and comprehensive data tables, and a systematically complete structure